Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Air Viper Running and Mountain Outpost are proud to bring to you your two hosts for 5 o'clock on day 3 of Cocodona. I am Greggy Varrigan.
This is Troy Meadows.
Thank you very much for joining us bright and early here in beautiful Flagstaff. Temperature is 40 degrees and it looks like the skies are clearing. We have got a race going on for you right now. Troy, dude, this is fantastic. Dan Green is our leader. The last tracker ping we've got is mile 215.
Yeah, I want to welcome everyone in the chat. It's going to be a wily day as the top finishers kind of start to stream in here over the next, say, maybe 8 or 9 hours.
Yeah, this is really exciting. We're going to give you a quick race recap. At the moment, we've got Dan Green, who has roughly a 5-mile lead on Ryan Sands. These guys have been going back and forth for yesterday. There was a big lead swap. We got Rachel and Edhar are pretty much neck and neck in the 3 and 4 position, followed by DJ Fox to round out the top 5. If you add Harry Sabertis, that is the top 5 males. And on the women's side, we've got Rachel with a pretty significant gap on Lindsay Dwyer, followed by Sarah Ostaszewski, Catherine Anderson, and looks like Georgia Porter is running in 5th right now. So lots of changes there as well. One of the big stories, Courtney dropped.
Yeah, Courtney dropped. Mike Versteeg dropped. Mike was running in 3rd place pretty much most of the race yesterday. Some notable things that happened yesterday. Ryan Sands actually took the lead for about a 30-mile stretch when Dan took his first sleep break, and then Dan, charged hard and has kind of regained the lead and kept putting time on Ryan. So
yeah, that was a really good deal. Dan took his little nap break, and we got to actually watch that happen with Tara Dower out in the field. That was really fun. We had some great moments with Tara, and then Hillary did a great job in the field last night as well for all of those events. The weather has been a big story for what's happening now. Cool conditions started off. Harry had a huge lead for a while and was really pushing the pace. That has kind of fallen off, but he's still in contention for top 5. I mean, arguably the podium. I mean, there's still 40-ish miles left for Dan, so lots of things can still happen.
Yeah, and Harry went out hot and kind of broke the field up, to be honest. I think a lot of people were kind of like, we got to stay connected to the front of the race. And some of the notable people that were out there in the beginning really setting the pace with Harry or trying to keep the pace with Harry was Max, Michael McKnight. Obviously Courtney was in the mix, and Courtney's no longer in the race, obviously, and then Max and McKnight have been kind of slowly battling demons to kind of rise back into the top 10, and then fan favorite Finn Melanson, he's kind of been steady Eddie of this race. So
yeah, still plugging along there. Go ahead.
I was saying the guys that have kind of come into their own, DJ Fox, Eder Ramirez, really just kind of slow and steady and eating up the field and kind of running. I think both of those individuals ran their own race, and the attrition has allowed them to just kind of move into that 3 and 4 spot.
Yeah, and Cody Poskin too, the young gun, really pushing it, and he's still up. He looks like he's just a little bit behind Finn, but he's still got a chance.
Yeah, he's kind of fell back a little bit. Really cool young guy who just kind of likes to do what he likes to do. At least that's what when Tara was interviewing his family and crew, they were just like, he ran his first marathon, got into ultra, and here he is.
Yeah, and here he is doing amazingly. This is great. On that note of Harry pushing the pace, that may be something. And we had Jack Scott was a kind of dark horse favorite, and he was doing great. And then we saw it looked like some hamstring issues for him, and that is a big DNF. That weather was very favorable for him in those kind of British Isles gloomy conditions that rolled in. We had a big storm that hit a lot of the packs, so there were some it probably still are some cold, wet people who are out there. We had the rain, and if you're watching yesterday around 10 in the morning Arizona time, we're definitely seeing as Rachel and Dan came through into Dead Horse, there was clay on their shoes. We watched it was Harry's crew knock off his shoes for him, and he spoke about that mud just sticking and adding weight. So
Yeah,
things seem to be drying up.
I hope so. I can attest to it. I went for a run yesterday with Corinne Chalvoy and Liam, Aid Station Fireball, on the part of the Flagstaff Ridge crest trail and route, excuse me. And there was one section we hit a little bit of mud, and within 5 steps there was like 2.5 inches of mud caked on my shoes that would not come off, and I felt like I was like wearing lead weights. And so I could only imagine what that clay outside of Sedona and near Jerome was like for those runners. And it didn't stop raining, so over into the evening it was dumping in Sedona.
Yeah, that was a big thing. I was getting updates from my friend Tony Tadahusky's in the 250, Go Tony, and his crew. Nicole was texting me with some updates. It's pouring rain here, it's pouring rain there. I know when I walked back from the studio after I was done yesterday, I got rained on, I got sun, and then last night for dinner it was raining here. So it seems to be clearing in Flag. Like I said, we could see some stars as we drove here this morning. So we're hoping that weather comes out. The forecast has sunshine for tomorrow, but we may still have some weather today, hopefully not. And those leaders are going to be hitting Eldon sometime in the next few hours.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. And then kind of back to the women's race, obviously the standout is, Rachel Intrican has just kind of ran a masterclass here at Cocodona. But I think something that we were watching closely yesterday was Lindsay Dwyer and it was at the time Georgia Porter. They were kind of going back and forth, and on the tracker it literally looked like they were running together. Obviously that may or may not have been the case, but that was really a battle for second and third, and it looks like Sarah is now kind of charging. Sarah, Ostazuki. Yeah, excuse me. It's still early in the morning, friends. Sarah's charging, kind of eating up the distance on Lindsay, and Lindsay's still holding strong in that second place position. So I'm interested to see what happens with the women's race as kind of the day progresses. And then I think what's really interesting and still out of the top 10, but Cameron Haynes has managed to just slow and steady.
An update that Ryan looks to be about 8K from Fort Tuthill, so he is definitely moving. And at least in terms of Flagstaff, I ran to Fort Tut yesterday morning. It's 4 and a bit miles from the center of town, probably 5 or 6 where we're recording. So that is a pretty close thing. Then the course does make a big jog over to the east once he gets there, but he is really pushing the pace. To go back to the women's race too, there's been some changes overnight. When I was looking before I went to bed, there's been a battle in the top 10. Shelby, Jenny Chisholm, Kaylee, they're all moving back and forth. They've kind of hip hopped, and I would imagine some people took some sleep breaks overnight. Talking to people that were in the middle or the back of the pack, there definitely was a strategy to maybe just hang at an aid station for a while and let this storm pass rather than get soaked again. So we'll see how that plays out for people as well.
Here we have a little bit of a static cam from Munns Park, and you can see them kind of getting ready for the runners to kind of start coming in. It's first thing in the morning, and you can tell from some of the aid station volunteers are wearing gloves. They have hats on. They all have puffies on. Even inside, it's cold. It's cold,
yeah. Up on that plateau overnight, it definitely gets chilly. And I had it up here just a second ago, but there is the no pacer section as well. So from there are no pacers between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. So, at this point, that's mile 214 to mile 230, 16-mile section. It's overall, it's almost even. It's a 1,400 foot gain and 1,600 foot drop. So you're without a pacer for that. We'll see how the mental faculties everyone is doing.
Yeah, and then looking at, most of the middle to the back of the pack are kind of coming through. They're moving through the Jerome area. They're kind of through Mingus. They're going to move through Jerome and into Sedona is kind of where most of the middle of the back of the pack is, and then the front of the front of the race is kind of as you said, they're really making their way to Flagstaff.
Yeah, and for the main herd as it's moving through that stretch from Jerome down into Sedona, you lose elevation, then you hit that 30-ish mile beautiful single track we had on yesterday where we were watching the leaders come through. So that is a gorgeous section, some amazing views for people. It looks like they'll be able to see today because we did see some rain off and on in there. We had Tara with the cow and lots of fun interactions over at Dead Horse. Deer Pass is the next aid station. That's mile 148. And then heading into Sedona Posse Grounds is mile 162, and that's a big one with a sleep station. There was some massage there last year. But the water station at mile 154. So hopefully we can get most people moving their way through there and see. We're just going to pull up who is currently in our dead last. Looks like so on the bottom we've got Christopher, Carmen, Elizabeth Russ, Sam, and Kyung. I volunteered with Kyung a bunch at races, so that's a pretty fun deal. And then we've also got the Sedona Canyons 125 is kicking off in about an hour and 45 minutes, so that'll add some spice to the course as well. Those runners are kind of riding the tail end of the storm with what seems to be right now some cool temperatures and then clearing skies as they'll come into Flagstaff.
Yeah, and for most of the front, I guess the top 5-6 runners right now, they've all kind of made it up that climb out of Sedona, and they're kind of on the flats coming into Flagstaff. And then obviously we've got the Eldon climb, which is interesting because they've kind of switched it up. In previous years, you ran up the fire road, down the technical steep section, and this year they're going to go up the fire. No. Sorry, they're going to go up the road, down the steep section. I think I got that in reverse, which is going to be pretty spicy for the runners, for everyone that has to go through that, because obviously you've got 240 some odd miles on your legs, and we're going to go actually check that out after our shift today. But that supposedly it's a pretty steep descent that they have to deal with. It's extremely technical on really tired legs.
Yeah, that is, it's not the most fun at the best of times, let alone after all of that. And even that section, looking from Walnut Canyon into Wildcat Hill, that's only 530 feet up and 525 feet down, but it's a lot of just rolling. Taking a quick look at the elevation profile there, you're up, down, so very punchy. And Wildcat Hill to Trinity Heights, it's a 15-mile section with 3,300 feet of gain and 3,000 feet of loss, because, like we said, you're going nice gradual descent on Eldon, but that is going to be tough. And when we get off, we may see leaders up there. We may, we'll see how that all plays out. Lots of things can still happen. And then once the runners get to Trinity Heights, it is just a hair under 4 miles. It starts to flatten out, and then we've got this section where you're running through downtown Flag and finishing in the square.
I believe this is this Kelly Canyon?
That looks like Kelly Canyon and
Cool
aid
drone
station
shot.
Captain Kelly out there. Yeah, beautiful drone shot. You can see the sunrise. What does my watch say sunrise for right now is 5:29 according to Koros, and looks like there's some hovering cloud. Thank you very much to our drone pilots for being out there flying at this early hour. And it'll start to be warming up soon, because it definitely got cold up there on the plateau last night. And you can just see the diversity of the course. I've been following along. There's lots of different changes as we traverse Arizona in this 250 odd miles And we're back up into the towering ponderosas, into the pine trees, pine needles, and yeah, kind of mountainy weather at 7,000 feet here.
Yeah, again, the weather has definitely been one of the top stories of this race. Is most years it's hot, it's dry, and I remember, I guess Jeff was saying this when I believe Tara was interviewing him yesterday at was it Deer? I can't remember the name.
Deer
of the
Pass or Dead Horse?
Deer Pass. It was at Deer Pass while he was kind of hanging out with Mike Versteeg, but he was saying how he would much rather have a hot, dry year than deal with the mud that exists on the course. And I think someone in the chat a little bit ago called it peanut butter mud, and that's a really good description of it.
Yeah.
Here we're getting that like really nice sweeping view of the mountains around the area. And I think, we don't really have too many runners around Kelly Aid Station right now, but I know Eder Ramirez is on his way into the pacer swap, and then I think behind him is DJ Fox and then Harry. So they're all at this point, I don't know, maybe 12 or 14 miles away from Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, and how about Harry? That lead and then coming back. He's still out there fighting. We saw him a couple times on camera. We got that hilarious interview Tara did with him about how he fell asleep in an outhouse. So, we'll see how he does. He's still pushing. He's still doing great. He's still top 5 man right now. And even this battle for third, Rachel has a little bit of a gap on Eder. That'll be neat to see how that plays out. And just Rachel absolutely crushing it. Such a huge resume. We'll see what this can do for her career as well. Open up some doors, as she's got 45-ish miles to go. The last that I saw her, she had a big smile on her face too, going into Sedona.
Yeah, I would say when did Rachel not have a big smile on her face? She was setting the vibe on course yesterday and running really strong and just enjoying every single step.
Yeah, she looked good. She smiled, chatted with Tara a little bit. Just an absolutely great personality, great ambassador for the sport. Only great things to Rachel moving forward. Going back to the cam there, you can see temperatures are starting to warm. Munns Park is an aid station, so that's what we've got on the tracker on the little side of the thing there. And we're 48 hours into this 250-mile race. If you are just joining us, yeah, wow. So 250-mile race, we got some of the leaders, seems pretty reasonable to say they will finish today. But for the whole course, there are 125 hours to finish this. So back of the pack, middle of the pack, you've still got until 10 a.m. Saturday to get to that finish line in downtown Flag.
Yeah, and the train is moving. At this point, runners are stretched out across what looks to me roughly 150 miles of the course.
Yeah, this is mind-boggling to put all into one thing. We do have some cutoffs that are coming off. So for anybody who was in, we had a cutoff at Whiskey Row last night at 10 p.m. So if you didn't make it to Whiskey Row, your race ended. And also on that note, there was a notable drop. Callie Vinson, who's been an inspiration for many runners out there, she unfortunately left the race at Whiskey Row last night. And then in terms of today, there is a cutoff in 39 or so minutes at Fain Ranch, the renowned, famous aid station sponsored by Satisfy. So you got to be there by 6 a.m.
Yeah, and I guess the story of the hour is we have a runner, Christopher Ropp. He is 1 mile from Fain Ranch, and he's from the tracker. He's moving at 1.8 miles per hour, so he is tight. He is
Wow.
tight on those cutoffs. Interested to see, and we'll have to follow that over the next half an hour if Christopher can make it, and if the chat is with us here. Let's see if we can't put some vibes out for Chris. Let's show him some love,
Christopher,
and let's kind of will Chris into into Fane Ranch so he can make that cutoff and continue his journey to Flagstaff.
Flagstaff, yeah. Yeah, the next notable thing for the main pack of runners and anyone at that end is that Mingus Mountain cutoff at 1 p.m. And Mingus Mountain aid station is at 108.3. I've got so many numbers in my head at the moment. Yes, Mingus is at 103. So for Chris, he's got to get to Fane Ranch. And then from Fane Ranch, he will have 12 and a bit miles with 2,800 feet of gain. So hopefully he can make that cutoff. We would love to see you. Maybe you even listen to the live stream. Hey, we believe in you. Keep pushing.
Yeah, it looks like we have a couple runners still hanging out in Fane too, trying to kind of get it together and try to get out on that 12 mile section to Mingus so they can meet and beat the next cutoff. So yeah, BCE, we got some big Chris energy in the chat. Let's get Chris into Fane Ranch so he can get some of that renowned satisfy love.
That's aid.
Yeah, that aid that they provide, world class stuff there at Fane Ranch, and then hopefully he's in a good place to continue on.
Yeah, and we're here to celebrate the last finisher as much as the first finisher.
Yeah, 100%.
We've got lots of people. There are professionals in this race. There are also everyday people like you, like me, like y'all out there watching, where this is a life dream bucket list item. My brain worked great today.
But yeah, and the first 3 days is we really cover the front of the pack, and I'm excited for the next 3 days, because that's where we really get to put a focus on those runners the middle and the back pack runners as they make their journey to Flagstaff.
Yeah, and to just switch slightly, we do have the Sedona Canyons 125 is starting today. So a lot of people probably up and doing final gear checks and things, maybe listening to this to get some last minute intel. We have an update. It's currently 39 degrees at Kelly Canyon, so thank you for whoever set that in. I know there's a drone pilot up there, so thank you, drone pilots, and thank you, Kelly, for being out there. But yeah, the 125, so it looks like you're going to ride that weather wave, hopefully, but we also were thinking that at the start of the race when it was nice, cool conditions, and Harry set that blistering pace, and then kapow, the skies open, the weather hit, and we had some carnage up at the front.
We can Kevin in the chat saying that the tracker is kind of overloaded. We can do a top 5 on men and women. So rounding out the top 5 for the ladies, we have Rachel Intrikin. She has been just running in the lead ever since Courtney dropped. Second place is Lindsay Dwyer. She's been just very steady Eddie and just moving across this course. Sarah Ostazuki. Sarah O. Yeah, she's moved up overnight and was running, I think, in that 6-7 space, and now is running in third. And then that would be followed by Georgia Porter, who I think went through a pretty rough patch yesterday and is still holding on strong. And then the next runner, I think, is it Daniel Bishop or Callie Demergian? And then on the men's side, we have Dan Green with about a 5-mile lead on Ryan Sands, followed by Eder Ramirez, DJ Fox, and then Harry Subertis.
Yeah, and that drop, it looks like Harry's got from 5th to 6th, 7-ish miles or so on the tracker right now on Finn. So we had a lot of people asking about Finn, and there's a lot of people asking. Finn has somewhere around 7-8 miles on Max Joliffe at the moment. So lots of interesting things happening, lots of people moving around out there. And I think this is hilarious. I was just pulling this up. Rachel Intrekin says, "Oh, there's nothing at all interesting about me in her runner bio thing. Nothing at all. String of huge ultra wins, crazy mountain and things, but not a single interesting thing to share."
Well, I think that's
Understatement.
yeah. Well, in general, I think I've found in getting to meet a couple of really fast people in the sport, everyone's just really humble. Like people are just they're like mild mannered Clark Kent it, and then when they show up on the race line on race day, it's like Superman all day.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, hop into your personality and just show. And there we go. We had a beautiful shot in Munns Park that looks to be the aid station right in the bottom of the frame there. It was in that parking lot by the golf course last year. I know that's where I started pacing last year at around this time. It was in the 125 though. So you can see, I see blue sky. That is promising. I got the Hawaiian vibes on here to bring out some warmer weather because I'm cold. So I would imagine some of the runners are cold, but and that's something to think about too. We're coming in, it's 5:27 in the morning right now here in Arizona. Layering up overnight was a big deal. We saw a lot of people that were in pretty significant layers when the middle of the pack, our leaders, Versteeg was running without a shirt for a while as he came through Sedona.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of that the pink as the sun's coming up. Yeah, hopefully this becomes day one of beautiful days on the Cocodona course.
Yes, sun's out, guns out. Do we have any info on the Michael Versteeg DNF other than he DNF'd? When we saw him at Deer Pass, he looked kind of tired, but that was early afternoon yesterday. And yeah, we've got his body wasn't having it, but he was out there, he did his thing, he did a great job, and he was in the top 5.
He was running third male for a long time. But that's kind of how it goes. You have your days, and obviously, sometimes you don't, and I think that's a testament to Harry, like setting that blistering pace, and people feeling like they really need to go out hard on a cold day.
Cold day. Yeah, and we go back to it. It's an ultra. This is 250 miles. Lots of things can happen. You can slip, you can tweak something, you can eat something that doesn't agree with you, puking, other body fluid things. Like there are so many things. There is no guarantee.
Yeah, nothing is given.
Nothing is given. Yeah,
nothing is given.
There was a lot of talk of this is Courtney's race to lose, and she was running great, and then now she's not in.
Yeah, and there's so many factors to like why. So many like reasons why, there's a why to keep going, but at the same time, there's also like, you have to be mindful of your body. You have to respect the distance, and sometimes it's just not your day. So
yeah, that can happen to anybody. Front of the pack, middle of the pack, back of the pack. And I thank the John G Skycam is up there, and our drone pilot. You guys are doing a great job. And also thank you to all our volunteers who are out there and the volunteers who are running with gimbals and things. I know we got some great running in footage. We saw Tara run in with Rachel yesterday. So lots of people are out there bringing this production to you, supporting the runners, moving stuff around, setting up the start and finish line. So thank you to everyone who is involved in this race. Thank you guys over there in the producer booth, the director booth. Doing a great job as we welcome you to day 3 of Cocodona coverage. We are 48 hours in.
Oh man, update on with Christopher Romp. He's 0.8 miles from Fane Ranch with 30 minutes to make that cutoff.
Okay, you can do it. Keep going, keep going.
I see blue skies.
I see blue sky. What I noticed is that the road is drying out. We were commenting that on the drive here. It rained a lot last night here in Flag. And what we noticed was the road was dry. There was some blue sky. So you can see the mountains in the background. And just the variety of terrain in Arizona. It's great to be up here in the pines.
Yeah, and I would say these runners, this section between Mingus all the way to Dead Horse, and then to Deer Pass. That there's a lot of runners in that section right now, and I'm wondering what the underfoot conditions look like, because I know yesterday the front of the pack was complaining about the mud that just would not go away.
Yeah, who was it? We had Lucy Bartholomew, who said it was like slip and slide through the mud, and mentioned she was not really having a fun time out there, and Ryan Sands, who she was pacing, was not, but they got through it, and that's good.
Yeah, there's some really cool shots of Ryan's shoes on his Instagram.
Oh,
and it was
wow.
like red clay, 3 inches of caked on mud that just does not come off. So
yeah, that stuff is not fun to go through. Thank you to the Ultimate Warrior. Look at this. We did the wrestling intro to start. Now I got the Ultimate Warrior himself with a donation. So thank you very much. Okay, so for Christopher, when he gets to that Fain Ranch, there is a gear check there that he's got to go through.
And is it just into Fain Ranch or out of Fain Ranch?
It looks like it is leaving Fain Ranch, but the beneficial thing is if he's got a pacer, he can pick up a pacer. So
nice.
Given the 27-minute nature of that to get ready, hopefully he can get that turnaround done.
Well, I've seen some, I've been at different ultras and volunteering and doing different things, and I've seen where the crew will grab a plate of stuff from the aid station and then basically like leave it for their runner right outside of the aid station, and then the runner can just kind of come in, do their gear check, what they need to do, and then just kind of like step outside of the aid station.
Yeah.
And it's it just depends on who's organizing the who's at the aid station and how they're willing to work with the rules that exist on course. A lot of it also has to do with how the runner looks and whether or not they feel like they can make it to the next cutoff too. So we're rooting for you, Chris.
Yeah, and as someone, I did a race in Moab, the Dead Horse Ultra in November, and we left the aid station with 30 seconds to spare. So it is possible, but if you don't have crew or anything and you're running into one, it was like grab a handful of stuff, get out of the aid station and back on the trail, and then redo what you can once you're out of that aid station and past that cutoff.
Kelsey Bain, so your question in the chat, the red versus blue route, one of those is the red route is the Cocodona 250 route, and then the blue route is the 125.
All right, so for a quick note for the Sedona Canyons 125, the start of that race is in Jerome, and then is a nice big descent where they are with the 250 runners for that point. So I don't remember what recap video I was watching. It's a while ago now, but there was a race recap video of someone I saw in the 250, and you can see as they're going down the road out of Jerome, the 125 runners were as well. So that was a pretty fun thing to see. So we'll have those runners take a nice descent from Jerome out of everything, 1,900 feet down to the first aid station as they're getting ready to start in just under 90 minutes.
That's I will say it's pretty demoralizing when you're like working hard, been out there for 3 days, and then you have, at the front of that race, the 125 runners going to be moving really good. And just to you have to remind yourself there's a whole nother race going on, so you don't feel like you were just completely, standing still and just getting passed by so many other runners.
Yeah. And you can see definitely warming up, and look how green it is on the grass. Arizona's got that reputation in some people's minds as being a giant, vast, sandy desert, and you're really seeing the diversity that Arizona has to show with the green grass. And with the rain too, so much greenery popped up. We were getting some amazing shots yesterday with the drones, and I'm sure many people's photos with the kind of dark gray ominous clouds popping off against the red rock. And then we've got, so an interesting section to follow today. I would think a good chunk of the pack is going to be going through that Sedona section. So from Posse Grounds to Foxborough Ranch, the gear check is mandatory, and that is the Hangover Trail section. So, you know, we know last night there was rain on that section. It is single track. It is on the slick rock. It was a section there was a lot of anxiety about before the race, but you know, this looks like it's drying up, so we'll cross our fingers that most of the middle of the pack is going to be going through and feeling good and having dry conditions, at least on the rock as they go through. And then that'll put them up on the Cocodona Plateau, so you're on the Mogollon Rim into the Pines.
The Fort Tuttle turn is tough. As you're kind of right outside of Flagstaff, you can kind of see the city, but you know you still have so much more to go and still have to crest Eldon. We're actually going to cut to one of our Coco Chronicles, and we'll be back with you guys in 1 minute. This is going to be a nice little recap of yesterday.
All right.
Good job, Big D, Big D.
Hell yeah.
Change.
A little hot coffee light?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we'll get into that.
Shovel it. You also got burger if you want.
Did you take that second time at all?
I want to feel it. I want to feel it all. There's so much mud. It just
All up in it.
It just sticks to your. You can't really run. You have to just like walk. Not the best glove choice for this. It's better than a gel. It is very muddy out there. That's all.
How's your body otherwise?
Good. Start jogging here once I finish this thing. That way I don't inhale it down to my lungs and get some type of medical emergency.
I ain't afraid.
Ah.
I can do the omelet.
All right.
Or
You're all right.
let's roll. We got a 1,000-foot decline in 1 mile.
Ryan told me that last segment was all downhill. And that was a lie.
See ya. How was the night? Long.
Time flies when you're having fun.
No, it's super muddy out there. A bit more tricky, but survived, made it through the night.
The anger of the mud kept him awake. That was our saying. The benefit of the mud
Yeah.
is that it's so shit that when you get off it, it feels like light work.
Yeah.
You know? It's like, you know, David Roach dancing around in ankle weights, and then you take them off and you're like, huzzah! There's nothing I'd rather do than spend a night out on the trails with Ryan. I know. It's incredible. Yeah, not too bad. There's so much mud. There's so much mud.
Was there a lot of mud?
There's so much mud. Yeah, the last 3 sections have just been like mud or rocks. This isn't usually how it is. It's usually like everybody dies from heat exhaustion or something. And it's like, well, the sun's about to come up, so I just took a punch of caffeine. Yeah. How do my legs feel?
Yeah.
No worse than at mile 30. So, which is great because I felt like shit at mile 30. It actually reminds me a lot of Ojai, California. Like all the foggy dope rocks. If you're not used to humidity, it's like, what? Being from Alabama, I know a thing or two about humidity. Look at these pretty trees.
Yeah, that's been a lot better. Freezing all night. I'm gonna have to figure it out better today though. Can't have that happen again. I almost did pull through it yesterday, and I definitely won't pull through that on the second day. The mud's been so brutal.
You know,
Yeah.
feels like Cocodona. Winter edition.
Yeah. Mud edition. Took a little nap. Still moving steady.
Yep. Moving and grooving. Guys, sharing the mud fest.
Yeah.
Too much fun. Feels like home.
Feels like a long time, but then you realize everyone's taking.
Feels like we were barely moving. I mean, this is part of it, right? For ultras. We are in it. I think I just need a nap. Need a nap.
Micro nap.
Need a little micro nap.
Is that the game plan?
Yeah. I'm just, my brain is just moving really slow. But it's going good. I'm sleepy. That's an easy fix, so all things considering, I'll take that.
Yeah, legs still feel good.
Yeah. Just get some sleep. You think this looks bad? Wait till tomorrow. You know you're an ultra when this looks like an uphill.
It is an uphill. It is like 2 to 3% uphill. Okay, have a good one. You.
Oh, pretty alright at the moment. You know, highs and lows. Lots of mud. Not so far. I might sleep in Jerome. We'll see if I get tired.
Good to see you smiling though.
Yeah. You know, I was crying a couple hours ago, but worked through that. Sure. I don't think I can run anything over 100 miles and not have a few meltdowns. Yeah, I would get that around really easily. Three,
Peer pressure.
1. I do not succumb. This is Dylan,
Hi.
good friend. First time pacing me,
Yeah.
crushing it. Primarily hiking day today. It's gonna take me a lot more steps than most people. My legs are so short.
I know, you're short.
The answer is somewhere between like 300 and something thousand and 600 and something thousand.
Whoa.
Yeah,
So you're probably 600.
666,000 for sure.
Getting all your steps in for the whole year in one
Exactly.
week.
I'm not gonna do anything the rest of the year.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Except maybe the Tonto.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running are proud to bring to you Cocodona 2025, hour almost 49. I am Greggy Verrigan, Instagram at Cactus Moose.
And this is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod.
And we are here broadcasting live from Flag, where sunrise is just happening. We've got a race on our hands. And our big story as we went to break is we've got Christopher Rapp, bib number 294, who needs to get to the Fane Ranch aid station in the next 14 minutes to keep his race going.
And he's close. It's kind. I mean, if you're following dots on a map, it's a nail biter.
Yeah. We had the last update a minute ago. Says 1,250 feet to Fain Ranch. So this is good.
Go.
Let's go. But yeah, so that should give him some time to at least have a quick turnaround, eat something, not have to scarf and go. A little bit of buffer. Thank you, Natasha. Just saw that pop on the screen. And what we've got now is our drone. I think that's Troy flying the drone out there. So thank you, Troy. That is our John G Skycam in Kelly Canyon. So you can see sunrise has just happened. Things are brightening up in the pine forest, a little bit south of Flagstaff, Arizona.
Yeah, this may be a good time to shout out some of our presenting sponsors for the live stream. We have Speedland, John G, Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Katula, Squirrel Nut Butter, and Satisfy. Also shout out to Bare Butt Wipes, who's got wipes on every table for the runners to clean up. And then Cooperative Coffee Roaster, who is keeping us highly caffeinated throughout the
thank you very
throughout the
much.
week.
I am very appreciative of that today with the early wake-up call to get here. For our top 5, that is a big thing. We will start off with the top 5 women. We have Rachel and Trekken with a 30-something-ish gap on number 2 is Lindsay Dwyer right now. Sarah Ostazuski made some moves in late afternoon and overnight. She's currently running 3rd, followed by Catherine Anderson and Georgia Porter in 5th. And on the men's side, we've got Dan Green and Ryan Sands. There was 2 lead changes yesterday. Dan is currently still in head. So Dan Green, Ryan Sands, Eder Ramirez. DJ Fox is just behind Rachel and Trekken. He's 4th male. And then Harry Sabertus, who started off with that blistering pace. He is currently running in 5th.
Yeah, and a big shout out to Natasha Sankovic for the donation. We appreciate that you appreciate the incredible footage, the excellent commentators, thank you very much, and the amazing race.
Yeah, we have had quite a race. To recap a little bit from yesterday, we had a couple notable drops. One of the big favorites.
Yeah, no big deal. Courtney's out of the race.
Yeah, that's okay. And, Rachel was right up there before Courtney dropped as well. So, that was a fascinating battle to watch while it lasted. And then on the men's side, we had Dan was leading yesterday. We actually had Tara Dower in the field, so we got to watch Dan come into Dead Horse or Deer Pass. My mind is gone crazy right now. Dan came in and took an unexpected nap during which Ryan passed him.
Yeah, that was Deer Pass.
That was Deer Pass,
Yeah.
right, with the cow. Deer Pass with the cow.
The pass happened.
The pass
at
happened
Deer
at the
Pass.
pass. Yes. And if you need some good content, you can watch Tara and the cow yesterday. Blocked Rachel's way for a little bit. That was some entertainment. But that pass happened, and then Dan made up ground very quickly. It was about a 20-minute nap that he took. And, it was only a couple hours later that they were back neck and neck. So Dan is now currently in the lead. Ryan was charging hard, and Edhar is making up ground. What it looks like on the tracker right now is Eder and Rachel are pinging very close together. So whether they're with each other, supporting each other, they're at least in sight of each other. Yeah, another story we had is the weather. Oh, here we go. We're at Gold King Mine. So
there is a lot of activity going on out there.
That looks like the start of our Sedona Canyons 125 race. Gosh, a year ago I was at that start line, crewing and pacing someone. You can see the big Aravaipa box truck out there. This is a great moment to say thank you for the army of staff and volunteers who have set up start lines, taken down start lines, finish lines, aid stations, people out there flying drones, running with the live stream. There's a ton of people that are doing everything. Thanks to our producers, our directors, our on-air talkers, field reporters. Lots of things going on. So you can see it's dry in Jerome. And we've got a race update. Looks like Eder and Rachel's are 3 miles out from Kelly Canyon. So that implies we probably get them on the drones sometime in the next 45 minutes, depending on how fast they're moving. And what we've got on the screen there, you can see all those cars driving in for the race start in just over an hour. I'd like to thank everyone who is running that race, as well as the crews and pacers and everything. Looks like Jerome got a little boost in the economy yesterday with the Airbnbs and probably lines out the door at a lot of restaurants.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone in the chat showing up with the banter. And I mean, I can't believe we had like, I think it was 1,200 people waiting in line to come hang out with us this morning at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock in the morning. Thank you for being here. We'll go back to my bet. If I get 2,000 Instagram followers, I will do Cocodona next year. That's like more than 2.5 times the current rate. So set a big goal. Go for it. And yeah, there is a lot of people trying to refresh the tracker and everything else. So, just keep hitting the refresh. It will eventually come back. And wow, look at that conglomeration of vehicles up there. One of the things I love about Arizona is seeing all the mining history, the ranching history, and we've got a fantastic collection of old trucks right at our start line. Plus, check out that old fire truck right behind the bathroom cam there. Thank you to our drone pilot. I'm not sure who is out there. Do we know who's out at Gold King right now? This is just like watching the movie Cars, but in real life.
Yeah. I want to. Oh, I just want to say, we got 4,000 plus people in the chat. We have 277 likes on the day 3 stream. 7. Let's all take a minute to come out of the chat from the banter, and let's go ahead and let's see if we can't double or triple that like count here in the next 2 or 3 minutes, friends.
Yes, go for it. Oh, and thank you, Michael Samaro. Thank you very much for the donation. There's hundreds of people involved in this race to put it on and everything. And if you ever are interested in getting involved in your local community or the Aravaipa community, tons of opportunities. aravaiparunning.ivolunteer.com. You can just check that out and see. But looks like promising conditions in Jerome. That's good. The weather has been a big story in the race since the start. It was cooler temperatures than many people expected. So there were predictions of a very fast race. It still is a very fast race.
All right, we've more than doubled the likes on the stream in 30 seconds. Way to show up, friends watching and in the chat. Let's keep the likes coming. Smash that like button, subscribe, stay tuned in. We've got coverage for, I think we still have 90 hours or something like that, 100 hours of coverage to go.
Yeah.
We'll be here all week, friends.
All week, friends. Yeah, no, I am the overnight Friday into Saturday morning at 5. And the 250 runners, you have until 10 a.m. Saturday to finish. So, we've got our leaders who are so far in, it's mind-boggling. Record-setting pace. Dan Green, the last tracker ping that I've got, mile 220 in just under 49 hours. Absolutely mind-boggling. But we'll be here for every finisher. For an update on Christopher Roth, it appears that he has entered the aid station at Fain Ranch, so he'll have 5 minutes to get out of there. Currently running in dead last. Big cheer to him.
Yeah, let's go, Chris. And big ups to everyone in the chat for sending that big Chris energy to help get him into Fain. Hopefully he's getting pampered, getting some hot food, and getting out as soon as possible.
Do not lay down in those couches as comfortable as they look. Decline any Satisfy things if you need to. Get going, or take a Satisfy shirt. Keep going.
Yeah,
They've got some great stuff.
I will say the only thing Chris did wrong here is he did not plan to have 20 minutes to relax in the Satisfy plush loungers that they have out there. So
yeah, but I'm sure he is one of the runners who got hit by the storm, or storms plural. We've had reports of snow on course, some long cold evenings, lots of different things happening out there. And then right now it's warming up. It's lightening up. You can see the skies clearing. So, for a big part of the middle of the pack runners, it looks like our big herd is approaching. I mean, they're in Mingus Mountain area, coming down into Sedona. Hopefully they're going to get on that big, beautiful single track, get some great views today as the sky's clear. It's a great spot to get photos of the gorgeous landscape of Sedona.
Yeah. And here this is Gold King Mine, John G Skycam, and this is going to be the start of the 125, which is going to begin here in a little bit over an hour. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah, 7 a.m. start for that. Saw the big Speedland arch there. I'd like to say thank you, Speedland. We got the Cameron Haynes Cocodona model sitting right here on the desk with us. And wow, yeah, just it's crazy. If you get a chance and you're on the leaderboard, if you pull up that main map, you can get a sense of the diversity of the terrain on the topographic map. You can see the mountains pop up. You can see the valleys. It looks kind of flat around Prescott, which is now that aid station cutoff was last night, so we're beyond that. But you can also see how far stretched out the field is. In rough numbers right now, we had Christopher at Fane Ranch. Where is that? Christopher, mile 96. And then we've got Dan Green at mile 220. So that is 108 miles, of course. No, more than that. 96 for 124 miles of course separating those two. And you can as well see, if you just pull up that main map, if it's working for you right now, how the separation between the different leaders. Looks like the big thing to follow right now is Rachel and Edhar seem to be at the same spot or very close to each other. Now, they last pinged more than 15 minutes ago, so that will have changed, but they're getting very close to Kelly Canyon. Yeah, the cool weather has definitely played a role. With the predictions from as far as a week and a half ago, predicted it would be a very fast race, and then as those cool temperatures rolled in, it was a cool start to the race. Harry set a blistering pace. Man, he was almost 2 full hours ahead of the course record at one point from last year. And then the rains came, and that really changed a lot of things. It was cold and chilly leaving Crown King. And then the snow and the rain on people overnight. I know we had the Milk Ranch. We had Air Viper race director Noah was out there and at the water station, and you got to watch him come over and put the Ziploc bag over top of the camera lens to keep it safe. So there were some cold and wet people, and now it's nice to see things drying out. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, correct me if I'm wrong, but the Walnut Creek section, which is a 14-mile stretch from Fort Tuthill, that's pacerless, correct?
That is pacerless.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting dynamic that's new for the race this year, as it's a 14-mile stretch without aid late in the race, so you have to really, make sure you have everything you need, take really good care of yourself, and then you got to make sure you have your wits about you, and you can't just lean on someone else's brain to make sure you're making the right decisions out there. And I'm interested to see, how that plays out over the next couple days as the mid and the back of the pack start rolling through that section. On, the front of the pack is obviously, they're sleep deprived. I think Dan's slept for less than 30 minutes throughout the entire event. But what happens with these runners is they're on day 4, day 5, without sleep and trying to make it happen. With minimal sleep,
Minimal sleep, this is not a section that I did. I paced this section I did the 125, or my run to the 125 last year, so I paced from Munns Park to Fort Tut, but not beyond that, and that was when there was a pacer. So there are some navigational things in that pacerless section. You do hit the Arizona Trail for a bit, but there are some important turns. So hopefully everyone's got their wits about them and able to have the navigation, whether it's on their watch or not. Because I have heard of at least one runner who has lost their watch already. So that was a friend of mine. Go Tony.
We got Ryan coming into Tuthill right now.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's...
There we go. And there is an appearance. That is Chris, Squirrels Not Butter, Chris Thornley with the purple fedora. And there is Dan.
And that's Ryan Sands.
Or Ryan Sands, my mistake, not Dan.
Yeah, he's looking okay,
Yeah.
Looks like the night was as kind as it could be to Ryan. And he still looks like he's got his wits about him, and interested to see how this plays out as far as how much time he takes here.
Yeah.
But he's talking to his crew. He looks a little a little foggy, but no
Yeah.
worse for wear considering he's been out on the course for over 2 days now. So
Wow, okay, and I was about to say there is a sleep station there. I would, if he's going to rest at all, I would bet it's in his vehicle. But for all the runners who get there later in the day, there's a sleep station, there's a medic station.
it's like that's his pacer. His pacer looks like he was ran through the paces.
Yeah.
Ryan put him through the paces. So, and it looks like they're gonna do a shoe change. He's got the thumb. Just gave the thumbs up to the live stream cam.
All right.
And that's something that Ryan's been doing really consistently at every aid station is new socks, new shoes. It's wet conditions. It's something that you have to be really mindful of is taking care of the feet when things are wet, especially when things are wet, and especially when you're doing multi-day. Things can, little problems with the feet can exasperate themselves and go downhill very, very quickly. I'm interested to see if the bowl of porridge comes out. I know Ryan was going hard with the porridge all day yesterday, eating really, really well. And that's something I want to look out. I definitely want to look out for. So, and looks like we have some. There's the bowl. There's the bowl of porridge, but we have audio for Ryan, so we're just gonna sit back and see if we can't catch some nuggets of wisdom.
He was sleepwalking on that last little hill.
I nearly fell asleep on the pole.
Massive. Good? Yeah. Does your headlamp is like density?
Moonlight for life.
Pretty, just like stuff.
Yeah, it's been rough. It's like a single track stuff. You just go.
Looks like Ryan's gonna take a sleep.
Yeah. Good strategy with the pacerless section coming up. We did see Dan sleep yesterday.
Greg, did you start the sleep timer?
I did not start the sleep timer. I'll start it right now. So we'll add an extra minute to whatever is happening. I need to stopwatch. There we go. I was saying it looks, things are brightening up. It still looks a little bit white over there. The clouds haven't fully broken down at Fort Tut. And from where we are, as the crow flies, Fort Tuthill is about 6 miles from here. It's 4 miles from our Airbnb. And you can see the aid station's getting set up. Big shout out to Squirrels Nut Butter. It would be great to see Chris somewhere. Chris is such a wonderful guy. Fixtured a lot of races. He sponsors the Bumblebee aid station for Black Canyon. And here we are back in Kelly Canyon. And it's great that we get the drones up today. Thank you to our drone pilots. Looks like, so if we're back at Kelly Canyon, that would mean that we probably have Eder and Rachel.
Yeah, they're
soon.
less than a mile out, and so it would be nice to see how both of these runners look as they come into Kelly Canyon. And I mean, noticeable gap, right? It's about a 10-mile plus gap between Rachel, Eder, and Ryan, and then looks like Dan Green has around 5-6 mile gap, on Ryan. So interested to see how Ryan responds after his nap, and then I'm very intrigued to see what how Rachel and Eder look as they come into Kelly Canyon.
Yeah, and as Ryan is getting ready to leave Fort Tut to make that Walnut Canyon, there is a gear check and a mental status evaluation. So he seemed reasonable from here. But, for any other runner passing that, there'll be a lot of people who are sleep deprived, calorie deprived, that can play a role. And then that section that Ryan's going to be going into, it is no pacers. There are a few turns. You go through an underpass under the I-17, and then you eventually get onto the Flagstaff Loop Trail. But that section's got 16 miles, 1,400 feet of gain, and 1,600 feet of elevation loss. So there is a big drop of, say 250 feet, 300 feet, and then a very steep climb just 7 miles into that section to get into the Walnut Canyon Aid, where you can again pick up a pacer, crew, and drop bag. That's at Wildcat Hill. And we're back to our Geology Skycam in Jerome. Again, looking at the mining history there. There is some great mining history, some great ghost history. And you can really get an idea of the toughness of people to build on the side of that hill and mine everything way back in the day. We're just over 50 minutes to the start of that 125 race. And now we're back up to Kelly Canyon. Quick note on the weather. Here in Flag, the feels like is 40 degrees. It is cloudy, but it is clearing. Forecast is warmer today. Looks like we got highs of the mid-50s. It was pretty chilly overnight. And then clearing, it seems, through the afternoon, evening. And then tomorrow we've got a smiling sunshine. So we're really hoping that weather holds and helps all of our runners who are still out on the course. Again, what would that be? 1, 2, my brain's not working for percentages, but not quite 50 hours into the 125-hour cutoff.
Yeah. I do want to give a quick update. It looks like Mr. Chris Ropp is out of Fane Ranch on his way to Mingus.
Awesome.
Looks like he left there some time ago. Looks like he's maybe half a mile outside of the aid station. So stoked for Chris that he was able to continue his journey, as I think, he got into Fane Ranch with like 5 minutes to go on the cutoff and made his way out. So, big ups, Chris.
Way to go. Well, so I say thank you to the just under 4,800 people watching us right now. We'll see how much we can get the like button to go. Can we get it up over to 1,200 in the next few minutes here? I got 967. Give us a quick like and or subscribe to Mountain Outpost. There'll be some great races coming up on that channel. This channel, I mean. As we're watching here, waiting Rachel and Edhar coming through.
The ultimate warrior with the need to float a blimp on Chris right now. We're still working on the Blimp Cam Fund. And I think at the rate that at what a blimp actually costs and the rate of donations for the blimp fund, I think it'll be Cocodona 2036 before we can debut the blimp on course, friends.
Yeah, well, and we need to see how the drone technology changes too over all of those years.
That's not the point. We want a floated blimp. We will get a floated blimp. It'll take a decade, but we'll get there.
We'll get it. Yeah. Yeah, and then we're back to Gold King Mine, so you can see the start line of that. And you can really see, like the 125, half the distance of Cocodona is still a huge and adventurous race, walk in the park, if you will. But what's really cool is you can see the variety of vehicles that are out there, even in there at Kelly Canyon. That's someone at the aid station? That is.
That's a Eder, I believe, coming into Kelly.
Yeah, and pacer getting water and stuff there. And thank you to the aid station folks who are out there. Looks like camped overnight to be ready for this, with the leaders being so far ahead of predictions.
Yeah, his pacer is doing what pacers do best and making sure their runner has everything they need.
Yeah, fill the bottles, hold the poles.
excited to see, what Eder's stride looks like as he rolls out of the aid station.
Yeah. And thank you for these great drone shots.
And Eder is out. Oh.
Is he out or is he going? I was about to say, I think we came last year. I remember we came from the top of the screen and then exited. Wow. And he's
moving.
He's moving good. Wow.
The man has
Pushing
wheels.
He's got wheels. I mean, there's still plenty of time left.
206 miles deep, and he is cruising.
Wow, that is a good pace. Good pace. And you get a sense of just how big these trees are as our drone pilot's zooming out for us. Thank you. Was that Troy out at Kelly Canyon? Thank you, Troy. Much appreciated.
And I know Rachel is expected into Kelly Canyon, is expected imminently into Kelly Canyon. So, we'll get eyes on our women's race leader.
Awesome.
Here soon.
Yeah, and thank you, John, in the chat, confirming. Thank you for all the help you did loading all the vehicles and things. And that is, Kelly McFadden, Kelly Canyon Aid. So big thanks, Kelly, for being the aid station captain out there.
Big ups, Mary R, for the donation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, very much appreciated. To recap a couple of big stories of yesterday, there was a lead switch between Dan and Ryan. Dan took a nap at Deer Pass, and then the pass happened. Ryan passed him, and then Dan passed him again afterwards. He made up ground very quickly.
Looks like...
Who's that? That's a pacer coming in?
That's a pacer, and here we have Rachel coming into the aid station.
Yeah, and we should note there is no crew access at this aid station, just pacers. That looks to be Kevin as the pacer.
Could you see it? I could see the smile from here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's gigantic. It's filling up the screen. So go Rachel. I know there's lots of people in the chat rooting for her. Great to see her pushing and just absolutely crushing it. Yeah, thanks to the volunteers out there too, helping her out. Pace, you look to be checking the watch and making sure everything looks good.
Yeah, do you know if there's a little bit of service here? He could be checking in with their crew.
There was service there last year.
Yeah, it looks like he was on the phone and checking with his crew. Yeah. Big thanks to Nicole Harry. Appreciate
thank you, Nicole.
That you appreciate us.
Wow. And you got the walking buffet, as it is. You can see, I see a can of maple syrup, bottle of maple syrup. All the snacks over there. You know, what's great is there is a variety of food at the different aid stations. So Kelly Canyon has a specialty. See if we can pop that up right quick.
Yeah, Rachel looks like she's definitely collecting herself a little bit. Got a love this bag of chips and a road soda. This is exactly what I look like at mile 85 of every 100 I've ever run. Is I need chips and I need a road soda and let's just get this thing done.
Yeah. Oh, and she's got the strategy I use. Put your jacket on over top of your vest to keep all that stuff in your vest dry. Gives you an extra little bit of insulation. And just anything that you've got clothing-wise, if it is in your pack, it will get wet if you got rained on. And we had reports that Hangover was getting rain around the time she would have been going through last night.
Yeah, just leaning on the table, taking a little weight off of the body, enjoying hamstring those ruffles.
Hamstring stretch possibly.
And then, Pacer is filling up bottles, making sure there's calories for the next section.
So Kelly Canyon to Fort Tut. There's a part on single track, and then the 125 and 250 route split. So, there is some navigation for people on this. And then it's dirt roads that puts you to paved road, and then the old highway. There was a really fun tunnel I remember going through last year and stopping and taking photos on that. And then you're on the Highland Trail, and this rolling hills. You made a little bit of a circle over to Fort Tut, and that's where we saw Ryan just moments ago.
I could attest to. How would you say it? Jean in Canada? Is that Jean or Sean?
It would depend. Are you English or French?
Oh my
Jean or
goodness,
Jean?
Jean. So my apologies, friends. I am just a dumb American here, but I love the Canadian Magic Juice. Is something that I put in my bottles all the time. A couple tablespoons of maple syrup, water, lemon or lime juice, and then I love the addition of the grated ginger and the guarana powder. I usually put sea salt in my bottles when I'm going maple. So yeah, big shout out to the Canadian Magic Juice.
Yeah, nice. Kelly Canyon, this is mile 206. So the next track to Fort Tut is just over 8 miles, 682 feet of gain, 587 feet of loss.
Yeah, Rachel took a 15-ish minute nap yesterday. Looks like she's out of the aid station now. She's leaving right now. This is Kelly Canyon, mile 206 of the course. Walking out with that road soda and the bag of chips, and just kind of working on putting calories down and resetting as the sun comes up.
Yeah, and for the quick stat that I've got, my timer is at 13:22, so that's about a 14-minute at least lie down for Ryan back at up ahead at the Fort Tut aid station.
Yeah. And big ups to Tanya Robles. We can't wait to have you volunteer next year at Cocodona 2026. Shout out from Buckeye, Arizona.
Buckeye, Arizona. Hey, yeah. Spent a lot of time down there running on the trails in Skyline.
And Gianni Capuano, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you.
We appreciate that you love the coverage. Enjoy Burning River. First 100. First ultra is going to be a 100-miler, my man, in July. Advice, start off slow and back off from there.
Yes, as someone who DNF'd their first 200s, that was the first ultra I attempted as well. Start off slower than you think. There is plenty of time, and make sure you are eating, drinking, and taking care of your feet.
Yeah.
And don't melt your puffy jacket at an aid station. That's a really bad idea. Really bad idea.
Solid advice from a man, Greg from the Great White North.
Yeah, propane in that race are kind of a thing. So, yeah, puffy coats.
And the donations keep coming in.
Jeez,
Kang Lee, thank you very much. Jeanette Brass, thank you very much. We definitely appreciate the support. And yeah, here we still have the drone shot of our female race leader, Rachel. She is running.
Wow.
She is dropping her
Drop
pacer.
Her pacer already.
She's
dude.
She's like ruffles for the win. Let's go.
Yeah, I got some Coke. She seems to be moving really well for approaching 207 miles into the race. And again, you can see the difference. Those are most likely aspens that are without their leaves right beside those big bull pines. So definitely a little bit cooler up here when you get onto the plateau. We are currently sitting, as of 14 minutes ago, feels like temperature of 40 here in Flag, and overcast.
Matt Marks, thanks for coming in hot with the donation. From Austin.
Austin, Texas, thank you.
Yeah, actually, fun note, Lindsay Dwyer, who is living in California currently, she's actually from Austin, Texas.
Cool.
Yeah.
I need to make it there one day. Keep hearing great things.
We have Ryan audio. We're going to go back to Tuthill and see if we can't see Ryan waking up from his nap.
That would be 17 minutes if he is awake now.
Oh. The chat is rowdy, friends.
That could be Lucy Bartholomew in the puffy coat with the hood up.
Yeah, that's Lucy.
She was pacing Ryan earlier. We're not sure if she's pacing him later. Just trust question in the chat. The Sedona Canyons 125 will be starting in just under 40 minutes. That's 40 minutes. Back in Jerome, we had the Skycam at John G. Skycam at Gold King Mine. How is Eldon looking this morning? It was dark when we drove here.
Yeah, couldn't tell y'all. We'll let you know later.
Let you know. Yes, that is our plan. We are going to go and climb Eldon when we are done
with our shift. So Rob Simon coming in hot. Thank you, friend.
Yeah, we'll give a quick leaderboard update. So we are watching, eagerly anticipating the awakening of Ryan Sands, who's currently second overall, second male. This is the Fort Tuthill aid station. Fort Tuthill is at mile 214. Dan Green is ahead of him at the moment with still 32-ish, somewhere over 30 miles to go based on last tracker. For the race overall, we've got Dan Green in first, followed by Ryan Sands, Edhar Ramirez, Rachel and Trekken in fourth, which is also first female, and DJ Fox round out the top 5 overall. Harry Subertis rounds out the top 5 males. And on the female side, who's here for the women's race, Rachel has got, wow, her lead is growing. 35, 36 miles on Lindsay Dwyer in second. She's got about 7 on Georgia Porter. And again, this is as of tracker updates, so don't quote these as being exact. Georgia Porter in third, Sarah Ostaszewski in fourth. Oh, and it looks like Catherine Anderson and Sarah are pretty close to each other right now. And you can see there we're back at Gold King Mine. Start line, people rolling in for the Sedona Canyons 125. Back at pickup, we've got our big Air Viper box truck is out there. See a pile of drop bags, crew vehicles. It's crazy seeing all the variety of Sprinter vans and SUVs and things that are set up with people sleeping in them, crewing out of them, doing everything that they can. Our timer update on Ryan Sands' nap is just past 20 minutes for this point, so we'll keep you going, give you an update on that as best we can. Oh, vehicles running, keeping them warm in there. Crew just chilling. You can see, well, off to the left, that looks, I would imagine that's the shoes he was wearing, because you can see the mud caked onto them. That does not look fun.
Yeah, it looks like they have the fresh, clean pair for him to put on.
Yeah, nice and white.
Competitive napping.
Yeah. Yeah, well, his nap at this moment is not quite as long as Dan's was. Okay, yeah, again, we're back to the mine. I was saying this, the Sprinter vans, there's so many different setups that we've seen because there's 125 hours for the runners in the 250. You know, that's a lot of time. Your crew, your pacers also need to sleep. You might want to sleep. So there's a lot of leapfrogging of vehicles, of crews. Oh, now we're back. And who is this? 136.
Big ups, Ross Noble. Thank you. Best race, best coverage. Thanks for all.
That is Daniel Bishop.
Thanks for another great year of Coke and donuts.
Yeah. Yes, and that looks like Sedona. Daniel Bishop coming into Sedona. That, again, was a nice aid station from what I remember last year being there, crewing and pacing. Had a big... Was there a sleep station? I know there was massage there. My runner definitely took advantage of that. I'd like to say good vibes to Sarah Simmons running the Sedona Canyons 125 today. And yeah, Daniel Bishop, we're going to Sedona Posse Grounds. So you can see the gorgeous world-renowned red rock.
Look at that mud.
The mud, the greenery and shrubbery. Hey, thank you, Samantha Lowe. Very much appreciated. Greggy and Troy coming to you at hour 49 of Cocodona 2025. Again, if I get 2,000 Instagram likes, I will run this. So at Cactus Moose, I might just run it anyway because it sounds fun. Oh, we got Dan. All right.
We got Ryan.
Ryan.
Looks like he's finally waking up. What do we got on the sleep tracker?
On the sleep tracker, we have 22 minutes and 28 seconds, so 23 and a bit. And just look at all those camera crews.
That's a solid sleep score.
Yeah. Oh, it sounds like we got some audio, so we'll just see what we can pick up here. Okay, and we just lost audio. Pacer with 1,000-yard stare. Hi, Pacer. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hey, there we go. We got the audio back. How are you doing today?
Doing great, thank you. How are you doing?
Just groovy, sitting here in the studio.
Just
Nice and
drinking
warm in
coffee. It is pretty warm in here, actually.
Yeah, what's your name?
Christian Meyer.
Christian Meyer. Thank you very much. Any updates for us on the course, or Ryan?
How was that overnight section?
Yeah, it was pretty tough, to be honest. I think some of the single track we hit early on was a bit choppy through the forest and kind of branches and things all over the trails, and finally got to a bit of gravel road, and then back into the mud, which seems to be a bit the theme this week. But then once we got out onto the kind of the hard pack gravel section before the water station, that aid station, we could get moving pretty well again. So that was good. But it makes it for pretty tough going out there with the mud and some of those choppy sections for sure.
Yeah, and was any part of rain or weather part of the race plan? Is this something Ryan is trained in?
I mean, I think like pretty much everybody, they're more training the heat protocol than they were the rain protocol.
Yeah, sure.
But that being said, Ryan had spent a significant amount of time before he came out. I think it was 4 more weeks before the race, and was based in Flagstaff originally, and spent a few days running in the snow. Actually, they had some pretty rough weather in Flagstaff the last few weeks before the race.
So he got some very specific training. That's awesome.
He did. Yeah. I don't think he was expecting that to be that specific, but
well, way to get him through the night, man. I know it's kind of the final push, and we're excited to see how Ryan feels. After taking, I believe, I don't think he's. Do you know how much he slept previous to this nap?
He's done, I believe, 2 15 minutes and 1 5 minute so far.
Okay.
Before this.
It's so amazing. You run for, call it 50 hours, and you're running. You're sleeping for 35 minutes.
Yeah, it's wild. But if there's one thing he's good at, it's suffering. So let's see how he pulls through this next bit.
Yes, sir. We were actually on yesterday when Dan took his sleep, and then Ryan was able to make the pass at Deer Pass, and yeah, it was just really cool to see that kind of dynamic at a race this long.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty wild to see. They're very, very ahead of any sort of anticipated schedule that we had, and to see that kind of racing over a 250-mile race is pretty impressive to see.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting you mentioned that from a crew standpoint. Over here, from a logistics standpoint, as far as putting on the event and doing the live stream, like we're scrambling to make sure cameras are in the right place because everyone is running so much faster than anticipated.
Or aid stations, or pretty much everything. Yeah, I don't think anyone is planning for this.
So yeah, well, again, Chris, thanks for a little bit of your time, man. I know it was a rough overnight section, and looks like Ryan's kind of getting it all together. Yeah, and I could attest the mud. I went for a small run yesterday, and I had 3 inches of mud caked on my shoes. So I can only imagine what it's like to deal with that for, call it 30 hours plus.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you just joined us, that is Christian Meyer, who was Ryan Sands' pacer for that last section into Fort Tuthill. That's a great report to have of mud and more mud. Ryan Sands is currently running in 2nd place overall, with right now about a 7-mile gap on 3rd place, which is Edhar. And then Rachel's in 4th overall. Again, they're all chasing race leader Dan Green. And there is a gorgeous shot of the sun coming through in Sedona. Man, I wish I was there with a camera right now.
Look at that ray of sunshine coming down.
Hour.
That is epic.
Yeah, the adobe in the background. Thank you to our drone pilots for being out there at Sedona Posse Grounds aid station. Seeing that weather clearing, you can still see there are some darker clouds, but it is clearing. And looking out the window here in Flag, I just see clouds, but it is brightening. A little under 30 minutes away from the start of the Sedona Canyons 125. For all those runners, oh, there we go. Okay, you can see that's the drop bags in that pickup truck just off to the left. We got getting closer and closer to the start of that race in Jerome. See, a big thank you and shout out to all the people involved in setup for the start line of that race, registration, packet pickup. And that'll be a pretty quick turnaround once this race gets started. And you can see just how built into the hillside Jerome is as well. Small little mountain town in it's called north central Arizona. Great little tourist attraction if you're heading down to take a trip, and just so much of the history there. So it's really cool how you are running through Arizona history with this race, traversing from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff.
All right, friends, we're going to cut for a quick ad break, and we'll see you on the other side.
Everybody has skin, and we have the skin salve for you. The salve was originally created to heal damaged skin, and it does that very well. It also is amazing at preventing friction, reducing friction. So whether you're using it as a moisturizer, a hydrator of the skin system, or going out, you're in a big race or adventure, the skin deserves squirrel's nut butter.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Look at the growth of ultra running the past few years. In fact, now they have 200-mile races, 240-mile races, 250-mile races. They're growing exponentially. I've been involved in all of this along the way, and everything has been the same. Athletes, truly inspired by athletes, want to go farther and faster in the mountains. The journey that an athlete has to go through, going from the ups and downs and the highs and the lows, and how the products that they carry and the systems that they put in place, the training that they put in place in order to accomplish what 35 years ago I thought was not possible. But now it is possible. And it is possible because all the great innovation that is going on in this world in all the areas of the industries, and now they are obtaining things that are incredible. I am so happy to be a part of this journey.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, Janchi. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
This coverage today, and yeah, Greg, what are some of the things that we're excited about right now?
I'm excited about the sunshine. I'm wearing Hawaiian stuff to bring the sun back, but right now we got some things. We got Ryan Sands was still in Fort Tutt when we went to commercial break. We had our currently last place runner Christopher made it to the aid station at Thane Ranch ahead of the cutoff, so we are pumped for that. Looks like he's actually picked up a spot, and Kyung Lee is currently our last place runner. Shout out to Kyung. I've met her at several Air Viper races. And we're just excited for how fast everyone is going and to finally see the sunshine. I think that's one of the bigger stories, is the impact the weather has had on this race.
Yeah, and before we went to commercial break, looked like Ryan Sands, our second place male, was just getting ready to kind of get back out on course after taking around a 20-minute nap. And then right prior to that, we had Eder and Rachel come through the Kelly Canyon aid station. It looks like Eder is about, hard to do the math here, but he's about a mile ahead of Rachel right now.
Yeah, so to round out our top 5 overall, we've got Dan Green, Ryan Sands, Eder Ramirez, Rachel Entrekin, and DJ Fox. If you add Harry Saberdes, that's the top 5 males. And the top 5 women, Rachel has on tracker numbers, over 35-mile lead on Lindsay Dwyer. Sarah Ostaszewski's in 4th. Actually, it looks like Georgia Porter and Catherine Anderson are all in the mix, so we could have some changes there. And that would be the women's field top 5. Just seeing they're pinging at 162. That would be Sedona Posse Grounds aid station, so we might actually have some visuals of those women as they are in the aid station, because this is Sedona area. And if we can get a number, bib number 160, who is our runner in the gorgeous Sedona area? That would be Dante Duggan. Remember we saw Dante yesterday. Dante might have been making faces at us at Mingus Mountain. There were quite a few people that we had in the aid stations. And as you can imagine, this is a 250-mile race, so there are cameras spread out, there are aid stations spread out, the length of the course. We've also got the Sedona Canyons 125 is starting in the next 18 minutes back in Jerome. We are 49 hours. We are day 3 of coverage here. The overall race cutoff is 125 hours, which will be Saturday morning at 10 a.m. local time in Flagstaff, Arizona, right downtown. So we thank you for joining us for this coverage that we've got here on Mountain Outpost. All 5,600 people of you. Let's see how much we can make the like button increase. We're at 1,300 people already in the hour and a bit we've been on.
Yeah, go ahead and smash that like button. I think we were muted when we came in, but yeah, it's Cocodona 250 brought to you by Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa Running. My name is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod, and this is...
My name is Greggy Varigan. I'm just here.
Yeah, he's our man from the Great White North up in Canada, and you can thank Greg in the chat for the beautiful weather that we're having on course today.
You're welcome. Yeah, so you can see as they're going to Sedona, it looks like that rain from yesterday, it doesn't look super muddy. I don't see a lot attaching to the shoe of our pacer there. You can see them power hiking up. It's kind of some rolling hills in that Sedona area, not a super technical section. And then for all runners who are entering Sedona Posse Grounds, that's mile 162. And from Posse Grounds, you have a mandatory gear check leaving here. So if you don't have the required gear, you cannot leave. And this could become a developing thing as this weather clears. This part can be brutally hot, this part of the race leaving Sedona Canyon. So you can see some of those geologic formations in the background there, the various rocks. Snoopy Rock is somewhere out there. But as you leave Posse Grounds for Foxborough Ranch, there's some nice single track, and then you hit the spicy part of the course, the Hangover Trail, which was, I know there's a lot of people that were concerned about that. It is slick rock, it can be steep, it is off camber a little bit, so we're hoping that dries out for most of the runners, because that probably wouldn't be the most fun thing to experience if it is raining. So it's just nice to see this sun coming out. And some rough numbers for you. Posse Grounds aid station to Foxborough Ranch is a 15-mile section with 3,300 feet of gain. You are climbing onto the Coconino Plateau, which is part of the Mogollon Rim, and then you're just kind of up and down until you get to Mount Eldon. Got some nice puddles there in the background, and it was Christian Meyer was Ryan's pacer who just gave us an update on conditions getting into Fort Tut and mentioned that mud having an impact.
Yeah, really cool insights from Chris, and it was interesting to hear that Ryan was able to put quite a bit of training up here in Flagstaff in the snow in some kind of mucky conditions, so maybe uninadvertently getting some very specific training for what race conditions were going to look like.
Yeah, anything can happen. It's an ultra, and it's Arizona. Thank you very much, Brenton Johns, for the donation. Very much appreciated.
Yeah, this looks like coming into to the water spot, if I remember from yesterday.
There's the water station of mile 154. I'd like to thank our volunteer who's out there with the camera. Oh, you can see, don't just, you need to pay attention to navigation. That's an orange navigational marker right in front of that paddle cactus down there, prickly pear. So those are important to pay attention to. And then you also just saw, it just left the screen, there was an orange piece of flagging tape with a white reflective marker on it. That is how Aravaipa's marked the course. And then it's generally a white and blue polka dot for the do not go this way. See some of the technical part of the Sedona trails appearing now, as well as those majestic views as the, who was it, Dante is making his way through the Sedona area. Weather's been a big story for this race. Cool temperatures at the start. Harry was set off a blistering pace, far ahead of his times last year. And then we had some storms and some rain and snow and some wet and cold people. It's nice to see this storm breaking. The temperature still is cool. We've got a feels like of 40 in Flagstaff, Northern Arizona here right now, with a forecast to get clear out overnight, and then mainly sunny tomorrow, highs of close to 70.
Yeah, that sounds like closer to historic Cocodona conditions.
Yeah, well, thank you to our volunteer out there with the camera. It was great to see some of the drone shots we had earlier of the sunrise. And who have we got here? We have number 13. Look at those flashy shorts. I love seeing people bring out their flare.
Yeah, they're rocking the...
that is Cameron Haynes.
Oh,
we had lots of people asking in the chat. Keep hammering. We got the Keep Hammering new shoes out here. Seems to be moving pretty well.
Yeah, one foot in front of the other. Yeah, crazy. Cam is going to run this race with a broken foot. So, yeah, high fives. Hey, Cam.
Yeah, thanks for being out here.
Keep hammering, brother.
Yeah, this is awesome that we got such cool personalities here. Hey, thank you to somebody on the chat. Z. Oh, Z's going to win Cocodona 2026. Am I going to be in Cocodona 2026? Yeah, so we're just approaching here 11 minutes and change for the start of the Sedona Canyons race as we watch Cameron Haynes and the Sedona area. There are beautiful trails out here. I have run a lot of them. Hangover Trail is a personal favorite. It's neat to see that be part of the course.
I can't tell from the tracker if Cam is going in to Posey grounds or if he's coming out. But he's really close to one of the Sedona aid stations.
Oh, yeah, there is a big aid station at Posse Grounds in Sedona. Yeah, Sedona Posse Grounds, it has everything. Crew access, pacer access, drop bags, gear checks, sleep station, and a medic. So one of the big ones, lots of people spend some time there, and I imagine they're going to see a lot of people today because we can see, if you're on the live tracker and you zoom out a little bit, you can see there's stringing out at the front, but there is a lot of people coming in there for Jerome and a lot beyond Jerome on their way to Dead Horse and then Deer Pass Aid. And hopefully some of the people see that cow. Got the personality and got to talk to Terry yesterday. Quick recap. Our leader is Dan Green, followed by Ryan Sands, Eder Ramirez, Rachel and Trekken, and DJ Fox round out our top 5. And just a huge performance by Rachel.
Yeah, Rachel and Dan both just doing it. And I can confirm from the tracker, this is Cam leaving that aid station at Sedona Post Grounds and heading back to the main courses. That's a little out and back section the runners have to do.
Yeah, and Dan and Rachel are in the newer section of the course, so I guess some of this part will be overlapped from last year, but the whole hangover section, there are no splits or historic records for that since last year's course crossed Oak Creek.
you can see those partly cloudy skies, only a couple dark clouds on the horizon. That is a stark difference from what we've seen over the last 2 days on this course, as skies just continue to look more and more ominous as the start of the race unfolded into day 2. And here, we're about 8 minutes away from the start of the 125. We got a nice little drone shot over the start line.
We got the sun coming out. That's a nice way for all those runners to start off.
A bunch of people milling around.
And then, moving to the start line the next little bit. I know one of the favorites is Cole Crosby on the Aravaipa running team. I'll take a quick chance to shout out our sponsors. John G's got the Skycam. Thank you, John G. As well as Speedland, a Cameron Haynes sponsor. NAC Energy, Ultraspire Packs, Tailwind Nutrition, Catula, Squirrel's Nut Butter. So when we do go back to Fort Tuthill, we saw Ryan. They were sponsoring that aid station. Satisfy.
Big shout out to Doug Shipman for the donation for some morning coffee to the coverage crew. But Doug, appreciate the donation, but Cooperative Coffee Roasters have us covered with coffee. They're keeping us heavily caffeinated. Shout out to friends of mine from Asheville, North Carolina, Cooperative Coffee Roasters.
Yes, this stuff is delicious. And we'll also thank Bear Butt Wipes. I am kind of excited to try one of these things.
Yeah, and they're at every aid station for the runners. So when the runners need to clean up, or if nature calls, they've got some single-use wipes that they can use.
They've got you covered.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like
some people going to the start of the... Well, nobody's moved up to the start line yet. Still got more than 5 minutes. And see photographers there. All the nice race rig, crew and pacer rig setups, because again, the 125 will be kicking off. It's 125 miles, a lot of aid stations, crew and pacer access as well.
Yeah, and if anyone's wondering in the chat, each runner is required to carry one of those logs that's right there for the 125. So excited to see that new dynamic for the race, for the 125 race.
Yeah, we might have some caber tossing as well at some point during this. Just throw it down the hill. Thank you for the donation. Cam Haynes is still hammering. So this is Gold King Mine, is the start of the Sedona Canyons 125 is our drone right now. We'd like to thank our drone operator.
Oh, big thanks, Lindsay. Sattler deal. Appreciate that you're appreciating the coverage, and a huge shout out to your husband, Andy, who is the Sedona live stream gimbal camera guy that was on the trail covering Cam just a little bit ago before we cut to this shot of the start of the 125 race.
Yeah, well, for a quick note on the women's current top 5 in the 250 race, Rachel's got a significant lead on Lindsay Dwyer in second. She's got a distance on Sarah Ostazuski in third. It looks like Sarah is pulling ahead of Georgia Porter in fourth and Catherine Edwards Anderson in fifth. What the tracker's showing, it seems as though Sarah has left the Posse Grounds aid station and Georgia and Catherine are still there. But yeah, still plenty of time for movement to change. You know that aid station Sedona is at mile 162, so just a hair under 100 miles for them to go. Back at the start of the 125, you know, all these people coming from all around to do this race. It's great to see the variety of flags here on the live tracker, not just for states, but for international. Beautiful big point-to-point adventure race. 125 miles from Jerome to Flagstaff. And if you are getting the urge from this coverage to run something, maybe even Cocodona 2026, that registration will open on the 20th of May. So you have a little time to think about it. There's also lots of other Aravaipa events in some different states. There is a race in Highlands Ranch, Colorado, if you're Colorado people watching this coming weekend. But tons of other things coming up. Check the website, aravaiparunning.com. And thank you for joining us on the Mountain Outpost live stream. Streaming live on YouTube. Greggy Varigan here with Troy Meadows. No one seems super eager to get up to the start line.
Yeah, there.
You. After you, no.
There is definitely no urgency here. It looks like they're slowly starting to migrate kind of toward that area. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, all right, there's a 2-minute warning. But yeah, some stats on the 125. Trackers were issued up until 15 minutes ago. And then the overall race cutoff is on Saturday the 10th of May at 10 a.m. So that is 75 hours for this race. 15,000 feet of elevation gain over just under 80% of single track, 12% double track, and 9% of pavement. The course is similar but not identical to the 250. There are a couple different sections past Sedona.
Mr. Jerry Wilcox, thank you very much for the donation. We appreciate that you appreciate us. And we're just about a little over a minute away from the start, as all the runners for the 125 event are kind of getting ready to start their journey to Flagstaff today.
Yeah, and they're going to start that off with a pretty steep descent down out of Jerome to the next aid station at Dead Horse, which is the lowest point of that race. And from there, it's a climb all the way up to Flag. Some parts are steeper, some parts are less steep. And then once you get to a little bit past Munns Park before Kelly Canyon, it evens out, kinda, within a couple hundred meters or a few hundred feet of elevation change. This race would be fun to do.
Trish, thank you so much for the donation. Looks like you're hanging out with your grandchildren, and you've been glued for 50 hours straight with lots of Stoke and Mountain Dew, and I know you've been a riot in the chat, so appreciate you joining the fun here at Cocodona with us.
All right, we should see them.
And there they go. Right off.
Wow,
going
right off
hot
the bat.
right off the front.
Wow, we could see a new record there too.
It looks like a couple people were taking notes from Harry.
Yeah. Wow, and whoever's got the live stream gimbal cam there, they just gave up on the front runner and get in the middle of the pack. Well, what was cool about being at that start? Oh, thank you. Ooh, I'm gonna do my best. Lasse Sorensen. Thank you very much. You can see we're gonna start hitting some of this steep downhill. Some nice mining remnants from Jerome, some tailings piles, and everything Arizona history. You were running through the history of the state with this, and you can just see from how our runner has opened the stride up there. Bit of a grade going down.
I have no idea what the conversion is from the Danish krone, but yeah, big ups, Lassie. Thank you so much for the donation.
Let me see if I can figure that out. Watching from the UK, thank you, Lisa. Well, should is a relative term. Thank you for being here watching us. Thank you, everyone in the live stream. We've got 5,800 people right now.
Yeah, Lisa, no one works on Cocodona Week, so just clear your calendar. Let your boss know that that you're not available for any meetings. Yeah, looks like we have 4 runners just
Wow.
setting the pace.
Bombing it.
Yeah.
I was about to say it'd be neat to see what 250 runners are there, but it'll be really hard from the air to tell who's in what race. But you can see the field spreading out already, and just to see the scale of the mining operations up here. Big thank you to our drone operators. Big thank you to the volunteers. All the staff putting this on. That start line will be broken down in not too long and transported out.
Been over here feverishly refreshing the tracker to see if Ryan Sands has left the aid station at Fort Tuthill. It's been over 22 minutes since his tracker has refreshed itself, so I'm assuming that he's on the trail and on his way through that Walnut Creek section, Sands Pacer.
Yeah, and thank you, Chris Conway, for the donation from the UK. As we're looking on the tracker here too, Dan Green is approaching the aid station at Walnut Canyon, which is just under mile 231.
Four miles out, it looks like. 4 miles out from Walnut Canyon aid station.
Wow. Just mind-boggling pace.
And he's cruising. Yeah, it looks like we should have coverage of Dan coming into that aid station when he does get there in maybe 20 or 30 minutes.
30 minutes, perfect. Yeah, we've got people out in the field, but there are so many things happening right now. Yeah. And with the pace and everyone running fast. Who have we got here? 34?
I believe this is Georgia. But I could be wrong.
Okay, 30 something, 8. If it's 34, that would be Kyla Mayer. 38 would be Kaylee Demergian. I'm saying that correctly. Does look to be an 8. Yes, 38. So that is Kaylee Demergian, and she is currently 4th female. And that is the Sedona Posse Grounds aid station, mile 162 and a bit. And we're back to the 125 here. Nice to see dry roads. 3 minutes into the start of that race, or 4 minutes, I guess now. Nice vibrant green in those trees there. That is really popping on the copper-colored rocks in Arizona. So we got some crews starting to leave from Gold King.
Oh, yeah, it looks like Ryan is definitely on his way to Walnut Canyon. Has left the Fort Tuthill aid station, and he's 14 and a half miles out. So Dan's got about a 10 mile lead on second place runner Ryan Sands. So for everyone tuning in, Dan Green is putting on a clinic here on the Cocodona course, running in first place. Has covered about 225 miles of the 250 some odd mile distance, and and Ryan Sands is about 9 miles behind him, followed by Eder Ramirez, and then leading the women's race is Rachel Intrekin. Intrekin, excuse me. And her and Eder are about within a mile of each other, and we're expecting them at the Fort Tuthill aid station probably within the hour.
Thank you to Robert Arnold for that donation. Very much appreciated. As we've got the drone following the start of the Sedona Canyon 125. So this first section does deviate from the 250 course. Start line to the Dead Horse Aid Station is just over 10 miles with a drop of 2,400 feet, but there's also a gain of 358 feet. It's on roads, surface streets for 1.5 miles, and then a very beat up dirt road, and you drop 1,000 feet in a mile. So definitely get your quads activated at the beginning of that race. And you'll then, mile 6.5, you're in Main Street, Clarkdale. So run along the roads, probably get some honks and high fives from people. And then that first aid station is at Dead Horse Ranch State Park.
Yeah, and big thanks to Chris from the UK. Thanks for enjoying the coverage, and good luck for your first ultra later this year.
Yeah, thank you to our drone operators, and you can see how it's clearing up. The weather has played such a role in this race with the muddy conditions our leaders are encountering right now, yet the dry and sunny conditions for the start of the 125. We had those cold conditions at the start of the race, which led to Harry to go off, and some really fast times from Harry, Courtney when she was still in the race, Rachel, Dan Green, Jack Scott was up there. And then people started to drop, and we got some weather rolling in.
Yeah, and I think one of my favorite moments, besides getting to banter with Tara yesterday about what was it, the cinnamon roll waffles that they had at the Jerome Aid Station, but getting to watch Dan take that sleep break at Deer Pass, and then have Ryan come in and take the lead for probably 20 miles or so, and then Dan overtook him. I think Ryan had about, by the time Ryan came through that aid station, Ryan woke up maybe 10 minutes later, and then Dan woke up about 10 minutes later, and Ryan had about a mile-ish lead, and then Dan gobbled that up within 20 miles, and then has continued to push the pace here.
Yeah, push the pace and grow his lead. Wow.
Yeah, Karen Sparks, big ups and thanks for the donation.
And on the women's side too, Rachel and Courtney. Courtney was leading. Rachel was right there with her, and then Courtney with the DNF. So Rachel is our leader, our race winner from last year, and she is still pushing the pace too. And big shout out to T.
Brodzinski. We appreciate that you appreciate the coverage, and you're rooting for Rachel, newly moved and a new resident to Colorado. So she's a local girl for the Colorado people in the chat. And Gianni Capuano, thank you again. I know you donated yesterday as well, so big ups. How many marathons did you guys run before competing your first ultra? I have never ran a marathon, though I have ran over a dozen ultras.
I ran one marathon way back in the day on the road, not my thing, and then right into ultras. Good question, thank you. Back here in Sedona, it does look like some of those clouds are dissipating, and all of our mid-pack runners, they're going to get some beautiful views as they enter this section of the course, for most of them some part today. The next cutoff that we're looking at for the 250, we had Christopher just ahead of the cutoff at Fain Ranch. So that cutoff was at 6 a.m., just over an hour ago. Our next cutoff is Mingus Mountain at 1 p.m. for the 125, and Mingus Mountain is at 108.3. So we'll be keeping an eye and see who's pushing that cutoff. Big shout out to our people towards the end right now. We've got Lori, nope, wrong thing here. Kyung Lee, Elizabeth Russ, Carmen Sendejas, Leanne Hood, Diane Senia, Aylin Davis, who's a deaf runner, Victoria Rochat, Trinity Buckley, Gloria King, Candace Gale. Just trucking along. Well done. And some other big stories from yesterday. The lead changes between Dan and Ryan. Rachel taking the women's lead. Michael Versteeg. That was a big DNF.
Yeah, he was on. He was having a really good. It's kind of, you're always having a good day until you're not, you know. And he was definitely running in third place for a really long time, and you know that we mentioned it previously. You just don't know what the day or days in this case with Cocodona are gonna bring you, and nothing is given in ultras. Another amazing sweeping shot of the Sedona Red Rocks here.
Wow. Just unbelievable. Truly a magical place. And this is a great job of showcasing the beauty and diversity of Arizona. Some other notable events from the past 2 days. Jack Scott out of the UK was right up near the top for a while, and then it seemed to be a hamstring that we saw him trying to stretch out on the live stream.
Yeah, I mean, that's really unfortunate as winner of the winter spine. Real contender here showing up, and I mean, he didn't have his day. Obviously, injuries are going to happen, and you know, when they happen early, I think it was around mile 80 or so when that happened. It's sometimes some things you just can't work through, and you know, good on him for showing up here, and I expect we will see him in next year's edition of the race, knowing how he likes to approach things. I know that's the same thing that he did with the winter spine, is, you know, he showed up to that race multiple times in order to get, you know, to finally to win that and set a CR there. So
yeah, and a huge one. Big congratulations to him for that race. Some of the other notable names that we've got, Callie Vinson. I know there are a lot of people checking in about Callie, who's done a great job of inspiring a number of people with her running journey. She unfortunately DNF'd yesterday. Local fan favorite Andre Lee as well is a DNF. Andre Lee out of Phoenix does all kinds of big Rare Viper races. Hope you're doing well, Andre. And who have we got here? See if we can get the bib number as we approach closer. $36. It's 36. That would be Catherine Edwards Anderson. And she currently is 4th overall female. 6th overall at Cocodona last year. Moving well.
Yeah, thank you to Controlled Insanity. That's awesome. That's how I think Greg and I both feel right now. Yeah, thanks for the donation. The tracking device tracking system used by the runners. I'm actually not familiar with the system that we're currently using, but I can dig in there and try to get some details for you. I know every runner carries a GPS device. You'll see it prominently mounted on one of the top shoulders, as I know they're looking to make sure they can get the clearest GPS signal. And from my experience with using devices like this and some of the hundreds that I've done, they just periodically send out the GPS ping, and then there's a command center that's kind of collecting all that information, and then it's being, put onto the tracking map. but that's all I really know about the system. I have no real details on like what it's called, the name of the system, or anything like that.
Wow, thank you to all. Almost 6,000 people are in here on the live stream right now. 8 o'clock Arizona time. What's that? So we're on Pacific, so almost lunchtime over on the East Coast. Maybe we've got a lot of East Coast folks tuning in for Dan Green and that great field commentary we had from Tara Dower.
Yeah, and we got 1,600 likes on this stream on day 3. Here's a call to action to all of you in the chat and watching from home. Let's see if we can't push that to over 2,000 here in the next minute or so. If you haven't already, go ahead and smash that like button while we watch one of our female runners here.
Catherine.
Thank you, Catherine.
Catherine
make her way to the pose aid station.
Gorgeous. Oh, I see a hello from Western Australia. Wow, the whole other side of the world. You can see this is one of the pavement sections, so running through the roads in Sedona. Seeing some of the $1 million houses.
Yeah, our fans on the Beast Coast are correcting you, Greg. It's a little after 10 a.m. on the East Coast, so it's closer.
My lunchtime.
It's closer to 11's than it is to true lunchtime. So
close enough.
Yeah, interested to know how AJW is doing. Greg, do you know his bib number by chance?
1314. I want to say it was a double-digit one. 76. He's almost done 125 miles. Looks like the last tracker ping we got about a minute ago. He is... did he go through Jerome Aid, or is he on his way to Jerome Aid? Looks like he is on his way to Jerome Aid.
Oh my gosh, I'm on the tracker and the colors for the 125 are like the yellow and the orange, and it's just like a mob of yellow and orange just like storming the course right now.
Yeah, this is when we're going to see all that aid station prep come into play.
Yeah, so for everyone out there wanting to know how AJW is doing, he's either in Jerome or right outside of Jerome. So, kind of halfway. And he has some work cut out for him because technically he has a shift here on the live stream to close out the golden hour with Chris Warden on Saturday. So
groovy. All right, looks like we're back at Fort Tuthill, Arizona. Gorgeous park just south of Flagstaff. 4-mile run from our Airbnb, 6 and a bit from where we are currently broadcasting from. And you see the big Squirrels Adventure Lube sign. I know there are a lot of people keeping their feet and keeping their body from chafing with squirrels. We did have a Chris Thornley sighting a while ago when Ryan came into the aid station. We'll see what we can see later on. Thank you to all the volunteers out there setting everything up. Hello from Adelaide and from the UK.
And for our viewing audience and friends in the chat, we do have a drone getting set up to bring us some coverage of race leader Dan Green as he comes into the Walnut Canyon aid station, and we'll be. Wow! Oh, look at that! Here we go. So this is that drone out on the hunt looking for our race leader Dan Green.
You can
My
see,
apologies.
You can see, there's some, that looks like a big puddle right in the middle. So, it definitely rained up here. That is definitely a puddle. But you can also see it's drying out on that forest road. So, hopefully this mud that the leaders have encountered is drying out and they're not getting a couple extra pounds of weight to each foot with each step. And that looks kind of aid station-y. Or dispersed camping-y.
Wolfie's World in the chat asking me a question. Honestly, I'm interested to see how the progression of the 125 race, as I know it's only a couple years old, does attract deeper fields. For now, I think the marquee event is the 250, and that's the one that everyone really has their eyes on, is if you're talking about brands and sponsorship opportunities. But I mean, who knows? That could definitely change as Cocodona continues to grow in popularity, and just more and more eyes are coming to this week. And as you can see from the community and the engagement in the chat, people really love like this week in ultra running, and it's a really great way to kind of bring the community together for an entire week to really just like relish in what we love about running ultras and getting to see some of our favorite athletes do really big things on such a cool stage.
Yeah, thank you. We've got a report from the field that the trail going into Walnut is super muddy in sections. As we kind of saw as the drone was approaching, that is the aid station right there. As you could see, there was the one puddle and then several more.
Yeah, well, last night it dumped for like
so
2 hours or 3 hours in the middle, in the evening as the sun was coming down here in Flagstaff. So I imagine the trails here in Flag are not going to be dry anytime soon, at least for the front of this race. And yeah, we should have eyes on Dan, as he's kind of running through the Flagstaff pines up on the plateau.
Up on the plateau, it looks like he's got around 10 miles on Ryan Sands right now. But again, there's just under 30 miles or around 30 miles to go. Lots can still happen. They still got the Eldon climb. Still got Rachel and Trekken as our first female, currently 4th place overall.
I just want to say big ups to the people watching. We're over 2,000 likes.
Wow.
And big ups to the Ultimate Warrior for calling it out. Smash that like button. Load the spaceship. Let's get ready for liftoff.
I thought that was people that just looks like volunteers or Air Viper staff down there in the bottom. Nice big rider trucks full of food and tents and whatnot. Keep these runners going.
Oh, the road conditions look atrocious. All of the ruts are just filled with water.
Yeah, and this when Dan gets there, Dan will be able to pick up a pacer again. So this is the no pacer section that he is currently moving through. That does look like some people, but who they are, unclear. Hello. And then once Dan arrives at Walnut Canyon, it is just under 7 miles to the Wildcat Hill aid station. This section that we're looking at here around Fort Tut to Walnut Canyon, and then beyond the Walnut Canyon aid station, it'll be old double track, a lot of back and forth turns, and then there are going to be some intersections as they make their way, runners make their way to Wildcat. And they're going through some of the remnants of the volcanic eruptions about 1,000 years ago around what's now Flag. And you see some of the remnants of that on a variety of trails out here.
Yeah, per the tracker, it looks like Dan's kind of hitting that bigger climb with a couple switchbacks before you make the little bit of a flattened descent into Wildcat and Walnut Canyon aid station. I don't know where Wildcat came from, but he's about 2.5 miles out.
Thanks to all our aid station volunteers and our aid station captain out there at Walnut Canyon. Thanks also to John G for the Skycam here, and thank you, Peter Shayrus. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate your donation.
Oh, and thank you, Peter, for the perfect pronunciation for Rachel's name. I really do appreciate that because I've been stumbling over it for the last 48 hours. That's Intrakin for those of you listening.
Yeah, so we'll have Dan coming in here soon. Ryan, 2 hours, maybe? Something like that. We'll see how he picks up his pace. Seems to be moving pretty good. And then we're still waiting on Eder and Rachel will be the next two to enter Fort Tuthill. Curious to see if they take any break or try and sleep a little bit or just push through. And there is no pacer on this section our leaders are going through due to the habitat issues with the Forest Service permit.
Greg, do you know what direction the runners are going to come in? It's so hard to orientate from, the view of the drone, but will they come in from the bottom of the screen or from the top?
I am not sure at this aid station. I only drove to this one last year when I was crewing. And they're coming from the south and then from the west to the east to get into the aid station. And it's right at a junction with the Arizona Trail as well. Trying to figure out what we're seeing from the shadows off of the trees, but that's kind of difficult with the cloud cover.
To answer Trisha's question about the no pacer section, it has to do with permit numbers allowed through this area as it's a sensitive habitat. And I think people were mentioning it in the chat earlier. It has to do with a specific owl species that uses the area. I believe as nesting grounds.
Yes. And that looks like Michael Pewitt out and around Sedona. Nice work.
Big ups to Herbert Crabell. Yes, let's go.
And for an update on our currently in the back of the pack runners. Looks like we still got Kyung, Christopher, Elizabeth, Samuel, Carmen, Tony, Leanne, Chris, Robbie, Diane, Jason. A lot of people pretty close together. A lot of them approaching the aid station at Mingus with its cutoff at, was that a 1 o'clock cutoff? Yes, 1 o'clock cutoff at Mingus.
Big thanks to Christine Vanderplas.
Hey, there we go. Got some activity. Hello. Oh, it's saying hi, Mom.
That kiss was for you, friends, in the live stream. I mean, the live chat. And again, thank you, Christine Vanderplas, for the donation, and we appreciate that you appreciate the awesome coverage. And yes, it is very epic, and congrats to all the runners out there doing very hard things.
Yeah.
And here we are back to the John G. Sky Cam, our eye in the sky, right outside of the Walnut Canyon aid station. We are on the hunt for race leader Mr. Dan Green, as he is less than 3 miles from that aid station, around mile 227.
Yeah, and from the drone shot when we were by the aid station, the runners are going to come from the top left corner of the screen.
Perfect.
And yeah, still getting reports on muddy conditions on that road, as we can see from the screen here. So thanks to all our people in the field for passing on information.
That actually looks fun to run on.
Yeah, very runnable.
As long as you don't have 5-pound mud.
The type of mud,
leg weights,
yes, on your shoes.
Ankle weights.
Yeah, hey, and thank you, Nick I. And yes, good point. Ultra sign up is open right now. Go on and see what you can find. If you want another Arizona race, the Mogollon Monster, that is one I am thinking about. 100-miler on the beautiful Highline Trail. So you're about half an hour into the start of the Sedona Canyons too. So that first aid station is 10 miles. So maybe somewhere in the vicinity of an hour and a half. We might get our leaders going through there. We'll keep an eye on that as things develop as well.
Yeah, speaking of hairy, audacious goals, friends in the chat, what's your big A race this year? What's got you slightly intimidated? What are you running? Would love to know. I've got Laurel Highlands, Beast Coast Classic, 70.5 miler in about 5 weeks, and I'm excited to toe the line at my first ultra of the year.
Nice. We got the perfect training run. We're going to go up Eldon later.
That's
so
right.
Be prepared for it.
Daniel Caro, thank you so much. We appreciate that you appreciate the coverage, and continue to tune in, as we're going to be following not just the front but the middle and the back of the runners all week as they make their journey to flag.
Yeah, looks like we got people at the back of the pack. Seems to be mostly through. Oh no, Fain Ranch. That was the cutoff we had earlier.
Yeah, shout outs to the Looking Glass 100K. That's right outside of my hometown in Asheville. Yeah, big ups, Andrew. Maybe I'll see you out there. Yeah, lots of awesome races pouring in.
Wow, Oregon 200. I know my friend Emily did that last year. Heard great things about it. Hennepin 100. Chris Warden, live stream host Chris Warden, did that last year. Never Summer. Berlin Marathon Ring the Springs, another fantastic event.
Miss Barbie Burke, thank you so much for your donation.
Leadville Trail Ram Party. Hey, Sinister 7, that's up where I am. Oh, Lost Soul. I was a last-minute DNS on that one last year. I missed out on that.
Here we got another amazing Sedona drone shot. These will definitely never get old. All day. We could pipe this into the feed all day, and I will be happy with it. So, yes, Munchies. Let's keep Asheville weird.
Yeah. Hey, Emily. Oregon 200. Mammoth 200. Hello to everyone out there in the chat. We're at 6,200 people right now at 7:30 Arizona time. Skies are brightening. This is really nice to see. Hopefully we can dry out some of that mud. It does look like they are brightening out the window here too. The dripping has stopped. Currently in flag, we've got a feels like of the low 40s, 42 whole degrees. Chance of precipitation later, but then clearing out, and our forecast is for sunny skies tomorrow. So all those Sedona Canyons 125ers. Hopefully we got dry skies for you for the entirety of your race. As well, it should be drying out for everyone making their way north from the spines to the pines. Thank you, Heidi. Much appreciate that. It takes an army to put this all on, so we're just sitting here talking, watching things, but we've got our producers, directors, all the drone pilots, all the volunteers, all the folks doing setup and takedown. Oh, big thank you to Mulchies as well. Yeah, volunteers put in a lot of stuff as well. We've got all our crews and pacers, family members here, supporters. I have heard of lemonade stands being set up on the street by neighborhood folks, so we were joking about doing that with the snow cone syrup I found at the grocery store. Sun coming out there in Sedona. Nice to see, because that section, if that sun comes out, it may only be in the 50s, but it will feel a lot harder as that red rock heats up and just starts radiating back at you.
Yeah, it will quickly dry out those conditions as well, and hopefully that peanut butter mud turns into hero dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it is a fantastic place to run when it's dry. It's gorgeous even when it's not. And we hope our mid-packers are having a great experience out there. 50 hours into 125-hour cutoff. What's that? We are 40% of the way into our coverage of this and into People's Race, People's Grand Adventure. Is anybody here in the chat planning to do Cocodona 2026? Registration is going to open on the 20th of May. Check into that. And if the 250 is a little intimidating, or it's very intimidating, but we've got the Sedona Canyons 125, the Mingus Traverse, and the Flagstaff Crest are other events as part of the Cocodona umbrella. Their own thing, but happening during the same time.
And shout outs to Jam Jamil Corey for placing in the top 10 in the Mingus Traverse this year. Yeah, I love everyone with future plans for Cocodona. We got Cocodona in 2026 or Mini Dona in 2026. I like that. Half a Dona in 2026. And then someone's looking to run it in 2030. Lots of future plans in the chat, which I think is really cool.
This is really cool to see. And I know there's a lot of non-runners who are probably joining us as well. So thank you all for being here on the chat. We just keep getting more people. 2,300 likes. This is fantastic. And we're in Sedona, so looking to see who might be getting close there. Okay, so we saw Michael Pewitt was coming in. Looks like Rolando Mendoza is getting close.
Yeah, following the third place male, Eder is about a mile from Fort Tuthill, and Rachel is about 3 miles, so she's about 2 miles back from Eder.
Yeah, and she's got a big gap on DJ Fox, currently in 5th overall right now. And Harry's still in there. Harry's stayed steady right behind DJ.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's really interesting about the long multi-day events is like you can crash and burn and resurrect yourself and still manage to have really good output and throughput throughout the days and just Harry I think he had fallen out of the top 10 at one point and then has kind of crawled himself back into that top 5 spot for the race. So
thank you, Emily, and thank you for watching along. Best of vibes for all of your upcoming races. But yeah, it's such a long event, an hour break here or there, that you can come back. Like you said, resurrect yourself, whether you're at the front of the pack, in the middle, or at the back. As long as you're ahead of those cutoffs, you have 125 hours to get this finished.
And 100% agree, Mia L. Thank you so much for the donation. And seeing the everyday runner out there, the middle and the back of the pack, it's super inspiring to see, everyday people, pushing their boundaries and doing really extraordinary things and covering the distance.
Yeah, for a quick weather update for what we're looking at here live in Sedona on our John G Skycam. Feels like temperature is 50 right now. The high is 65, but it's much warmer than yesterday. So definitely need people to be keeping track of their fluid intake, their electrolytes, put their squirrel's nut butter on, clean off the mud, and enjoy cruising along on their grand adventure. This section that the main pack will be coming into at some point today, we anticipate, is going to include the Hangover Trail, which is the slick rock adventure that you have after you leave Sedona Posse Grounds aid station and climb up 15 miles, 3,300 feet to Foxborough Ranch. And there's also a gear check leaving Sedona, so you need to make sure you have the required gear. And there are a lot of turns in this section, so people can get turned around. Want to make sure you have your wits about you. And you can have a pacer for this section, so that is always helpful because that next part is a pacerless section. Thank you, Jean, for the donation. Jean or Jean.
Yeah, shout out to Kelly Newland in the chat. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for what you do. Thanks for everything you do for the ultra community and helping to support the pro athletes. And just can't say enough good things about Miss Newland and the work that she's doing to elevate the professionals in our sport. And if you're just tuning in, we can run down the top 5 men and women in the field. So starting with the ladies, Rachel Intrakin is in first place. She's been putting on a masterclass here at Cocodona. She's at mile 211, 212. Lindsay Doyer is in second place. Sarah O, I won't even try to pronounce her last name, rounding out the top 3. Catherine Edwards and Georgia Porter in the 4 and 5 slot. And then for the hombres, Dan Green, Ryan Sands, they've been battling it out for some time now, and Dan's definitely put the move on and is on his way to the finish, barring anything major. So we have Dan Green, Ryan Sands, Eder Ramirez in 3rd, DJ Fox in 4th, and then Harry Subertas is rounding out the top 5.
Yeah, and big kudos to Harry. I mean, he's at such a blistering pace at the start of the race, but he is still hanging in. Back to our Skycam, John G Skycam outside Walnut Canyon. Just waiting for Dan Green to come through.
Nice.
Dan is about 3/4 a mile out from Walnut Canyon right now. Thank you again to our pilots. Oh, there is Dan.
Yeah, without pacers.
Without pacers. Look at his pace.
I know.
What he's
is
doing,
moving.
dude.
You know, just out for a nice little jaunt in the pines.
Yeah, casual 250-mile stroll through the shrubbery. And yeah, thank you to our volunteer out there as well. Just unbelievable to see that pace 200 plus miles into today's race. Or this week's race, rather. A lot of people had Dan Green as a favorite, and he is not letting them down. But yeah, to have that pace in this pacerless section too, he knows what he's going after.
The mud can't be that bad. Look how white his socks still are.
Well, yeah, and his shoes. Hey, just the difference from Ryan's shoes. You could see on the cam what was there. And even, that might be Matt out there, but his shoes look very white, at least on the trail. That is Matt. Thank you, Matt, for being out there.
Dan Green, move in. Not sure what shoes Dan's using right now, but he was switching out between a pair of Solomons and a pair of Hokas yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, rocking
Just
and rolling.
magical. I wish I would look that good at 20 miles, let alone 200. So at this point, Dan's got somewhere around 10 miles on Ryan as he comes into Walnut Canyon. In the women's race, Rachel, right now it appears she's got 30 plus on Lindsay Dwyer in second place. Wow, thank you for the donation, Mr. Sandy Pants, as we're watching Dan come up on Walnut Canyon. Walnut Canyon is mile 230 of the race. And it's going to, so Dan will pick up a pacer at this next aid station, and it's going to be just under 7 miles to Wildcat Hill with 532 feet of gain, 525 feet of loss. So seems like that can be pretty runnable. Lots of turns, lots of double track, and then some single track. So seems like he could keep going with his pace.
Yeah, Dan is making it look... I know he's suffering, but man, he is making it look pretty easy out there, especially right now through this little section. And I want to say, shout out, we're up to almost 6,500 people watching the live stream right now, which means we have quite a few new viewers. And if you're just tuning in, let's take a moment and smash that like button. And you know, lots of fun banter and community building going on in the chat. Feel free to let us know where you're coming in from. where you're tuning in from in the chat, friends.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for joining us. As you can see, we got our race leader Dan Green up here rolling into Walnut Canyon on a blistering pace. He looks fast from the air here. As for the rest of the leaders, in the top 5 overall, Ryan Sands is running in second. We saw him and got to talk to his pacer Christian at the Fort Tuthill aid station. Edar Ramirez currently in third. Rachel Entrekin, also female 1, is in 4th place. And DJ Fox, although Harry Sabertas is pushing hard right now. And then there's a pretty decent gap after that. On the women's side, we have Rachel Entrekin, quite a ways ahead of Lindsay Dwyer, but still lots of race to go. Sarah Ostazuski is in 3rd place, followed by Catherine Edwards Anderson, and then Georgia Porter and Kaylee Demergian are pretty close right now. As well, there's a few people within a handful of miles to try and get up into that number 5 spot. And just incredible to see how far people are at 50 hours into this race. 162 miles, 211 miles, 140 miles. Absolutely mind-boggling. I'd like to thank all of our drone operators as well who are out there getting these shots for us. And he should be somewhere around a quarter mile to the aid station now. If you are tracking along on the main map on the leaderboard, you will see lots of new colors with the Sedona 125, but also just the mass of runners. The last we checked, there was over a 100-mile gap between who's at the front and who's at the back of this 250-mile, up to 125-hour adventure from Black Canyon City all the way up to downtown Flagstaff. 250-plus miles of fun, or Type 2 fun.
It does look like Eder is, he's imminently inbound into Tuthill aid station, followed by Rachel. She is likely a mile and a half, a little over, right at 2 miles from the aid station. And here we're following our race leader, Dan Green. He's making short work of this Walnut Creek section, almost to the aid station there. Oh, excuse me, Walnut Canyon.
Okay, yeah, big thank you to all the volunteers there at Walnut Canyon. See all the cheering people. Nice little aid station. I slept a bit in a vehicle out there last year.
Yeah, and here's Dan coming into the aid station.
Yeah, there's Pacer loading up. Lots of people checking on him.
Yeah, you can see his crew. They have their tables set up.
Yeah, looks like he's drinking something.
He's going to pick up his pacer here and then, continue on. They've got him sitting down in the chair for just a second. Love this bird's eye view of the crew doing the work.
It takes a village. Okay, yeah, so just taking a quick look at the ups and downs of this next section that Dan will be going into, Walnut Canyon to Wildcat Hill, just under 7 miles, a little over 500 feet of up, a little over 500 feet of down. It looks pretty punchy from the elevation profile, so we'll see what Dan can do with speed on the downhills, and then that'd be 40,
yeah, it looks like
80-foot climbs roughly.
Yeah, it looks like he's eating some sort of sandwich. Hard to tell from here, but he's like putting in some solid food. And just kind of taking a little bit of a reset with his crew.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty decent sized lead on Ryan Sands in second with, what have we got, 20 something miles to go. Dan, this is Walnut Canyon is mile 230.4. Finish is 256.4. So about just under a marathon left.
Yep. Danny, thanks for the donation, and we appreciate that you like that you're loving the amazing coverage. And yes, big ups to the Mountain Outpost and all of the amazing volunteers that are working hard today to bring you everything from the live stream coverage you see here to the aid station volunteers helping the runners get to where they need to go.
Yeah, we've got a breaking update from the field. Anyone driving to Walnut Canyon, please avoid Country Club Road. There is a vehicle stuck in the mud there, so please avoid Country Club Road. We do not need to get more vehicles stuck anywhere out there. So if you're listening to this, if you've got crew, friends pacing, or crewing, please pass that information along. Avoid taking Country Club Road.
Yeah, the muddy conditions not only hindering the runners, but the vehicles out there trying to get to the aid stations.
Thank you, Aim Grog. Your employer does not agree. Well, Amy, that's unfortunate. But thank you for being here with us anyways.
If you have them, take your PTO. Go ahead and just take your PTO or your medical days now so you can continue to tune in to the live stream for the next 3 or 4 days as we roll into the weekend.
Wow, and that is Fort Hut. And that is the Eder. And this camper van, or is that the camper van or the RV? They had an RV.
Yep.
Yeah, cab over RV. Cruise America? Something like that. Yeah, that is Eder at Fort Tuthill.
You know, just hanging out at the dining room table, eating a little breakfast there as he gets reset for this next section without the pacer.
Yeah, he looks pretty good.
Yeah, he's been moving really well up the field over the last 24 hours. Yeah, Blake Bales, love your style. You know, if you're gonna take some, if you're gonna be glued to the live stream all day, you might as well get your boss involved as well. And that way, it's okay if you get nothing productive done at work. That way, you guys can both enjoy the live stream together.
And then, wow, Dan is out of the aid station and running.
Let's go. It's a little bit of maybe a 10-minute turnaround there.
Holy.
And he is just...
His pace is what it was, if not a little faster, going out from visually. That is mind-boggling. Oh, someone just slipped in the mud there.
Yeah, his pace looks like his pacer trying to avoid the puddles.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's Dan would be in the clean white socks and the blue pack, wearing the black hoodie with the hood up, and then his pacer is running to his left.
Now, I love seeing the white socks go through the mud. That is something awesome.
And here we are back with Eder at the Tuthill aid station. Looks like he's doing some, looks like he's doing some feet work, trying to get the socks off. You can see he's saying, we need some work done. We got to get the feet ready to go for the next section. So, and then down at the bottom corner we have the P&P of our race leader, Dan Green, charging out of the Walnut Canyon aid station, making short work of it.
Approaching mile 231 at that pace.
Man on a mission.
Man on a mission, yeah. And for a quick stat here, in rough numbers, Dan being at 230, there's about 130 miles between Dan and who we've got back at the back of the pack here. It's like, there's some audio. We'll just go quiet and see what we can hear.
You guys catching audio here at Eder?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, I got his pacer right here. We could probably ask a couple questions.
Sure.
Yeah. What's going on, man? How was it out there?
It was pretty good. As soon as the sun came up, he started feeling good, and he just stuck to his pace.
I mean, he's been really fast, in and out of aid stations, right? Last night?
Honestly, no.
No, okay.
That's been our crew's weak point, honestly.
Okay, well, that's okay.
The aid station kind of struggled.
How much sleep has he had so far?
None.
None sleep.
Plans on not sleeping at all.
Plans on not sleeping. Yeah. Well, he still looks aware.
Yeah, he's every time he starts feeling low, he starts to eat, and that seems to bring him up. So
he might be the most voracious eater we have at the front right now.
yeah, anything
Definitely.
that just look at what he has on his table there.
Last night we noticed he had, when he was at Sedona, he had the croissant, the oatmeal, like just one bite of everything as he's going along. But what's he looking forward to? What kind of challenges are you guys expecting?
Last 50 miles, he's just looking to leave it all out there. That's what he's telling me along the trails.
That's what he's telling you.
That's the plan. Yeah.
All right. And how many miles have you paced so far?
I think I'm up to a little bit under 70.
20, 30, 50, about 60.
About 100.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now I think someone else will jump in the next section. And
no, he cannot. He cannot have
the one
a pacer
after
in this.
the next pacer section.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be me. Well, depends on the time.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I'll hop in for
You guys got any questions?
Could we get their audio is a little bit low. Could we get them maybe a little bit closer? And questions we have, one question I have for Eder is, how is he looking forward to the pacer list section, and does he have anything planned to kind of keep him going without a pacer?
Eder, you got time for an answer real quick? Question?
Hey, what's up?
We want to know how you feeling about this pacer list section coming up here.
It looks challenging.
Challenging.
So I'm looking kind of make sure I'm sharp.
Leave it all out there. That's your mantra we've been hearing.
Yeah. No regrets, I guess.
No regrets. Okay.
Have fun.
Have fun. Those are important things.
Yeah.
All right. What food's tasting good to you right now?
I'm sorry?
What food tastes good?
Everything.
Everything. All right.
That's a good answer.
Anything else for you, Greg?
A very good race, very far from perfect.
We'd love to hear it. Can you guys give us a little background on Eder? What kind of races he's done before, just for people that aren't familiar?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I can. So he's part of the national team for, he's part of the Mexican national team for backyard. I believe that his best is around 59 loops. He has also taken the second for Magallanes Monster 100. So, I mean, that's pretty technical. It's pretty deep. He just did a 24-hour race. I think it was about 107. It was 140 I think it was 40 between 100 and 140 miles for the 24 Jackpot Ultra in Las Vegas. So I mean, he has pretty consistent results in the last few years, and this one is gonna be his crown jewel. He's been preparing for this for almost a year now. So yeah, he's doing really good. And it's been fortunate he hasn't got any sleep at all, and he's still very aware.
Any questions from the studio?
He's leaving.
He's leaving. Okay, well, we'll follow him out here.
That's actually where I met him at Jackpot.
Oh, that's where you guys connected at Jackpot.
Yeah, and I asked him, do you need a pacer for pacer crew for Cocodona? And so I hopped in. I'm coming from San Jose, California. So yeah, we're out here. You know.
I got it all.
That's awesome.
All right,
Yeah.
So no, but I mean, the organization needs anything from him? We checked in with him, made sure he's good.
Looks like we're just doing our medical check here, and he's just putting his pack on. We can see through the window a little bit here. It's kind of tight in the RV right now, but he's got his family in there. We got the crew. That pack is loaded. I don't think we can get much more in there.
The one that you were shaking in?
This website here.
All right, if you just joined us, we are live at Fort Tuthill aid station with current third place runner Eder is in his crew motorhome there having a snack. Eder Ramirez trying to catch up to Ryan Sands in second and Dan Green in first right now. And also he's in rough numbers about a mile ahead of Rachel and Trekin, who's in fourth. So we should see her rolling through here very quickly. And that might be Aravaipa's Jen Laughlin in the background there. And thank you to our camera operator there and to our medical team. I talked to John and Marissa at that aid station yesterday when they were doing setup.
Say hi.
Hey, Jen Laughlin, Aravaipa social media. Waving at the camera.
Yeah, everything good.
No regrets. Let's go.
Thank you. I think he told me I'm good. Yeah, he went to
Yeah, we're good.
Oh, we are. Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Everything's going the right way.
Good
job, Evan.
Oh, thank you.
Always high.
Special delivery here. Extra food. Our best little delivery person here.
I'm just gonna eat one.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Great job.
Good job, man. Keep it up. Yep.
Yeah, there we have Eder heading out to it's a 14-mile section to Walnut Canyon. He's going to do this pacerless. Very with it.
Yeah. Smiling, joking with the camera. His crew looks very happy. Want to make a couple quick thank yous. Brent Fruin and Bill in Colorado, thank you for those donations that came in while we were listening to Eder and his crew there. And awesome to see that his pacer was a connection from a race he did.
Yeah.
You know, that's an awesome part of the community is, you meet people from everywhere, and got some great information from the pacer too. No sleep at all.
Amazing. Amazingly insane, but amazing. Yeah, and big shout outs to Bill. Know Bill from the Free Trail community, and he mans the aid station at Hard Rock, and it's a no drop aid station. They do their best to make sure that every runner gets in and out of that aid station. So I love that you're bringing those vibes to the Fort Tuthill aid. Bill, appreciate you being in the chat, man.
Yeah, thanks to all of y'all who have joined us. 6,500 people right now. Wowza, 2,600 likes. Maybe we can get that to 3,000.
Yeah, let's go, friends. If you're enjoying the coverage, go ahead and smash that like button. And we are expecting women's race leader Rachel Etrikin into Tuthill aid station here. I'm maybe the next 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah, we're back to our view of Walnut Canyon. So we just saw Dan Green leave this aid station looking very good. Quick little pit stop, around 5 minutes, and he was off again. And at least for what we've got, Ryan Sands is somewhere around 10 miles, somewhere between 9 and 10 miles out from that aid station right now. So decent sized lead. Dan is pretty consistent so far since we've been on today, and getting close there. A marathon to go. I'd like to thank the folks at Janji for the Skycam.
All right, friends, looks like we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be right back at it when we get back.
Thank you.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week, and it's really awesome to support the runners. If logistics were...
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together. Every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Friends, runners, and random ballers in the chat and tuning into the live stream. This is Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa's live coverage of the Cocodona 250. My name is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod, and I am joined with
Greggy Varigan, Hawaiian shirt, trying to bring back some sunny and warm vibes. Look, the sun is shining in the background at our window there. Thank you for joining us for Cocodona 250 race coverage as we are in hour 51 of this adventure. And if you're with us before the commercial, there we go. We're coming back to Walnut Canyon. We just watched race. We got Rachel and Trekken.
Yeah, quick
female
cut.
One at Fort Tuthill aid station.
You guys hear me okay? This is David over here at the aid station.
We got you. Dave, we got you loud and clear, buddy.
All right. Rachel just got in. She checked in at the aid station about a minute ago. Her crew is getting her pack reloaded, having some snacks, doing a little foot care. She looks great. She came in with a lot of energy, smiling, laughing. Yeah, very exciting.
Yeah, pro tip for all you watching. If you're going to eat a burrito, you eat it from the middle out.
It's on the sign, right? We have some commentary about your burrito eating style. It is quite excellent.
Oh, it's a quesadilla, actually. Oh. Well, all the cheese is in the middle, so I wanted that.
It was a microwave quesadilla. We're sorry.
Oh, yeah, this is a
How are you feeling about the next section?
The first pacerless section went okay, so
Good.
I'm not excited about it because I like Friends, but
Friends
it'll be
are
fine.
good. Yeah.
I made it this far.
Who's the best friend so far in this group?
I'm not answering that. That's like a lose question.
Any questions from the studio here?
Yeah.
We're just prepping here, getting things dialed.
Yeah,
It's like
how's she
time.
feeling as far as like sleep and energy and all that? Obviously, she looks really high spirit. So
Let's get a zoom in on that.
She is really high spirit. Yeah. Let's see. We're going to ask that favorite question here. How are you feeling?
Great. Fine.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Do a little foot care here.
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir.
We'd love to hear it.
You.
We can adjust that when we get it off.
Can I have a napkin?
So, in summary, she's feeling good. She's excited. She's not super stoked about the paceless section because she likes Friends. She has such good friends. She can't choose which one is the best. But
Or the worst.
Well, maybe someone's on the naughty list, and you got to call them out a little bit. But sometimes that happens. This is an all-star crew here.
Is Gus going to join her as a pacer? Is he crew chief extraordinaire for this endeavor?
Gus has been on the pacing duties. I think he's got about 20 or 30 miles in pacing, maybe?
Gus?
Yeah.
How many miles do you have? 30? 30, maybe?
30.
I think 30.
Yeah. So Gus is allowed to pace, and he's allowed to crew. So.
Will Gus be her pacer
Gus
when
is
she
all
picks up the
business right
pacer
now.
again at Walnut?
Very business.
Who will be the next pacer? The people want to know.
Jake.
Jake.
He paced me on Eldon last year and it was a complete shit show. So we're doing a redo.
Jake, how are you going to handle this redo? Study the maps, have more sleep,
Dang.
and hopefully not be hallucinating by the time I take her up the hill.
There you go.
Well, you guys heard it.
Hey, Dave, can you ask Rachel if there's any fun hallucinations so far?
We've had a question from Troy. How are you doing with hallucinations? Any fun ones?
So many. Actually, I've never had this many. Starting on day 1.
Okay.
It's not really exciting, but I did see a giant tiki mask.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was pretty.
No bears or
I've seen a lot of like wildlife.
yeah. Well, you heard it there. More hallucinating than ever on this one,
Yeah.
but
I think it's because I'm eating so much more. So my brain is like more active.
her brain has the energy, so it's coming up with all kinds of creative stories for her.
I love that.
Wow. That's the smile on her face. Inspiring.
Pro tip: if you eat your quesadilla from the middle out, you will have more hallucinations at Cocodona. So take notes for everyone watching.
Yeah, starting on day 1. More quesadillas. Now, David, how's the weather looking there in Fort Tuthill?
The sun is coming out. The clouds are breaking. I'm in full sun right now for the first time in 24 hours, I feel like. You can see Jen here. She's soaking it up. Yeah.
Hey, Dave. Running on Sunshine in the chat would like you to tell Rachel thank you from all the women in the chat as they're watching her crush these dudes out there on the Cocodona course.
Okay, what's the name again?
Running on Sunshine.
We got a message from the chat for Rachel. Running on Sunshine says, thank you for crushing and beating all these guys out there. All the women are proud of you.
Oh, thank you. I think our smoke alarm is going off. But thanks. Yeah. Girl power.
Nothing like a little fire detector to spice up the reset.
I know, actually, I haven't met her in person yet.
Let's see, what are we working with here? We've got some.
Looks like Rachel's running so hot she's setting off alarms.
Yeah.
Zach Marion coming in hot in the studio with the hot takes.
Yeah, it looks like Lindsay Dwyer is about a mile and a half out from the aid station at Foxborough Ranch. So Rachel being at mile 214 at Fort Tuthill, Foxborough Ranch is at mile 177, and Lindsay Dwyer is currently running in second in the women's race.
Always. Oh, no. Darn tough.
Oh, look at those shades.
Called darn tough.
No, it's okay. I have socks.
I was going to say, I'm like,
that's a vibe.
She's perfect for darn tough. Those socks are amazing.
Yeah, combined with the
We've got sunglasses on, people.
That's
She
a
is
shirt.
ready for the sun here.
Olay.
Yeah, shout out.
Thank you. Christine runs far. Yes, we are here for the women's race too.
Je suis la nuit.
Oui. Tu es.
Je suis la nuit.
Jake here is also French.
Do you want watch with?
Yeah.
I got it. Get it started? Yep.
Yeah, I don't know how to work it. So. Oh.
All right, can we get that
Thank you as
pickle
well for
juice
the
wings?
donation, Christine.
Come on, please. Excuse me while I. Come on. Come on.
Look, I already ate all my stuff.
Come on. Come on. Just have a zinger.
Scientifically proven,
For the
folks.
live chat.
Pickle juice.
Pickle juice for the live chat. And yes, that's the look. That's the look. That's what we
Oh
wanted.
my god, it's so bad.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I hate you so much.
All right, I just got on the naughty list.
Yeah, my least favorite crew member is Gus. Let it be known.
The condolences are coming in from the live chat.
I don't care. It's just gonna be for us.
That McDonald's caffeine is real.
Man, not pickle juices.
Bruh, my hands are.
Oh, these shoes are so hard to get on.
Yeah, we know.
You need to stand into them. I hate these shoes, but I also need these shoes. No. I can do this. I think I need to do this. I probably need to do this.
It was the emergency. Yeah, what up, Koros? You wanna?
Yeah. What up, Koros?
What up, any watch company?
Sponsors line up in an orderly fashion, please.
Let someone like come in and just like sweep the win.
Okay, so stand up.
Oh,
Stand up. Like that.
We love hate these shoes.
Yeah.
Just wear them. Never take them off.
Which shoes is Rachel wearing right now? We're switching into.
What are we wearing? What do we love right now?
Well, I love and hate these stupid Tectons.
Got a fresh pair of
They're
Tectons.
impossible. I need like a shoehorn.
Yeah, the built-in gaiters making those Tectons a little bit harder to get on. I feel like at mile 200 plus of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, but wise move to keep all that
Right,
mud
no
and
wrinkles?
crud out of your socks.
Pull up this off a little bit. Just thinking the laces.
Nice to have your crew help you tie your shoes and everything at this point as well.
Bean and cheese burrito.
You can get in there. That's fine. That's fine. Go ahead.
Just get one see if it's. What's that?
That's Parks.
Yeah. Hey, what's in my bottle?
Oh, we got 2 bottles of Coke.
Did you have a flatter water? Or like a one and a half?
One and a half.
And that's for
They're so hard to put on. Why do they do this?
Shoehorn sponsor.
These 2 people. Well, they're so little.
Beep beep.
They're little doll feet. Stiffer.
Cinderella.
Beep beep. Aw, you think I'm a princess?
We sure do.
Princess of the Mud. Queen of the Mud.
But luckily, this 5 minutes of sun has completely dried out the course.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's what
good.
we've heard, right?
Yeah, no more mud on course.
From our on-course correspondence.
Hey, I need that freaking spot on my foot tape.
Well, Dave, word on the streets is this next section is very muddy.
Dang it, I just put this stupid shoe.
Yep.
We'll keep that between ourselves, I guess.
Okay. Is that on both
Looks like
sides?
we're pulling one shoe back off to tape a hot spot on the foot.
See that scar?
Oh.
You want to know how I got these scars? I was a pair. Take another one, yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually I will leave, I promise.
Yeah, going in for a little more foot care.
Yeah, and sunscreen to consideration. I can see out our window here, we got sun and flag now, so it's a little bit different at 7,000 feet, and then the climb up Eldon.
Oh my god,
Hopefully
wait,
that's
the
been clearing
veils!
out.
Hi to my other mom and dad.
The veils are here.
No.
Oh, no, my other mom and dad.
Oh, okay.
Jake's parents in Ojai have been glued to the live stream.
Yeah, so shout out to Hattie and Sam.
Hattie and
Their new
Sam, that's a
puppy,
big shout out from Rachel.
Yeah, that puppy
I
is
think
why
I
they're
heard from Ojai they're watching.
They love that dog more than me.
And me.
Good point.
Yep.
We're keeping pulse.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going into somewhere that doesn't bother her. Are you sure you want to carry hot hands right now?
I mean, in case it gets chilly.
I'll put them in the back.
It's either gonna be a great decision or a terrible.
Just they're not near M&Ms, right?
Ha! No, but they melt in your mouth and not in your hand. It's the M&M slogan. They don't melt in your hand, but the color gets everywhere.
Do you want turn by turn? You just want to see
Oh, the line?
the line.
Like my watch.
Yeah.
Not turn by turn.
No. Okay, so I have all my stuff.
You can start at any time.
All right, I think we're getting close here. We got shoes on. We got the watch dialed up. And the pack is loaded up on the side. And of course the sunglasses are on, so.
Yeah, the sunnies are the most important part of this.
And those are really cool ones too.
Should. Right.
No nap, huh?
That was a nap. That was restful.
She had a nap on
I sat.
Okay.
I did take a nap on the trail.
Say hey to Mama and April and
Hello
all
to
the
the
kids
family.
back in Bama.
Hi to Roll Tide. I can.
Yeah.
Yes.
Alabama pride right
I
here.
wore my shirt for you.
I saw.
Hi. Love you.
Love you too. Thanks for coming.
I will see you at the next place.
Maybe.
See you on the other side. Here.
shoot.
Can you get in?
Oh, I always do this.
Yep,
Here, I'll
straight
just do
down.
this.
Straight down.
Okay, I'm gonna leave
Yeah.
that way.
Yeah. You gotta go. Yeah. Come on, we gotta do you over there. Okay. Good.
Love you, dude. Long call, dude. There for being here.
Thank you.
We love you.
I love you.
Look at her moving out of the aid station.
Flying, and that trademark giant smile on her face. And bubbly and laughing with us. This is so great to see. Such a great ambassador for the sport, for the women's side. Big thank you to Babby Bonilla for that donation that just came through. And it looks like, just going a little bit back, as we watch Rachel leaving Fort Tuthill Aid Station, Harry and DJ are both within 2 miles of the Kelly Canyon Aid Station there. And you can see Rachel. For reference, if anybody saw my Instagram story yesterday, that is right where Rachel is right now is where I took a video. So nice to see how the sun has come out there finally and clear up some of those cloudy skies. And yeah, this next section that Rachel's in, it is the pacerless section we mentioned earlier. No pacers between Fort Tuthill and Walnut Canyon. So that's, 16 miles with 1,400 feet of gain, 1,600 feet of loss. And it is a densely packed Mexican spotted owl nesting site. So that is the reasoning for the solo runners pacerless section here. There is some navigation. And after that, she will be at Walnut Canyon, mile 230. And getting closer and closer to the finish. The smile. Wonderful. And that's Rachel's crew there. Gus, Kevin, I think Evan was the third dude. I remember back to yesterday.
Oh, good. That probably zinged her up. Luckily, it's bigger than her eye socket.
We have time for some reactions from the crew, or you guys got another spot to move on to?
No, let's go for it. Get some info. How are they doing?
I can tell you right now, though, we did.
Here, let's close in here. Come on, Dad.
A terribly inadequate job crewing her in Greece compared to you.
We
guys.
heard.
So
We have a little more experience, so it's a bit unfair. You know what I mean? We're good. No, Christoph went good.
she took a quick nap in the pine needles, and I think that kind of gave her some extra energy.
Yeah.
And she was
Kevin, you said 5-minute nap, and then she grew wings.
She downed a flask of Coke, had a caffeine pill, a 5-minute and 1 second pine needle nap, and ran every step in.
Now we're here.
Let's go.
Wow.
How's she?
She's eating all the things.
She will eat when you tell her to eat.
She ate really well in the van too. I mean, that quesadilla was very unappealing, microwaved. Not the cheese consistency you want. And
No, I grilled it on the stove.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, she said it was pretty bad.
Well, I did a bad
It was
job.
like
We're okay.
cheese volcano in the middle.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah.
That's how Jake likes it.
Everything's
Peanut M&Ms are working. Okay.
Yeah, they are.
And what's she fueling with outside of regular food?
She's had scratch in her bottles. She's had precision in her bottles here and there.
Scratch, cheese, sugar,
Scratch chews, precision chews.
a lot of potatoes.
A lot of some junk food. A lot of Idahoan potatoes.
ramen.
You know, typical candy. Sour Patch Kids.
And then we saw she just left in the Tectons.
Yeah.
And then what else has she been working on?
She's been in topo this whole time. They are really clinging to mud. We're kind of out of mud-free shoes, but we're drying them out as we can.
She wanted to switch to the Tectons to get a different output.
Yeah.
Not so much mud. There wasn't any mud in the last 5 miles.
Yeah.
I
Put
got
some spring in her step with a carbon plate in there. Because you said she's run every step since her nap.
Except for like the little rocky bits up to the aid station.
Yeah. Amazing.
Now we're good.
Yeah.
All right, what's left? What do you guys have to do to get ready to set up for the next one?
Maybe a little more sleep.
Take care of ourselves.
A little less McDonald's caffeine.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mom and Dad. We appreciate you.
Get ready to follow up Eldon.
Yeah.
Thanks for all the love on Instagram, everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been fun, and in the live stream.
Thanks for everything you do, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thanks, David.
Appreciate everyone.
All right, that's what we got, guys.
All right. Thank you, David. Thanks for being out there. And yeah, the crew still looks pretty good. They still look functional with their lack of sleep and potato chips for breakfast.
Big ups, Dave. Thanks for bringing the dynamic coverage at Tuthill Aid Station.
Yeah, that was just super cool to see. And her crew's still looking good despite mangling that quesadilla.
Yeah,
happens from time to time.
We need if someone's willing to provide some quesadilla cooking lessons to Rachel's crew, I think they definitely take it. Here we have another epic drone shot, or maybe it's a static cam. Hard to tell. Runner cam. Yeah, epic runner cam from Sedona. I mean, yeah, I can't get enough of the Red Rocks of Sedona. And if you're just tuning in, race leader Dan Green is putting on a clinic. He's, from my tracker, it says he's about mile 332 into the Cocodona 250, cruising. He left the Walnut Canyon aid station maybe 20 minutes ago. And yeah, he's making his way around the horn, so to speak, to flag. And yeah, we expect him to finish sometime in the afternoon here. And then behind him is Ryan Sands, about say 10, 11 miles behind. And then Eder Ramirez left the Tuthill aid station not that long ago.
On absolutely no sleep. No sleep, looking good, chatting with the family, joking with the live stream. Got some great info from his pacer. He is looking good. Yeah. And then it looks like on the... go ahead.
I would say rounding out the top 5 with DJ Fox and then Harry Subertus.
Yeah, and I was about to say, too, they are coming close to the Kelly Canyon aid station. We did have the drone up there earlier. We might get some shots of them coming in there, and they are very close. There may have been a pass. We'll have to see when we can get eyes in the field out there. And then there's a pretty decent gap. And for the women's race, that was race leader Rachel and Trekken. Giant smile. Mile 214 and a bit right now. Lindsay Dwyer is around mile 176, 177. She's in second. Sarah Ostaszewski from Colorado, mile 169. She's in third. And it looks like Catherine Edwards Anderson has past Georgia Porter, and we've got Georgia and Kaylee Demergian still seem to be at the Sedona Posse Grounds aid station. So I know that's a crewing space. They may be sleeping, resting, doing that. That rounds out the top 5. So yeah, and again, lots and lots of time left. You know, Rachel's got 40-ish miles to go from where she is. Lots of stuff can happen, but it is just nice to see. You know, we can see in Sandy Seep, and that's looking up. That looks to be the climb up Eldon. I see radio towers up there in the background. Or that will be the descent down, will be the technical side. Right. But you can see that the sun is out now, so that is great news for our runners, not just at the front of the pack, but the whole way back. It's nice to see blue sky here in Flag.
Wait, hold on. You and I, that's what we're going up today after our shift?
I'm going to go up. You still good?
I don't know, man. I might. Oh, no, I'm game. I'm excited to get a small taste of what that what Eldon has in store for our runners today. So
that climb is, yeah, we'll maybe take some video of that and can give people the firsthand experience going up there as well when we make it out when we're done broadcasting here. So thank you very much for joining us, everyone, wherever you are joining us from worldwide. 6,600 people. We're just under 3,000 likes on this stream. So let's pop it over 3,000 at our 51 minutes and 42 seconds here today.
Yeah, if you're tuning in, we got 6,600 of you watching live. Go ahead and smash that like button. Let's see if we can't get some more likes into this channel. Let's go, friends.
Yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Mountain Outpost live stream. You can subscribe to that too. I know there'll be a few live streams coming up with the van, so you can follow your favorite race and favorite racers, your family members at a number of upcoming events. Now, when we started off the broadcast, we had a little bit of developing news with Christopher Ropp, I hope I'm saying that correctly, making it through the cutoff at Fane Ranch earlier. And it looks like he is about just under 7 miles to the Mingus Mountain Aid Station.
So he's moving good. He'll very most likely, actually more than most likely, make that 1 p.m. cutoff
yes,
at Mingus.
That is correct. And that is to leave the aid station.
Yeah.
So great to see like getting some new legs, or at least keeps trucking on. And like to celebrate all of our runners out there. Wherever you are in the pack, it is an endeavor to take on an adventure like this. So thank you everyone for coming out, all the pacers, all the crews, volunteers, staff, our drone pilots. We're getting some great shots from Mitch out there at Walnut Canyon. Much appreciated. And for those of you who are joining us for the Sedona Canyons 125, we are about an hour 45 into that race. And at the moment, what we've got is Cole Crosby is in the front of that. That may have been who we saw bombing the downhill at the start of the race there as a Jerome. Our top 5 in that, males right now, looks like Cole Crosby, Zach Henderson, Devin Wilson, Kevin Dye, and Drew Combs. And on the women's side, we've got Shani Bozen, Kelly Ploss, Sarah Bell, Andrea White, and Brianna Boley round out the top 5 there. So those runners have 75 hours to get here to Flagstaff. Our 250ers have 125, which puts us at Saturday morning, 10 a.m. as the final cutoff for these races.
Yes, the drone pilots are killing it. I was just admiring this view of Eldon right outside of Flagstaff. So excited and happy that the skies are clearing. That means we're going to be able to get more drones in the sky. And for the viewing audience, when it was a scramble the last couple days, as when visibility is impaired, when the fog rolls in, we can't fly drones, and it really makes us move quickly on our toes to try to bring you this coverage. But man, look at that, blue skies, clouds, Eldon. It doesn't really get much better than that.
Yeah, and we do not have an update on the cow from yesterday that slightly impeded Rachel's progress for around 4 seconds, was our field report from Tara, but that's all right. It's probably still out there somewhere. I see Corinne Malcolm's in the chat. Hello, Corinne. Thanks for joining us. Hey, we passed 3,000 likes.
Let's go.
New milestone activated. And I would like to say thank you to the Hawaiian clothes I'm wearing for bringing out the sun finally, after we did get some interesting weather up here in Flag. I personally am pumped for the sunshine to go up Eldon today. So yeah, to kind of give a recap of the 3 days so far, 51 hours. Harry Saberta's last year's Cocodona 250 winner started off at a very under course record pace, and we had some cool weather. Temperatures very conducive to running fast. The leaders got through Crown King before precipitation, but kind of that front of the mid pack, back of the front pack, it was starting to rain at the Milk Ranch water station before Crown King. And then we got all kinds of weather, from rain to some snow chilly temperatures, and that definitely affected things as they went. We had some notable people who are DNFing, and we've got Rachel and Trekken leading the women's race and still smiling. Thank you to Mark Griffith. Good luck with your meetings, and you're welcome for the coverage. We appreciate y'all being here.
Yeah, if you can, Mark, go ahead and cut those meetings short so we can get you back to viewing the coverage here at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, and if anyone's, you've got the main map up on the leaderboard tracker here, you can see there's definitely some stretching out at the top with Dan Green and being chased by Ryan Sands, Rachel and Trekken, and Eder Ramirez right now, the top 4. And you can also see just that mass of people that are getting into Jerome. You know, all our aid states are past Jerome, Deer Pass, Dead Horse Ranch, Sedona Posse Grounds. That group is moving because we've got 125 hours to finish this race. Lots of people out there. We have lots of states represented, lots of nationalities represented, and we're back to Mitch with the Walnut Camera drone cam. Thank you, Mitch. This is incredible footage, and you can see if you're with us a little bit ago, some amount of hours, it was overcast, so these blue skies are nice, and we're hoping that they can start to dry out that mud, which is on that road into Walnut Canyon. Remember, Lucy Bartholomew, and she was pacing Ryan, mentioned yesterday it was kind of like a slip inside, and nobody was super happy about it, but seems to be getting better. And this is Sedona Posse Grounds now, mile 162.3. Nice aid station coming in there. Thank you to all the volunteers. That is 111 or 171? Not, oops. $171 would be Nathan Hanneman from Colorado. 22nd in last year's Cocodona. Back to do it again. If you're curious, thinking about doing something like this adventure. Oh, thanks for the donation for cows. Probably got to name that cow. Tara's cow.
Yeah, appreciate you, Vanessa Gomez. Yeah, love that you love what we're doing.
Yeah, so if you are thinking about it, the registration for Cocodona 2026 already. I cannot believe that. That is going to happen for us on the 20th of May. So you've got 13 shopping days left to think about that. Decide if you want to be part of this 250-mile adventure, as well as the 125, the Mingus Traverse 82, and the Flagstaff Crest, or 82, and the Flagstaff Crest 39.
Yeah, Gianni, coming in hot with another donation. When do we think Dan is going to finish? And let's recap some of the noticeable DNFs. So starting with the DNFs, obviously Courtney, Mike Versteeg, Jesse Haynes.
Jack Scott. He was very much in contention early in the race. And then I know there's a lot of people here watching for Callie Vinson. John G. athlete Callie Vinson, and she dropped last night, unfortunately. I didn't get to watch it, but I saw there was a post she's done on Instagram, so maybe go check that out.
Mika dropped as well.
Mika, that's correct, yeah.
And then when do we think Dan will finish? Maybe around 1 o'clock, 1 to 2, between 1 and 2 o'clock Arizona time.
Yeah, I mean, right now he's got around 20 miles, a little over 20 miles to finish, but he's got the Eldon. The Eldon up, I would imagine, will go faster. Well, hard to say, but it's the technical descent, which we will be ascending later. So, yeah, sometime early afternoon. If you happen to be in the area, you can go down and check out the finish line, downtown Flag, cheer people on. Enjoy the sunshine, maybe do some tanning.
Yeah. Yes, Chris Rupp is the people's choice. Got big C energy in the chat, and I want to thank each and every one of you who helped put the vibes out for him to make it to Fain Ranch before the cutoffs. We'll definitely be monitoring his progress throughout the next several days.
Yeah, cheers to everyone who started this race. And for an update on the men's top 5, It seems that Harry is going to be at Kelly Canyon imminently. So at least what we've got recently is he seems to have overtaken DJ Fox, and that would put Harry into 5th overall, 4th male. So Harry's still pushing. I mean, that pace was fast that he started off with, but he's still trucking along.
Yeah, him and DJ are still pretty close. I have on my tracker that DJ hasn't just refreshed. He's a mile out, and then it looks like Harry is right there 800 feet from the tracker, so he's likely in the aid station.
Wow, and again, you can see stuff starting to dry out. You can see some of those giant puddles on Walnut Canyon. And remember, we did get the note to avoid that road, Country Club Road, into the aid station. Thanks to Mitch, we can see some people down there on the side of that dirt road. And that's the aid station to the right. And some of the towering ponderosas, those big bull pines that are up here. Complete landscape change from the start of the race, Black Canyon City, and the saguaros, which were blooming at that point. And we've had snow on Eldon up here. So getting the full range of weather and diversity that Arizona has to offer.
And big thanks to Lisa Marie. We appreciate that you appreciate the coverage. And I am excited that today is your rest day, too, so you can just keep it on the couch and tune in and watch the coverage unfold over, the next several hours.
I got activity happening at the aid station there now. You can see that tarp is probably for drop bags. And Walnut Canyon, yes, as you come back into Walnut Canyon. So Rachel's on her own right now in the pacerless section, but once she gets there, you can have a pacer join you again from Walnut Canyon. So it'll be very exciting for not just our leaders, but anyone else who's out there who's got a pacer. The section that our runners will be approaching to get to Walnut Canyon, that no pacer section that Rachel's currently in. There are some navigational aspects of that, but it's a 16-mile section, 1,400 feet up, 1,600 feet down. A little bit of roads, crossing Lake Mary Road, and then just a nice Forest Service road into this aid station. And hopefully this sun will dry out some of that mud. We watched Ryan's pacer look like almost take a spill as they were leaving the aid. That would not have been pleasant.
Well, that was Dan's pacer.
Or Dan's pacer, right. Thank you.
Mr. Ruben Visuals, thank you. Thanks for appreciating the coverage, and we'll try our best.
Yeah, for an update on John G. athlete Jeff Garmeyer. He's to be about close to mile 184 and on his way to the, where is he, Crystal Point? Or Munns Park, I'm sorry. Michael McKnight's a little bit ahead of him. Max Joliffe is a little ahead of that. Cody Ploskin a little bit ahead of that. Finn Melanson a little bit ahead of that. People have been asking about Cameron Haynes. We did see him going out of Sedona Posse Grounds a little while ago. Still hammering it out there. Our women's top 5, it looks like Catherine Anderson is moving, and Georgia and Kaylee are still at the Sedona Posse grounds, according to the trackers. You got some nice drone shots there in Sedona. You're seeing the beautiful mountains in the background. Weather conditions doesn't look as nice as here, but it's not raining, so that's promising. And if anything, those clouds will keep the temperatures down. There's a long section of single track as runners approach Sedona, which can get quite hot, as well as leaving Sedona, beginning that climb up the Hangover Trail. That is very hot and it's exposed. So these cloudy conditions we're very grateful for. I'm sure many people will enjoy it and get some great photos, some great race photos out there too, probably from our photographers.
Yeah, it's such a different. The weather looks so much different than it did even 2 hours ago in Sedona, as we thought it was gonna like clear up, and now, honestly, those clouds do look a little ominous, and I'm wondering if there's more rain coming for the middle of the back of the pack. Hopefully not.
Yeah, so to recap, we will be with you all the way through Saturday morning at 10 a.m. That is the 125-hour cutoff for the full Cocodona 250. It's also the 75-hour cutoff for the Sedona Canyons 125, which kicked off pretty much 2 hours ago under sunny skies in Jerome. We'll be here following not just the leaders, but the people throughout the race. So it'll be neat to see if you've got a runner out there, family member, coworker, first time you're joining us. We will be here for the duration.
Gianni, I have done multiple 100-milers, never had a pacer. So they're not necessary. They are nice to have. But yeah, let's just say the dynamic changes if you go. I've done hundreds with crew. I've done hundreds without crew. I've done hundreds no crew, no pacer. Those are the fun ones. I'll just say that. You have to be pretty self-reliant. You got to be willing to take care of yourself, but definitely not necessary. I do think that when the distance gets pretty long and you're going over, that 2-day mark, having a pacer for safety reasons can be really beneficial for a lot of runners. But there are also, there are racers there are runners that do this race, drop bags only, no pacers, no crew. So, it's kind of personal preference.
Yeah, as well as personal preference, the race that you're doing. There are some that are very easy to do on your own. Some are very challenging, and some people enjoy that challenge. Heard of a few people that are pondering taking on the 250, no pacers, no crew. So adding a little extra spice to your adventure, if you will.
Thanks, Salio.
Thank you.
Yeah, we look forward to it every year too, and it's as much fun to be here spitting on the mic into the mic, as it is to watch it. So yeah, we appreciate that you guys are out there showing us a bunch of love in the chat. Yeah, and to Becca Walker's point, back to Gianni's question, it's pretty easy to find your people when you're out there at a 100-miler, and so you're never really alone. A lot of times you end up forming lifelong friends, and I've had a couple experiences where you just lock in with a group of people at mile 40, and you basically run and or sad walk. Step for step with those people, and yeah, so.
And that can be the case too, whether it's a 100-miler or a 50K. There's generally people around you in some capacity you can chat with, or not if you don't feel like it. Quick update on the weather as our leaders are approaching flag. Feels like temperature is 52 right now. Possible storms this afternoon. We're hoping that doesn't materialize. And then we're moving into some sunshine for Thursday and Friday. So that looks promising for the number of people who are still out there on course, as well as trying the trails out, keeping things going. Thanks to our drone pilots who are out there, all the volunteers, all the staff who are putting everything together, and our sponsors. We're up there right now with the John G Skycam. We've got as well Satisfy, Squirrel's Nut Butter, Catula, Bear Butt Wipes, Tailwind Nutrition, Ultraspire Packs, Knock Energy and Nutrition, John G, as I mentioned, and Speedland. And a big one as well to Cooperative Coffee Roasters. We have been staying caffeinated with that here in the studio, so thank you very much. We appreciate you.
Coffee.
Coffee good. Caffeine good. Well, and how about Rachel with not just a Coke and a caffeine pill after her 5-minute pine needle nap?
It's a good way to do it. I know a lot of people will do the caffeine pill prior to the dirt nap, so when you wake up, yeah, the caffeine's kicked in.
That's right. Back at Walnut Canyon here at the aid station.
Yeah, we're waiting here for Ryan Sands. He's still, I think, 7-ish miles from aid. Yeah, a little under 7 miles from aid. So it'll be some time before he's in. And
looks like Harry is at or near Kelly Canyon.
He looks like Harry's out of Kelly Canyon,
and
on
DJ's
his way to Homestead.
DJ's approaching.
Yep.
And after that, that would be Finn, who is still a ways out of that Kelly Canyon aid station. And that is an aid station with no crew and no pacer access. Or no crew access. You can have a pacer with you.
Wake up.
All right, for back the pack, Christopher is still moving. Get a close-up on where he is right now. Looks like he's going to be should quite easily make that aid station to Mingus. Traveled 102 miles so far. So great job for him. Minkus is at mile 108, so he's in rough number 6 miles out from that aid station. And looks like now we got a cam at Wildcat Hill. So that, I presume, is Dan's crew.
Jess Oglesby, appreciate the colloquial reference. The Nappuccino is the caffeine thin nap.
Ah, that's a good one. I'll add that to my vocabulary repertoire here.
Yeah, and looks like we're here, like you said, at Wildcat Hill. So that's the next aid station that we're expecting. The race leader, Dan Green, he should be there in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, and Wildcat Hill's a mile 237, so that puts less than 20 miles into the finish.
And I believe, is this where Pete sets up and does the barbecue? Is this where they've moved it to? It used to be up on Eldon, but now there's not an aid station on Eldon due to changes in the permitting for the race.
Crazy to think that they're already approaching Wildcat Hill at 52 hours. Such a fast race.
It is. It'll be interesting to see how Dan does with the reverse Eldon section. So up the ramps and down the technical section. So it's a run up the fire road, and then they have to descend down very technical trail to kind of finish off and get into that last aid station at Trinity Heights around mile 53, and then it's just that final push to the finish.
Yeah, and we're back at Sedona, so we're anticipating a number of the runners in the middle of the pack getting into there. That is a nice place to stop and reset, especially now with the conditions being wet and then drying out. Manage your feet. Make sure you get some nutrition in. I'd imagine a lot take a nap or some amount of sleep. Sedona Posse Grounds is at mile number 162.3. And as the runners are going in there, they have just come through a lot of single track with some beautiful views. So looks like some great photos. Hopefully there's race photographers out there somewhere. I know Howie Stern, Scott Rokas, and Anastasia Wilder out there. When I took a quick hop on Instagram at a break, there was a great photo that was on Scott Rokas's Instagram of just the muddy and wet conditions. So if you're curious what it was like at some part of the course, pop on and check that one out. Would you do the Flagstaff Crest race? Are we going to race up Eldon later?
We will not be raising up Eldon, that's for sure. I was on a little bit of the course for the Flagstaff Crest. Yeah, it was fun. We could do a little 7 mile run. About 5 miles of that was on that course. That would be a really fun one to do. And I think that's something that's really cool about what Air Vipa has done with Cocodona 250 is how they've opened up so many distances on the course and created such an experience for every type of runner. So you can run for 5 days and cover 250 miles. You can run the 125 and you have, I say, 2.5 days to finish that. And then there's also the new Mingus Traverse. I think this is the first year of that 79 mile route, and then the Flagstaff Crest, which is the 39 miler. So a little bit of something for everybody.
Yeah, and we've just got verification. Thank you, Chris Warden, live stream host. Pete's Meats will indeed be set up at Wildcat. It is super convenient to Pete. So I might even get that on the live stream later on.
Yeah, we may need to make a pit stop at Pete's Meats after we run up and down Eldon a couple times.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to that. All right, so we got our runner cam here, and you can see what the trail's like into Sedona and around Sedona. It's looking like it's drying out and that, but you can also see how chunky it is. It gets a bit of technical and then in between. So you got to pay attention to your footing as well as turns. You see that orange marker to the right of the screen. That is some of the race flagging. There's orange flagging tape. That is what runners are following. Those little white things are reflective, so you can see it at night. And all the critical junctions are marked. Because we are 52 hours in, so paying attention to those junctions and those markers is important. You want to stay on course as best you can, though your mental capacity may be going in and out. And we've got an update here that Dan is about a mile out from Wildcat Hill, so we should have some video on him soon.
Cooking, man.
Man, 7 miles. Just under 7 miles from the last aid station. Thanks to all 6,600 of you who are joining us right now.
Just a quick update. Looks like Georgia Porter, just sent a message, and she is going to go off course due to lung issues, and she is planning to come back to Sedona before the cutoff. She is not DNFing. She is going to take care of herself, and let's send some love. Let's send some love to Georgia Porter. They them. Excuse me.
All right, and we're back at Walnut Hill. Is that Pete's Meats getting set up? Is that Julian in the background? Wow, so less than a mile out. That is at the Wildcat Hill Aid Station, mile number 237.3. And oh yeah, look at that. Pete chopping up the meat already. That looks delicious. So Wildcat Hill to Trinity Heights is a 15-mile section, 3,386 feet of gain and 3,055 feet of loss. You're close to being done, but you got to go up and over Eldon. And that's right, the New Hark Trail, single track, possibly runnable or moderate hikeable at this point, less than 500 foot per mile grade. And you'll have some ridgeline running before going down that trail, that glorious trail up Eldon, the Eldon Lookout Trail. And we've got someone coming in there, that Jenny Chisholm perhaps. Let's get that bib number. 135. That is Jenny Chisholm, the Hiking Chisholms. Moving pretty well, 162 miles in. Through hiking background, definitely coming in helpful for this section. Just taking a look to see who else is in the vicinity of Jenny as she approaches Sedona. There. And we got news. Dan's arrival is imminent into the Wildcat Aid Station. Okay, so as we're watching Jenny, there's somewhere around, looks like around a mile out from the aid station she is right now. Moving pretty well. And we might have a glimpse of Luke Smith, also seems to be in that area. And then Shelby Farrell at the moment is somewhere around a mile back from Jenny right now. So Jenny, as it sits right now, would be 7th in the women's division, and Shelby behind her is in 8th place. So lots of things happening, and with the news that George is going off course, those positions likely will change.
Yeah, she's moving really well. Obviously, she's in it for, for the long haul. She'll probably finish sometime tomorrow.
Yeah, picking up to a run now. Nice work, Jenny. Rolling into the aid. 52 hours in. Unbelievable. So 52 hours, that's 163 miles Jenny has done. A little over 3 miles an hour pace. Incredible. Inspiring mother and ultra runner and through hiker. And there she is in the aid. Big hugs all around. Yeah, oh, look at that awesome tie-dye in the background. Love to see all the volunteers dressed up, cruising things.
Getting hugs from one of her sons. She had two of her kids were in the race this year, but unfortunately they both dropped. She is the last Chisholm standing.
Wow. Thank you, Ryan Blatt, in the chat. Very much appreciated. 6,700 people still going. Wow. And we are eagerly awaiting Dan to arrive at the aid station. And that is the Wildcat Hill aid station. The current view is Sedona Posse Grounds aid station, where Jenny Chisholm just rolled in. And we're waiting Dan arriving at Wildcat Hill. All right, we're just going to let the audio roll from our live cam at Wildcat Hill.
Yeah, I will, and happy to spread the word.
Nice dude. Bryson, legend.
Oh!
What's up, guys?
Last time you sit in front, buddy.
I think this is broken. Yep.
Oh, man.
Take them off.
Okay. Get the slabs.
Gonna have to do the slabs.
Okay. There's a little bit of dusting and snow up top.
These are nice and
hot.
These are nice and hot.
These are fine. These are fine. There's a little bit more. Here, I'll give them to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You need a fork?
He's all hands.
Okay, we got there. Well,
Those smell good.
those are better than the McDonald's ones you had.
Fresh as can be. His timing is impeccable.
Delicious.
He was making me nervous on his getting them prepped, and then he just walks them out like 3 seconds before you got here.
Was it hard to get over here in the van?
Good socks, or you all right?
We're good. Just clean them off.
Okay. Yeah, I see it.
Watch that Achilles. It kind of hurt.
Okay.
Can you do something from my mouth? I'll put the shoes on.
All right.
How wet. What's up?
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Coffee or Coke? Both. Beer or red?
Dan, you want the small bowl clovers or the big? We have both options. Small.
Yeah, got it.
They fit my little.
Could
Well,
get-
my hands are swollen. They're big.
Could be a little choppy up there. But
We've been chopping all day, bro.
right
The
now,
mud.
but looks like some clouds are moving in.
Fred, you got sunblock?
It's right there.
Yeah, yeah.
Fred, we're gonna have a blast, dude.
Sunglasses?
Sunglasses.
You got it. You ready for this?
I'll rub it on your face.
It's to hold the hose. Don't even worry about it. Throw it in there.
Move the coffee.
Thank you. There you go.
It's done.
Thanks.
It's done.
You want anything else to eat besides pancakes?
Now let's eat these, and then we'll get out of here.
All right.
Got your sunglasses or the fresh.
Yeah, I got
sun shirt on.
I do, yeah.
What hat we got?
Feed right there. Word.
So I
Sorry,
need-
Joe.
You want any food to go?
Just give me a
I got
long
long section
section.
if you want it.
Nah. Chapstick. Thank you.
We have bananas. I got some granola bars.
You want to roll a little bit before you roll?
Oh yeah.
Can I spray this on now?
Yeah. Yeah, I need to do that too.
All right, let's get this one.
I don't know if I really need this, but
You do it. Go for it. Yeah, you need every bit.
This
you
is
can
an
pay it.
investment. Time well spent.
Bummer on that.
Yeah. You have to
Hate to
let
see
them
it.
know.
Yep. That'll happen.
We'll get you a new pair.
When you're
We'll
burning
all chip
rubber,
in.
it's gonna happen. Thank you. I haven't even paid for those yet. I just took them.
All right.
I was like, dude, you think we can get seeds from Donnie? And then I just. You think Koku's watching? No.
I wouldn't be surprised.
They're like, where does he live? West Virginia. Nah. They're like, of course, record, great guy. Nah, terrible place to live.
I tried to make the pancakes in shape of West Virginia. That's
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
We love it.
Did he get lube? You said.
Now we're gonna sit behind the thing there.
I think double would be too much, but maybe not.
It's colder up top.
Yeah.
Very cool up top.
You gotta get there.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. It's kind of nice.
What real food has he got for the climb up? Real food.
He's got some goldfish. He's got a Cliff Bar. And you want to take some pancakes with you? We got plenty. We can bag them up.
I'll take a cookie.
Yeah. Sydney says she's currently watching on her rotation.
Dude, nice.
The nurses think he's awesome. She's gonna fight him. Yeah. We could take maybe just a pancake. Other questions. Samuel, you want some pulled pork? You want a brat?
Nah.
All right.
I mean, all we gotta do is hike for a while.
That's your job.
How long until we get to the bottom of the mountain?
For like round trip?
Yeah, how long until we get to
I think that would be to the climb.
Can't carry it.
That I don't know.
Where's Fred? Fred, how long to the climb?
I want to the top?
To the climb, to the base.
Before you start climbing.
I don't know. He'll figure it out for you here in the next minute.
Probably like 4 or 5 miles.
We're at 235.
4 or 5 miles. How's that?
It's like,
As soon as you go into the tunnel, you get a gradual incline. Just runnable, but and then once you hit hard, it'll also runnable if you've got legs, but otherwise it's going to be a long. It'll be a long grind.
Saving him. He's gonna kick here. So he makes his move.
You'll probably have snow on Sunset on the north side, so it'll be a little sloppy up there, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What about snacks? Chips, granola bars.
Yo, you want a fig bar? Dan, you want a fig bar? Anything? What's that? What fig bars?
Yeah,
Fig
we
bar?
have stuff in there.
Fig on.
Chips? These chips are really good.
We're getting
I want some chocolate.
I think it's a weight.
Yells at me every time he puts it on.
maybe before I run back.
Hey, how's it going?
Rain's still not
Just in time, huh?
Are you gonna get into this one? I got this one there. So we'll see. You get it,
It's out, man. I know.
There's one in his other vest. Hey.
I don't say.
The Brother's Journey.
Should cover in sunscreen.
You got it on the face, right?
He's ever done that.
Such a good eater.
Let me give him his last time like 4.
We're fine.
Yeah. All right. Yes. Yeah.
We should bring this.
Smashing a caffeinated Morton. Watched him do that yesterday.
The back of that bus.
Just
quiet stuff. Just your notes.
Yeah.
Just slide that puppy in there. Crack that at the top.
Oh yeah. Have a little celebratory Coke at the top.
That's the way that goes. Seems to keep doing. I just did one of those. Okay. I just like home. All right. This thing's heavy as shit.
Yeah, a lot of required gear for this section, man.
Really?
Yeah, sorry, dude. Hey, you got 2 bottles up. You run up the mountain, that's why. Everything else is up.
It'll be up there just
Cookies. Yep. Don't get stuck up there.
Real key. What is it? You got some goldfish. You got a big water. Hold back here.
Back there.
All right. What are we waiting around for?
Go finish it.
Yeah, good job,
There we
baby.
go.
All right, baby. I got the
Nice work.
Go get it, Dan. Good
Go get him, buddy.
Yeah, Drew.
Go, Dan.
All right, Fred.
Mile 237.
Do it.
Everything is looking good.
Spry as a daisy.
Spry as a daisy, fueled up, ready to go. A little bit heavy pack. You may have heard Dan mention his pack is heavy. There is a mandatory gear check for anyone leaving this aid station. So that is the reason behind that. And he's even got his poles with him. And cruising off, it's still a really good pace. Jeez, so far into this. 52 hours. Maybe an occurring Shallowboy sighting at the
Yeah, I believe
aid station there. And
I
a
believe
fist
it
bump.
was in the Women Can shirt. Shout out to Corinne Shallowboy, one of our fellow commentators. And there he goes. That's our race leader.
Race leader getting back to hook up with the AZT for a little bit. See the orange marking flags for the course there. And he is off with an entourage of photographers.
Would it be, if the cameraman can hear me, would it be possible to get a couple minutes with Dan's crew before they roll out of the aid station?
Yeah, for sure. Let me try.
Thank you.
What a couple days. Do you guys want to do an interview? Do you guys want to do an interview real quick? Hey, Rainbow. Interviews. Logan. One sec. Let me get an earpiece.
Where do you want us to be?
This one.
Okay.
Isaac.
We got another interview.
Plenty of gas. Okay.
What happens when you're the crew of the
Chatting up with crew.
lead now?
We did the interview with WSAC.
You did?
Yeah, they called.
Awesome. Love it.
At one,
He was happy to do it?
He kept going and going. He's like, sorry, I'm going to have to cut this short. So he did the right thing.
Well,
He was happy to do
yeah,
it.
let's just start with how's Dan feeling? He looked pretty good for 230 plus miles in.
Can you take the earpiece?
Sure.
Oh, nice.
All right, they can hear you now.
Okay.
All right, who are we speaking to?
This is Ryan Ramsby, one of Dan Green's crew members.
And
Logan
who else do we
Kirby?
have here?
Isaac Waite.
We have Logan Kirby and Isaac Waite.
Solid.
Isaac
So,
is the crew captain, just to be clear.
Nice. Well, we'll start off with how is Dan feeling right now? I mean, he looked really good for the number of miles he has in his legs.
Yeah, I think he's holding together really well. He just picked up his brother, which he's been looking forward to this whole time. So that's going to put a little more pep in his step. He knows what he has ahead of him, and he's just ready to rock and roll and get it done.
Yeah, man. It looked like he was. He's eating really well. I think we watched him take down like a half a dozen pancakes, like it was no one's business.
He did. I think he was looking forward to those, and he took one bite and he's like, "Man, these are great," and just kept it rolling. So, yeah, he needed that little boost in carb intake, and it should be enough to get him to the top.
Yeah, let's go. We noticed he didn't partake with any of the barbecue. Are you guys gonna eat some barbecue before you get out of there?
I'm looking forward to it. I missed out last year, so hoping to get a couple bites this year. Looks like the rest of our crew's digging in, so we'll probably go join them.
Yeah, and we saw that he ended up having to take that a shoe change. Were there issues with the Hokas, or was he wanting? I know he's been switching in and out of the Hokas and the S Labs, kind of for the last 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, he's loved both of those. Those have been his go-tos, but he was really loving the Clifton 10s just for some of these more runnable miles. A little softer, just fits his foot really well. But I think he had a blowout through one of those sections. So, that's what happens when you wear a shoe that's not necessarily designed for some of this terrain. So kind of expected, but got him back in the S Labs, and he's good to go.
Nice. Who was anyone here pacing him in the last section?
Yeah, so Isaac here was pacing. Hi.
Hey, Isaac. I wanted to ask, has he mentioned any major hallucinations while you were out on the trail with him on that last section?
Yeah, we specifically asked him about that, and he said that he hasn't hallucinated at all. And I asked him, well, if not quite hallucination, have you seen anything that maybe took on any added significance or looked like another thing? And he didn't even get there. He did let us know that he thought he'd seen an elk on one of the recent sections, though. So maybe that was a hallucination. I don't know. Are there elk around here? Because if there are, he saw one, and if not, he hallucinated.
There definitely elk.
are. It couldn't be.
Yeah.
Interesting.
There was some questions about his sock game right now. They're definitely really white for the amount of mud that's on the course. But is it calf highs pulled over sleeves, or is he double socking?
It's calf highs.
Calf highs pulled over the sleeves. Yeah, he's just got a single pair of socks on, and they look white. Yeah, he's been changing them up a lot. He brought plenty of gear. He was prepared for this for sure.
Yeah, I love that. Well, he's got a big section ahead of him, getting up and over Eldon, and then it's, when he's on the way down, he'll be smelling the hay in the barn. So,
absolutely, yeah.
Is
I
Dan
think,
aware of where anywhere else is in the race?
He's maintained, a curiosity about how people are doing, and he's been asking how Ryan's feeling, how things are going for other people's races, and so yeah, he I think has some awareness, but he's mostly focused on what's ahead of him, and he's done a good job not getting too distracted.
Yeah, that's great. How are you guys feeling? Are you taking care of Are you guys taking care of yourselves over the course of this journey?
Yeah, we found time for a couple of naps. We're doing great.
Awesome. Well, I'll let you guys get to it, and thank you so much for giving us a little bit of your time.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks. Appreciate
Thank
it.
Awesome. What a great interview with Dan's crew, and no hallucinations, just checking out the elk on the trail.
Yeah, totally legit thing. I mean, there are a lot of herds in between. Well, we are on Flag, going south, going north. You're up on the plateau. The elevation changes. This is elk habitat. And thank you, Christina Montemuro. We very much appreciate that. And yeah, he looks great for just under 240 miles going in. Smiles, food, doesn't even look like it.
Yeah, I'm impressed with just how he's holding it all together. So just a casual jaunt up to one of the high points of Flag, and then a quad busting descent down to the finish.
Back down, yeah. Yeah, for an update on the leaders, it looks like, as of our last ping, Ryan Sands is somewhere just less than 5 miles out from Walnut Canyon. Edhar somewhere just under 11, and Rachel about 12 and a half, probably around 12 as of the last ping here. So everyone is making progress. Back to Sedona Posse Grounds. That's around mile 162. We're here at hour 52 and a half, approaching hour 53 of live Cocodona coverage at 2:50 here. We're just over a third into the race. No, that's hours, not miles. Brain working great. More than 40% into the race. That was the last math that I did.
Yeah, shout out to the over 7,000 people in the viewing audience of the live stream. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We're at 3.4K on the like meter. If you could take a minute and smash the like button, you think we could go to 4,000, Greg?
I think we go to 4,000. That'd be easy. That's 10% of people who are on the live. And thank you, Mark H. Nelson, for the donation. And whoever Bunny is, we look forward to seeing you in 5 years out here at Cocodona. Wow,
Yeah.
7,300 people. Thank you all for being here.
Yeah, there's quite a few people who've mentioned that 2030 is their year for Cocodona. So everyone listening at Aravipa Ops, yeah, you got some future runners in the chat here. Can't wait for the, would that be the 10th edition of the race?
That would be pretty close. I don't trust my math mind fully at this moment, but be getting close. So yeah, we got Dan in the lead. Pretty decent chunk over Ryan Sands right now, followed by Eder Ramirez, Rachel Entrekin, and Harry Sabertis is the top 5 overall. If you add DJ Fox to that, that makes the top 5 males. And for the women's race, Rachel Entrekin still going. She is, man, getting close to 40 miles ahead of Lindsay Dwyer. Sarah Ostazuski has popped into 3rd. And we've got Catherine Edwards-Anderson in 4th. And Shelby Farrell seems to have left the Sedona Posse Grounds Aid Station. So that's a pop-up in place for Shelby. Weather is clearing up. It looks like nice running and runnable conditions in those trails around Sedona. There's a lot of single track. It gets a little bit technical in there, but luckily runners don't seem to be getting baked as they would be if it is full blue skies out there, as our main pack makes their way up toward the plateau and us sitting here in Flagstaff.
Yeah, shout out to Toby Sheldon. Thank you so much for the donation. And yes, we love this community too. Best sport ever.
And those of you following for the 125, that race started at 7 Arizona time this morning. So as of our latest tracker updates, we've got Cole Crosby is currently in 1st, followed by Zach Henderson, Drew Combs, Devin Wilson, and Nick Allen for the men's field. And for the women's field, we've got Elise Alex, followed by Andrea White, Shani Bozen, Christine Almond, and Kelly Plass. So it looks like 16.2 miles is our female leader and 20.3, somewhere over 20 for our male leader right now in that 125 mile journey that you got 75 hours to complete.
Nice. Shout out Joel David. Thanks for the little bit of update. Looks like Rachel just crossed over Lake Mary Road and ran into the pine forest, looking great.
Wow.
Still cruising.
Still cruising, yeah. Smile on her face.
Big ups, Jeff Colt, the Jeff Colt. Yeah, we love what you do, brother, and thanks for the support.
Hi, for a quick overview, since the race has started, we have had some big lead changes, some big weather changes. Lots of carnage out on the course. But it's nice to see that our weather is clearing out as the leaders at least get closer to flag. So we're very happy for that. I'm very excited to go up Eldon when we're done here today and get a look up there. Finally climbing Arizona Mountain this trip.
Yeah, that makes two of us. We're going to cut for a quick ad break, and we'll see all of you on the other side, friends.
I'm a pledge for the wild kind of town. I don't mean to brag, but people often tell me I'm beautiful. Maybe because I'm nestled at the foot of the tallest peaks in Arizona? Ponderosa pines, trails, stargazing. Yep, I have all that too. Let's set a date. Bring the bikes and your hiking shoes. Oh yeah, I'm good with kids too. Yep, that's me. Flagstaff.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
All right, welcome back. This is the 2025 Cocodona live stream coverage brought to you by Mountain Outpost, and Air Viper Running. My name is Troy Meadows, host of the Midpacker Pod, and this is...
I am Greggy Varigan. We are in hour 52 on day 3 of Cocodona coverage. If you were with us before the break, you just saw the current race leader, Dan Green, leaving the Wildcat Hill aid station to climb Mount Eldon.
Yeah, big shout out to the 6,700 of you watching live. And a special shout out to our friends in the chat, keeping it lively all morning for us here as we bring you that coverage of the front, middle, and back of the pack.
Wow, and like a big thank you to Luke Seigel, the founder of Silo. Thank you very much. It's a nice bright blue pack as well that we have seen a bunch. And look in the background there, that is Pete's Meats set up at the Wildcat Hill aid station, where we just saw race leader Dan Green come through mere moments ago. For the overall top 5 in the 250 race right now, we've got Dan Green ahead of Ryan Sands, Eder Ramirez, Rachel and Trekken in 4th. She's also currently first female. And Harry Sabertus is showing up as 5th right now.
Yeah, and a big shout out. Thanks Tim Busby for the donation, and I agree, best coverage of any 200-mile race.
By far. And for the women's race, I know we have a lot of people here for the women's race. Rachel and Trekken approaching 220 miles as we are here at hour 52. Lindsay Dwyer is in 2nd place around mile 180. Sarah Ostaszewski 3rd, 173. Catherine Edwards-Anderson, mile 170. and Shelby Farrell is showing up as currently in 5th.
Yeah, and a special note for Georgia Porter, they have left the course due to lung issues and are planning to come back to the Sedona aid station before the cutoff.
Yeah, that's a great point to talk about. During this, you can leave your tracker and leave the course and come back. So I have heard of people. I know my friend Tony went to a hotel and slept for 8 hours one point. So it is possible. And as we go back to Sedona here, you can see it appears to be precipitating in the background there. So we were just talking about how that sun that we've got in flag is drying out that big muddy section around Walnut Canyon. Whatever had dried around Sedona may be turning back into mud pretty quick. So we'll see how that plays out as the mid-pack descends upon Posse Grounds in the next little bit.
Boo.
Yeah.
I want sunshine for my mid-packers.
Yeah, just been quite. The weather's been really the story of the race. It started off in cool conditions. Harry really pushing the pace, going at a blistering pace compared to last year. And then the weather rolled in. We saw some rain, some snow at the higher elevations for people. And we've now got Dan Green as our race leader. Rachel and Trekken, her and Courtney were dueling in the women's race, and now it's just Rachel. And oh, Sophie Rouge, hello in the chat there.
Yeah, Zachary Gulick, to your question, Dan, it's all types. For everyone is different with their training and their diet, and there are some people who are tackling this race on what would be considered pretty low volume, call it 60 to 70 miles a week, and then you have some runners who are running upwards of 150, 160 miles a week to get themselves ready for that, for the distance. So it really just comes down to your body, what you can maintain and manage as far as the training load, and yeah, just really so many different ways to skin the cat, so to speak, when it comes to training for these ultras and these multi-day events.
Yeah, and as we're in the multi-day event too, there are a lot of people who are approaching this 250 and the 125 as a supported through hike or supported adventure. So you don't need to run any of it, and if you keep your pace doing pretty well, you could walk pretty quickly and finish. So big kudos to everyone who's out there who's been on the start line of any of the events that we've got going on during and over the next few days, because we'll be here until Saturday morning at 10 a.m. local Arizona time, up here at 7,000 feet in Flagstaff. Yeah, we had when we started off our recording today, we were very intrigued by what was happening at the back of the pack, as we had Christopher just made the cutoff into Fain Ranch, and we're just going to check in. He is still trucking along. At the moment, Christopher is somewhere around probably 4 and a bit miles into Mingus Mountain Aid Station, and that next cutoff to leave Mingus Mountain is at 1 p.m., so one would think he's got a decent amount of time to make it in there and keep trucking along. Also like to send some support to Samuel Elkins is toward the back there, Elizabeth Russ, Carmen Sendejas, Chris Putrich, Tony Gillum. Y'all are doing great, and they are somewhere in the climb, it appears, up to that aid station at Mingus Mountain at mile 108. One of the big stories of this has been trying to keep up with the race leaders with cameras and people and everything. Dan is on a blistering pace. We are at Wildcat Hill, so should likely have some coverage as our next leaders come in through that aid station.
Yeah, and I was going to say, it looks like Ryan is about, call it 3 miles out. So, you would expect him in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, we'd like to thank all of our drone operators out there as well as all the volunteers out with these cameras and walking this trail in Sedona, you can really get a feel for what the landscape is like coming through here. And this rain is not ideal, but there also, if it was a nice sunny day or conditions of the past, people would be getting baked on this red rock out here. Pretty exposed section. And it also appears that we've got a number of people using the Posse grounds as a resting stop. Georgia's off course right now, but there's also a sleep station. There, at least last year, there was massage there. So, lots of options for people. See your crew, get a little pick-me-up. Take some photos with them with the Sedona background. And just continue cruising when you get the chance. The Sedona Canyons 125 kicked off a little bit, almost 3 hours ago right now. So we got a number of athletes competing in that race as well. So we'll be able to see some bits and pieces of that as they start. The courses are similar but not identical to the 250. Oh, and hey, check that out. Jeff Colt, Midpacker Pod. I think that's you.
Thanks for the shout out, buddy.
And thank you, Gianni, as well. I think that's another donation. I feel like I've seen that name before.
I should have started tallying them up, but Gianni is coming in hot with the $5 donations about one every other hour or so.
Yeah, wowzer. And there have been a number of people asking about the cow from yesterday. We do not have an update on the cow, but that was an entertaining bit of footage. And that was a big event that happened yesterday. At Deer Pass Aid Station. Tara Dower was in the field, and we watched as Dan Green, who was the race leader at the time, came in and took a little nap in his crew vehicle, during which he was passed by Ryan Sands. And then, Dan putting the hammer down and catching up again, not too far after that, within 20-25 miles. And back in the lead right now. And who have we got there? Got some smiling faces. That's always great to see. Bib number 94. So bib 94 in the 250 is going to be Melissa Brown from Washington. Go, Melissa. Not sure if she can hear us on the audio or not, but I'm sure maybe there are people out here watching as rolling into Sedona there.
Yeah, to Gianni's question, there's a whole lineup of races that Mountain Outpost will be producing live streams for. Notably, they are the production team for Western States. They do High Lonesome every year. I believe there's going to be a stream for Hard Rock again. I know that they're going to do a stream for Javelina. Maybe I can work on getting a complete list of all of the races that are at least slotted on the calendar currently.
Yeah, and on that note, hit that subscribe button for Mountain Outpost, because I would reckon that they were going to be streaming live off of that. So we got 29.9 thousand right now. I'm sure we'll get that over 30,000 today. We're already at 3,300 likes in the, 3 hours, 4 hours we've been up? 5 hours? I can't even do math great right now. But thank you for joining us. And as our leader is on the way up Eldon, Troy, dude, we're going to do that later today.
I'm super excited. My shift is almost over. Your shift will be over in an hour or so, and then we're gonna see what the conditions look like at the top of the mountain for the runners.
Yeah, I mean, what I can see right now is sunshine, so we'll hope that'll hold for everybody. I am looking forward to it. Got the Hawaiian vibes going to bring back some sunny and warm weather, because I don't think this was on many people's expectation of an Arizona race, but that's the way it goes. And it was Ryan Sands' crew when we chatted with his pacer Christian at the Fort Tuthill Aid Station earlier today, talking about how the time that Ryan had here in Flag had really helped out with his training over the last two or 3 weeks to get him ready for this. So I'll be curious to see what Ryan can do over this next stretch, because Dan has a lead, but also there is still plenty of time left, plenty of miles left. We will see what happens. And on that note, there is Dan going through the tunnel. I think that's the I-17 tunnel. If I'm pan over on the map here real quick. or I-40 tunnel.
Yeah, the rain is coming down in Sedona.
That would be the I-40 tunnel that our leaders seem to just go through. So, oh no, wait. Nope, 89A, 89A. Dan Green is that far off my map. Yeah, that doesn't look super fun. And, you know, for anybody getting into this mile 162, we can see how wet it's getting. You're going to be probably dealing with foot issues, cold, wet. Try and get a chance to warm up, see your crew if you've got one. Definitely refuel. Looks like the aid station specialty for Posse Grounds. Burgers, scrambled eggs, tofu, bacon, and pancakes in some capacity. So you can maybe mix them all together. But nice that there's hot food for anyone. I'm going to try and pick up the temperature for Sedona right now.
Yeah, pro tip, scrambled eggs on the pancake, burger on top of the eggs, pancake on top of that, and make yourself a little McGriddle sandwich.
Nice, yeah. So Weather Underground right now is showing, feels like temperature of 56 going into that aid station in Sedona. A little bit of a wind, a light rain, and then clearing tomorrow. But that temperature looks like it's going to pop up a high of 80 tomorrow. So anyone who started the Sedona Canyons portion, you know, we could be seeing warmer temperatures. We will keep track on that.
Yeah, big ups Flying 90 for the donation. Yeah, thanks for the love regarding the coverage. We're definitely not going to be at Born to Run next week. I've got to get back to life as usual. And then Gianni coming in hot again. He's got a question, though. How do you become a camera op for these events? There is correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a volunteer button on the Aravaipa site.
Yes. And
I think through that link, there's multiple options for volunteering, and definitely, you know, this type of camera op where you're on a gimbal right outside an aid station. These are all volunteer positions. So,
yeah, and so greatly appreciated by us here in the booth, producers, directors, but also the runners and the family members following along. You know, we've seen Ryan coming from far away. You know, there probably are, I would imagine there are people watching right now to see where he's at, no matter what time of day it is, as well. You know, friends, relations, coworkers from all around the world. We've had people check in from so many different countries. Super fun. And there you can see, nice to have some dry ground at the aid station there. Some of the variety offerings of things. Aravaipa does a great job of catering to dietary needs. Just let people know as you get into the aid station, there's vegan options, there's gluten-free options. And, you know, in this case, a little bit different menu options at aid station to keep changing it up for people, because palate fatigue is definitely a thing as you get further on in these distances. And there we are back. Wow. Sun is coming out of Sandy Seep. Thank you, Johnji, on the Skycam there. And that is our race leader, Dan Green, and his very bright white socks from all that mud he went through.
Yes, and he's pulled the poles out. He's kind of doing that gallop jog, moving really good.
And that is his brother pacing him too, as his crew told us. I think just before he went to break. That does look really sunny. So the top of Eldon, they are going to cross over 9,000 feet at the top of that, and then drop back down to 7 here. Pretty standard 7,000 feet in the town of Flagstaff. And that trail's looking drier than it was when we had the cam on it. Walnut Canyon.
Troy M. I dig the drinking game of every time we mention Dan Green socks. Don't play, because I think you'll be very inebriated early in the afternoon, friends.
Oh gosh, yeah. Well, that's something where time zones can come in handy. All right, so looking on the tracker, it looks like Dan is somewhere in the vicinity of 11 or so mile gap on Ryan right now. And would that be 15-ish on Eder, and then about 19 on Rachel. But Rachel, how about that? Absolutely crushing it. Giant smile on her face, having fun with us on the chat as she was kind of heckling us and heckling, was it David that was out there reporting her? So
yes, sir.
Great to see that vibe at mile 220.
Yeah, she was in really good spirits. I think the whole front, the top 4 runners here all are carrying pretty high vibes considering the mileage that they have on their bodies.
Yeah, this is incredible to witness firsthand. I mean, and we've got a chance to watch them finish as well. We could go down to the finish line there and watch it. If you are in the Flagstaff area and are curious, that is something you could do. Looks like early afternoon would be a reasonable estimate. On the women's side, yeah, Rachel absolutely crushing it. What a performance. She won Cocodona last year as well. And we've got Lindsay Dwyer in second, Sarah Ostaszewski in third, Catherine Edwards-Anderson in fourth, and looks like we've got a whole group of people, women, around that Sedona Posse Grounds aid station right now. Tracker showing Shelby Farrell, Melissa Brown, Jenny Chisholm, Georgia Porter, and Kaylee Demergen. Hope I said that right. All within 0.1 of each other, and that tracker is pinging at the aid station. So we'll see what happens over the next little while as some of them get moving, get back on course, and maybe raiding out the rain. We'll see what happens down there in Sedona.
Yeah, shout outs to our drone pilots that are out there bringing these epic shots of our runners doing their thing out there on the course.
Yeah, we had Mitch is one of them, Troy. Who's our other drone pilot? Or pilots? And then there you'll see some of the prominence of Eldon rising up into the background there. That is going to be a bit of a climb. Yeah, so Troy, Mitch, and Mike are our drone pilots. And then we've got David and Andreas in the field. We had Tara Dower in the field and Corinne Shalvoy. We saw her at Wildcat Hill just a little bit ago. And we also had Hillary Yang was in the field. So thank you to everyone who's been out there getting us some great footage from the different people. We are about just under 3 hours away from the Mingus Mountain cutoff at 1 p.m. that our back of the packers are pushing against. Seems like the ones that we're tracking seem to all be in good position to get there, barring any untoward experiences or situations.
Yeah, look at Dan breaking into a little bit of a jog here, and you kind of saw just a minute ago, he's kind of on that approach to Eldon, and he can kind of see what we see. He definitely sees Eldon coming up. He's getting ready to tackle the moose, so to speak.
Yeah,
it is the final climb of this race.
Yeah, and we heard from his crew as well, saying how excited he was to have his brother pace him for this section. So that's a little bit of a mental boost for him, in addition to all those pancakes he pounded and got back on the road. Also a note for Edhar is currently, let me just pull this up here, 3rd male overall. He has not slept. When we talked to him and his crew, he had not taken any sleep so far. So just pushing straight through.
Absolute savage.
So kudos to him. And then, yeah, looks like that gap between Eder and Rachel, 3 and 4, is hovering around a mile as they're, 9.5-ish out from the Walnut Canyon aid station. And they're in that pacerless section right now as well. So they'll be able to pick up their new pacers as they get to Walnut Canyon. Hopefully can avoid some of the mud and head on. You know, we saw Rachel switch into those Hokas with gaiters, so that should be helping her out on that section. Beam, beam, beam. Okay. Got the 125 off. If you've got the tracker up, you know, we are getting a lot of people trying to update the race tracker. So if you can be patient and hit the refresh, there are a lot of people trying to get updates on everything here. 7,100 people in the chat. Thank you very much. And yeah, we got lots of kudos out for the drone pilots. This is so cool to see what it looks like from the air and just give a sense of scale for these towering bull pines out here.
Yeah, Dan continuing to move well as he's making short work of this kind of flat rolling section heading into the Eldon climb.
Yeah, checking in on the back of the pack as well right now. We've still got Christopher still plugging along ahead of the sweep. Oops. Get this going here properly. Where is he? All right, yeah. Christopher, Samuel, Carmen, Chris, Elizabeth, Tony, Mary Jane, and Mark. Just doing their thing. They've got 2 hours 45. A little over that to get into Mingus Mountain. And hopefully you don't get sucked in by that nice campfire or the fire that was going in the background, that nice warmth we were watching very early in the live stream feed today. Just keep on trucking, everyone who's out there. There's still a lot of time and a lot of course left.
Yeah, I have one rule when I'm running a 100-miler is don't go sit by the fire. Leave the fire alone. The fire is not your friend.
Yeah, bad idea. And don't go too close to something that's got heat on it either. I learned that by melting my puffy very nicely in a 100-mile attempt. So just be wary of where you're moving your arms and what you're doing when you may not have 100% of your mental capacity.
Awesome. Well, friends, my time in the studio is over. We're going to do a commentator swap, but first we're going to head to the Cocodona Chronicles. My name is Troy Meadows, and thank every one of you for showing us such an amazing time, and thank you, Greg, for holding it down with me.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure, and looking forward to Eldon in a little bit here.
Yeah, let's go.
All right, party on.
Yeah, my pacer Maggie and I think made pretty good time through Whiskey Row all the way to Fain Ranch this morning. Yeah, we got stuck in more rain, so it was getting kind of cold, but cloud cover's been nice. So my crew didn't go to Crown King. It was very long, 78 miles, yeah, to meet my crew yesterday.
Enjoying your swan song of the Cocodona?
Yeah, I think for the most part. Yeah, it's been good since I picked up Maggie. Trying to get the legs to turn around a little bit. I think like I had a friend made an egg like breakfast burrito that was really nice. That helped a lot. So yeah, just trying to, I think, keep eating real food, not just all the gels in my pack, to stay on top of things. Also, like, yeah, trying to like massage the legs a little bit.
I'll see you down the road. You too.
Doing great. Took a little rest and she wants to push this downhill, so we're going for it. Her feet look the best I've ever seen feet look at this far into a race with this much moisture, so we're freaking stoked.
Yeah, I'm just trying to stick to my plan.
Yeah.
And I like it. Patience and persistence pays off in these distances. And it's wild because a year ago, I couldn't even run. A broken foot was just cleared to walk in a boot on it. My husband was pissed I didn't bring crutches to Cocodona last year. And I was like, no, can you imagine an airport solo with crutches? So it's just cool to see how far one can come with consistency and dedication. And I like the rain.
Yeah, this is a girl who trained in Vermont the summer that had the worst flooding and rains that they've ever seen. She loves the rain.
Layers are a top priority, and taking the time for shoe changes. Like, it's not a waste of time. Comfort is king. Yeah, I've been trying to microdose sleep and with the shoe changes and some foot care. But it's been working. It'd be cool to like have a real sleep. I feel like I haven't really fallen asleep, but I'm getting rest. I've been really smart about my caffeine use. Like, I've had 2 Red Bull. Okay, 3 Red Bull now, this entire race, and that's it for caffeine. So, like, I still have cards to play, and we still have a long way to go.
Yeah.
I felt like that was good intel, that I was moving at a good clip and got through that mud. It was like, you could only power hike through it, like, unless you wanted to burn matches, and in my book, it's not worth burning matches in like the mud that we were facing. This mud, fine. That mud, whoo. And there's so much runnable terrain ahead. I mean, I got passed by a lot of people the first day to Crown King, but I was hitting my splits. Like, okay, this was fun. Fun fact, second water station, I planned to be there 11:18. I got there 11:18. Or, yeah, the one Noah was at. Shout out Noah, Aravipa, Event Director. Crown King, I planned to be there at 2:36. I rolled in at 2:37. So, it's good. See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
How's your last day been, man?
Great. A little slower than I wanted. The mud down below was brutal, but we're out of it.
Body's feeling good though?
Yeah, pretty good.
Good feet?
Feet are a little banged up. Yeah. Day 2.
Yup.
Let's get it.
I am actually a zombie. I am not a real human being anymore. We're working on getting back to Chipper. Had a long, hard, mud-filled
field, Mingus climb. Thought I was gonna pass out, didn't pass out, so I guess that's a positive.
That is absolutely a positive.
And I have the best phasers and crew of all Cocodonas ever. All of them. Fight me. They were all crying with me, so...
No, I said we had a group cry.
We did. We did. So we're getting the legs back under. We're gonna try some jogging. We're gonna be really brave in this ultra running race and maybe jog. We still haven't deployed the coffee. We're waiting to deploy coffee.
Wait to
Watch
use
out.
the secret weapon.
I could
which is
still break the course record.
One singular cup
We
of
do
caffeine.
1 cup of coffee.
No one understands what Allison on caffeine actually is like, because no one's ever really seen it in a race context.
No way out but through, is what they say. If people have been following along on my story segments, I went with the hot desert theme, and instead I've decided I should have done Mud Max, because by the time I get to Sedona, seems like it will be a mud pit.
So it's just all the scene from Fury Road where they get bogged down.
Yeah, where they get stuck in the mud.
In the kind of like ruins of the green
exactly.
place. Yeah.
Exactly. Thanks for tuning in. This has been Musings with Allison.
Thank you. Good rest of your day.
You too.
Hey, all right. Thank you very much for joining us on Cocodona 250 live stream coverage. We are at hour 53, day 3. My name is Greggy Varrigan. I've been joined by a brand new co-host, so I'll just let you introduce yourself.
Hi, I am Claire Farrow, currently based in Denver, Colorado, originally from Philadelphia. And as a fun fact that's really pertinent to this race, I started running ultras in Alabama with the same group that Rachel used to run with. And I actually broke her course record in my first ultra. Whoa. She's since kind of gone on a different trajectory than me, but that's my nice little fun fact for myself.
Oh, that's awesome. Well, congratulations and welcome to the broadcast. So if you were with us before we went to commercial, we had a sky shot of Dan Green, who is currently our race leader with a phenomenal pace going on right now. Just mind-boggling. He's got a pretty significant lead, and we're cutting to a shot of Mount Eldon. So Dan is on the flats leading up to the climb of Mount Eldon. Somewhere currently around mile 241. Thank you, Lyra. We just saw your donation come in. Really appreciate that. So yeah, Dan Green is our race leader, followed by Ryan Sands, Eder Ramirez, Rachel and Trekken in 4th, who's currently the first female, and Harry Sabrudez has clawed back up into 5th place overall. Rounding out the top 5 men, it looks like Finn Melanson is now into the top 5. And on our women's side, Rachel's got a pretty big chunk of change on Lindsay Dwyer in 2nd, Sarah Ostaszewski in 3rd, Catherine Edwards-Anderson in 4th, and what we've got now is Shelby Farrell in 5th. As the last we were checking before the commercial break, we had a few people in the Sedona Posse Grounds aid station. And, oh, that does not look good. We have just jumped. That looks like Sedona. We'll pull up and see who 53. That's Kevin Russ. That is Jamil's arch nemesis rolling in. So he might need some Chipotle.
I just need to tell him Jamil's chasing him. Maybe he'll speed up a bit.
Speed up. Get a few more laps in. He's doing pretty good. He was currently 20th. Looking pretty good, other than the limp there. But is that a Jumpman sock? Looks like the old Michael Jordan logo on his compression sleeve there. If you're just joining us too, before the break, we noticed it started to rain again in Sedona. So it'll have an impact on anybody who's out there, especially as that main pack starts getting close to everything. The feels like temperature right now in Sedona is 56, popping up to 80 degrees tomorrow. So We'll see how this plays out. And as the runners leave the Sedona Posse Grounds aid station, they're going to be beginning the climb and hitting the fun and spicy part of the course on the Hangover Trail. Have you done Hangover?
I have not. I've heard a lot about it. It's a little intimidating.
It is. It was super fun. It was one of the first ones I did in Sedona. I have a friend that lives there and said, "Here, just go do this trail." So it was really cool to see as the leaders were going. I made some amazing drone shots last night flying over, and this rain. Not ideal for going up Slick Rock, but hopefully it'll peter off and then dry out for everyone. One of the big issues and big stories for the race since day one has been the weather having a really big impact. It was cool and overcast for the start. Harry set a blistering pace, and then the pace is slowed a little bit from what Harry was on track to, but we're still looking like course records are going to drop today. And some big news. Rachel and Trekken in the lead.
I'm super, super pumped about her performance. I love her attitude. I feel like every time I've seen her or she's been talking during the race, it's just always been, she's just having a great time out there.
Yeah. Yeah, did you watch the last little part with her crew at, I'm going to blank on the aid station right now, but heckling her crew and who's the best crew member, who's the worst crew member? It is great to see that energy at any point of a race, let alone mile 220 something, 215.
She's really got the mental side down, I feel.
Yeah, just a great story for everything. And if you've been with us since 5 a.m. Arizona time when we started off, we were quite concerned with our back of the packers and who was going to make cutoffs. So we've got an update for Christopher Ropp. Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. He is, my tracker's just refreshing, but he is roughly 3.5 miles to the Mingus Mountain aid station, and he's got until 1 p.m. to be out of there. So looks to be on track to continue going in his grand adventure. Wow, and I see Trish is back in the chat. Hello, Trish. You've got quite the following going on here.
I love Trish. Trish is my favorite. I don't want to, pump her up too much, but...
Yeah, I would like to also say thank you. There are almost 3,400 people watching this right now as Kevin Russ makes his way here into Sedona. So thank you very much for joining us. We're trying to get Mountain Outpost over 30,000 subscribers. So if you can help us out and click that subscribe button and hit that like button. We're at 3,300, 3.3K. Just go for it.
I do agree with the commenter who said that they'd be moving a lot faster if they had Heelys. I've actually tried suggesting that to people before, but for some reason it hasn't really caught on. I don't
A little bit of
know
pushback.
Yeah, I mean, especially for if it's a downhill race,
Oh yeah, coming down. You could try
Shoot
going down
all the way
Eldon.
down. Yeah.
Just kind of skid off the trail there. Have a lot of fun. But wow, and for anyone in the chat, were y'all watching the Chipotle battle that Jamil Curry, Aravaipa's own, had with Kevin Russ? That got a lot of airplay, a lot of notoriety, and we're all just pumped to see Kevin here. Hopefully he's okay with that. Looks like a little bit of hitch in his step. Got a lot of KT tape on there.
He certainly got in all the training miles with that Chipotle challenge.
Oh, God.
So
On concrete, boy. I mean, yeah, many people love concrete. Concrete's fantastic. Not my surface of choice. And I'm not sure if we've got audio out there for Kevin, but I know there's a lot of people who have been checking in to see how he's doing right now, and I've got that confirmed. We do not. But what we can see is kind of in between the pacer and Kevin right now, you'll see a yellow sign, and then there's some orange little flags there. That is the course marking. So entering Sedona, entering flag, it is important to pay attention to be going the correct way. And we got another smiling runner. Who is the 94? 94 is Melissa Brown out of Washington. Smile on the face, heading off. So that's great to see. There is a little out and back on the course at that part of the race going into and out of Posse Grounds. And for anyone who is leaving that aid station, approaching it, you just come from a long section of mostly single track, some great, beautiful, dramatic views of Sedona, and looks like some really cool race photos. I'm so pumped to see those for what's going to be in the Sedona area. And going out of that Sedona aid station, Posse Grounds to Foxborough Ranch. This is the part you're going to take a hard left onto the Hangover Trail, the crown jewel of Sedona single track. So highly recommend if you get a chance over the next few days, or if you got some time after, go check that out.
I might have to make a little pit stop on my way back to the airport.
Yeah, so once they go up and over that Hangover Trail, that Slick Rock part, you're on Schnebley Hill Road. So there's a water station at mile 170, because Kevin here is approaching that aid station at mile 162. And you can see they just, that big pink wrong way sign, they made the correct decision. And when they finish that climb and pass that water station, you're on the Coconino Plateau, part of the Mogollon Rim, and you hit the pines and the currently somewhat muddy roads. And it looks like we've got another runner coming in through here. I think that was 123. That is Luke Smith out of Ashland, Oregon. Great job, Luke. Let's pull up and see here. Looks like there are a number of people getting close to that Sedona aid station. And, you know, with the 125 also... Oh, what's that up there? What is Walnut Canyon? Who is that coming in? Got Walnut Canyon. That was Mitch on the drone. Thank you, Mitch, for being out there. So if that is approaching Walnut Canyon, that would be potentially that's Ryan Sands out there, moving really well.
Yeah, he's definitely. That's running. That's not.
That is
walking.
running, yeah, and running more than shuffle pace.
Yeah, that's running better than I do at the start of my run sometimes.
Let's say. Yeah, that definitely has got to be Ryan Sands. Looks to be the only person on the tracker in that area. And looks like we've got Rachel. Well, Rachel last pinged 15 minutes ago. Eder about 25. So the two of them somewhere around, we'll estimate 7 to 8 miles out. But, you know, you really see how the terrain changes. You got those towering ponderosas, big bull pines up there, lots of pine needles on the ground. Starting to get some signs of life. You know, the aspens are not quite leafing out yet. And coming into nearly 7,000 feet of elevation. But good golly.
He's trucking.
He's trucking. He looks better than I do at mile 20.
Yeah.
And this is mile 200 and something.
It's a little unfair.
Yeah. Oh, not too clever. Thank you. We appreciate your donation. I think we were going to put it to the blimp fund is something we were chatting about earlier today. So maybe there'll be a Goodyear blimp or something like that coming out here soon. But, you know, the fitness of these elite athletes out here to be running like that so far into a race.
It's really incredible. Just like the ability to kind of push past that fatigue.
Yeah, and we had Ryan. We had Ryan on earlier today at Fort Tuthill. We were able to chat with his crew. He did take a little bit of a nap. We talked to his pacer Christian. He actually was in flag. Or Ryan was here in flag for a little bit before the race, getting used to the conditions, getting some altitude training in. So, you know, this weather that's rolled in, not really having much of a phase on him. And then we had some great shots of the shoes he had going into Fort Tut, absolutely covered in mud, and that nice white Solomon. I think it was, Solomon,
Yeah,
Solomon athlete. So those white Solomons.
I'm wearing those shoes
you're
right
wearing
now.
the same shoes. I was
Yeah.
going to say, those look very familiar.
And they're also very muddy.
Yeah. Yeah, did you do a just shakeout run here in Flag this morning?
I did. That mud's from Gorge Waterfalls, though.
Oh,
I just haven't cleaned
nice.
my shoes well. It was getting warm this morning, though, when I ran in Flag.
Okay, that's promising to hear. And clearing up, it looks like. Last we saw on the
Yeah.
drone. I know I've seen the sun pop in and out over the past little bit, so we're hopeful that trend continues because, you know, just tracking the weather here for the area, it does look like we have a clearing trend and forecast of close to 70 degrees tomorrow is a high here in Flag, but then down to 38 overnight. So, you know, any runner who's coming into or up to this section overnight, you're going to have some cool temperatures, probably will feel colder than that 38 degrees out on the plateau.
And especially for people who aren't moving very fast, they'll definitely have to have a lot of layers on. I've learned that lesson the hard way, I would say. You know, a temperature that you might think would be fine for like a long sleeve or a t-shirt when you're actually running, when you're walking or hiking or just not moving very slowly, you just can't generate that body heat. And I have suffered the consequences, I would say, of not having those correct layers.
Wow, checking in real quick on the 125. That Sedona Canyons 125 started just over 3.5 hours ago. We had some beautiful sunshine in Jerome, some great drone shots as they went down the hill. Currently, as of the latest tracker pings, we've got Colt Crosby, Aeroviper running member. He is currently the men's leader, followed by Zach Henderson, Nick Allen, Drew Combs, and Devin Wilson. On the women's side, we've got, women's 125. There we go. Elise Alex, followed by Andrea White, Christine Almond, out of British Columbia. Woo, groovy. Shani Bozen, and then looks like Kelly Ploss and Brianna Boley are both showing the same mileage. So still plenty of time. That's, you know, our leaders are between mile 18 and mile 25 of that race. 26, my mistake. So plenty of time for things to change there. As we've chatted about this 250, there's a 125-hour cutoff for anyone in the 250. That puts us to Saturday morning at 10 a.m., and that is uncoincidentally, the same cutoff for the Sedona Canyons 125 of 75 hours. So nice that it was planned out. We'd like to thank Jonji for being one of the main sponsors. We got the Jonji Skycam here, as well as our other sponsors, Speedland. We've got Squirrel's Nut Butter. I know we had a very brief Chris Thornley sighting early today at that Fort Tuthill aid station. We've got Knack, Ultraspire, Tailwind, Catula, Satisfy, Bare Butt Wipes, and Community Cooperative Roasters. I can't quite see that here, but yeah. Thank you for providing us with some caffeine. I am very grateful for that. It was a very early wake-up call today. Oh, wow, and thank you, Victoria Haynes. We've got a Go Josh Nelson. Let's do a quick check and see where Josh is at here. Josh Nelson, bib 131, last seen mile 134, so where would that be? Dead Horse?
There's Dan.
And there's Dan. Dan and his brother. I did not get the brother's name. Dan's brother. And
another green.
Another green, yeah. Yeah, no, his crew was pretty jazzed when we talked to them just moments ago.
Yeah, they're cruising. I don't think I could pay my sister enough money to pace me at a race like this. She'll come to them occasionally, but never in a million years. I think it would either be really good bonding or we would probably never speak again.
Yeah.
It's one of the two.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Joaquim. That is a Euro donation. So thank you, everyone who's tuning in from around the world to listen to us and to watch this coverage here. Holy cow, my tracker is just flying with all the comments now. Climbs High, thank you for the tip. Wow. Wow. Just unbelievable seeing where everyone is here.
I believe everyone's saying his name is Fred Green.
Fred Green. Ah, there we go. Well, thank you,
I'm
everyone.
assuming they're correct.
We'll yeah. But, you know, that's a great shot that we've got two of you can see that cloud cover in the background. Hard to tell what direction that we're moving right now, but, you know, you get to see the diversity of terrain, of weather conditions. Thank you, Henry Dobbs. Henry Dobbs, very much appreciated for that donation there. And now you can see that starting that climb, getting close to the Eldon Lookout. Or no, they're on the backside. They're on the new Heart Trail, and they'll be going down the Eldon climb. So anyone who's been following along since early this morning, that is our plan. Troy was on here earlier. He is going to get himself organized, and then we are going to go up Eldon and take a look up there. So, yeah, maybe we can do our own little video from the top of that.
You just got to make sure he doesn't beat you down.
Yeah, at this pace,
You never
that
know.
seems quite likely.
He could get an 18th wind.
Yeah, I say there's a decent chance we'll see Rachel up there at the pace we'll go and how long it'll take us to get sorted. For an update on the men's side here, it looks like we've got Harry getting pretty close coming into Fort Tuthill there. So we might have a chance to get some video of that. And there we are back at Wildcat Hill. Ooh, it looks a little bit darker than the last we were here.
Those clouds are a little ominous.
Yeah.
I would not be loving to look up and see that right now.
No, keep your metal close to you and duck.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's and if we're correct, that is Pete's Meat set up in the back of that SUV right there, just in front of the gorgeous outhouses. And then our picture-in-picture, I am pretty sure that was Walnut Canyon up in the corner there, as we're anticipating Ryan arriving there at as Harry is getting close as well. I'd like to thank everyone who's watching us, as well as all the volunteers and staff that are putting stuff on, all the crews and pacers. That looks like Ryan's crew in there getting ready for him to come into Walnut Canyon. Who was it? Christian was his pacer, was wearing something kind of that orangey red color earlier. And is that Ryan that's in there?
It looks like they're
looks like
fixing
it is
someone
with,
up.
Well, yeah, with all the photographers around there.
Yeah. It's got to
Wow.
be someone important. I'm so impressed by the crews that have everything so dialed in. Like really like NASCAR pit stop.
Oh gosh, yeah. And you watch some people we've seen, and like, your job is bottles and bottles only.
Yeah.
Your job is trash. Just minimize any unnecessary time spent at an aid station.
That level of planning, and also just like being able to anticipate, know your runners so well that you know what they're going to need is pretty incredible. I've had some really great crews, but I think I'm a bit too unpredictable for them to be able to do that for me. They do their best.
Yeah. Well, from here, it looks like Ryan's in good spirits. I know we just got the drone shot for this, but everything is looking good. He's still standing. I'm mildly surprised he didn't take a chance to sit, but
I mean, sitting's dangerous.
Well, that is true.
He
Yeah,
might
fires
just
are
wanna
dangerous.
Keep it moving.
Yeah, and I'm sure he's stoked to see his pacer. As anyone would be after that pacerless section. There is some navigation in that section. There are some turns, and if you've got the main map up, you can see the intersecting trails and things that go through there. Thank you, Logan and Blake, for being here since Monday morning. And hey, beginning runner, that is fantastic. Just keep going for it. Go for some runs, maybe find a local community. Have a great time. There's such a great community around everything. And, if you want to become part of the local community, like, pop out and volunteer for a race. Most of them are always looking for people, and it's a great way to network. And, maybe you can be a pacer. Maybe you can be a crew member.
I have fond memories of volunteering at mile 70 of a 100-miler and feeding every runner a shot of whiskey as they went through.
Oh, groovy.
I got several messages after the race from several people saying it saved their race. So
Lifesaver. All right, so that is Harry, and look at that pickup camper setup. Wowzer. Might be getting a shoe switch from Harry in there right now. Hard to say. Oh, hello, camera. As you can see, we've got the Hawaiian vibes going on to bring back the sunshine because I'm kind of tired of being cold here.
I think it worked. It was sunny outside last time.
Was it
I
outside
saw
yet? And it
the
was
outdoors.
Cody Poskin had that pretty flashy shirt on too. So
I've always heard look good, feel good, run good. Doesn't always work for me, but I have heard for others.
yeah, hey, if you look good, you're having a good time anyway. So I am definitely going to have the boardies on up at the top of Eldon.
My
Harry
audio
there
yet?
looks like getting some more food. Oh, there we go. We got some audio.
Hey guys, this is David over here. The aid station. Harry just got in a couple minutes ago. He's been housing some noodles. We got a Snickers bar, got a bottle of Coke, very minimally carbonated, and he's smiling. He's got his crew here. Pacer's ready to go. Looking pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah. How's he feeling?
I got the big question for you, Harry. How you feeling right now? Wonderful. Wonderful. You heard it from him, and he looks great. So.
He looks great. That's fantastic. And who's?
How can it not be wonderful? That's my celebratory food.
Celebratory food.
Yeah.
Yep. You earned it.
I know.
David,
Was the
who's going to
mud
be
a
pacing
little
him for this
easier,
next
or
section?
still
No, he's
about the same?
pacerless from this. Who paced him coming in?
Yeah. Nice. The sun feels good now?
No, I like clouds.
Okay, we still prefer the clouds and the rain. Look at this guy. Is he even human? I don't know.
Hard to say right now. How did the
We've
last
got
section
all
go
the, all
for
the
him?
crew gear spread out here, all the options.
Yeah, you can really see all that it takes to get someone 250 miles. That's a vehicle's worth of stuff
Yeah.
lying on the ground there.
The best is how much doesn't get used by the end of the race.
Yeah. Oh, great to see you still in good spirits, still got a smile, not hiding in an outhouse
Yeah.
falling asleep.
Yeah, he was eating real good. So, what kind of other non-solid foods have you been taking?
Solid.
Yeah, gels, high
No.
carb mix.
No.
No,
Just
just solids. Just solids. Sweet. And he's loading up. We're not wasting any time. This might be one of the fastest transitions we've seen at this aid station.
In and out.
Satisfied. Looking good, Harry. Thank you.
Definitely the fastest stop we've seen so far today at this aid station. Wow.
Good spirits, moving good.
Yeah, less than 5 minutes. And in our little picture-in-picture there, yeah, heading off, so you can see some nice wide open trails and flag that Harry's walking into at Fort Tuthill. And then that's that pacerless section going into Walnut Canyon because of the habitat issues. So Harry's on his own for the next little bit, but his crew will catch up with him at Walnut Canyon. And we'll see how he does from there.
Yeah, again, I walk weirder than that normally. It's unfair.
Wow, Harry is doing fantastic. Still, what was that, in fifth? Fifth overall right now. You know, still pushing it. You can see the weather there at Fort Tuthill. You can see those clouds. This view is looking roughly to the south right now. So we've got some breaking clouds, and then that would be the direction of Sedona. Hopefully that all blows off for everyone.
See if we can get any comments from the crew here.
Yeah, let's check out anything you can get us. That'd be great.
All right. Who wants to give us an update on Harry?
Here, you stay.
Sierra, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go,
Hi, I'm Sierra Walker. I was just pacing Harry Sabertus, and he's crushing right now. Yeah, he was hunting a little bit. We passed someone, and I think that gave him some more motivation, and he's been in good spirits for like the last 20 miles. So keep it up. Yeah.
What's the trail been like out there?
It's been pretty like easy and flowy, and so I think that gave him motivation too to go faster. Yeah, it was kind of fun, quick, no mud. Thank God, no mud.
Any questions from the studio? Any comments? What about Eldon? What was that trip like over last year, and how do you think that's going to be different for him this year?
She was not here last time. I was not. Maybe Lauren is the one for that one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Kevin. I didn't run over Eldon either.
Yeah, well,
You're facing over Eldon again.
yeah, I paced Jeff Browning over Eldon,
Yeah.
and Harry caught us at 2:48.
Well,
So
that's a really good person to answer that one.
you know, we became really good friends, and now we're gonna do it together.
Yeah.
We've been talking about it for a long
We
time.
poached him from Jeff's crew.
Yeah, well, we're all allies, you know.
That's true. We're all friends.
Yeah.
Big community.
So he's using his poles,
Mhm.
but moving well.
Yeah. His legs feel fresh.
Yeah.
He's a new man today.
Got 2 Snicker bars.
Yeah. I mean, he just had one celebratory food, and he's got one more waiting for him at Walnut Canyon.
Yeah. What kind of food is he taking with him?
A lot of fig bars. Yeah, big Fig Newton guy. Water and electrolytes.
Yeah.
Easy. Yeah.
No carbs in there.
Mm-mm. Low calorie electrolytes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
Any other questions from the studio?
I think that's all we got. He looks great. It's been great to see his smiling face the whole time. And yeah, thank you to the crew. Thanks for their time to come and chat with us today.
Thank you so much, guys.
Oh, one last one. Who's pacing him from Walnut?
Who's pacing from Walnut? This guy right here.
All right.
Coach
The veteran.
from Jeff's team from last year.
The veteran. Awesome. All right. Thank you, David.
Cool. All right, guys. We'll talk to you in the next one.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, dude. Wow. That weather coming in. And now we're back to our Walnut Canyon cam. Wow. Is he moving? I mean, oh, what's happening here?
Huh?
Some confusion, perhaps.
Maybe they're just taking a moment to take it all
Yeah,
in.
there we go. Yeah. We're in the forest.
Fig Newtons and low-calorie electrolytes. That's a combo.
Yeah. Some interesting mouthfeel. Oh, there we go, camera folks. Yeah, big thanks again to our drone operator. Thanks, Mitch, for these great shots, as well as all the volunteers out there at the aid stations. Volunteers for setup, takedown, staff for setup, takedown, live stream producers. Claire, thanks for being here. And thank you. Ooh, wow.
You even gonna try?
M. Dayub, 27. Thank you for that. And that's a really, is that Western Kentucky University?
Like it, yeah.
Little logo? I'm not familiar. Thank you. Thank you for verifying that for me. Wow, we're nearly 8,000 people in the chat right now as we get close to stuff. Oh, I see a couple donations pop up as well. Thank you all for your support. We appreciate it. Here at hour 53 of the Cocodona 250. And it looks like some of that mud might be drying up outside of Walnut Canyon.
Yeah.
I haven't got a good trail report in a little bit, but
That dirt looks lighter in color.
it does look lighter in color. Now we might get a good chance to watch this. Is that a pickup? That is a pickup. All right, you can do it. You can do it. Come on, just keep going. Don't let up on the gas.
I want to see it get passed by
Keep
a
going,
runner.
keep going. Oh, yeah.
It's always a good feeling. Passing a car, passing a
Yeah.
biker, always the best.
Yeah, our back of the pack report as we watch that beautiful blue colored truck. Blue is obviously the best color. Going along Walnut Canyon there. Christopher is currently about 3 miles out of the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. So, what would that be? We'll say he's going to have some amount of time there to hopefully take a nice little rest, reset himself. He made it by the comfort of Fain Ranch without getting sidetracked. So good job. As well, shout out to Samuel Elkins, Chris Putrich, Carmen Sendejas, Robbie Cheney, Everyone else who's approaching. Aylin Davis, deaf runner out there. Go, Aylin. And it looks like we're back to Wildcat Hill now. Pete's Meats in the background. And from where we just saw Harry at Fort Tuthill, it is going to be... He's got a 16-mile section, about 1,400 feet up, about 1,600 feet down, all on his own. He was in great spirits as he left. Got his food, so we'll see how long that takes him. 3-4 hours, maybe?
Yeah,
See how well he's
moving
moving?
pretty well.
He's moving pretty well, and he's got that little bit of navigation, but...
He seemed mentally present enough for that, though.
Yeah, he looked really good, and by far the fastest stop that we've seen so far at that Fort Tuthill aid station. Squirrel's not better out there. Oh, hey, hello from Costa Rica, Oscar. Thank you for the donation. Very much appreciated. And wow, we're up near Allison Coons. Thank you again. And way to go on your debut, Claire. Welcome to the feed. Oh, all right. Where is this that we are back to now? That is Sedona Posse Grounds. Hopefully starting to dry up there a little bit. And I wonder who we have in at that aid station. Let's figure that out. Okay, Sedona. There we go. Okay, so it looks like we have a number of people in and around the area. Oh, that looks like a pacer bib in a hand I just saw. So someone's signing himself in. 88? Okay, who is 88? 88 is Nicholas Steinbrunner. Great job making it to Sedona. We've also got 38, so Kaylee Demergian. Kevin Russ, the tracker's showing up as still in there. Georgia Porter, that's right, we know that they left the course and are dealing with a personal issue, lung issue, but the plan is to return at some point ahead of the cutoff, because that is something on this course. You can turn your tracker in an aid station, go sleep, go do what you need to, and come back. So we hope to see Georgia back on the course.
I feel like with races that are this long, you know, like 125 hours, you really do have that kind of that wiggle room to deal with those issues. So it's nice you kind of get that second chance.
Yeah, and you know, even with that break can be everything. You can still make a lot of ground up very quickly with the climbs, with everyone getting tired.
The math there, like sometimes it's almost better to take a break for a couple hours if you can really move well afterwards versus slowly walking.
Yeah, you know, you've got the chance to get some sports medicine done, have you know, refresh with your sleep. I mean, Georgia being Flagstaff based, I think, close enough to home. I doubt that you, well, maybe, who knows? Maybe go home, sleep in your own bed.
And that's the dream.
Come back, yeah.
I would have a hard time getting started again after that, though. I'm not going to lie. If I went home and slept in my bed, I'd be like, I don't know. This is actually pretty nice.
Yeah.
Why am I doing this again?
Yeah, and you just saw, not sure who that was in the background, but applying the sunscreen liberally because the sun is coming out in Sedona, and as we know, you know, there's not a lot of shade on that part of the course other than the aid station, and that red rock can heat up. So even though the temperature's in the mid 50s right now, if you're out on that course, you can get baked pretty quick, and that heat can just suck it out of you, as well as radiating up out of the ground. Very warm in there. And we're back with, there's Dan. Dan still going up. Dan and Fred. Issue taken care of. Onward they push. Yeah, checking through all the vegetation up there as well. Seeing those changes.
He really just looks like he's out for a stroll.
Yeah. Yeah. Just can even truck along, not feeling the urge to try and take on too much right now. And I mean, he is doing super fantastic. Again, those clouds seem to be breaking. Can't quite see out the window for full flag weather, but there we go. That's some nice view of the landscape and everything. Again, it's such a beautiful course.
Yeah.
That everyone is going through. Thank you very much, whoever's got the live cam. Thank you for being out there and getting us these great shots. You can see what the trail's like. They will be making their way up the New Hart Trail and then down the Eldon Lookout Trail. And Ken Joya, thank you very much. Wow. Let's go, Pete. We will do our best to pass that on to Pete. Got some nice runner emojis there. $50, baby. Yeah, Cameron Haynes update. We did see him at Sedona Posse Grounds a while back. In rough numbers off the tracker, he's made about 10 miles of progress since we saw him on the screen here. That was bib 13. Man, that seems like forever ago. All right, quick update on the Sedona Canyons 125. Cole Crosby, Air Viper Running, is still in the lead for that. Oh, thank you, Chase. Appreciate the donation. Cole Crosby still in the lead, followed by Zach Henderson, Nick Allen, Drew Combs, and Devin Wilson. But Sean Rogers hot on Devin Wilson's heels. And on the women's side of the 125.
That was just showing off. That was nuts.
Was that for us?
That's just not right.
Wow, still playing with the camera too.
Wow. Yeah, I think he feels all right.
Yeah, well, he looks great.
Taking the time to jump for the camera.
Yeah, for the camera, yeah. It's just nice to see the playful energy that far in.
Yeah.
And I mean, all of our top four have been pretty engaging as they've come into things and chat with the camera.
This is giving me a lot to work on with my own mental state during races.
Yeah,
I'm going to be having that much fun.
Channel your inner Rachel.
Yeah.
Quick update, the women's Sedona Canyons. We've got Elise Alex currently in the lead, followed by Andrea White, Shani Bozen, Kelly Ploss, and Brianna Boley. So that is your top five. They have all crossed the 20-mile mark, roughly 3 hours into that race. And yeah, if whoever's got the camera, thank you so much for getting us these great shots of Dan as he makes his way up Eldon. Just check and see how everyone else is faring in that leaders section up there. Looks like Ryan Sands, tracker ping somewhere around 5.5 miles to that Wildcat Hill aid station where Pete's Meats is set up. We had the camera shot a couple minutes back there. Edhar, somewhere around 6, maybe a little under 6 based on the tracker ping, and Rachel probably somewhere in that vicinity as well. And remember, those two are moving well. They're also on their own. And then Harry is on that course on his own as well. That's that pacerless section. But I'm sure they're very much looking forward to picking up their crew, seeing their crews and picking up their pacer for the Walnut Canyon section onward to Wildcat Hill. Toby Moran, thank you very much. Florian, thank you very much. Thank you everyone for being here in the chat. 7,600 of you, 3,300 likes on this broadcast already. Thanks everyone from around the world for joining in with us on this brightening day up here in Flagstaff, Arizona. We appreciate y'all. spending some of the time you've got. Wow, you're getting a look at some of the trail conditions there. That might be some muddy sections, it's looking like, as Dan is making his way up towards Mount Eldon. And it looks like we have just hit the end of my shift. So I want to thank everybody who's been with us, whether it's been for 5 minutes or 6 hours this morning.
6 short hours.
Very
for
much
you,
appreciated. Thank you, Megan Cottrell, for everything. And yeah, I'm going to sign out here. As you heard, Troy and I and maybe Zach are going to head up Mount Eldon. And we've got a much more exciting commentator than myself coming on next. So we'll leave that as a surprise. And we'll see you on the other side. Thank you, friends.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy running.
Do you got wise blood to come win some in? I'm an outlaw on the brink of self-implosion, alone in a crowd on the corner, going nowhere slow.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RXCCD from Speedland, the road super shoe made specifically for the Cocodona 250, an uncompressed SCF midsole, single BOA fit system, a removable carbon plate made for the roads, but just as good on the gravel, sort of like the GS, but in a lighter, more streamlined, faster package with just enough cushion for this long and arduous race. Go pick up a pair now. RunSpeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Hey, I'm Steve, Cocodona Race Director. Some parts of the Cocodona course are hot, really hot. So when we were looking for our runner shirts for the Cocodona 250, we wanted something that would protect our runners from the intense Arizona sun. Our search led us to the Janchi Sun Chaser, the perfect hoodie for a desert ultra. UPF 50 that doesn't sweat off, cool to the touch and cling-free fabric even when you're sweating, scuba style hood, integrated thumb slits. It's lightweight and super breathable. Thank you so much, John G. Chase the sun, but don't let the sun chase you. Happy running.
Hi, we are back with the Cocodona 250 in Flagstaff. I'm Claire, here with Tara
Tara.
Dower. You
Tara
may know
Dower.
her from her aid station food reviews, which I heard were a huge hit. Not to just totally put you on the spot there with
They
that.
made a special batch of cinnamon waffles for me. I felt bad. I was like, I'm not even running. But they were good, and I'm glad I had them.
It's good that everyone else can kind of get that experience through you.
Yeah.
Now
Well-
they'll sign up for the race just because they want waffles.
Everyone's like, oh, what's the recipe? It's literally just Annie's cinnamon rolls stamped into a waffle maker with the icing on top.
That sounds great.
And it's perfect because the icing sits in those little holes, cups.
With syrup. Yeah.
So
It's genius.
It's pretty easy if you guys want to make it.
This has been your cooking segment.
Yeah. So can you update me on what's going on?
Yeah.
I had a run and I saw a little bit of the live stream. I was running on the treadmill.
Oof.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
That's
But I
deeply-
watched a little bit of the live stream. Can you update me a little bit on what's going on?
We just saw Dan pretty recently with his pacer, his brother, going up, I believe Eldon. And then we also saw Ryan running with the drone footage, and
Okay.
he is moving super well. It's actually kind of offensive for the rest of us. And then we also just saw Harry come in to an aid station with his crew, dropped off his pacer, and headed out again. It was like a 5-minute transition, which
Wow.
again,
Also offensive.
wild. Yeah, setting off without a pacer on that section.
Oh, yeah.
In super good spirits.
He's
talking about
fourth,
fig
or he's
Newtons.
fifth now, right?
Mhm.
Fifth.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, and seems super pumped to be out there. So excited to see how that goes for him. I'm waiting for a Rachel update, obviously.
Oh, yeah, me
but,
too. What is up with the Tara Cower?
What
the heck, guys?
Your cow thing. I don't know what your cow thing
Can
is.
somebody explain this in the chat? I know there was a cow involved yesterday, but is there something I don't know? Is
I
that
think it might just be that there was everyone
Who
who
started
latched onto
this?
that cow.
I mean, there could be worse things, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I don't want to like name off any things I'm thinking because I don't want to give the chat any ideas. Goodness, we should get some cow emojis in the chat.
I want more
Let's see
cow.
how many.
I saw a few. I want some more.
Oh yeah, I want a lot of cows. So many. Somebody said because you're a cowgirl.
We are.
Jeez,
I mean, that
wish.
was wasn't that the whole thing a few years ago? Like the Cocodona Cowboys. And
Yeah.
Be the cowgirl.
Yeah. That's kind of high praise.
Yeah. You need to start a cowgirl chapter. I think that's the next thing.
Somebody asked if you used to skate at Iceworks.
I have never skated in my life.
Okay.
I don't have the balance or anything required to be on blades.
Somebody, who is this? Kelsey
now
Little?
we're getting-
said that?
I don't know.
Okay.
I wish I could skate. I would die. I would hurt myself. So I barely can run and stay on 2 feet. You can't see the scars on my knees, but they're really bad.
Dude, me too.
It's not a good thing. I like running downhill, you know, and like sometimes you just kind of
You just get the toe.
take that
It
risk.
just takes one. It just takes one.
Yeah.
And then the run's over.
I haven't
I'm
died
crying.
yet, so
Yeah,
I do have a lot of
obviously.
pictures with blood all over me, but I haven't died yet.
I was at Deer Park yesterday talking with Mark, who is prolific in the aid station world. He's done like hard rock and he's done Western. But like he looked at me and he was like, "What happened to you?" I was like, "What do you mean?" He's like, what's with all the scars? Like, what's with the knee? I was like,
Some of us are clumsy.
I was like, I went to Black Canyon and I fell. And he was like, oh, I went to Black Canyon and I fell and I'm all healed. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
I heal
what's it like
slower.
to be God's favorite? Like, I'm sorry. One of my friends has a shark jaw tattooed around her knee because then she says when she falls and it bleeds, it looks cooler because it's like the shark bit her.
Yeah, I just got like barbed wire on my knee and it does, I can admit, oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Wow.
No one is comparing knee tattoos, but yeah.
We have a tooth tattoo and we
Yeah.
have barbed wire. What else you got?
Got a moth made out of bones.
Oh my gosh. That's very
Got
cool.
a skull with a running shoe in its mouth.
Wow.
All sorts of good stuff.
Philadelphia? Yeah. I hear they have good tattoo artists.
I do. I mean, I got some good people in Denver too. If anyone needs a recommendation for a tattoo artist in Denver, this is really off topic. But
We got Kevin here with his I'm
He's
wondering if
moving
that's...
better. We saw him earlier, and
Yeah.
he was kind of not moving too great, but he looks like he's moving quite a bit faster now. So
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think that's like a Gossamer gear umbrella he's got there?
It's something.
Good for rain and sun.
Yeah.
Which we've had both of those things.
I
in
always
this
forget
race.
that like the kind of like parasol sunshade is like a thing.
Yeah.
And just never remember that the sun can hurt you.
Dude, I got
much to my own detriment.
It was so cloudy yesterday at the aid stations. Like I was at Jerome and I was at Deer Park and I got sunburned.
I feel like people always get sunburned worse when it's cloudy because they're like, oh, I don't need to put sunscreen on. And then, you're screwed.
I wonder how it's like for them. Like I saw Dan, somebody applying sunscreen to Dan. So I would imagine the front runners are doing their sunscreen duties, but like
that's what your crew's for.
Yeah.
Remembering that.
There's a lot of things you can forget. I feel like at this stage for Dan, what do you think he's thinking right now? What do you think his mindset is?
Well,
just put yourself in Dan's shoes. Like,
I don't know.
What's going
you
on?
might not have seen this also right before you came on. They had the camera on him and he just stopped and then just jumped to show off. So like I think he's probably in a pretty good space mentally right now if he's like showing off for the camera at mile like 240 something, which is insane.
So he's having fun.
Yeah.
Probably
just out there with his brother, just having a great time.
Probably a little tired.
I honestly I hope so.
Yeah.
If he's gonna get across the finish line and be like, okay, I'm gonna run it back now. So like round 2, I'm gonna go run back.
Could you imagine?
That would be crazy.
There was like a time when I was listening to podcasts where somebody was mentioning doing a 500-mile race. Like, what? How much does that cost, first of all?
Too much. So much. Unless you do like a 6-day or something, and then it might not because that Megan Eckert just ran 603 miles.
Yeah, I was just looking at her recent
insane.
Instagram post about that. For those that don't know, over 144 hours, Megan ran 603 miles.
She was like 3 miles short of the men's American record.
Dude, what?
Which is like, we need to get her here
Yeah,
next year.
yeah.
I want Courtney back. We're going to get Rachel back. You can run it.
Oh,
we'll get
good.
Megan. We just got to get like a whole women's squad to just decimate the men's field. That's what I want.
It might be too late in the race, but who are your picks?
Oh gosh, it's really hard. I think I might go out on a limb, and I think Dan might be able to take the win.
Like a safe choice.
I think he's got like a 50-50 shot.
Yeah.
I think you just never know. He's only leading by 13 miles or so.
Oh, is he? Wow. Has he
I
put
don't
more
know.
time on
I don't know how
Ryan?
often this tracker has been updating, but that's what it looks like.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then-
it does.
yeah.
Wow. Oh
And
my
then I do
gosh.
also think Rachel might take the W on the women's side.
Yeah?
I'm more just interested to see if she manages to podium overall.
Yeah,
That's-
I'm really hoping for that. I wish the best for everybody. But
I especially wish the best for her. No
Rachel.
offense to the guys, but
what does it mean when at the tracker? What does it mean when they're slightly like? You see this? How like the color is like more prominent, and then like Rachel's tracker right now has like a like faded color to it.
I wonder if it might be like how recently her tracker updated.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it was
That would be
37
my
minutes
guess.
ago.
Yeah.
Wow. I feel like
I wonder if it fades out when it's like a while back being updated. Maybe that's gonna update and she's gonna be like 5 miles ahead. I'm manifesting things.
Bob Sanders says 50-50. He either wins or doesn't. Solid.
Yeah, no, I mean, it is going to be one of those two outcomes for sure. I don't think there is a secret third outcome.
Have you ever done Eldon? Have you ever
No,
done Eldon?
I haven't. This is only my second time in Flagstaff. One time I came and we did rim to rim to rim, and that was like it. And then now I'm here.
Yeah.
And I've been here for 11 hours so far.
Sleeping
So-
for...
Yeah, sleeping for at least 3 of them. So hopefully gonna sleep a bit more.
How was the
but you
flight
never know.
in?
It was delayed like 2 hours.
Okay.
Which was awesome.
Yeah, because the rain. Is it raining in Denver?
Yeah, it was raining, but I was like, I don't think this should really affect a plane that much.
Yeah.
But then a nice lady on the train to the rental car place did tell me how her flight got delayed by like 4 hours.
Oof.
So I felt a little bit better. She was coming to Sedona for an energy healing retreat.
Oh,
So
sweet.
I got her whole life story.
I did when I went to visit Sedona. I guess this is Sedona we're looking at, or like we're getting close to it. I don't know. It just looks like it. But like when I went to Sedona, somebody in the chat like let me know if this is right. But somebody told me it's a vortex.
Yeah, there's a vortex there.
What
One
does
of my
that
friends
mean?
was there for like a bachelorette party recently. I don't really understand what it means, but they did a sound bath and like a tarot
Oh.
card. It's like very like a metaphysical
Yeah.
type thing, I think.
Yeah, is this
So-
next to the Life is Good shirt store or next to the gem store?
Where it feels more gem store.
Okay,
like,
okay.
You know, like kind of that vibe particularly.
They have a lot of Life is Good shirt stores in
Well,
Sedona.
I imagine
it
if you live in
seems very
Sedona, life
healing.
is good. You know? I get it.
Oh, somebody said Rachel just pinged. Thank you, Claire. Let's see where she's at. I am. Have you been able to see any shots of her recently?
Not recently. I feel like the last time I saw her on the stream was like maybe a couple hours ago.
Okay. How is she looking?
Oh, she looked great. She's talking about like, you know, I'm good with humidity. I'm like, yeah, valid. Alabama, yeah, no, for sure. Same.
Where's she from?
I don't know if she's originally from Alabama, but I ran with her in 2017 when we both, or 2016, 2017 before she moved to Washington and then LA and then now Colorado.
Yeah, she is so
Again,
impressive.
Shout out to Butts, Birmingham Ultra Trail Society.
So you're from?
I'm from Philly. I lived in Alabama for 6
Okay.
years and then moved out here.
Yeah, we East Coasters, we know.
I love
the humidity.
I'm big East Coast fan. I love Colorado, love the West Coast, but East Coast where it's at.
Yeah, it really is. I have not looked at Rachel's results. She has 98
lot.
races.
She's been doing it for a while.
What the?
I'm a big fan. She also likes fixed time stuff, which
Oh, sweet.
That's my jam.
Yeah.
So I like to see her here crushing a like quote unquote normal race.
Dude, she's done so much.
Yeah.
Georgia, South Carolina. It's safe to say she's maybe an East Coaster, or
She was at one point at least. Oh, we're back. We see Dan and
there he is.
His brother Fred
Let's
behind
see if
him.
we can get like another hop.
I really want more fun jumps.
Yeah,
and just
he's really
goofy
not
stuff.
giving us what we want.
Yeah.
I know he just hiked and ran like 200 some miles, but we really want another jump from
Yeah.
Dan.
I
Come
want
on.
more goofy. I think being
Goodness.
goofy helps you run better. And I think you should test this theory for us.
And he does a jump and he instantly like breaks his ankle.
Oh my God, I would feel so.
I'm knocking on wood right now.
That's the secret third option, not the 50-50. We bully him into jumping and he breaks an ankle. That is the one thing I am worried about with that, like the different way down,
yeah.
Eldon. That like,
Oh my gosh.
I don't know. I again fall constantly going downhill. I can't imagine doing it mile 200 something.
No. Do you know why they switched it?
I do not.
No.
Just maybe for fun. Just to screw with people. They said it was too easy, actually.
So when I first heard about this like year's race, I didn't understand correctly. I thought they meant they're running it in reverse.
Oh, that would be fun.
Like
They should do
completely
that
in
for like
reverse.
some like an anniversary year or something.
Yeah.
Just run it in reverse.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm sure there's some weird permitting or something that would. They're
that-
like, please stop saying that.
Would that be like all downhill, you think?
Oh, see, that would be fun.
Yeah.
Then it's a cheater course, and then people can have all sorts of discourse online. It'd be great.
Oh, somebody said Rachel's third again. That might be because Ed Hart, his tracker, is doing the same thing that Rachel's was doing. I hope they
I feel like
both do
they're
well,
probably
but
still pretty close to each other.
I'm
But yeah, I'm
a little biased. I think everyone's
Let's
a
go,
star.
girls. Yeah.
Everyone's a winner. Everyone gets a trophy, especially
That's
Rachel.
true. Especially in this sport where you get a buckle.
Yeah.
That is kind of the trophy.
Yeah, it looks like his tracker pinned 33 minutes ago, and she pinned 3 minutes ago. So I imagine they're like super close to each other.
I like to. Maybe they're like skipping, holding hands.
Oh my gosh.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
That's what we need. We need to see Dan and his brother doing that.
Yeah, God, maybe they will. A girl can dream. Again, if I could convince my sister to pace me for anything like this, I would make her do stuff like that with me, and she would maybe push me over. So
I don't think that's asking a lot, though.
I don't think so either.
Goodness, if it helps you, like,
yeah, right? Isn't that the whole point? Isn't that your job as a pacer?
Do what I own you for 30,
pretty
30
much.
to, what, how 54 hours I own you.
The chat is informing us that the tracker did update, and he is now
sweet.
less than a mile ahead of Rachel.
Ooh.
So I still think they could be together.
How skipping? How what's the question I'm gonna ask? So you've been here for how long? How long have you been commentating?
For like an hour and a half-ish.
So have you seen them flip-flopping?
They have been kind of like going back and forth, I feel like, whenever, because they're not, updating at the same time. Yeah. So they are holding hands. They have become best friends. It is nice, though. I feel like, especially in a race like this where you have so much space to get like strung out from people, it would be kind of nice to just lock in with someone and just be like, let's just like hang for a bit.
Yeah. Absolutely. And then demolish them.
Yes.
When you get close to Flagstaff.
It's really important to drop them at the end.
That seems like a tactic that is popular in this race.
Well, and it's such a short distance. You can really just kind of drop him at the end because you have so much left. Oh, we got Dan again.
There he is.
I'm really trying to tell if him and his brother are wearing the same shoes.
Because
they look kind of the same. They might be the same.
It does look the same. I saw one of his pacers. I don't know if it was his brother. One of them was wearing the Ultra Forward Experience, and Dan was going for, I'm not very well versed in Salomon shoes, but he was going all Salomon.
He had, and I think right now he's wearing the S-Lab Genesis.
Okay.
But I don't know what his brother's wearing.
Yeah, one of his pacers was wearing some Ultras, which I'm a little biased.
Just a little?
Slightly. But
it's okay. I'm biased towards Salomon, so.
Wow. Oh my gosh. Cameraman.
You guys should make him like a 100K buckle.
Connor Dyer.
Connor, that's
oh my gosh.
Unhinged.
Cross 60 miles.
Put that. I hope that's going on Strava.
Yeah. Do we have like a picture of him? We can like. Can he turn the camera around on himself?
Yeah. Nice work,
dude. Good work. Thanks, buddy.
Well, I'll give you kudos later.
Yeah. Let's see that Strava. Somebody asked what shoes Dan is wearing. What would you say they were?
I'm pretty sure it's the Salomon S-Lab Genesis. Yeah.
He was rocking between that and the Ultras.
Oh, sweet.
I just
the Ultra Glides.
Know most Salomon shoes by sight because I have
to normal people. What did that say?
It said to normal people at half marathons a long run, but not
Dan's
you guys.
Not normal. None of these people.
No one in this race is normal.
And we love.
Yeah, respectfully,
that.
I say that with
in
like
the most
all the
endearing
love in the
way. I am also not normal, and I would imagine you are either.
No, I've been informed actually that people are not normal.
All right, huge thank you to the chat for throwing some donations here. I say that the chat shows some huge love to Connor right now, and we buy him some lunch and some dinner. Send him some coffee money. Let's hook it up. Let's get him a good meal out of this. Chat, do your thing. Do your thing, guys.
Yeah.
Please feed this poor man. He must be so hungry. 60 miles.
What do you think he would like to eat?
He's literally been like messaging me and moving down course all afternoon. He was up on Soap Creek Ridge with Jamil on day one. He hiked all the way up there, then did running back and forth, and then decided to jump in. Like, he liked it so much, he just jumped on it and started doing this for us. So, like, huge shout out to this guy. He's absolutely crushing it. He's been following the leaders overnight, like, sleeping in his van, grabbing a burrito, then hopping back on. Like, the dude is absolutely crushing it. So,
somebody asked,
huge shout out to him.
Somebody asked, is he not getting food provided for him? And I'm sure he is, but it's just like
he is straight up. He's just legitimately just following the leaders and eating at aid stations,
like photosynthesizing.
Yeah.
He's just
surviving off of pure stoke. From
I was gonna say he's just being sustained off of vibes, guys. Sustained off of vibes. No, we're definitely gonna take care of him. He's been
Diablo
super
burger.
awesome. I got a Diablo burger waiting for you at the finish.
Whoa.
Who do I get to say bought it for him? Come on, guys.
This is a competition now. We know you're runners. You're competitive. Come on.
And also, he's doing this carrying a camera.
God, yeah. I don't like to carry a pad.
Vargo, that's right. Dude, Chris Vargo, homeboy, used to live here in Flagstaff. Amazing crusher, shredder. He knows these trails. He knows what's up. He knows what it takes. Thank you, everybody in the chat right now for lighting it up. Definitely going to get these guys some pizza tonight. Beers, that's right. We're going to get everyone taken care of. Y'all are awesome. This is why we love this community, right? Everybody's amazing.
Yeah, they're okay.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
If they give more, we'll say they're better.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Don't get too full of yourself, guys.
Where's Trish with the casserole money?
Yeah.
Come on, Trish. Throw something down.
I haven't seen Trish in a while.
You've been all over the place. Ironically, I never see Trish and Jeff Colt off at the same time, so I'm just going to make some assumptions here.
Yeah.
They tend to be on together.
There's some notable absences. I cannot imagine running 60 miles just to film. Again, I don't even like to wear a vest.
Yeah, I wonder what kind of camera he's carrying. Is it one of the phone ones, or is it like a... Oh, it's a phone one? I mean, that's... He's still,
Thank God.
holding his arm up.
Yeah. I have sometimes held my phone to film myself running for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And then I go, oh, my arm's tired. I don't have any muscles.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I'm talking. I'm like, oh, let me switch my hands.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm a runner. All my muscles from my hips down. I actually don't have an upper body.
Noodle arms over here.
Seriously. It's like it's al dente spaghetti, like overcooked spaghetti. That's the description of my arms, and I'm proud of that.
Aaron, I've been sick this week. Oh, I lost. Oh, here it is. I've been sick this week, and I don't know what that means. And
work from home.
Oh, okay. Sorry. And watching the live stream all day since 7 a.m. on Monday. You guys all feel like friends now. This coverage is amazing. Oh my gosh.
Someone asked, what does it feel like to run hike this many miles? I feel like you might be able to speak on that one.
It feels like, things just become, it just is the motions, and it is what it is, and it's not exciting. It's not sad. It's not hard. It's not easy. It is what it is, and you're just moving. And it's like you just have to shut off your brain, and your brain just becomes, mine does, scrambled eggs, and it's just, you just know what to do next is one foot in front of the other. And that's all you have to do.
That's why I like the fixed time stuff so much on a tiny loop.
Yeah.
Because I feel like if a 1 mile loop or something, I'm just like, well, I really don't have to think. I can't get lost. I can. I probably won't get lost. I have 8 every mile. I really just don't have to think about a single thing besides just I'm just going to keep moving.
Yeah.
So much fun.
That's all it is. And it's just also you can't spend any brain power, extra calories thinking or processing. That's why it's so important to have a pacer, especially at the end of this race here. What was the section that they're not allowed to have pacers?
The one with the owls.
One with the owls.
That
because
everyone keeps asking why they can't have pacers.
After they leave Foxborough and Mons. Foxborough to Mons is
okay.
Foxborough to Mons.
Yeah. So not having a pacer for that I wonder how that was for them. I wonder what kind of experience that was for them. But you said Rachel was cool, calm, collected for that, right? Before she went into it. Was that you?
Harry was.
Harry.
He seemed super just
absolutely
vibing.
This is it.
I didn't have a pacer for my first 100 miler, and I actually think I enjoyed that.
Yeah?
Yeah. I had to
Do you enjoy it more?
It makes me actually pay attention and make sure that I'm eating. And my 100 miler DNF last year, part of it was because I was trying to trick my pacers into thinking I had eaten when I had not.
Oh my God.
So I was really bad. It was not, I was making a lot of bad choices because I was trying to get away with things. And then the last race I didn't have a pace or anything. And I actually nailed my fueling for the first time ever. Because I was like, well, you have to actually You can't like rely on someone else and then try to trick them. You can't trick yourself.
Look at that mud.
Oh.
It's
I'm
a little
having,
difficult
like,
to see, but that looks
war
like some
flashbacks.
substantial mud action.
Yeah.
He just shook his head. Dan just shook his head.
I
in
think he's enjoying it.
disbelief. Yeah, he's
smiling.
smiling. He loves it.
He really does seem to actually like genuinely be having a good time, which I just absolutely love. Although he did, I think it was like the last aid station we saw him at, he had one of those R8 rollers and he was rolling his legs. He didn't look like he was enjoying that, I would say, while it was happening. He had a little bit of a grimace.
I would say, like, you know, we're weird people who do this, they're weird, but like if you enjoy that, then you're like a special, different kind of
I don't
odd.
know the last time I foam rolled my legs. I
Really?
just don't. I just prefer to not. That, like, no norm attacks. I just like, I let go and let God. What happens to my legs is none of my business.
I mean, like, it worked for people for so long, not rolling.
I read a book once that said it's like a placebo effect, and I've really taken that to heart.
my
I
gosh,
didn't like check the sources or anything. I just kind of was like, yeah, sure, this tracks with what I want to believe. So.
What else in ultra running do you think it has a placebo effect that we've convinced ourselves that we need to do?
Oh God, I mean,
this is
probably a lot of things.
I don't want to throw anyone under the bus or anything under the bus. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I think there's definitely all sorts of junk that isn't real. I used to, I'm gonna sound so stupid. I used to think that like salt and electrolytes weren't really that big of a deal. I have learned that lesson recently that I actually should take in salt and stuff. So I actually can confirm that's not a placebo effect. Like, let me make bad choices for you.
That's hilarious. Somebody said KT tape is a placebo for sure. I don't know. Maybe it is, and it worked on me really bad. Like I have used KT tape, and I'm like, my injuries are all gone.
I think it depends on like what you're using it for.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah.
I have a friend of mine, my friend Ashley. She has what she calls emotional support KT tape because she's had this like really awful recurring like cramp issue in her like, and it's really really bad. Like every race basically she gets this really terrible cramp and it derails everything, so she's been putting emotional support KT tape on, partially to just remind her to like proper form and stuff, but also because we've decided that if she wears the KT tape the ab cramp won't happen. And you know, it's like one of those things, if it works, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. If it works, then it works. So everyone who wears KT tape, like, don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's fine. Someone said having a crew is a great placebo.
Dude,
valid.
Have you thought of doing this race?
Yes and no. My ideal kind of race. My dream race is more like across the years. I want to do like the 6 day.
Okay, yeah. Wow.
I like the long distance, but I think I want to do it on that tiny loop. I get lost really easily.
Yeah,
and like
I feel like there's a lot of opportunities here.
I'm like, I actually don't know if that's for me. I'm poor. And there's that.
I was on the course yesterday, and there's a couple of times I was like, am I on the course?
Yeah.
And I mean, it's hard to like flag that often.
I almost got lost at Western States, and that course is pretty well marked. I ended up almost took a wrong turn. So I had to like backtrack for a few steps because like, nope, no.
Here's another question. Do you think people put the course on their watch? Because when I was starting the Colorado Trail, I like went to go start my watch with the whole map. 500 miles.
Did you even put the whole map in one go?
Yeah, I put it on my watch and it shut my entire watch down.
Yeah,
and
I think they have
it.
a limit to how many like points on a course you can have.
Yeah,
I do think they are required to have it on their watch or on their phone.
Okay, yeah.
Like, probably safety reasons.
Yeah.
I've never tried to do that. I don't know how to work my watch super well, I would say. You can ask any of my friends. There's like a recurring thing on Strava every like 3 months or something where I mess up like the workout or something. There's just constant Strava of like, I'm going to learn how to use this watch someday because I like totally messed up everything. So
I have a friend, Arlie, if you're listening, this is for you. Arlie, I'm going to reveal their secret, but they wear a like Timex watch.
Incredible.
But secretly, and before they were like manually posting like their Strava stuff, and then secretly they got a GPS
real
watch
watch.
and switched over, and nobody knows. Now everyone knows. Sorry, Arlie.
I kind of love the idea of just the old school Timex.
Yeah. Well, I was talking to somebody, and they're telling me about Georgia Porter. Highlight was to see Tara drinking Liquid Death. Yeah, it's freaking good.
Liquid Death is good.
Yeah. Thank you for
The
saying
guy. Have you ever heard of the Twitter account Nihilist Arby's?
No.
Oh, it's really, you should see. It's so funny. The guy who runs that account is like part of the people behind Liquid Death. He's also like a punk musician. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, Liquid Death. Okay. What is it? My favorite flavor. Let me look up the flavors. I was drinking severed lime yesterday, but that's not my favorite.
I like there's like an Arnold Palmer one. I think. That one's really good.
Let's see what kind of flavors there are. I always get this mixed up. I love Liquid Death so much. Mango Chainsaw, of course.
Ooh,
yeah. And now there's
yeah.
Root Beer Wrath. Hell yeah.
Oh man, I love. Someone in the chat said they've never programmed a workout on their watch, and they've been coaching runners since 2018. Hell yeah, keep it old school. I love that.
That's what I was gonna say. Georgia Porter. I was talking to somebody that they started a coaching company, and it's based off of feel.
That's all my workouts that I do. I mean, I'm just a normal person, but like all of them are all done by RPE and feel.
Yeah,
I like don't, which is really interesting because then I'll look at I don't even have paces to field on my watch. And I'll look at my workouts afterwards, and they are actually genuinely pretty much solidly evenly paced the whole time, which makes me feel pretty good about my ability to dial in on that, I guess. It's really fun, honestly.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I feel like I rely way too much on this watch. I have the Chorus Vertex.
Oh, wait, same. I
Oh,
have the
sweet.
Vertex, too.
Yeah, love it. And I think I rely way too much on this watch, honestly.
Oh, wait, someone shouted out Brendan Kelly, who's the guy who runs Nihilist Arby's. Yes, he is a really great musician. Big fan. The Lawrence Arms, that's his band. How can the watch's batteries last all race? We have technology now.
You know what I would love to see Dan do is use his trekking pole as like a sword. Oh my god! And like sometimes when I'm out there, I like to like whip it around.
A really big wand.
Yeah.
You know? I am so bad. I have poles, and I think I've used them maybe twice.
Yeah.
Because I'll just go out for a run, and then like halfway through, be like, "Hey, you could have brought those." But again, I just like don't like carrying things, and I also for some reason feel like such a giant dork if I'm out there with poles and there's people who don't have them. I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah, we have this thing in Durango called Hognar.
Oh, yes. A buddy of mine lives in Durango. I'm very familiar.
But we do like Fridays, and on Fridays we do run up hogs just once. And the first time I went up there, I did it like we just went up once instead of doing like, Hognars so many times. But we just went up once, and I had my poles, and I was like, nobody else had poles. I was like, oh man, I'm never bringing these again. I look like a dork. I don't need poles.
I didn't know.
But I do. If you've ever done hogs, goodness gracious.
I have found that they are helpful. I just always kind of forget that there's. I helped Solomon out with some of these like learn how to trail run clinics in Boulder last year, and there was one of them that was just like how to use poles.
Yeah.
And I show up, and it's like me and Andy Wacker and a bunch of people, and Andy's like, well, I don't use poles. He's like, you've used poles, you should teach. I was like, I don't, Andy, this is my first time touching. Sure, I will, but like this is my first time touching poles. But okay. They do help, but again, I have noodle arms, so like they can only help so much.
Yeah, I feel like if I'm using poles a lot, my arms get pretty tired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is, again, maybe I should go in the gym. Is he running?
Oh my gosh. Look at him go.
This is so unfair. He's really cruising. I don't even need to be that fast. I think I just want to have that good of an attitude, you know?
That's a good, like, actionable goal, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like definitely more achievable than being that fast.
Yeah, and like in 250, like you don't know how you're gonna feel, but like at least you can like have a good time doing it.
Yeah.
Somebody said we need a podcast.
I can yap.
What do you
for a
think it
long
would
time.
be about? There's so many ultra running ones.
And, sword fighting with poles, placebos and ultra, just like really making people mad. I'm gonna start talking about how electrolytes aren't
There's
real.
not enough podcasts out there with ultra. We're all so nice. Ultra runners are
I'm
so nice.
brave enough to say dumb things on the internet. I've gotten yelled at before.
We're weird, but we're really nice. I feel
Yeah.
like we need a hot takes.
He's running again.
Yeah.
I think he's running uphill.
Okay. Well, that's too much.
I also ran
He's
uphill
doing a
this morning,
lot
but
right
I
now.
ran 2 miles uphill. And that was, and then I was like, hey, that's actually enough. I'm going to go back down now. Ultra running dating advice show. Thanks, Trish. First of all, no one wants my dating advice. I give it a lot.
Oh
It's not
my
good.
gosh,
I
me
would
either.
say.
Like, yeah, no, I can't give good.
I did hear
dating advice. Goodness gracious.
I did see. I don't know if you saw like the survey that all the runners filled out, and I think it was Cody who said in his survey that he wanted a shout out on the live stream because he's never had a serious girlfriend and he wants one.
Oh,
So
Cody.
any young ladies would like to slide into his DMs later. He's really
Sweet,
open to that apparently.
sweet Cody. I ran with him for like a little bit, and he, speaking of humor, he has some great humor.
Yeah. Well, I could tell just like from the outfit he wore, I feel, with the Hawaiian shirt or whatever, that was like, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna update the leaders as soon as mine loads here. So we have Dan Green. He's actually on the screen right now, or was. He's behind.
He's around there.
There he
Yeah.
is. With his brother. So Dan Green.
His
we
brother
got
Fred.
Fred?
Yeah.
Is that his name?
Yes, the chat told me that's his name. I actually don't know if it is. Okay, yes.
Dan and Fred just, two buddies, two brothers making their way. Well, he's first. Then we have Ryan. He's second.
And
Ed
Ryan
Hart-
was moving so good the last
Yeah,
time
that's
we
what
had
he
the
said.
camera on him. He was like legit running, like, and this was the last time we saw him running. It was one of the sections where he didn't have a pacer, and he was just cruising.
Wow. Is he out of that section where I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge at the moment, but I'm just going off Stoke and vibes. So he is on his way to Wildcat right now. Right? Yes. Yeah. But yeah, so we have Ryan, and then we have Edhar. He is third, and then Rachel Etrikin is first for women and fourth overall. Then Harry,
Absolutely crushing.
he is fifth. For the women, we have Rachel, who's first, who I just mentioned, and then we have Lindsay Dwyer. It was confirmed that Georgia got off course, or she went.
They're off course and gonna come back.
Yeah.
Dealing with like a lung issue.
Okay.
But did say that they're planning to come back.
Her one of her crew members messaged me and told me that, and I don't think I was very helpful, but I said, like, give them some smelling salts and they'll be fine. I don't think that helps.
No.
So don't take my
No,
advice.
I had really
Do
bad
not.
lung issues during Run Rabbit Run in the fall. I do not recommend that for anyone.
Did you do that with Becca Bramley and Shay? That was last year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was, yes. Poor Shay, man.
Yeah,
I felt so
poor-
bad for her. She's so sweet.
She is on a...
She crushed Gorge.
Yeah,
though.
she is crushing it. Yeah, and then we have Sarah O, who is our third woman. So that was Rachel, Lindsay Dwyer, and then Sarah O. And behind Sarah O is Cameron Haynes, just right behind her.
Yeah. Maybe they're holding hands.
Yeah,
He
oh my
seems like the
gosh.
type of-
He seems like he would... He's like hardcore, but he's like, he can still like,
I would
hold
love
hands.
to see him holding hands and
Yeah.
skipping with someone. That would actually be quite
Absolutely.
lovely.
Hopefully we can get like a holding hand cam soon.
Yeah, this is what I want. I know sometimes people complain when we cross the finish line holding hands, but I think
Wait,
it's
what?
lovely. Yeah, I've heard people like say that that's like bad sportsmanship because it's not like competitive enough. And I don't know, it's not that serious sometimes.
Honestly,
I
guys,
think that's nice.
we're running on trails and
Yeah.
we're eating
This is all
sugary
fake
snacks.
anyway.
Yeah, like we're all in a simulation. Like it's fine. Just hold the hand if you want to hold a hand.
Yeah.
Do what you want. I don't care.
I think it's beautiful.
Nothing matters anymore.
Really just going into a deep place right now. And meanwhile, the guy who's actually running really far is like having a great time. We're like, everything's meaningless.
I am so inspired by him.
I know.
Like this is all that matters right now is him running. What is this? What mile is this? Let's see.
I mean,
he's at 244
almost?
Yeah, 245 almost.
Gosh.
Chump change.
Casual. This man's gonna run as many miles in 3 days as I run in almost a month. A lot more than many people run in a month.
When do you think he's gonna go back to training?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. No days off.
He's gonna do
He's a run streaker.
He's gonna do another. He's just gonna go back up Eldon the other way.
Well, someone did say that he's pretty high up on the wait list for states. So.
Oh my gosh.
Wouldn't that be crazy? And that would be a really good long run in prep,
Yeah.
I think.
I don't know who it was. Somebody said they were doing the Cocodona Western Double.
Woof.
Apparently that's the new thing.
But for why? I mean, I get it. States is pretty great, but wow.
So Paul Gibbs says, I think Rachel's coming for Ryan.
Wow.
I would love to see.
Go. Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Absolutely.
Oh, he is enjoying the view. Are we enjoying the view? Are we eating?
Just vibing. Maybe gonna go take a pee break. Who knows?
Oh yeah, we need
That's
a little.
My guess.
Yeah, that's
Been
a
there.
good guess. Yeah.
Like the person in the chat, the person who's winning knows how to run. Who would have thought? I'm like, okay, sure, yeah. No, you do make a good point.
I love
like
the
walking.
chat. The chat.
I'm a competitive walker.
Yeah.
I think that's fine.
Oh, looks
Oh
like
yeah,
he's
shake some mud off.
the mud.
I hate that when it just cakes onto
yeah.
so much of your shoe.
Yeah, and it just feels like it's so heavy. All of a sudden, your feet are so heavy.
It's
So
possibly
people
my
are
least
asking,
favorite.
did Michael Versteeg drop?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that was sometime last night.
Okay, yeah. I saw his tracker. It was around right before Sedona, was it? That it stopped? And, yeah. I saw him at Deer Pass, and he was requesting another nap after his first nap.
Naps are great. I can't nap, but I've heard they're really good.
And just for those tuning in, I am Tara Dower.
Yes, I'm Claire Farrow. You've never heard of me, but that's fine.
I've looked at your Instagram before.
Oh,
yeah,
that's exciting.
If that means anything to anyone,
That means a lot. It's embarrassing, but it means a lot.
I mean, that's how I like, if I need, it used to be Facebook that I checked, I think I know them. Let me look at their face. That's how I'm really bad with names, but I'm really good at faces. So I used to go on Facebook. That's not a thing anymore. Now it's Instagram. It's like, oh, Claire.
Facebook is for weird AI generated memes and a couple of useful Facebook
like
groups.
A baby and a cat playing
and they're
croquet.
oh, how beautiful, and it's just that's not real.
This is so wholesome.
Yeah.
Did you see this video? It's never been seen before. Cat and a baby playing croquet.
And that's why, 'cause it's not real. Oh, we got some cows back in the chat. That's good.
Great. Yes. Keep the cows coming. I mean, that cow, I met Kristen at the aid station at Deer Park, and she almost, the cow was coming for her.
They can be really aggressive.
Yeah, the cow, she was sitting on a rock, and the cow came up behind her and started, nudging her. I think it was trying to itch its head.
Sure. Just wanted a little pet.
Yeah. And she was like, what the heck?
There's this one, loop in Boulder that you can do that's it's a flat dirt road kind of, but there's one part that goes through this big field that has a lot of cows, and you do kind of have to be really careful when there are calves around.
Yeah.
Because some of those mamas will get real aggro.
So I know that Kristen, not Rachel, goodness gracious, I swear I'm energized, but Rachel, she's feeling good because she corrected me on something.
Oh.
I was like, oh, it's a lady cow that's up here. And she's like, aren't all cows ladies?
Oh.
And I was like, you're right.
Yeah, she's definitely mentally present.
Yeah, she is mentally present.
It is deeply embarrassing when someone who's 100 or 200 miles in is more mentally present than you are, and you're like, oh, shoot.
Yep. That's a male cow is a bull.
Yes. They
apparently
horns.
Apparently,
according to sources.
Yeah. Who knows
I'm
for real though?
I'm not a vet or a biologist.
Yeah.
Or anything. I don't have a science degree.
Yeah.
That's my excuse.
Is science real?
That is also a placebo, perhaps.
Let's get all those flat earthers in the chat.
Well, no, see, this live stream itself is proof that the earth isn't flat. Look at that big hill behind Dan.
That's a, I don't know. You can do a lot with technology these days. AI.
That's true. This
Are we sure he's actually on the course? This isn't a green screen?
We're dipping into Jane Pember territory. All this is fake. Ultras aren't real.
But I mean, he's looking great. He's, he's hiking pretty hard. And I appreciate he hasn't stopped. All you really can do is keep moving forward.
They said Eder and Rachel are about 3 miles out of Walnut Creek. So we're going to get video of them when they get there. So that's exciting.
Oh, yeah. And that is the end of the pacer list section? Yes, it is. Somebody's nodding their head. Greg's nodding his head.
We've got a lot of info in both of our heads right now.
Yeah.
Oh, someone said they're only a cow after they've had 3 calves, and before that they're heifers.
No way.
I don't know if that's true or not, but I don't know enough to say that it isn't.
When is a cow a cow? When is a cow? A cow is a mature female bovine animal that had at least 1 calf. That's what Google AI says.
Well, AI. You never know.
Okay. So that cow yesterday could have been a heifer.
Yeah.
We don't know that. We're assuming.
Heifer's a really fun word, I think.
Billy Martin asked Tara, what's been the best aid station? And I went to 2.
2 more than I've gone to.
So. I would say Jerome because of the waffles.
Yeah, I think it's really would be hard to beat that.
Yeah.
That's the one thing I get so bad. I can't have gluten, so a lot of the really good stuff at aid stations, I'm just like, I would. I think the last race I was at, they were like, "Oh, do you want any of this? Do you want a quesadilla? Do you want some ramen?" And I was like, "I mean, yes, I do.
Trust me.
Can I? No.
Should I?
But thank you so much for the offer because yes, I really do."
Somebody said when Americans start talking about flat Earth and stuff, and you don't know if they're joking or not. I'm completely serious. Could you not tell? I am 100% serious all the time.
I think I dated a guy once who actually believes flat Earth.
Oh, no.
So, again, this is why no one wants my dating advice. Let me just put that out there.
Do you think it's a good idea to date an ultra runner?
Well, I have many times. It really depends.
Yeah,
I've had good and bad experiences.
There's so many of them out there.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're all different kinds of insane.
Yeah.
Which also I'm also insane. So it's you just gotta have the type of insane that meshes well. Complementary insane.
Am I the problem?
No, it's everyone else for sure.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yes.
We have Corinne Shallavoy here. And she's going to give us a little insight on Dan because...
You were out there with him.
Yeah.
Can you give us, a condition report? How's he feeling? Has he said anything? Is he joking?
Yeah. So, hey, everybody. Good to see everybody on day 3 of Cocodona. You guys are crushing it. I ran with Dan from Walnut Canyon to Wildcat, which is a little over 6 miles. And I ran with him and his pacer. He was extremely lucid, so alert. No, it kind of just was, he seemed very unfazed by everything. Super positive, just started running and was like, well, this is a running race, so we should probably run right now. His gait looks kind of normal. Obviously, he looks a bit fatigued, but I was super impressed. It doesn't look like there's anything physically bugging him. He was able to move it normally. I have a really, really good story.
It's raining.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's hailing a little bit outside right here.
Oh, no.
The weather was so nice.
Walnut Canyon, it is raining.
Yeah. But this is a crazy story. So we're running and his pacer's so the local radio station wants to talk to you. And he was like, yeah, I don't think I can do that right now. And he's like, yeah, okay, well, no big deal. No problem. About 5 minutes later, his pacer's phone rings, and he's like, is that you, your phone? And he's like, yeah, it's the radio station.
Oh my God.
So they call. So he turns on the video, and Dan proceeds to do about a 5-minute long radio interview.
Wow.
Mid race at 240 miles. He was super polite. The radio show was like, hey, so we understand that you're like doing this 250-mile race and you're in the lead. How are you maintaining the lead? And he's like, I'm just having fun out here. I'm just enjoying this. And it went on. And then and after a little bit, Dan was like, so I think I'm going to have to let you go. I've got some stuff to do.
Yeah, running a race.
It was like the most polite like exit to the interview, but I think that's got to be a first. He's probably the first person ever to do a radio show interview in the middle of a 250.
If somebody heard that, if they have like audio from that, I really want to listen to it.
I recorded it on my phone.
Did you?
So I have it on
perfect.
video.
Yeah.
But he, is this him?
No,
this
that
is
looks
someone
like,
else.
yeah, Sedona.
Okay. Yeah. He actually told me that he has laid down for probably about an hour total, but he's actually only slept maybe 15 to 20 minutes this entire race. So going on 15 to 20 minutes of sleep, he actually said that he hasn't been using that much caffeine. He said they were joking that he weaned himself off of caffeine during this race because apparently he drinks a lot of coffee during the day and like normal life, and he hasn't been taking that much caffeine. So again, kind of like defying odds as to why he said he didn't feel tired. I asked him what his favorite part of the course has been, and he said running with all his pacers.
Aww.
He's like, just being out here with this crew, these guys, and actually I have it on video. I'll pull up the names of his whole crew so we can give him some love. But he's like, couldn't have done this without the crew. I have the best people helping me, and he was just super appreciative and like really grateful for the help of everyone. And
I think Isaac is I interviewed his crew.
Yeah.
I think Isaac's his crew chief.
Yeah, Isaac was the one pacing him when I was with him.
Okay, yeah.
And
yeah.
Isaac's no slouch. He's done UTMB a couple times.
Yeah,
but he
casual.
was like, what's so cool is that we're kind of amateur runners and we get to run with Dan. I guess he met him when he was in college running track, and he just met him and got to know him and really liked him, and they've been in touch ever since. So yeah, shout out to his crew out there keeping him fed and all of that.
Yeah. Thanks, Corinne.
Yeah.
When
it
did
was
you
so
run
fun.
with him?
Huh?
Like when?
This morning.
This morning?
Yeah. From about, 8 a.m. so then we got to Wildcat. Pete Mortimer out there had Pete's Meats set up, and I had a brisket breakfast burrito. It was very good. He did not partake in any of the Pete's Meats, but he did eat. He did down. You probably saw it, a bunch of pancakes.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's been loving the pancakes.
Yeah.
At Deer Pass, he was dipping a whole pancake into the syrup and trying to insert the pancake into his mouth. The whole pancake.
Yeah, that's what he was doing. He actually took some with him, leaving that aid as well. He said that he's doing a lot of like eating at the aid stations and then really not that much in between these sections. Like they're short enough with the pace he's moving that it seems to be that's the strategy, is like get a lot of calories in and then just focus on running. But he ran probably 90% of the section that we were on.
Wow.
So super impressed. And we did talk a little bit about like the course record. He actually didn't know how close people were to him. And I said, do you want to know? And he said, yeah. So we talked a little bit about Ryan being about 6 miles back. And he's like, wow, that's actually, pretty close. And I was like, that's good motivation. Keep going, man. And then we got a little insight from Liam Aid Station Fireball that, course record is 59:40. That would be like 4:40 this afternoon. And if he stays on pace, which it appears he is, kind of, not taking into account how Eldon might be a little bit slower depending on, because you can't run 8-minute pace down this fire road this year. He could be looking at, 3 hours ahead of that. We could be looking around 56 hours for a potential finish. And I didn't see any indications that he was going to be like slowing down at all. So
wow.
It's impressive.
He's looked great every time we've seen him, which is, again, annoying. Almost unfair, perhaps.
Well, I think we should just tell people at home, like, that's not the norm.
Yeah. Well, especially because he's such a fast 100-miler that, like, I feel like sometimes that doesn't translate as well to something like this. So it's extra incredible that he's doing it on his first try.
Totally. Yeah, we're running and he goes, so does this mean I'm a 200 guy? And I was like, probably if you want to be, you could be a 200 guy.
It seems like you can do anything you want.
Yeah, he's got such range. And it's funny because, like, sometimes in the middle of these races, I don't know if you guys feel like this, but you know, there's this point where you're like, we've heard Rachel say she's retiring, and there's this point where you're like, I'm never running another ultra. He's like out there talking about his next race. Like, you can tell how much he loves it, that he's like, well, we got to get this done first, but I think I'm going to go to JFK. He's like, I want to do JFK this year.
Yeah.
So,
yikes,
At least
a hard
that's a
one.
bit further away than States.
Yeah.
well, yeah, if he gets into States, I wouldn't sleep on him. This kind of a stimulus.
Yeah, he's
is
got a good aerobic base.
Soon enough before now, like, he does a 3-week speed block, and man, watch out. So, yeah.
That field isn't competitive enough this year for the men. So
Hey,
that would be good.
Dan Green would be a great addition to it.
Yeah.
He would crush it.
I want to see that.
Yeah. It would be good. So I also talked to Ryan Sands' crew just a little bit at that at the Walnut Canyon aid station. And they said that, yeah, he's doing good. Lucy Bartholomew is going to pick him up at Wildcat and take him from Wildcat over Eldon. So that'll be her second pacing shift.
Nice.
But
Nice.
yeah,
she's been doing a lot.
Yeah, she's had a couple of shifts, and yeah, it's good. But I think little bit of feedback just from folks out in the field was that just the difference between kind of Dan's demeanor and Ryan's was markedly different. Just that, I mean, of course, you're 200 plus miles into a race, and you're going to probably, unless you're Dan Green, be showing signs of, hurting or being tired or whatever that is. So.
I would be showing signs of all that in a much shorter race, I would say.
Yeah.
So.
And then Georgia Porter, just another quick update on her, because she left me a voice memo and said, I know you guys covered it, but she said she has a viral infection. But she's going to go home to Flagstaff, spend some time there, and then come back. They are going to go home to Flagstaff. They are going to chill out, try to get to feeling a little better. They're going to come back, and they are going to try to stay ahead of cutoffs and just complete the course, which is hugely admirable.
Yeah, dude.
Can't even imagine, especially with like some kind of a medical thing going on.
Yeah.
So shout out to Georgia. Hope she's resting up, and we'll see her back here in a bit.
Yeah.
Them back here in a bit, sorry.
It's extra tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that now for the women's field, I don't know when that happened, but Rachel, and now it's Lindsay. Because I think Georgia was ahead of Lindsay.
They were right near each other.
Yeah, maybe holding hands, possibly.
Again, everyone is holding hands.
And then we have Sarah O, Durango, go Durango.
Previous winner of this race.
Yeah. Course record holder.
Yep.
Yeah, for women.
Which that record highly likely looking to go down by a significant amount this year.
Absolutely.
I give it a 50-50 chance.
And then are there women in the women's or individuals in the women's race who are behind? Who's behind? Lindsay and
so we have
Lindsay, Sarah, Catherine, Edwards,
Catherine.
Anderson, Jenny.
And Shelby did make her way up.
She was fifth at one point, but it looks like she's just barely behind Jenny. So
holding hands. Everyone's holding hands. And then so Jenny, Melissa Brown,
Haley.
and then I forget who it was. Sierra is Brianna. I think it was Brianna. I think Brianna dropped.
Bree dropped.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Sierra was going to be pacing Bree. But,
yeah. And what Fort Tuthill?
And Fort Tuthill is where they get cognition or mental eval as well, right?
Yes, I would fail that.
Really?
I would fail that right now.
What does that involve?
Yeah.
I don't know the details, but I've heard about, kind of showing fingers, making sure that the vision's okay, probably asking a few basic questions. yeah, I was impressed because during that radio interview, Dan was doing like public math, and I was like, "What are you doing?" That just goes
Trying
to
to
show.
do math mid-race is always
I can't
my
even do math
downfall.
on this live stream.
No, I can't do math ever.
Yeah.
It's famously one of my weak points, but run math.
Famously.
I talk about it a lot. I haven't taken
Well,
a
now,
math class since
how
high
many
school.
people are watching now? Like 8,000 people know that. So now
So-
it's famous.
Just me and all my closest friends spill all my deepest, darkest secrets.
Yeah, somebody asked about Callie Vinson, and I really like her approach, and I think that's how I would do it. We were talking earlier about, I asked if you have ever thought about doing this race, and somebody put a bunch of holding hands emojis.
Love it.
And she's doing this unsupported, so she doesn't have a crew, she doesn't have a pacer, and I think I would like to do it that way. I feel like, I think that's a cool experience. You're just out there, you got drop bags, you do come upon the waffles and the cows and the Coke and whatnot at aid stations, but very impressive.
It certainly takes out like all the logistics of having to plan for your crew.
Yeah. It's like
and stressing
kind of
about
easier
them
in
being.
one way.
Yeah, it is absolutely. And Andy Glaze is doing it this year again, unsupported.
Oh,
Callie's done it supported and now unsupported.
Callie DNF'd.
Yeah.
Oh, did she drop?
Yeah,
Yeah,
DNF'd
unfortunately.
at Prescott.
Oh shoot. Well, hope she's doing okay.
Yeah. Still, I mean, Prescott, that's what was that? Is that how
Off
many miles
the
in?
dome, Prescott is mile.
Saw that early.
That's what's the name of the aid?
Oh, Whiskey Row.
Whiskey Row. So that's 77.
Yeah.
Mile 77.
It's a long way on your own.
Yeah.
I know I saw that Randy Zuckerberg was around mile 99, also just ahead of Shad, who is one of our live stream follow cam guys who does so much for the live stream, who's running it this year. And so Randy and Shad were right in that same 96 to 99 mile section. And Randy's crew told me that she had to wait out a storm at Fain Ranch. There was a pretty nasty storm, but she kind of just waited it out and then moved along. So
oh, nice.
Yeah, seems to be doing well.
Awesome.
How's Kevin Goldberg doing? And has he been in the chat? Because he famously just jumps into the chat to talk with everyone
Recently.
Yeah, I can grab my.
The tracker says he's at almost 190 miles.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, he was rolling around in that top 10 on the men's side, and I know he had big goals from a time standpoint. So shout out to Kevin. Getting it done out there.
I just had to do math. He's 11th right now on the men's side.
Very good. Did great, Claire. Did great.
Didn't really just count out
Doing
loud there.
great. Yeah.
If you're watching for somebody, if you're watching this race, this live stream, and you know somebody in the race, throw that in the chat. Give them a little shout out. We'll shout them out for you.
Trish has said hello. It's me, Kevin Goldberg.
Yeah, that sounds about right for
Yep.
Trish. Hi, Trish.
Hey, Trish. Big fans.
Glad you're doing well.
Can I get an update on Cam Haynes? Sure. Let's see here. Looks like he's at mile 177.8.
And he's got a broken foot going on?
He's holding hands with Sarah. That's me.
Yeah, why is everyone saying that in the chat? Is
What, that he
have
has a broken foot? I don't know. if
That
that's
seems
right or not.
wildly irresponsible. What do I know?
I mean, I think it depends on what in your foot is broken.
Yeah,
maybe.
exactly. Because
there's a lot of bones in there.
Katie Asmuth ran Western States with a broken foot. She didn't really know it was broken.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh my gosh. I
Yeah.
don't think I did that.
There's a lot of bones in your feet. And
there could be so much else in pain that compared to everything
Yeah.
else in pain, it's like a very minimal thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it could be just a little toe.
That's the one
How many bones are in your foot? There's so
a
many.
lot. Yeah.
Like
Because
108.
you have all of your tarsals and your metatarsals
Yeah.
and your talus and your calcaneus, and there's a lot going
Wow.
on down there.
You know a lot. 26.
Oh,
26.
That's a lot of bones.
Okay, I said
And
100.
some of them are quite small. So like you could just kind of
metatarsals.
Yeah, those are your
phalanges.
toes. Like the tops of your toes are your metatarsals.
26 bones. One of them's broken for Cam, apparently.
Yeah.
Is this a running joke in the chat, like the cow and the waffles?
It's when I
and
just can't tell. you
Yeah,
know?
somebody.
Oh, there's Wildcat. I wonder because I remember some at Mountain Outpost posted that Rachel and him were 3 miles out.
Oh, yeah.
So they were going to get
Sweet.
camera on when they come. So we might
Wildcat looks vastly different than when I was there. That canopy was not up. All we had was what's on the left, which is that vehicle, and the table in front of that vehicle is where the Pete's meats are.
They probably came through before they were even supposed to be ready.
Well,
They're
and
so fast.
And that's the thing is like, I mean, no one would have predicted. I mean, they could have, but
where can I get that cow hat?
Yeah, that is really good. You really need that cow hat.
Apparently.
That's extremely important.
Yeah, so we're expecting Rachel and Edhar into Wildcat.
Yes,
Here soon.
That's the rumor. It's the hope.
That's the.
They're going to be holding hands.
No, that's Walnut.
Oh, Walnut.
Walnut.
That we're looking at right now?
That's where they're going to be coming in.
Rachel and Eder are coming into Walnut Canyon. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, so
Hey,
this
look
is
at him.
this is
Right.
he
He's
coming
looking
into
really good.
He's still running really well.
He and that. Who uploaded that photo? Is that recent? Is that from the race?
He's got a bit of a 1,000-yard stare.
Yeah,
on that
he
one.
does. Looks like he. Never mind.
Let's scooch that camera. There we go.
Wow, he is running so well.
Yeah, that was how he looked earlier too when he was by himself.
So he has. Is that a follow camera or is that two? Well, there's two. Oh, that's Mike McMonagle, I think, next to him, right? Or is that like a pacer and
just someone out,
a media dude?
That looks like Mike.
Yeah, it does look like.
It's
Mike
probably a
Arewski.
pacer and Mike.
Yeah, he looks great.
But
he's running super well.
I don't know because aren't they not allowed pacers into Walnut Canyon? Wait, so is this in or out of Walnut?
No, this is Wildcat.
Oh, it's into Wildcat. So this, okay, so that makes
Walnut
sense.
is
Yeah, so
Rachel.
so the last, got it. So whoever's with him took him from Walnut to Wildcat, which is what I ran with Dan. So it's like a 6-mile stretch. And it's pretty runnable. There was a little bit of mud in it. Like every now and then we were slipping, but for the most part, it's not very, like, there's not any significant climbing.
They look like they're about 10 miles apart at this moment.
Yeah, and Dan did want to know, like, you know, who's back there. Wanted to know where he was at, but then he was also like, we just got to focus on having fun. Like, that's the most important thing out here.
That seems to be working for him.
It
I
is
would
absolutely
say.
working. And there's just this overall positive, like, grateful vibe with
I feel
the
like
whole
if
crew.
you come into this race just wanting to grit it out, like, that gets old. You need to have fun. You need to joke about things.
Yeah, we were running and he was like, I don't know, we were probably doing like an 11-minute pace on a little bit of a rocky section.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is my preferred pace on these kind of trails. He's like, because I can look around and I can just like take it all in, but I don't have to worry about tripping. So like he's very much focusing on kind of the positive aspects, which is really cool. Really cool. Eder?
All right. So we have Eder coming in to, is that Walnut?
Walnut, yeah.
Wildcat? Walnut. It's Walnut.
So many W's.
I know. I get really
that's
confused.
Walnut. So
that looks wet.
Looks quite moist.
It looks real damp over there. Jeez.
But, you know, I've seen him several times, and he's just had a smile on his face. He has, I think, his family with him, and he's running really well. I'm really impressed by him. And apparently, was it you that said, or Corinne, did you say he hasn't slept?
I don't know what his sleep has been. We could look at like his stoppage time, but I think we can safely say he's like the random baller of this year's Cocodona 250.
Absolutely.
Him and Cody Poskin, maybe, but I'd never heard of him before, and so
Cody did run a pretty fast time at Jackpot.
Yeah. But Eder, I think from looking back at his results, it appeared this was his first 200+ mile race.
It looks like he stopped for. His stop time is 3 hours and 53 minutes.
Okay.
But
There could be a nap in there.
yeah, it could be a nap. His average moving speed was 5.5 miles per hour. And so that van right there, that's Rachel's crew. I got to talk to them yesterday.
Yep.
3 dudes.
Nice.
Good dudes. Gus is in there.
Yeah, so they're gonna go out of here on this road. They're gonna go down like half
That's
a mile.
run. Yeah, look at that run.
And then right before the horrible mud pit that the truck got stuck in, they actually avoid that. So he's gonna turn right before that, which is helpful.
Last aid, his crew said no sleep so far.
No sleep?
Yeah, that's what somebody
Just
in the chat
stoppage
said.
time. Yeah, so Dan's crew is planning to have like a total of 8 hours of stoppage over the whole race. And he said that they're at about an hour and 15 minutes of total stoppage.
Whoa. Very different weather for Dan
Oh,
now.
we got some snow
Wow.
going on. Hail, snow. This is a good call that he has. Okay, so when he put his pack on at Wildcat, he was like, dude, this is heavy.
Mhm.
And they were like, sorry, man, required gear. So he's got some stuff in there if he needs it, right?
Yeah.
That's why they did this.
Yeah, I wonder what his body temperature is right now. I wonder if he's cold or if he's just warm.
He has 2 shirts on. He was like, should I put on this second layer? I don't know about 2 layers, but like, I think that was a good call.
It looks like Dan's stop time is 6 hours and 40 minutes.
No way.
That's what it says on the trackleader.com.
Interesting.
Yeah. Which
According to crew, it's much less than that, but
I wonder how they
how do they
calculate that.
Are you at times going so slow that it considers
that
it
is
stoppage?
Turning auto pause on a watch, man, that is the most rudest feature
Yeah.
that they've ever invented.
Just don't look at
the
it.
amount of
It's
times I've been going uphill and my watch is like, I'm just gonna pause myself. I'm not moving fast enough. I'm like,
cool.
They're
I'm gonna
obviously
save my
not.
battery.
Obviously not mountain runners that have created that.
I'm like, I'm moving. Thank you very much.
Oh,
It's like a
Corinne,
30-minute
somebody
pace.
wants to know, is Dan really tall?
Dan is tall.
Dan is tall.
Dan's probably 6'3".
6'3".
6'2", 6'3". He's a tall guy. He's got some long legs.
Tall dude.
Yeah, he decided to stay in his Hokas. I think they may have put a fresh pair on because the bottoms may have been coming off of the last pair.
I saw something in the chat about how like the course destroyed his
It
shoes.
was muddy as all get out. He looked.
What shoes are those?
He started in Solomon's, Solomon Ultra Glide or S Labs, and then he switched over to these Hoka. I don't know if they're the ATRs. I'm not sure which model they are, but he's been really comfortable in them. Like they were just cushiony, he said, so he wanted to keep them on.
There was the last time we saw him at an aid station, he was putting on a pair of Solomons.
At the last aid?
I don't know if it was a couple hours ago, but I just remember when he was sitting down
maybe he
eating
switched-
the pancakes. He was putting on the S-Lab Genesis.
That would have been Wildcat. So he did switch into them. Maybe it was because the bottom of the Hokas were coming off.
When you rip your shoe in half, I feel like it's
But
probably a
I'm
good
guessing
sign.
that that's the best call because like this is you probably
Yeah.
want some traction on this.
For sure.
So, that was Ryan, I'm guessing, that we just had. Yeah, on
Yay.
the drone.
He needs to keep that red shirt on. It's helpful.
It's very helpful.
This guy's visor on. I love a good visor.
Yeah,
Just
visor.
make sure you apply sunscreen to the
Hashtag
scalp.
Oh,
if you have
yeah.
short hair.
Yeah, I shaved my head 2 years ago, and I had to
way.
like really put a lot of sunscreen on my head for a while.
Your hair's grown really fast.
It grows pretty fast.
Yeah. Jealous.
You should. Hey, you shave. I think if you shave your head, it grows back faster. So
Yeah,
you should
I think
try
my hair's a
that.
little damaged at this point.
That's why I
feels,
did it.
Feel it. It feels like straw,
Well,
kind
because
of.
so I had half my hair was bleached and half it wasn't, so I just shaved it all.
Did
to
you have
fix that.
the Cruella de Vil?
I did.
The new. That's sweet.
It was really fun, but then I was like, my hair is so damaged on one side.
The new. What's the name of the movie? The new one. Not the 101 Dalmatians, but the one that
Cruella.
Just Cruella.
Yeah, I think
she
it
was
just
so
Cruella.
good in that.
Yeah, that was fun.
Oh,
It was
I
a
love
fun
that movie.
movie.
It's such a good movie. But yeah, I think that's kind of a fun hairstyle. I like that.
I miss it sometimes.
Yeah.
Here's Ryan coming
into Wildcat.
Nice.
Yeah.
He's got some media around him.
Popular guy.
Is he smiling? He looks like he's got a big smile on his face.
I like to believe.
I mean, at this point, you're like, you have like we were talking during the section with Dan, I was like, you've got like a marathon to go. In the scheme of things, that is nothing compared to what you've just done.
Yeah, but then you're also that person who's at mile like 24 of a marathon going, you're almost there. And you're in the marathon, you're like, no, I'm not, though.
That's true.
There's Lucy. I guess she's getting ready to do her pacing section with him.
I wonder how many miles she's racking up.
Yeah, I'm really curious. Let's
Just
see.
gonna keep reminding these people to put it on Strava. I want to see it later.
What was our Dwyer? What was
the cameraman?
The cameraman.
Is it Cody?
Cody?
Maybe?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Really interested to
His
see how many
60
miles.
mile.
Yeah.
That's nuts. Connor.
Yeah. So what were the shoes that you guys were talking about? Dan's shoes were coming apart. What shoes were they?
They were a Hoka.
The chat keeps saying the Clifton 10. I don't know if I believe that.
You know, I'm not. I am a Solomon girl myself, so I am not as familiar with the variations of Hokas.
I don't know much about these trails, but I don't think someone would wear a road shoe on them. That's
I don't think it was a road. I think it was I think it was like an ATR or a Challenger or something like that.
So it looks like he is laying down maybe for a nap.
Getting comfy.
Maybe getting some shoe change.
Putting legs up.
Yeah. That goes a long way. Even if you don't fall asleep, I've learned that if I can just pretend that I'm asleep, it's the same thing.
Just like close my eyes and just really think.
And also, you just don't
thoughts.
think about it too much. Because if you think about it, then you start
get
making
caught in that cycle of like, oh no, now I'm anxious because I'm not sleeping enough.
Yeah.
But now I can't sleep because I'm like too freaked out about how I'm not sleeping.
Yeah, you just gotta be like, whatever. It happens. Sometimes you don't sleep. This might be a blessing. You don't know.
Yeah. Who needs sleep? That's another placebo.
Yeah, I'm convinced. Sometimes I sleep and I feel worse.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
There's Rachel.
Yeah, she's
our
cruising.
Superstar.
Again, running.
She
employing
is...
the Harry Schubertus pull run method.
See, that's why I need to practice using my pulse so I can do stuff like that.
Yeah.
Just take a little bit of the weight off your legs.
Yeah.
She's moving so well. She's done a couple shirt changes too. She has a lot of shirts. I remember her in her sun shirt. Then she had her like purple shirt. Now she's got a black shirt.
Oh,
I'm sure it's important to change your shirt, especially in this weather.
Yeah,
so you don't get
wet
cold.
and cold.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of like after a cold wet run, like change sports bra immediately.
Yeah.
It's important.
She is walking through this little technical
The chat
section.
has decided that he was wearing the Clifton 10, which is a choice.
Chat decided.
According to the chat.
Yeah.
According to the chat, it's the Clifton 10.
I feel like they said his crew said it was the Clifton 10. And that's probably why they fell apart. That is a wild choice.
Yeah.
I feel like the chat is just like a fourth commentator with us.
Yes.
I mean, they're helpful.
And silent.
Yeah.
They remember things that we didn't see earlier on.
Oh, you played with a cow once? I'm going to remember
I
that.
asked Dad if he saw the cow. He's like, yeah, we saw the cow. That was funny. He said they saw a really big elk, too.
Oh, wow.
That's fun.
He's like, what's that animal they have out here that's like bigger than a deer? We're like, yeah, that's an elk. That's an elk.
Can we get, what emoji should we get in the chat for Rachel and Ryan since they're on screen right now? What's an emoji?
I just can't stop thinking about cows.
Okay. We can do a cow. We can do a cow again.
The cow's just
Rachel
so good.
almost got that
She was
cow.
cow-related,
Yeah,
yeah.
that cow almost took her out. I
So
saw
cows
it.
for Rachel, and then maybe like a big bowl. Wasn't there? Because he's been eating so many grits, like a
Oh,
bowl,
lots of grits.
like
Yeah,
the
like a
pasta
big bowl
bowl
or
or
something.
something
Okay.
for Ryan.
Cow for
Absolutely.
Rachel and a bowl for Ryan. Let's get them in the chat. Oh, somebody put eggs. Remember? Egg
Oh no,
emoji?
the eggs are
Day
back.
one.
The eggs are back. So, Dan, they were like, it's so funny. His crew's talking to him about, so after we're done, do you want to just take a shower and go get some pizza? They're already talking about like the plans for at the finish line. And he just said, I just really want a beer. I just really want a couple beers. And he's like, I haven't drank since March 15th. And then we were talking about, which he's like, I just want a Coors Light. And I was like, oh man, this is the guy after my husband's heart, because the only reason my husband drinks Coors Light is because it reminds him of Colorado. And then his pacer was like, that's not beer. And I'm like, well, sometimes people drink
point.
it just you know, just for, so we need to bring, if you want to support Dan, bring some Coors Light to the finish
I mean,
line.
he could have a beer during the race. Camille Herron in 2017, when she set the world record at Tunnel Hill, drank a beer.
Yeah.
I was
Have you
there.
ever drank
I
a beer
saw it.
during a race?
I can't.
Not during,
but
after.
Right after. Have you ever taken a shot during a race?
I've given people shots.
Oh, no.
Well, famously, like Kendall Mountain, Allie Mack, Tapa Kendall, shot before coming back down. Like, it happens.
Oh,
I've given
jostling
people
in the
shots of
stomach.
whiskey in the last, like, I think it was at mile 70 of a 100-miler. And I had several people after the race be like, oh, like, that brought me back to life.
Really?
I was like, cool, I'm not going to try it.
Maybe if
but I'm glad it helped you.
Maybe if I'm about to DNF.
What about Hard Rock? Like the Kroger canteen?
No.
Tequila?
I just had some pierogies.
Just
They gave me-
pierogies,
yeah,
yeah.
they gave me the famous pierogies.
But I don't know, Tara. I think even Killian took a shot during Hard Rock.
Gosh, I really. That's why I didn't. That's why I didn't do Hard Rock well.
Because he didn't take a shot. It's going to be the secret weapon this year.
Gosh.
That's not a placebo. Alcohol is good for running.
I don't know, but I feel like sometimes when you're doing activity, like physical activity, like the alcohol hits you harder.
Oh,
like I
yeah.
used to play like sand volleyball, and we'd have like a drink in the middle of the game, and I'd be like, I am so drunk right now, and I thought like
beer
half a
miles
drink.
are so hard.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, that
Also
and
the 4 beers, but
that
like-
and the carbonation.
Yeah.
God, the
Here she
burping and beer
comes
miles.
into the aid station.
Yeah,
this very
Rachel.
wet aid station.
Going.
What do you think? It was like 4 or 5 minutes ago that Edhar.
Yeah,
had
he
moved on.
I think he left, and then we got video on her.
Confirmation they were not holding hands.
That's true.
Yeah,
That
we
is-
got visual.
That is
on that.
disappointing.
Yeah,
but it's fine.
Yep. Well,
You
it's
have
fine.
several more miles to hold hands.
Yeah, this is fine, guys.
And so much could happen, like on this Eldon climb. Like we could see them get a lot closer to one another after this.
Yeah.
Depending on how they're feeling going uphill.
Just confirming that Rachel is behind Edhar. Somebody said
Yes.
she was ahead. She is behind.
She was ahead for a long time, but right now she's behind him.
Yeah, but not too far.
No.
They are running very close to each other. Somebody said that we need to get that West Virginia moonshine in for Dan for the end.
Yeah. Yeah, see, someone said whiskey settles my stomach.
That's a unique individual. Whiskey
I feel
settles
like it
your
could
stomach.
be kind of like pickle juice, where it kind of shocks you out of like a cramp or something.
Yeah, where they say to do, could be.
Again, I'm not going to try this, but I'm going to convince other people to.
Ryan is
Looks
sleeping.
like he is.
or
Yeah,
trying
he's
to
holding
sleep.
a burrito in his hand and closing his eyes.
That's not ultra running. I don't know what
Where's
is.
Howie? We need
feel
this
that.
photo.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a.
Somebody
I feel
take
that
a
in my
photo
soul.
of this.
I want to be doing that.
Can we get a burrito in the chat right now?
Yeah, burrito emojis for Ryan.
Burrito. Maybe there's grits in the burrito.
What if it's a Pete's Meats burrito? That'd be pretty.
Oh, yeah.
that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he is. It looks like he's out.
Yeah.
He's breathing.
Good for him.
I know that breathing when it's like your lungs feel like they've been working for
Oh no, he just opened
days
his
and
eyes.
days and days.
Yeah,
It's just like the lungs are so tired.
Yeah.
We got burritos. We got hammers.
Oh, don't we always have hammers?
So right now we're looking at Ryan Sands, who is at Wildcat Aid Station, and we're looking at Rachel Entrican, who is at Walnut Canyon.
Yes.
We're looking at
All the W's.
second and fourth.
Looks like he's getting his legs massaged. A leg massage at this point in the race is probably heaven on earth.
I feel like that could definitely make me not want to get up though. Like, I could see it going one of two ways. Either it's going to be like the perfect thing I need, or I'm going to be like, oh no, now my legs are ruined.
So I said he's listening to the live stream. Doubt it. But if you are,
That
blink
Ryan
twice.
is?
And if you're listening to the live stream, show us your burrito. Show us what's in it. Are there grits in it?
Eat that whole burrito in one bite.
Yeah.
Make this interesting. This is so interesting, by the way. Make it more interesting than it already is.
I need more things happening.
I just saw Rachel do like a little nod to the camera in Rachel form.
Hey girl.
She's just sitting, chilling, taking a break.
Oh, it looks like she took her shoes off.
Good idea.
Yeah. Let those puppies breathe. Someone said, Rachel said, roll tide. Absolutely. Roll tide. Sorry, Auburn.
So I know we're looking at Ryan and Rachel, but another stat that I just wanted to share on Dan. He said that he was hoping to do the first 100 miles in like 23 hours or so. And he ran the first 100 miles of this race in 1836.
Sure, that happens to me all the time. I also accidentally run 18-hour 100 milers.
How much vert
I'm
is in
pretty
the
sure
first
there's
100?
at least about 15,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
That's essentially, and his pacer's asking me like, Corinne, have you run Leadville? And I said, yeah. And he's like, do you think Dan would do good there? And I'm like, yeah. Especially if he can handle altitude well, very much a running race. So you think about, because Leadville actually has about 17,000 feet of climbing.
He's really fast.
So he just ran the Cocodona course, which I would say is way more technical.
Yeah.
In 1836.
Also eating a burrito.
Yeah, also eating a burrito. You know, there's so many calories in those tortillas. Such good carbs. Oh, we're getting Gus. He is showing us.
What is that?
Or he was showing us.
Something.
My live stream's a little behind. We're getting a view of Rachel's legs and feet.
Peeling off some emotional support KT tape, perhaps.
Possibly placebo. Undetermined.
Hard to tell.
Yeah.
That does look like it was doing something on her feet, though.
Her legs look good.
Yeah.
She did fall. She did fall a couple times. I talked to her pacers. She fell a couple times, but she also got some scratches from what I'm guessing, some single track, some brush. Let her go. She's my new idol.
Yeah. Saw someone in the chat say something about how she did the across the years 48 hour as a nice long run. She ran 212 miles or something. Yeah.
I think in that race she PR'd her 100K and 100 mile.
And then continued to win the 48 hour, as you do.
Impressive.
Yeah, have you guys talked about the Courtney update? How she said there's a total body shutdown? You guys saw that?
So
on
did she post
Instagram?
that?
Yeah.
So
total body shutdown is what was said.
Yeah, I heard, actually talked to Dan and crew a little bit about it, and they said that, on that climb up to Mingus, that she looked like she was getting real cold. Maybe purple lips. So that's super unfortunate.
Yeah.
But probably the right move. Save it for another time.
That looked like that was painful for her.
Yeah, we were over at the other house that the media people are hanging out. What do we call that? I don't know. The other location. We were at the other location. And Matt Feldick, shout out Matt Feldick, Aravipa, director of marketing, brought up a good point that if this holds true, Rachel will be the only 2-time winner of Cocodona 250.
Wow.
So she has to come back next year. Try to go for a three-peat.
Again,
we're assembling the world's greatest team of women.
But we
whether
are?
they want to or not. Yeah.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
Who's
we
in
gotta
the
have
team
Courtney
right now?
come back. We gotta have Rachel. We're gonna make Tara's gonna do it.
Yeah.
Whether she wants to or not.
Okay.
Megan Eckert, who just set the 6-day
Yes.
world record. That would be really cool.
Okay.
I think we should just kind of.
Who else do we add to that? What about? I think we gotta get Mika in there again. She's
gotta
just
get Maggie.
200s. We gotta get Maggie back. We gotta get Sarah O in there.
Yeah. Gonna give her a knuckle sandwich.
Isn't she pacing Sarah a lot?
Yeah.
And then
Maggie's probably listening to this right now.
I remember they had on her Instagram stories, they were watching the live stream when the live stream was talking about her crew being there, and they're like, we're actually not there at all.
Yeah. Maggie, blink twice if you're in the chat. Somebody said Heather Jackson.
Ooh.
In a 200.
Yeah.
That could be interesting.
Yeah. I'd love to see that.
I want like the depth of the field at Western for the men this year. I want that for the women here.
Looks like Dan just put on a new jacket.
Good call.
Probably getting really cold.
Good call.
It looks cold up there.
Oh, man.
More motivation to get to the top so you can descend it and get out of that.
Yeah. Do you think Fred is in front of...
Maybe he dropped Fred.
Is that Fred behind him? That might be Fred behind him. Oh
What's
my
so
God.
funny is that when they were coming into Wildcat, he said to Fred, he's like, you ready, Fred? I'm going to drop you. And then Fred said, No, you're not. I've been training. That's not happening.
Somebody mentioned in the chat Courtney struggles with anything over 100, and that's absolutely not
don't
true.
think that's
She's
true.
won two
Yeah.
200 races.
Yeah, she's quite experienced. Oh my gosh, Rachel just waved at the camera.
Hey, girl.
What's up,
Big
Rachel?
smile. Can she hear us?
Rachel.
Everyone's saying, "What's up? What's up, Rachel?"
Yeah, tell her
Claire, I
that
love her.
Claire, Tara, and Corinne are giving her lots of love on the live stream.
We're having a fangirl moment.
Yeah, Claire, Tara, and Corinne are giving you lots of love. They say they love you.
Yeah, tell her I love her.
There's like specifically tell her me.
Oh, and Jasmine Paris. Someone said Jasmine Paris. Yes.
Walnut.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I think we got it. Yeah.
Easy.
I mean, I think Camille could
get
out
Camille.
here too.
Yeah, she doesn't do super well. In
One more
stuff,
casual
but it'll be
mountain.
interesting to see.
But she's gritted out that finish at Western. She's,
She did. She passed me at like mile 95.
I
or
mean, when
something.
you run Black Canyon 100K, which is, I mean, when you're running it fast, it's technical.
Mm-hmm.
I think she could do it. I think she could rock it. Certainly got the multi-day.
Yes.
I'd add Leo Yangling to that group.
Yes, absolutely.
She was going to run it this year.
Yeah, I think she said she is still planning to do it
next
at some
year.
point.
A lot of people have been wondering about Max. Let's see where he's at. Got a lot of
He's
Max
up in the top
fans.
10, I think. 1, 2.
Looks like he was passed by, well, DJ. I guess DJ was ahead of him. Finn, it looked like Finn passed Max. But Max he pinged 10 minutes ago at 2:04.7. And he is on his way to Kelly Canyon aid station. Oh, and Claire Bansworth.
Oh, yeah.
Katie
Yeah.
Scheid.
Okay, so we gotta work on getting all these people.
Yeah.
Now that we've assembled the list, who's gonna get them to sign
Do you have
up?
their phone numbers?
Yeah, I'll just call them
Yeah.
up.
Yeah.
Just call
Start
Taylor
that
up.
group chat.
That would be an insane group chat.
Oh, we gotta. I can't read that.
No.
Something about Flagstaff.
Yeah, my friend Russ just texted me and said, 200 milers, 2 people in vans. That's about right, Russ. 2 people in vans. Did you do a lot of that, Tara, during the AT?
Sitting in vans?
Did you get into vehicles or was it too remote?
No, I would sleep about 18 of the 40 nights I slept in the van.
Okay.
And then one time I did change my shoes in the van, but otherwise I was out of the van.
Okay.
Yeah, because it was raining that day.
Got it.
But, like, I don't know. It's so far away. And,
Ryan's up and walking.
oh, yeah, he is. It looks like he's got a windbreaker on.
Yeah, I saw him putting that jacket on while he was sitting in the car. I think that's Lucy out in front of him.
Mm-hmm. So I think we have Mike, who is going to interview Ryan's crew in just a little bit. Once we see Ryan leaving this aid station, I think we'll get his crew on for an interview. So be looking forward to that.
I'm a little bummed his jacket covers up his red shirt that I was using, but the white jacket works the same, I guess. I just have to remember.
How do you feel about windbreakers? Placebo? Not placebo?
I actually don't really wear jackets.
No?
No. I run really warm.
Okay.
So I'm that person who's like out in shorts in winter, you know?
Yeah.
I have like one really, really lightweight windbreaker. It's actually a John G one, but that's kind of the only one I wear.
Yeah.
And that's when it's like really cold.
Yes, we have an entourage of media following him. Is there a trail?
Yeah, it does look like they're just kind of
Where-
aimlessly walking around now.
What's going on?
maybe there's better markings on the ground.
Yeah. We can.
Lucy looks like she knows where she's going.
Yeah. Yeah, so our leaders, we are looking at Dan Green. Then we have Ryan here on the screen. He just left Wildcat Hill. And then we had Edhart Ramirez. He had just left, maybe, I would say like 20 minutes ago, he left Walnut Canyon. And we have Rachel, who is taking a little time at Walnut Canyon before she is on her way to Wildcat.
She's got to catch up so they can hold hands.
Yeah. I'm sure his hands are cold.
It's
Somebody needs to
warmer
warm
if
them.
they
Yeah.
could hold. Who needs gloves? Can you can just hold hands? Gloves, placebo.
Oh yeah, here is Rachel's crew in the van. I'm sure that's a tight space.
Yeah.
I know for my van, it feels very tight when more than 2.5 people are in there.
Yeah. Like they've got like what, 3 people in the back?
Yeah, you got
That's
one
a
with a camera. I think you have like one of our cameramen. He's approaching the area. Maybe he can try to fit in there too.
Yeah. Add one more person.
Yeah,
there, why not?
let's see how many people we can fit in one van.
It's like sardines. Wow,
Looks
yeah,
like
there
he's
are a
trying
lot
to
of
make his
people there.
way. Looks like she's putting on a jacket too. Maybe a windbreaker. Undetermined.
It looks pretty cold and gross there. So.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I was thinking about these runners last night as I was nice and warm in my bed and moments where I heard rain. I was like, wow. They're my heroes. Yeah. No, I don't want to say
I'm
it.
inside.
And it was the second night that they
Yeah.
gone through. That's what I was thinking about is like even the leaders, like they got to go through another night.
Yeah.
Oh.
This isn't like a 100 miler where the elite runners can finish before they have to run through the night.
Yeah.
So that's good for them to have that experience, I think.
It's good for them. It's good for people like Dan Green
Yeah.
to have to go through 2 nights. Obviously, it didn't faze him whatsoever.
No. I've been trying to pitch a race format where all of the really fast people have to start in the back and have to like run with the back of the pack so they can experience what that's like.
Interesting.
I think it would be fun for me. Maybe not for them. But.
We have Ward P that said van is smaller than that 4-person porta potty. That porta potty.
There's a 4-person porta potty.
Have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen that porta potty that is like a double porta potty?
No.
Does it have 2 toilets in it?
No. Are there stalls? Are they separate?
When I was getting drug tested for Black Canyon,
Canyon?
they go into the bathroom with you and they have the big one because they have to stand in there with you and watch you do it. And I think we could have fit like a good 6 to 8 people in there.
That's a fun party space.
Yeah, she was all the way in the other corner. Like she was as far away as possible from me, but still watching intently.
Would you like her that far away, or do you want her to be right up close? Like, what would be worse? Like, just
I
right
want
in
her
your
holding my
face?
hand, honestly.
Just some emotional support.
It might be helpful if she's holding your hand if you're at the end of Black Canyon. Sometimes we need help standing up.
She was great. She was very gentle with me. No shame whatsoever.
How do you get that job?
Dude,
the watching
I
people pee
don't
job.
know. But there was more than pee for me. So I was like,
It's a bonding experience maybe for you guys.
Yeah, I've never...
You might be best friends.
I don't remember her name.
Well, that's
she
not
was
important.
literally no judgment. I think she's probably done this often.
She's probably seen worse.
Yeah, honestly.
Oh,
Here
Rachel's
we go.
up.
Our shining star, Rachel Edgerkin. Getting those poles. She's got some... I'm guessing those are gloves. Windproof, probably waterproof
Maybe water
gloves.
shells. Waterproof shells.
Good idea. Got that
I
warm
think
liquid I'm hoping for, and that maybe some hot cocoa. Maybe some coffee.
You know, you
That'd
do
be-
is you gotta make hot cocoa with coffee instead of water.
Oh yeah,
That's
then
the
you got a
clutch
little
move.
mocha.
Yeah.
Like some horchata scratch in one of those
Ooh.
flasks hot right now would be delicious.
What's she up to? She just joking. She's probably cutting up.
I want to hear the jokes.
Yeah, what shoes is she wearing? That's something I did not.
She loves topos.
Yeah, I saw her wearing topo earlier.
Okay. Oh, right. She does love topos. Okay, here we go.
Are you starting a timer?
Okay. 55:45.
I can start it on my. I'll start it on my phone.
55:46. Okay. We got the bathroom timer going. I know you guys love that bathroom timer. I asked Harry yesterday at Jerome how he felt that we had one going for him, and he said he didn't mind. Or I don't remember what he said, but it didn't seem like he minded.
Oh.
I don't want to brag, but I took a
Harry
bathroom
doesn't
break
seem to get
during a
minded by very
marathon,
much.
and it only took me 30 seconds.
30 seconds?
And it was for everything.
Whoa.
I don't want to brag.
That's the way you
but-
do it. You wait to the last possible second.
Yeah.
You don't go in there when you're like, oh, I feel something. No, you have to wait till the last possible second before you're about to.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Or you
bathroom
just
timer.
Shit yourself. People do that in marathons.
Oh, yeah.
And triathlons.
That's, yeah, well.
And
yes.
ultra marathons.
Really proud to say that I'm not part of that group. I am the 1%.
How does it feel to be God's favorite?
It's pretty good.
So this is Ryan still on the camera. This is a weird shot. Like, oh, look at this smiley face.
Look at the happy little hand.
It's weird. What I would hate this. I have started the bathroom timer. We're at a minute. Me and Corinne started this on day 1. Oh, minute 15.
1:15.
Wow, that's impressive.
I feel like getting up off the toilet's probably half the time there.
30 seconds of that was lowering yourself.
Yeah.
And lifting yourself back up.
It's not the action itself, it's just the logistics.
Oh.
Was that a smile?
Probably.
I think it was.
Quick little grin to the camera. She's hamming it up for us.
So that is Rachel.
I want her to jump like Dan did for the camera.
The little jump on the side.
That was so nuts.
It might have been to get mud off his shoes. I think it was for entertainment factor too, but he was kicking a lot of mud off his shoes during our section. He was like, this is all I've been doing is just getting mud off my shoes this whole time.
Yeah, so this is Rachel. She's leaving Walnut Canyon. And she is 4th overall right now. She is the first woman. On the right of your screen, you have Ryan, who is 2nd overall. Second man. He is walking right now with Lucy, who's a fellow Solomon athlete.
Damn, look at her running.
I'm now getting stats from other friends. According to my good friend Russ, who's also a trail running nerd, Rachel has a 38.8 mile lead over the next woman.
Oh, wow.
Oh my
Thank you, Russ.
What? She could like take an 8-hour break. And like then keep going.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Wow. She looks great. It looks really disgusting on that road, though.
Those big puddles.
Yeah. You think that's runoff from the porta potties?
You know what? That would motivate me to run really fast away. So maybe not the worst.
So just for reference, Sarah O's time, which we're considering to be CR based on the fact that Annie Hughes ran it on a very different course, is 72 hours, 50 minutes.
Wait, what?
The record right now for women is 72.
And Rachel's
50.
what, like
and Rachel's right now at
miles
55
away?
hours,
Oh,
and she's
wow.
27 miles away.
Yeah.
What? Holy
Again,
cow.
she could take an 8-hour break and probably still do it.
Wow. I'm so impressed. So it looks like Ed Hart is last time mine updated, he's at 233. And she's about 2 miles-ish behind him. What a relatable thing in ultra running is the ish at the end.
Yeah, because this is a 250 and this course is 256 miles long. What is up with that?
Yeah. I didn't realize that till this morning.
It's 256.
Well, because it doesn't have the same ring to it if it's the Cocodona 256, you know? I love every time my road friends do a trail race and get so shocked when they're like in the race and their watch hits whatever the mileage is. They're like, we're not
at finish line.
And I'm like, oh no, this isn't certified. It's not measured with a wheel. I don't know what you expect. It's all like, it's about this much. And sometimes you get it in the other way, where the race ends a lot sooner than you expected, which whenever that happens to me is thrilling. I did like the Leadville Silver Rush, and I finished the race at mile 48 on my watch, and I was like, oh hell yeah. Thank God I'm done early.
I love like secret distances. When they add like a mile or two on, they're like, oh, did you like that? Did you like that we added a little bit on there? No, I don't.
So we changed the course a little this year. Surprise. They're like, oh, but we wanted to make it more scenic. It's prettier now. I'm like, okay, yeah, thank you. I'm in pain. Thank you. Oh, yeah, someone said I did 100 miler. It was actually a bit over 105. Was it Run Rabbit Run?
Oh, was that over?
Oh, yeah. It's always like 104.
Cruel Jewel was over too. It was like 106. And they had you on the top of this like hill, and they're like, if this was a normal 100, you would be done by now. They had a little sign there like, oh, you're so funny. I still have 6 miles to go.
I mean, the name of the race kind of tells you what you're in for. Cruel's in the title, you know?
What's like the craziest name you've heard for a race?
Oh, God.
Like Cruel Jewel's pretty good.
Cruel Jewel's really good.
The Mount Massacre. Not Massacre.
Oh,
Right.
There's the Palmer Lake Death Race, which I believe has been renamed.
Death Race.
Yeah. Canadian Death Race.
Oh.
A lot of death races.
Someone said Blood Rock. I've done Blood Rock. That was my second ever 100. You've done?
I love no, I haven't done Blood Rock, but the people who put it on, the RDs.
Oh, yeah.
I love them.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
They're the best. I do their fixed time. I've done it like 3 times.
Oh,
one
sweet.
Race.
Yeah. I love Pelham.
Mhm.
I love, what is the park there?
The Veterans Park Oak Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
yeah.
that's where Blood Rock is.
Yeah. That is, I think they were about to cancel the 100, and then people were like, oh, we
because
want
they
it.
didn't have enough people signed up.
Yeah. And then I guess people signed up for it. That's a hard race, man.
Yes.
That was my second 100, and it was way too hard for me. But
people sleep on races in the Southeast.
Yeah.
They're really, because especially you don't have the long sustained climbs like you have out west. It's just constant up and down. You never have a moment to rest.
Yeah, and also we're kind of making up for something. It's like short men in trucks.
Oh yeah, just overcompensating.
Yeah, we're like the East Coast is
we don't have
basically
any big hills.
Yeah,
so we're just gonna throw every tiny hill we have.
We're just gonna take you up every single hill we see.
Yeah,
6 times.
You're gonna love it so much. Oh, someone said Jigger Johnson. That's a race.
The chat is so entertaining.
Wait, someone said there's a race called Rattlesnake Dick 50K. I don't know if I believe that. Big Butts 100K. I think you guys are making stuff up. I don't know about this. I would probably race that.
Oh, so I said Yawari is awful. Yawari was my first 100. It was okay. It was 20 mile loops.
Yeah. Javelina was my first 100. So
I had
loops, but very fun.
The most lucid hallucination at Yawari. There was this man, and it was like 3 a.m. and there was this man, and he was going down the hill. I was going kind of like up. And there's like a split in the trail, and he was in all camo. Again, this is like 2-3 a.m. whatever it was. All camo, huge rifle.
Hell yeah,
humongous
absolutely.
rifle.
I'm sure that made
and he had a really thick accent, and he was like, "Are you going down to the camp?" And I was like, "What?" Because I couldn't understand. It was also 2-3 a.m.
Yeah,
I was like, "What?" No, I'm in a race, and I ran away. I was like, "Was that real?" That felt like it shouldn't have been real.
Yeah,
but it felt so real. What was your worst hallucination, or is?
At Run, I kept having a lot of visual. The worst was I saw a truck and I was like, oh, cool, I can drop. It can take me back. And it was not. It was a tree. But I was also having all these auditory hallucinations that I kept hearing people talking behind me and also running behind me. And I kept trying to let them pass. And there was no one there. And my pacer was like, what are you? Stop stepping. What are you doing? I was like, but there are people. She's like, no, there aren't.
This is at Run Rabbit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I had a vision quest for the last, I think my poor
that's
Katie Hat, my poor pacer, it took us, I think, 15 hours.
The last 40 miles is
it was rough.
Disorienting.
Beautiful.
Oh my gosh. So gorgeous. I love that course.
I like that her vest is lace.
Oh my gosh.
I have to wear
Where do I get
stuff
that?
like that sometimes, and now I kind of want one.
This is I just saw Cody Poskin's crew.
Maybe he's gonna come through.
Yeah, he's always fun to talk to.
Come on, people, run faster. Do something.
We don't ask for a lot, honestly.
No, we got a pacer.
He's looking at the fair, the Fort Tuthill fair.
They got a huge spread.
Yeah, they do.
It's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm. I had a vegan hot dog at Deer Pass.
Vegan hot dog.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, didn't we
What's a
say
vegan hot dog?
Scrambled
It's a
eggs?
carrot?
Vegan scrambled eggs were made out of mung beans.
Mung
right?
beans.
Yep.
Oh,
So what
okay.
is the vegan
I feel like there's
hot dog made
I feel
out of?
like there's a lot of like either beans or some kind of like a grain of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One can hope.
Yeah, that make up
There's
that.
like part of the draw
grain
for a hot
dog.
dog for me is the fact that it's like unknown mystery meat. You know, like without that, it just kind of loses the
Is
sparkle.
a hot dog
little.
is they had
Is it still a hot dog at that point?
They had signs on both the hot dogs that said vegan hot dog, meat hot dog, just to
Nice.
specify.
Hell yeah.
This one's specifically a meat hot dog.
But I also like a vegan hot dog is just like a big carrot in a bun. Like that's just
they just throw a carrot in
like,
there.
They just like cook it a little so it's kind of mushy.
You know, I would be kind of down for that.
Right?
Throw
I
some
think so.
mustard on that carrot.
Yeah. I think they could doctor that up well enough. to be
Yeah.
Okay, so at Fort Tuthill, these runners can partake in pasta, salad, bread, oatmeal,
Pasta.
instant coffee, oatmeal, fruit, and bagels for the start of the Eldon Crest, well, the Flagstaff Crest race. So they've got, yeah. But once you get to Walnut Canyon, there are breakfast burritos, potato soup, fruit, and oatmeal.
Potato soup.
And then at Wildcat, of course, we've got Pete's Meats, burgers, potato soup, and pancakes.
Potato soup sounds great.
Oh,
I always
where
have
is-
trouble eating regular potatoes because my mouth is too dry.
Potato
Like
soup, though.
Soup, yeah.
Make it super soft. Trinity Heights, which is mile 252, there's grilled cheese, tomato soup, and quesadillas.
Yes.
And that might be at kind of like a little bit higher point, so I could really see like some tomato soup hitting hard
Oh
there.
my gosh. I feel like Dan's going to want some tomato soup coming
He
off
might.
Eldon.
He's been eating well at aid station, so.
I feel like his strategy with those pancakes with the syrup is very like
Oh.
competitive eater
Yeah.
style. Like how they dunk like the hot dog buns in water to make it easier
Oh,
to go
yeah.
down.
Yeah.
I feel
Joey
like
Chestnut.
ultra runners could learn more from competitive eaters because
Yeah.
it is kind of just a different version of competitive eating.
Yeah, I watched Joey Chestnut in preparation for Black Canyon.
Hell yeah. Well, he's
Yeah.
an athlete. He's a winning athlete.
I wanted to
A
change my
legendary
last name
one.
to Chestnut.
You still could.
I can, yeah.
Don't
yeah,
let your dreams
I can
be
do a
dreams.
lot of
You can
things.
still do that.
Let's get some Joey Chestnut
Tara
love in the
Chestnut
chat.
Dower.
Yeah.
Is there a chestnut emoji?
Yeah,
Like
I think there
specifically a
is.
chestnut?
I'm pretty sure there
or
is,
like
at
an
least on
acorn
iPhone,
looking,
yeah.
yeah.
Let's get some chestnut
Chestnuts
emojis.
in the chat, please.
Somebody said, "Is Rachel gonna catch third overall?"
I was gonna talk about. I'm curious what people think. Like, what
she is moving
I
really
want her
well,
to.
but he is too.
Yeah.
he is moving super well.
You know,
Yeah.
something could happen. you
Yeah,
know?
like you
Things
said,
change.
anything could happen going up that mountain. Oh, there's Cody. Cody with the nose.
Cody is unabashed. He's just hanging out with a Kleenex stuck up his
Remember,
nose.
ladies, you like what you see.
Cody is 23 and single.
looking for a
never
girlfriend.
had a serious girlfriend.
This is his audition.
Yeah.
right here.
This is what you could have.
But-
He seems like a great time.
I mean,
the fashion choices, we could work
Yeah.
on the fashion choices.
I
but
think we
Oh.
should.
Oh,
I
bunny
think we
nose.
should highlight the dedication aspect.
Oh,
He puts his mind to something, he's going to do it. If you're with him and you guys are in love, like he is all about you. Highly focused.
Obviously, he's got a lot of endurance, stamina.
Yeah.
Great mental state.
Yeah, and he's
really
like,
mentally strong.
He knows how to take care of a bloody nose.
Things like fashion, the women can help with. So
Yes.
that's
Well,
not.
or they
an
might
issue.
like that fashion.
That's true.
You know,
That's true.
If that's ladies, if that's what you're into, Hawaiian shirts and bucket hats.
It might be a
we have
good
them there
idea
for
to like to run.
Yes.
I think that.
Yeah. Or
if
like
you want
to
to spend,
crew. If you like to crew.
if you want to spend any time with him, you might want to.
Or if you like to bike, bike alongside.
Yeah, that's true.
We have Trish in the chat saying, Cody, I have a granddaughter for you. She only has one felony.
She also wears weed bucket hats. Hell yeah.
I think that was a palm tree.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah, those are.
it looked more palm tree
This
to
is
me.
Hawaiian.
All right, guys. Well, me and Claire are coming to the end of our commentating portion. You're going to have Corinne and Caleb on until Dan finishes, right? You guys are going to...
I'm probably past when he finishes.
Yeah.
We're on till 6 or 7.
Oh, yeah,
6.
he'll be done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm bummed because we won't be able to go. Maybe we can just take it out to the field. I don't know. I want to see the finish so bad.
I mean, just take it on the road.
How's the weather out there, Caleb? Is it raining?
It's kind of misty, but it's
Misty?
not bad, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, get your feet jacket on.
I've got it in the car.
Yeah.
Got it in the car. Let's
Well,
go.
guys, it has been great. Thank you so much for having me and Claire on the live stream. We've enjoyed it, and we will shoot to an ad break and get back to you guys soon with more updates.
Welcome to Sedona Parks and Recreation, where adventure meets community and every day is an invitation to explore. From sunrise rides through red dirt trails to vibrant gatherings that bring people together, every corner of our parks invites you to move, connect, and play. Music drifts into the evening sky, and the spirit of Sedona comes alive. Creativity rolls through every curve, and adventure fuels friendly competition under the sun. Families gather, kids laugh, and memories are made in and out of the water. Imagination runs wild on every playground and open space we share. See what we mean? Sedona parks are awesome.
Hey Cocodona fans, here to tell you about the new RX FPY from Speedland, our first road super shoe and the first super shoe ever to come with a BOA fit system. We take fit so seriously, and this commission was no different. A cushion trainer, then you slip the removable carbon plate in. You got all the pop of a pro marathoner. It's made for the roads, but just as good on dirt roads or gravel paths. Go pick up a pair now. Runspeedland.com. Use code CCD20 for 20% off.
Good morning or good afternoon. Welcome back to day 3 of Cocodona 250. Caleb Stevens here, joined by Corinne Chalvoy. Corinne, today's the day we crown champions. How excited are you?
It's a day for some records to be broken, probably multiple. So it's been exciting, and I was stoked to get out on the course a little bit. I was talking to Tara and Claire about this, but just to go out and kind of intercept the runners earlier today, or at least Dan Green, who is leading the race, and run with him for like 6 miles. And man, that was a wildly impressive experience. I uploaded it to Strava. I think we were at like 11:40 pace for our entire 6 mile section, and he's 235 miles deep into this race, which is just wild. So I was very impressed. Mostly with his attitude, his mindset, his like the clarity, but just him talking about being grateful, talking about like enjoying the opportunity to be out there running, like having fun. And, he said too that this was, he didn't really know what to expect, but he had high hopes going in, and that it's been everything that he's wanted it to be. So that's kind of amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing. Everything that I have seen of him online, obviously I haven't had the incredible chance to run with him or see him out on the course this week, but all the footage that I've seen of him, super positive. All the live stream stuff that we've seen also over the last couple of days, same thing, the interactions with the crew. I saw a video that Arab Vipa posted earlier today where he was looking at his crew and he's like, all right, like, why are we waiting? Let's go. And he's just so stoked to be out there. What a joy, what a light for the sport.
Yeah.
And he really embodies kind of the beauty of the race, I would say, in his personality. So it's super exciting to see him in the place that he's at right now, knowing he's on his way into Flagstaff as the number 1.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that, because he is this really, unique balance of both like, I'm not going to take this too seriously, but I'm going to compete. I'm going to do the best I can. I am going to keep the important things important, which is enjoying the experience, soaking it in, being grateful and thankful to the people that are helping me achieve this. But then on the other side, when he needs to say, I need this, or let's do this, he is assertive enough to bring that. I don't know if you heard this story, but he did a live radio show interview with a local West Virginia radio station during the race, during our section.
That's epic.
And so just the most PC diplomatic person. And I think he also brings this level, and we're looking at him now. He brings this level of just almost wisdom and maturity that to have the confidence, but also not to kind of overshoot what he can do. It's this practicality mixed with preparation and a desire to want to kind of hit his limits. His crew was talking to him about, you went out right with the front leaders, and he said, yeah, but not right in the front. He wanted to be up there with the leaders, but he also didn't want to do anything dumb. And man, we're looking at some snow on this climb.
Yeah, and coming into the race, I heard so many great things about Dan and his capabilities and all of it. And the one question, that I think was kind of out there is just, how is he going to navigate the mental side once he gets over 100 miles? Everything that a 200 plus mile race can throw at you. There's so many ups and downs, and you're right. He's such a seemingly overwhelmingly positive human. And sometimes when you get rattled, even if you're super positive, and you go to that dark place, it's really hard to shake it. I'm sure he's had low moments. I haven't seen anything in our coverage that would indicate that it's impacted him much.
No.
He's just continued to move forward.
Yeah, that's a phrase that I feel like is something that kind of matches his race, is he's unfazed. He's been unfazed by the conditions. He's been unfazed. And it's not that he's not acknowledging. He's man, that mud, that was brutal. He's not discounting that there have been things that are less than ideal. But he is not letting them affect him. I asked him how much he'd slept, They said, his crew said he's laid down for about a total of an hour, but he's only slept for maybe 20 minutes this entire time. Didn't seem tired. He hasn't been using that much caffeine in the race either. They were joking that he weaned himself off of caffeine during this race because he usually drinks a lot of coffee throughout the day. So, yeah, it's been kind of wild, but it's really inspirational, and I think it's also a testament. You know, earlier we talked about what's gonna win this race, speed or experience, and right now we've got Dan Green and Ryan Sands, two both incredibly talented runners and athletes, but right now Dan Green is kind of representing a speed background, or currently in a place in his career, not to diminish Ryan, because Ryan has won Western States 100, but Dan doesn't have the experience in really, really long racing that somebody like Ryan does with Himalayan FKTs, etc. And so we're seeing this play out, that he is still, you know, holding strong, maybe about 6 miles ahead of Ryan.
Yeah, and right now, you know, the folks that are watching this climb up Eldon, different than what we've seen in years past, kind of going in the reverse direction. So you're going up the road that typically the runners run down. Mm-hmm. This is a tough climb no matter which side you're taking. If you're doing the more technical side that runners will be going down this year, or if you're taking the gravel road up. He's moving slow here, yes. If you're watching this and you think, wow, you know, he's hurting right now, I'm telling you right now, it doesn't matter if you have 1 mile on your legs or 250, this climb hurts. And so for him to be navigating it like this, still moving, you can see a smile on his face, that's a big deal. And this is a very difficult climb. I'm really curious to see how he handles that descent. You can see here, those at the top, those towers, he's almost completed the full climb up Eldon. The biggest portions or the steepest grade, he's already, you know, overcome. Mm-hmm. And now he's going to have what I would say is going to be a pretty difficult descent. It's going to be difficult for everybody just because that descent down Eldon going that way, it's large steps. Yeah. You know, we're not talking like small little steps. It is a large drop down with every step that you're taking. Yep. That'll challenge him a little bit.
Yeah, big rocks. I mean, if you watched the Chase movie, and if you haven't, highly recommend you go check that out. It's available for free on YouTube. The Chase documents last year's Cocodona 250, and if you watch that movie, you're going to see runners, you know, the front of the pack, Jeff Browning, Arlen Glick, running down this, and, you know, able to clip off potentially 8-minute pace down this, and the cameras never show the proper, they never convey the grade. Like, this is probably about a 10% grade right here, and so he is moving very well up it. Mm-hmm. And one benefit of going up this side, I guess, is that, you know, you don't have to navigate the rocks and stuff right now, so, you know, maybe he can kind of just plug away. And, you know, when I was with him, actually, he told me, he said, I'm looking forward to hiking some. I'm looking forward to that climb. It was funny because we were talking about the race, and somebody asked him a question, was like, what's going to be your favorite part of Cocodona, or what are you really looking forward to? And he said, well, probably the running. And it's just funny because, like, he's like, well, this is a running race. And so he likes to run, but at this point in the race, it's like, man, this is a little bit of a relief to just be hiking. Using a little bit different muscle group, you know, maybe you're just able to kind of engage in things. You can lean on those poles like he's doing. As you can see, we've got some snow up there. It's a little bit socked in. So he is doing great, and making his way to the very top of Mount Eldon, which is at 9,300 feet. So he's also having to navigate the altitude at this point. He is from Huntington, West Virginia. I think he does well at altitude. I heard that he has done plenty of, you know, climbing and some 14ers and things like that, and it hasn't really ever affected him. That being said, you've been going for 56 hours. Mm-hmm. His hands were swelling a little bit earlier, and you know, I also wondered too, could that have been an altitude reaction? So he said maybe it's just running for 50 hours. Maybe that's what's causing my hands to swell. Otherwise, his gait, his legs, he looks pretty strong.
Yeah, and you know, for somebody like Dan who has a lot of speed, he's competitive, super competitive, you know, in every race that he does. really great at that 100-mile distance. 28 years old. He's about to become Cocodona champion. How do you think that impacts his thought process for future races, right?
Mm-hmm.
This 200-mile distance, he's absolutely crushed. Do you think he'll feel a pull towards more of this style, or he's got so much speed and so much skill? How do you think he'll balance that?
It's so interesting you asked that, because that came up during our section. He said, so guys, am I a 200-mile guy now? And I said, Dan, I think if you want to be, you absolutely could be. But you can do whatever you want. And he's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think I'm pretty good at this, but I'm going to go do JFK 50 at the end of this year. So that's a fast race. He's somebody that's got this range. And I said, if anything, this is teaching you that fatigue resistance is one of your strengths. This is one of your talents and your strong suits. And you just put that in your toolkit of, okay, if that's what I want to do. And I think in ultra running, it's just super important to follow what is going to stoke your fire from a training standpoint, from a racing standpoint. But somebody like Dan, right? It's kind of dealer's choice, whatever is exciting to him. I think he could pursue. And if he wants to do all of it and run fast 50Ks and 200s, he can probably do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I wonder too if he'll feel called to, start swinging for some of those big FKTs that are out there as well. I mean, with what he's demonstrated this week, and has such a diverse skill set, as we've watched over the last 3 days.
We talked a little bit about, other races. His pacer, Isaac, shout out to his entire crew, who he said he couldn't have done this without them. Here he is approaching the top of Eldon. And I mean, if I was in this situation, I think I keep the poles out for that descent. Don't you think? I mean,
Absolutely.
Just another point of contact to help you navigate. You're not going to be moving so fast down it that, so we'll see what he's going to do here. But back to we were talking during the run this morning that I was with him on about Leadville. His pacer Isaac asked me, he said, Corinne, have you done Leadville? And I said, yeah, I have. He said, do you think it'd be good for Dan? And I said, absolutely, especially if he is decent at altitude. And he said, yeah, he seems to be good at altitude. What's up, Dan? Let's see if we got audio. Let's put it this way. He ran the first 100 miles of this course in, I'm going to get the exact number, 1836. The Leadville course record is like 1842. Yeah. So, not to say, altitude, whatever, but also there is a lot of technicality in the first 100 miles of this course. Whereas there's a lot of runnable in Leadville, and I think equal in terms of maybe elevation gain, 15,000, 17,000 feet. So just case in point, kind of he could go any direction you wanted. They also were mentioning that if this was the Tahoe 200, of course they're completely different courses, different conditions, etc. But that he would have broken the Tahoe course record at hitting the 200-mile mark by 6 or 8 hours. So he's throwing down some very impressive times out here.
Yeah, if he wasn't known, by the ultra running community, the broad ultra running community heading into this week, he is now, and not in a small way, but in a gigantic, meteoric way. He has just exploded onto the scene this week, and the skill set. And to me, it's not just the skill set. It's not he's accomplished a lot here, obviously, but it's also the attitude that he has shown. And I think that this sport loves high-performing people, loves great results, but it also loves individuals that kind of represent the broader community. And what he's demonstrated throughout this week has shown that he gets it, and he's such a big piece of the community now, and you can tell he will be for years to come.
Yeah, I got to correct myself. Leadville course record 15:26, not 18. But that being said, he was running a 250-mile race here, and so that first 100 miles in 18:36, he was, just to put it in perspective, Dan was hoping to run it in 23 hours, and he ran it in 18:36. So Yeah, he's kind of setting a new standard of what's possible here on the Cocodona course, I think.
Yeah, and we were talking about the poles earlier and kind of would he use these on the descent. I think even if he is in a position where he doesn't really need them, we're still seeing the snow here. It's slippery.
And you can see these steps. These are the big steps Caleb's talking about.
Mm-hmm. And there's sections here that we'll see that are going to be even bigger on this descent as you kind of get more to the middle of Eldon. You know, I think he's going to continue to use these poles. If nothing else, he has a big lead, but it takes one misstep in a situation like this on very tired legs that can really cause a problem.
Yep.
And so, at this point in time, he knows where he stands. And, if use a golf comparison here, I don't know how many of you have ever played, but if you've ever watched, like, if you have a lead going into that 18th hole, you don't need to do anything too crazy, right? You're just trying to just get to the finish, just get that ball into the hole at the end, right? And you don't need to take a big swing, just get to the end, play it safe. And I think we'll see him do that a little bit. Once he gets down Eldon, he's going to have really good fast runnable stuff if he really wants to, put an exclamation point on this thing. But right now it's just about getting down, staying upright, being safe, and finishing this thing off.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I kind of told that to him and his crew. I told it to Dan. I said, hey, you just don't fall going down Ellen. Just don't fall and you're fine. And he's like, oh yeah, no falling. There's no falling happening. So he's going in with that confidence. Someone asked what shoes he's wearing. He is wearing the Salomon Genesis right now, which I know from experience has, pretty solid traction on it. I wear that shoe as well, and I feel very comfortable, descending at a quick pace on very technical terrain in it. Of course, that snow is going to be a little slippery no matter what shoes you have on. But one thing about that shoe is that it actually also drains pretty well. So if his shoes get wet, hopefully it's not going to just sit there in his shoe. He's been wearing, I don't know for how long, but these like compression socks, or calf sleeves. And I know he's got like a couple of layers under that jacket, and then the jacket, still got the sunglasses on. And honestly, like, looking really good coming down this. It is a brutal descent and way to finish. Just for the folks who may not know, they had to adjust the end of the race due to protection of the spotted owl. And some permitting stuff going on. So this is what we are working with this year.
It's an interesting wrinkle for sure. I was really curious, and we may get a chance to see this for the podium. Other finishers that'll be coming across. Just if you have two people going head to head down this, that would be insane. Such a tough section here. My guess would be that those individuals would probably kind of stay fairly close together and then just try to let it rip at the end on some of the flats and see kind of who could finish first in a situation like that. Because it's a very difficult section. It's very beautiful. But it looks like we have Ryan's crew out in the field.
Hello.
Hey, can you hear us?
Hi there.
Hey, how's it going? I was out there a little earlier this morning. This is Corinne and Caleb in the studio. Wanted to just get some insights from you on how Ryan's doing.
Yeah, Ryan's doing great. I think it's just really enjoyed the adventure over the last couple of days. He's a bit tired now mentally. I think this is the longest race that he's done. He's done some multi-day projects, but this has definitely been something new in a career that's actually spanned quite a few years. And to get to do something this new and different, I think it's just really fed his soul, and he's having a great time, although he's a bit tired at the moment.
Of course, yeah. How much has he slept total during the race, do you believe?
I think all in all about a half an hour, broken up into 3 short sections.
Okay, that sounds awesome. Did he have a sleep strategy going into this? Was he going to go by feel and just see what his body was telling him, or kind of what was his thoughts going in on the sleep?
Yeah, we had a strategy based on the planned times when we would arrive at the various cruise stations. So ideally somewhere just before sunrise on both the evenings. But of course, the field moved a lot faster than anybody, I guess, expected. So we had to adjust that a little bit. He was a bit sleepy for his first sleep, but it wasn't quite the right time yet. So he lay down, couldn't really fall asleep, and therefore we had to do another 2 10 to 15-minute sessions later.
Yeah, for sure. Seems like the crew's been super dialed in. They've been helping out. They've been prepared every time. I know Lucy has paced in multiple sections, and then maybe Christian and others. So shout out to you guys as well. Hope you're holding up and getting some rest in between these. One other question. We've seen him eating out of a big bowl, like what appeared to be something soft. What's he consuming there at the aid stations?
Yeah, that was good old smashed potatoes bought from a standard supermarket. He just, some of the other food items we were planning for him to eat in the cruise stations didn't quite agree with him, in the sense that he didn't feel like he could stomach it that easily. So we just went for plain smashed potatoes, as neutral as possible, just to fill his stomach, and then obviously getting some carbs through the various drinks that he would take on his bottles on the various sections.
Nice. That sounds awesome, and like a good shift, and kind of he looks like he's been eating well and getting stuff in at every aid station we've seen him at. So obviously that's important to keep moving forward. But how about in terms of, last question for you, I guess, here is how does this compare to kind of his goals for the race? I don't know if he had time goals or placement, but do you think that he is exceeding his own expectations here today?
I think so, for sure. Ryan didn't go into this race with any expectation in terms of position. He was very keen on trying something new and seeing a new place. And just based on the point-to-point format, he was very excited to come and see Arizona in general, which we've done for about 2 weeks before the start of the race, which was a cool road trip we could do. And then just experiencing a new challenge, but also a new place. And both those boxes are ticked. Although he's tired, you can see his heart is happy. He's really enjoyed this race. And I don't want to call it, but I'm pretty sure he'll come back for more.
Very cool. Yeah, how has the weather impacted him? Obviously, a unique wrinkle this year. We haven't historically seen this kind of mud, the rain, the cold, all throughout the race. Has that impacted him much, and if so, how?
I wouldn't say it impacted like his mental space. He's pretty good with being adaptable. But I guess with so many of the races, like everybody prepared in saunas and everybody prepared for heat conditions, and us coming from South Africa, we've just come out of our summer, and he's done a lot of heat training and didn't quite work out that way. And on the other side, we thought that with the cooler weather, you can by default be quite a bit faster. But the reality is, in some of those sections, the mud was so thick that slowed you down in a different way, and there's no way you could predict that in your training. So Ryan, luckily, is very adaptable, but definitely not the race he expected.
Yeah, it's going to be super fun to hear kind of the stories afterwards. And just, I think that's ultra running, right? Is these individuals are these runners, including Ryan, are so good at just adapting on the fly, problem solving, adjusting. And we saw his training leading into this. I know he's worked with Jason Koop as his coach, and we've just seen the preparation, and I think he's done everything he could to set himself up for success here. I'm sure that includes some strength training that's going to allow you to be durable through those conditions. So really excited to see the day playing out well for him, and hope you guys can celebrate well not too long from now.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, interesting perspective there. I love how positive the crew is, and in a race like this, and I would imagine, especially if you're putting the pedal to the metal and you're on a 9 out of 10 effort the whole race, having people like that in your corner, a Lucy Bartholomew as well, who's going to just be able to continue to lift your spirits when things are tough. Obviously, as he said there, the weather wasn't what anybody expected. That mud just continues to kind of grind away at you, wearing out your muscles. And then there's the mental effect of that kind of, it wasn't a continued rain throughout this race, and it hasn't been, but that mist mist, that just like heavy dampness that we've seen runners exploring and dealing with all week, that takes a toll as well. So his crew just sounds absolutely incredible. It would have been fun to be a fly on the wall for the conversations that they had with him and the way that they helped him mentally navigate that. Same thing with Dan's crew. As we continue to see, shots here from Eldon, just really highlighting what Corinne and I have been talking about this descent. It is absolutely beautiful, and it is very, very challenging.
Yeah, just so everyone knows, the current course record for the race on the men's side is Harry Schuberta's last year, 59:50. That would be 4:50 p.m. Arizona time today. We're at 1:30 p.m. Arizona time right now. This was thanks to Liam, again, Aid Station Fireball. We're potentially looking at a 2-ish hour taking a little rest there, just having a seat on the rocks as you could. Hey, Dan, giving us a wave. He's obviously in good spirits, but like, this is something I saw when I was out there with him too. If he needs to stop for a moment, if he needs to walk for a moment, he's not afraid to do that. He's not stressing on it. He's like, I know myself. I'm going to take care of myself. And, maybe this is just so mentally taxing at this point in time. It's gotta be, you don't know, like, until you get on this, what 240 miles on your legs already is going to feel like on this descent. So I think that's great. Take a little break. When we were running together, he's like, "Hey, that rock looks like a really good rock to go clean my shoe off on. Let's go over there for a second." And it's just, I don't know. It's like so refreshing. I don't know, just being very in it. He also was asked by that radio crew, what's going through your mind right now? And he's like, nothing, zero. All I am thinking about is moving and running. And that's all I'm paying attention to right now. And, singular focus like that also is going to allow you to kind of keep any other stresses, energy, from taking over. So it's awesome to see.
In a race like this too, when you've been grinding for days and days, an example like you just gave of him cleaning off his shoes on a rock, sometimes you just need to disassociate with what you're doing. And if you can complete a task like getting some mud off your shoes, retying them, something simple, but something where you think, wow, I started this a second ago, 3 seconds later I finished it, I checked the box, I completed it. It can help you kind of let go of the situation you're currently in, feel a sense of accomplishment, and then come back to it. And I think those little mini breaks that you get and that you can take advantage of in a race like this are really important, whether you're at the front of the pack or the back.
So again, tracker showing Dan right around mile 249. In typical ultra running fashion, this race is longer than 250 miles exactly. We believe it's about 256. So he does have, let's call it 7 miles to go, maybe 6.5. Just a 10K. That's all he's got to get this thing done, but it's not going to be within the next mile. He has to fully descend Eldon and then loop around, get onto the Buffalo Park trails to come into Flagstaff. So it's going to be a little bit still, not too long, and we'll see once he gets on that more runnable stuff if he actually runs. My prediction based on just seeing him earlier today is that he's going to get into a running gait, and I would not be surprised at all if he starts clipping off 10 or 11 minute miles at the end of this thing, potentially even faster. So we'll see what he can do. He does know what the course record is, and he knows kind of where he's at against that. So I'm sure that maybe that will start coming into his mind as he gets a bit closer of aiming for maybe some time goals.
Yeah, and Luca in the chat asked, if we would rather ascend this direction or descend it. For me personally, I would rather go up that section with the rocks just because it is so difficult. And being able to step up versus step down this late in the race, it's a lot easier to step up and kind of go slow and take your time. If you fall on this section, it's going to be a nasty fall because it is so steep. historically, the way the course goes, you've got the dirt road that you would go down the backside of. And again, adjusted this year due to the spotted owl. Whether you're walking or running, it's really, you're dealing with how your body feels in that situation. You're not really dealing with the added complexity of the terrain and the tripping hazards. So my personal preference, if I'm running, would be to go up this side. I think this is going to be quite challenging for all the runners.
Yeah, I'd say same, and just based solely on the fact that if you get to descend the smooth road, you can kind of just let yourself gracefully fall down that, let gravity take you and not have to worry about the footwork. So I would agree, but we are taking care of spotted owls and our permitting friends in changing it here. So it's what we got to do. You're looking at the very top of Eldon, which is 9,300 feet. It is the last climb that the runners are going to make before descending and heading their way to downtown Flagstaff to finish off their Cocodona 250s.
Thanks so much to Matt Marks and Nathaniel in the chat for the donations. Yeah, we were just talking about the spotted owls. I think it's safe to say by the end of this, those owls won't be asking who Dan Green is. I'm sorry, I had to say that. I've been thinking that for the last 10 minutes, and I was getting so excited to say it, and I felt like I should just go for it. So I appreciate everybody for bearing with me on that one.
Now, can you please turn it into a reel as well on your Instagram? Yeah. We expect to see it like tomorrow morning or tonight on the IG.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Just an update for you on the women's race as well. Want to make sure we are covering that, and we definitely will be getting visuals whenever we have them of the women out there or the individuals in the women's race. Completely they're doing unreal things this year. So many experienced veterans of this distance and just overall strong ultra running women or females in this field. Rachel Entrekin is putting on an absolute masterclass of the Cocodona 250. She is appearing instead of, she's appearing to be our only two-time winner of Cocodona 250 if nothing insane happens, because she has a good, it's crazy. It's crazy, you guys. She has a 28-mile lead on the next woman. She is running in 4th overall in this field, well ahead of course record. The course record for the women, pull it up again here, 72 hours and 50 minutes. That was set by Sarah Ostazuski in 2023. If you look, Annie Hughes did run faster than that, 71 hours, but that was 2022, which was a highly modified course. So they're considering Sarah as the current record holder, 72 hours and 50 minutes. And it is looking like Rachel is going to lower that by a vast margin, to be determined by how much. Rachel won the race last year. She was kind of a funny, or not funny, but an interesting tactic from the race with Rachel is that earlier in the race, her crew intentionally did not share with her that Courtney Dauwalter had dropped from the race, because they did want her to think that she was still kind of chasing her down, hunting her. And that is a smart move, especially if you know your runner and they're somebody who really thrives on kind of hunting. So they withheld that information for a little bit. And then when they finally did share with her, I think she said, "Oh, I did not know that." Just a little matter of factly. And I'm sure it gave her a huge boost to then know that she was in the lead of the women's field. And she's not faltered since then.
Yeah, just her attitude this entire race has been so fun to watch as well. She also, like Dan, really embodies, what the spirit of Cocodona is. If you've been watching the live stream all week, which I know we've got right now 9,000 people in the chat, and I know all of you have been so busy at work this week, but I know you've also been watching this 24/7. So you guys know exactly what I'm talking about. She's been laughing the whole time. Her crew has been awesome as well. They've been so fun to watch. A couple of interviews with them. They're having a blast out there. They're lifting her up every chance they get. She's lifting them up also, you can tell when she gets into those aid stations. And she just has this incredible joy about her, and you can tell that this race means so much. Obviously last year's winner, she knows the course, she knows what it stands for, she knows what it means to compete here, and she came back this year, and one of her big goals was to get back to Sedona again in the early morning hours so she could see how beautiful it is. Well, surprise, she got there last night while it was still light. So that just tells you how incredible this performance has been. I don't know what her personal goal was, like from a time perspective, but given what she was saying about wanting to get into Sedona, again, early morning hours, and her getting in there in the late afternoon, evening hours, I would assume that she's just as surprised, maybe surprised isn't the right word, but kind of super excited, obviously, and just
like energized by it being so far ahead of what she expected.
I would expect that she's almost as blown away by the performance that she's laid out on this course as we are, because it's incredible. And her attitude has matched her performance this week, which I think says a lot about her.
Yeah, Rachel has a good sense of humor, and she's very matter of fact. And she's said multiple times during the race that she's retiring. And so like it's so funny to just to hear different people's kind of internal dialogues and like have that come out in different ways. Whereas Dan Green is talking about, which race he's going to run next. I can't wait to do, I think I want to do this again. Should I do this? I can't wait to go to JFK. And he's like already into the next race. Whereas Rachel's kind of like, yeah, I'm retiring. I'm retiring. But as we know, she will probably show up on another starting line soon. And that just might be some way for her to kind of be processing what she's in right now. And I think it just goes to show you a lot of different personalities and a lot of different like mindsets can thrive here. One consistency we've seen is positivity. We even Ryan having low patches, and Ryan Sands having low patches, and kind of feeling really, really tired. He seems to be maintaining positivity as an overarching theme, and that is something that is going to be helpful to you in a race this long.
Yeah, shout out to Mark also for the donation. I know Mark, he's one of my athletes. Mark is just absolutely awesome. A new dad to his son Mateo. Yeah, so that's been really fun watching Mark continue to grow, being a new dad and everything. So thanks so much, Mark.
Okay, so shout out to Distance to Empty podcast, Kevin Goldberg, who is running the race right now, and Peter Noyes, who ran a 300-mile race a few weeks ago. So they interviewed Rachel. She talked a little bit about her goals for this year, and she said she wanted to kind of refine her approach to focusing on pacing, nutrition, and crew coordination. I'd say she has absolutely done that. And maintaining a steady pace, that's also something she has certainly executed. Staying mentally resilient and effectively managing the race's physical demands. Looks like she is crushing that goal as well. And then interestingly, like her desire to push her limits and explore what she was capable of. And early on in the race, we saw her not too far away from Courtney Dauwalter. And some people may say, boy, I don't know about that strategy. That seems like a gutsy one. And, nobody knows what Rachel's feeling and how that effort level was for her. And so kudos to her for doing that and putting herself in a position to be highly competitive. Here we are seeing that play out as she is leading the Cocodona 250 for the women's field, and she is in 4th place overall.
Yeah, live shot here of Fort Tuthill. This is such a great aid station. It's a great spot. Easy access for the crews too. Not busy yet, but this place is going to be bumping here over the next few hours. And then as we get into tomorrow, the team does a great job, thank you to all the volunteers that are out there, everybody that makes this race possible. As somebody who's completed this race, they keep you alive out there. And you said it yesterday when we were on together, that food is really the giving of life. And it's so true. These aid stations, these teams, these volunteers, they do so much to keep every aid station fully stocked. Every aid station has its own flair, its own flavor, and they'll do anything that you need in that moment, which is amazing. Also, great medical crews out there that aren't afraid to pop a nasty blister for you or do whatever else you need as well. So thank you so much to everybody who makes this race possible. It's so special because of the people that contribute to it.
Yeah, shout out to Caleb for finishing the Cocodona 250. What an achievement. It's a very short list of people in the whole world who have done that. So we're looking at Fort Tuthill right now, which is mile 214. They have pasta, salad, bread, oatmeal, all available there. Fort Tuthill is obviously an indoor aid station. You get out of the elements for a minute or two. All the drop bags are lined up there. Thanks to Squirrel's Nut Butter for sponsoring this aid station. And we also know that, there is a quick cognitive mental evaluation done on runners here just to ensure that they are in a mind space that is safe for them to continue and finish out this race. So mile 214, that's what we're looking at. It's a very nice spread of offerings there. Going back to the women's field, I just wanted to, let everyone know kind of what the field looks like behind Rachel Entrekin. So Lindsay Dwyer, someone who everyone was paying a bit of attention to, largely due to her really high volume training leading into this race. She is sitting in second place right now. She's around mile 134. 194. She is about 40 miles back of Rachel Entrekin, but she's getting close to that 200 mile mark, sitting in second place. And then we have Sarah Ostaszewski, who is very experienced, previous winner of this race, sitting in third currently. Catherine Edwards Anderson is sitting in fourth. Jenny Chisholm, is that their mom? Is that Brody and Elliot's mom?
Yeah.
Okay, so folks who don't know, there were a couple of younger men, I guess we'll call them.
Yeah, so like 17 and 18.
I don't know what to call them. Like, they're only 5 years older than my oldest son. 17 and 8-year-old Brody and Elliot Chisholm out on the Cocodona course. Their mom, shout out to mom Jenny, who's an absolute beast. She's sitting in fifth place in the women's field right now. This is awesome. It looks like she's very close to Shelby Farrell. They might be running together.
She's also the only one in the family that's still out there.
Did the two boys drop?
I saw that this morning.
They both dropped. Okay, so maybe the boys dropped. They've shifted gears. They are now going to go help their mom try to secure a top 5 place in the Cocodona 250. That's just incredible. I mean, like, I think that I wasn't here last year for the interview of the whole family, but like, what a fascinating story. Jenny's probably the one who taught these boys how to through hike. So that's just huge. Frank Good, God bless you. Thank you so much for your donation there. This is wow, that means a lot. So
Cheryl Cohen as well. You guys are really blowing us away right now. You guys are amazing, and we're so appreciative for all of it.
Absolutely. And honestly, it will go back to making the live streams better and better. It takes a huge amount of not only equipment, money, and time and work to put these on, but people that truly care about this sport, are fans of this sport, want to see it progress, and want to share it with the world through this live stream. So thank you so much for helping us do that.
We were just talking about the Chisholm family, and my question to you as a mom, if your kids were out there and they started the race and you're the last one standing, you finish the race, what does the bragging rights in the household, like, walk us through what that would be like for you?
Yeah. So number one, I'm sure Jenny is hoping her sons are okay. Like as a mom, that's the first priority is are they okay? And then as a competitive ultra running mom, you're like, guys, what happened? I got it done and you couldn't get it done. Let's go. Like, no, just kidding. But it is, I think she's earned herself probably being waited on hand and foot for a couple days by the rest of the family here. And as a mom, that's a luxury. You know, at the end of the day, I don't know if this is why Jenny does it, but you just want to be an example. You want to set an example. And so I wouldn't be surprised if she's out there finishing this thing strong for her sons.
That's beautiful.
As we continue to watch your race leader, Dan Green, descending Eldon, as you can tell, it is a challenge to descend this, the side of this mountain. It looks like it's wet, potentially slick, and it is steep. It's very steep. So you're using quads that already have 250 miles on them. That could be very painful. It could be tiring, stressful. I mean, I can't even imagine what it feels like. And so, again, we're just hoping that Dan is able to get down this safely. Mm-hmm. Going back just quickly to the women's field, folks that are also in that top 10 contention, again, Shelby Farrell, Melissa Brown, Kaylee Demerjian, Kyla Mayer, Allison Powell, and Georgia Porter, who has decided to take a bit of a break so that they can kind of try to rehab, reset, maybe start feeling a little bit better, working through a viral infection, but plans to come back on course, Georgia does, and try to complete the race.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about, just how technical this side of Eldon is. You can see, here we go, right here. Yeah. These big step downs. This is what Eldon is like, and he's going to continue to experience this really until he gets to the bottom. Giant step downs. Have to be careful with the poles if you're using poles not to snap them in a situation like this,
not
right?
To get them stuck in a rock and
exactly get stuck in a rock, have it be a tripping hazard or something like that. Right now, he just needs to play this safe. Here we go. Another great example. This is very, very technical stuff. Those rocks are also pretty slick right now.
Yeah.
He's doing a great job navigating this.
He is. And I remember last year I was following Jeff Browning up this, and Jeff's pacer was going, I want to make sure he doesn't fall because every few steps he's leaning. So pacer was trying to, number one, not interfere and therefore, risk disqualifying his runner by putting his hands on him, but also preventing him from falling off of the side of the mountain here. And that was going up. So again, going down, it's interesting. You could maybe deploy a tactic of being in front of your runner on this to let them follow your footsteps. I'd almost maybe Dan has requested him being behind, but I'd almost want to do that so that if my runner fell, they fell onto me and not all the way down the mountain. But man, this is I'd say Dan Green is earning the last few miles of this race right here.
Yeah, and Dan's got the benefit here of also several media folks in front of him. So if he does
crash into the media,
yeah, he's going to have a pile of people that he can crash onto if he needs to. But he got a full posse with him here.
And there are so many runners out there still that are many, even potentially 100 miles behind these other folks that are still just working through their journey. So shout out to everyone who is out there. I don't know if there's anyone doing the race that's listening to the live stream, but if you are, we are cheering for you. We're with you. We are sending all of the energy and vibes. You are doing amazing. Just know that. Keep moving forward, one foot in front of the other, and we are in awe of you and what you are taking on.
Yeah, thank you to Tyler for the donation. Also, Paul Paul's another one of my athletes. I don't know what's going on right now, but they're all jumping in and donating.
Your athletes
so
are just
special group of people. Thanks so much, Paul.
How long have you been coaching, Caleb?
About 2.5 years now.
Sweet.
Yep. You're a coach as well.
I am. Yeah.
Yep.
I've coached I've been coaching for four or 5 years, small roster of athletes, a lot of good friends of mine, but it's really cool to just be able to help other people, navigate entry into this world of ultras and kind of just share the knowledge. I don't know about you, but I learn a ton from my athletes as well. And so it's like this mutually beneficial relationship where, we're helping them navigate things and sharing our expertise, but also, getting insights and learning things from them all the time. So yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah. It's fun too. You can't race every weekend, but if you're a coach, you get to be a part of a race every single weekend, which is so fun too. And that's one of the things that I really enjoy about it. The lessons you can learn for sure.
Yep.
Also, one of the things I'm really looking forward to today is at some point we'll get eyes on Max, and I cannot wait for that. I'm so excited to get eyes on Max. I know the chat just can't wait to get eyes on Max. So as soon as we can get eyes on Max, we're going to get eyes on Max because we know you guys love him. And we just saw Eder coming into Wildcat, so we'll get some footage of him once he gets out of his van. He had just gone into his van, so again, we'll get some updates from him as soon as we can as well.
Yeah, and Eder Ramirez, 39 years old. He is someone who has 20 race results on ultra sign up, so he's been doing this sport for a little while. He won the jackpot 24-hour. Earlier this year in February. That's a 24-hour timed race where he ran 131 miles in those 24 hours. He also was second at the Mogollon Monster, which is a very technical, and it's a hard rock qualifier. He got second in that race, running it in 23 hours and 40 minutes. He's done Angela's Crest 100 miler. So very, started running hundreds way back in, it looks like the first one was maybe 2022, and has obviously stepped up in distance. He might be the random baller of the Cocodona 250, but he has definitely made himself known and is putting down a really solid performance here. I think he is from, okay, I'm going to find out where he's from. Yeah, we'll tell you a bit more about him as we get that info. But we think this is his first 200-mile attempt, 200-plus mile race, and so he's doing it.
Yeah, and as we continue to watch Dan Green make his way down Mount Eldon, you can see how technical this trail is. We're just going to continue to talk about it because it's incredibly impressive, right? To do this on fresh legs is difficult. Mount Eldon is a difficult descent. This guy is on course record pace. He's going to set a course record at Cocodona 250 this year if he just continues to move forward. Incredible energy about him, incredible passion for the sport, for the community. And what he's accomplished this week and is continuing to do here as he descends such a technical section of trail on Mount Eldon, incredibly impressive.
Yeah, shout out to our camera crews. I think that's Connor out there following him and giving us this great footage. I know that Troy Meadows and was it Greg? I think they both went up also to get footage of so they might be helping out, might have multiple camera angles going here. If you're just joining us, thanks so much for being here. To all 9,200 of you watching right now, you are tuned in to Mountain Outpost and Air Viper Running's coverage of the Cocodona 250 2025. We're 57 hours into the race, and right now you are looking at men's leader and overall race leader Dan Green making his way down Mount Eldon, descending from 9,300 feet down into the Buffalo Park and outskirts of Flagstaff, where he will run through a bit of a park, some kind of just gentle terrain, and then he will make his way into downtown Flagstaff, where he will be greeted hopefully to a huge welcome committee cheering him in. If you're in the Flagstaff area, get out there. Heritage Square is the place to be. We want to show Dan all the love and just congratulate him on this absolutely insane performance he has shown throughout the week. This race started on Monday at 5 a.m. local time. Dan has been moving forward at a steady clip that entire time for 57 hours. He's looking to break the course record by a good amount. Course record is 59:50. If you really want to win Dan's heart, you'll bring a Coors Light to the finish line. That's what he said he was looking forward to.
Yeah, I saw a funny video that Air Viper posted earlier today of just the team scrambling to get Heritage Square set up because he is coming in so fast, faster than anybody really expected, and so a lot of things are having to happen, and we've seen that throughout the week, though, right? Early in the week with Courtney and Harry getting off to those fast starts, and then Dan Green and Ryan Sands, Rachel Entrekin also just pushing the pace, in day 2 and now into day 3. Logistically, and for our team here at Mountain Outpost as well, we've had to adjust on the fly all throughout the week because what these athletes are doing at the front of the pack is absolutely incredible. Course records all week, we've known we're on track for that, and they've just continued to maintain it in a year that, yes, the weather was cooler than what we've seen historically, but we've seen mud.
Yeah.
And when have we ever seen mud at Cocodona, or mud like this that has just continued, to almost it has continued to challenge the runners throughout the race. Mud, some rain, mist, the fog, and really cold temperatures.
Cold temperatures, yeah. Hypothermia type conditions that really could be sneaking up on these runners, could be throwing their hydration and electrolyte balances and predictions and needs out of whack, and things that over hours and hours and hours can add up and turn into serious problems. So it's not been without challenges, without its own challenges. Hard to compare and hard to speculate on what would be faster, running in the heat or running in the mud. But all things considered, I'd say maybe they equalize, maybe they cancel each other out, and you say, oh, this is still this time compares to last year, and we're looking at being ahead of that by a good amount. And I think it just is, it's just ultra running. It's just what especially what most people out here are gonna embrace is kind of that problem solving and figuring it out. And all of these runners are doing really well at that, especially Dan Green coming down M1. He's got to be getting close to the bottom. I feel like he's been descending for a long time, and it's only a few miles.
Yeah, only a few miles, and I think it's right around 2,000 feet of descent.
Yeah,
roughly. So it's a long, slow descent, but not long in terms of time, not in terms of distance.
Yeah, you're talking about 700-800 foot miles descending, right?
Mm-hmm. Which historically, right, as we've talked, the course changes this year, historically would be on a gravel road as you're doing that descent. So a little bit easier to navigate. Times are going to be significantly slower this year, obviously, with them going down this side of it. Again, course reroute due to the spotted owl. A lot more technical here. Rocks are slick. We just got an update that Eder is still in his van. And we've got Rachel approaching Wildcat, so hopefully we'll get some eyes on that here shortly.
And Eder and Rachel have been toggling a little bit. I don't know if they've run any of this together, but they have been kind of swapping places a couple times in the last day or so. So this is interesting. I think, yeah, anything can happen still with 15 miles to go. We saw that anything could happen with about 3 or 4 miles to go in last year's race, but there is a chance Rachel Entrekin pulls into podium position overall in this race. Mm-hmm. That could be an exciting thing to be paying attention to as we get a little closer here.
Yeah, I had a chance to be on yesterday with Sierra DeGroff, who's one of Rachel's friends, and she just shared that, you know, there's nothing inside of Rachel that's going to just be content with F1, you know, and her, the competitor that she is, and just wanting to just continue to throw the throttle down, right, pedal to the metal. She's going to want that. And so it'll be fun to watch her close this thing out. Again, she has just crushed this entire race, positive attitude. Her crew has been amazing. And so it's going to be fun to watch her take this descent too. And if we get some audio on the descent when she's coming down, I'm sure that's going to be an absolute hoot.
We can just stop commentating and just let it go on Rachel, and she'll just basically entertain everyone for the entire descent, guaranteed.
Yes.
Just another interesting stat here. The cutoff where Georgia Porter decided to leave the course, take some time before returning, which is an option in this race. If you want to leave the course and leave your tracker at an aid station, you can do that, and then you can come back and restart the race as long as you're well ahead of cutoffs. They left mile 162, and the cutoff for that aid station is tomorrow at 12 noon. So as long as Georgia Porter returns to mile 162 before noon tomorrow, they're still in this race. They could take a maximal break of 30 hours from when they left and come back and still continue on.
Yeah, and you know, somebody like Georgia who had, you know, giant aspirations coming into this as well, right? For anybody that's in a situation like that, if you're in the front of the pack, even if you're not, let's say you're a mid packer or back of the packer, you have a time goal that you want to hit and the race goes south. You know, to make the decision of I'm going to rest, my original goals coming into this I'm not going to be able to attain those, but I'm still going to come back out. That says a lot about the character of that person.
Absolutely. 100% it does. It is hugely admirable to do something like that. And it is it's a testament to just their grit to be able to want to complete what they started. And that if there's nothing that is, going to be overall detrimental to long-term health to prevent them from doing that, to make the choice to come back is massively courageous and definitely should be applauded. This is Dan Green, leader of the Cocodona 250, making a descent. Oh yeah, well, while I was out there with him, there was like some crows cawing, and he's like, hello crow. He's like talking to the animals. He said they'd seen a huge elk out there. He was just being in nature.
Did he share if he'd had any hallucinations or anything?
I asked him, and he said, nah, nope, haven't had any. So no hallucinations, even with only 20 minutes of sleep. What else did we talk about? He was just appreciative, super appreciative for his crew. Said his favorite part was running with all of his friends. Also, he kind of alluded to why he does this, that it's cool to share it with other people, but it's cool to get other people excited. So I think he's also doing it, to inspire others, just to share kind of what is possible with the community.
I think he's probably gone above and beyond what he thought was possible with that, and the amount of people that, he is inspiring. We continue to watch him navigate this difficult terrain. I think this is likely, on the course, I would say it's probably, if not number one, number two in terms of toughest technical sections on the Cocodona 250 course. That Eldon Trail is very, very difficult. And Dan just continues to navigate this exceptionally well, staying upright, which right now for him is the name of the game. Just have to get down to that flat section, and then he's just got a little cruiser into Flagstaff, where we'll see him at Heritage Square.
Yeah, women's course record is what we consider the course record on similar course to this one is 72 hours and 50 minutes. That is what Rachel Entrikin is going to be moving well ahead of. And men's course record is 59:40. Right now we're at 57:13 elapsed.
Just want to thank everybody for all the comments in the chat. Thank you for making Cocodona Week so special. It's really neat to be able to show these images. It's neat to be able to follow the runners as they make their way from Black Canyon City to Flagstaff. Beautiful race, but it's all really about the community, just like everything in ultra running, and to be able to share this with you all, to be able to have the live feed and the stream where we can communicate with one another is so fun. And, it's neat to know that this epic race doesn't just have an epic community here in Arizona, but really around the world. And so we thank you all for tuning in each and every day, for providing your comments, your thoughts, all of it. We really, really appreciate you all. Thank you.
Yeah, and that's been a theme of this year's race, the global nature, right? We see Dan maybe warming up, taking off, shedding a layer, taking off that jacket. It's a great sign. It means he's not overly cold. It might be warming up a little bit, and looks like they're getting out of the snow. Oh, he's taking 2 layers off. He's going down to a t-shirt. This is a man preparing to be welcomed to victory in Flagstaff.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the difficulty of this descent as well. His heart rate's probably a little elevated. He's also, he was at the top of Eldon at 9,300 feet when he was up there. So making this trek down, working pretty hard, even at a slower pace. And it looks like he's just also getting ready to absolutely take off and crush this. He wants to put that exclamation point at the end of this race, a race that really, I would say after the first day has just kind of not necessarily dominated, because Ryan was with him for quite a bit of it. They jockeyed back and forth for a bit, but really last night is when he really took control, and there's been no question since. Here we go. We've got him coming down. He's got a slight jog to him now, which on quads that have endured as much as his have over the last 3 days, this is really impressive. You can see we're getting out of some of those large kind of bouldery areas and those larger step downs. He's got the poles. He put those away. Obviously, he knows now I'm in the home stretch.
Home stretch. Absolutely home stretch. This is Dan Green. So he makes his way to the finish line of the Cocodona 250. If you're just joining us, the Cocodona 250 is this year a 256.5 mile race. Runners have 125 hours to complete the course. Your winner here is looking to do it in record-breaking time. We also have Rachel Entrekin on your screen as well, absolutely running. So Rachel is leading the women's field by 30 miles. Currently, and she is sitting in 4th place overall. Dan is trying to run down Mount Eldon on the other screen. We got the split screen going here, so it's showing your men's and women's leaders. Cocodona 250 has 40,000 feet of elevation gain and 35,000 feet of loss. The surface distribution on this race, it's 45% single track, 46% double track, and 9% pavement. So this is absolutely a true trail race. Goes through the Black Canyon National Recreation Trail, Prescott Circle Trail, Sedona, Arizona Trail, and the Flagstaff Loop Trail. And you get to journey through the towns of Crown King, Prescott and Whiskey Row, Jerome, Clarksdale, Sedona, and Flagstaff.
Yeah, and again, we've got Rachel here on the right. Eder is also, as a reminder, he's also in this aid station. And so as we think about this is going to be a battle for 3rd place. And this is going to be really, really fun to watch. You know, we've been talking about this descent down Mount Eldon. We may have 2 competitors going neck and neck on this descent down Eldon here shortly, as these 2 are going to be battling it out for 3rd overall.
Yeah, we got a race for the podium, people. This is a race for the overall podium. We heard per the Wildcat crew that Rachel, about to come in to Wildcat, is maybe sparking a little bit of urgency in Adhere's crew. So I'm not sure if it's pronounced Adhere. Eder, let us know if you are aware of how to pronounce his name. But it is... they're racing each other. It doesn't matter if this is a man and a woman, they are going to race each other, which I absolutely love. And I think it's going to help both runners. It's going to give them some motivation and some reason to really dig to the depths for this last bit of race. And that's so cool. That's just exciting. And it's really cool to see. Maybe they'll pair up, maybe they'll run together for a bit. Different from Tara and Claire, who were talking about holding hands and it being okay. I'm a fan of not okay to hold hands across the finish line, not for any other reason than like everybody out here is a competitive athlete, and I don't really see someone like Rachel. I don't know it here, but I don't see someone like Rachel holding hands with somebody across the finish line. Doesn't really seem to be her vibe. Maybe I'm wrong. All that to say that they're both, and here we see Rachel is getting into that aid station. She's going up to their van with the crew, and maybe they're going to tell her, hey, Adhere is still here.
Yeah, and somebody like Rachel too, it's been well documented throughout the week. She's looking for sponsors.
Yeah,
so
she's a big fan of Topo shoes. I don't know if Topo's out there, but if they are watching this, that is the shoe that it is her preferred shoe. And when somebody wears a shoe in this sport, because they have found it to be the best for them, that is absolutely the best ambassador for you. So if Topo is paying attention here, yeah, Rachel proving that she is absolutely here to stay in competitive ultras.
Yeah, and any potential sponsor. Look, she, throughout this entire week, has just demonstrated a joy for the sport, a grit that seemingly has been unmatched this week. She's fought through the weather. She's had a smile on her face the entire time. This isn't something where we've seen still shots of her and it's like, oh yeah, she looks really happy. No, we've heard her interact with our teams out there. We've seen the video. We've heard her interact with her crew. Just a salt of the earth human and somebody that's so good for this sport. So, to the comment about, could they cross the finish line together? She's fighting for more than just a finishing time. This is a livelihood for a lot of people, and it's a real opportunity here for her in her life and in her running career to really put a stamp on this thing. So there's a lot of love in the running community, and I get that, but I think like as a competitor and as somebody who really wants this, I don't see her doing that either.
Okay, I think I'm going to start saying Eder, because I do know he is of Hispanic descent. I speak a little Spanish. That would make sense not to pronounce the H. Eder. I'm gonna go with Eder. We're gonna go with it. I don't know.
This is my worst nightmare. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school, and I got 1 year of credit. You all know what that means. I'm not very good at this, so I'll do my best.
We could just call him by his last name, Ramirez.
There we go.
Ramirez. But yeah, no, I lived in Spain for 6 months, and I mean, I couldn't speak until I lived there. The immersion is the way to go, but yeah, we got Rachel Entrekin looking like she is moving out of the aid station. She did not spend much time there. Eder potentially is still in there. She didn't even go. Is there an indoor we're at Wildcat. Okay. So there's not an indoor area. There's just the outdoor setup with the tent. That's where Pete's Meats is. Looks like she is getting ready to leave. Yeah, she's out. I've had this feeling many a times, and I don't know how you felt at the end of Cocodona, but sometimes you get to a point in a race where you're just ready to be done. Mm-hmm. I can't imagine that you would feel any different after 250 miles. So kind of lingering starts to become maybe less and less appealing, just knowing I'm just ready. I'm ready to get there. And it looks like that's what Rachel's doing and making her way out of the Wildcat aid station.
Yeah, I'll give you a quick story of mine from this. And I wasn't in a position that any of these folks are in. But for me, if you're a fan of Cocodona, you've heard about Mount Eldon. It's the signature point in this course. And when I was completing the race, last year, I got to the top of it. And I had this moment where it felt like, okay, I've done it. I did the Eldon climb. I'm done. And the reality is you're not. Mm-hmm. Like, you still have several miles left. And it was very difficult for me that last, call it 7 miles or so, even though it was all super runnable, very kind of easy terrain, but it was so challenging because I let my mind slip for a second, had this moment of thinking, wow, I'm done. And once you let your mind go to that place, your body quickly follows. Everything started to hurt more than it already did. And I was just like, it was a miserable time. Yeah. And so that's a challenge, I think, for the entire field is you can't get sucked into thinking, wow, the hardest part's over. You still have 8 miles on incredibly tired legs with almost no sleep. Yeah. And that's hard for everybody.
I think that's something that Dan is really doing well. During that 6 miles this morning, he said, I'm not really going to think about it. I'm not really going to think about the finish. I'm not really going to think about how much I have left, and staying present, staying focused, staying locked in, as they say, right, is absolutely true, because there is that mind body connection that you're brought. If you think you're done, your body starts to be done and do things that you don't want it to do. And so it's amazing that we can sustain the efforts like this for so long, but it is important to not really say I'm done until you cross that finish line.
Yeah, and the focus. I mean, again, watching Dan Green here, the focus that he has to have mentally to be locked in. Every rock that you see here, and he's already navigated the big step downs, the big boulders, but you can see still so many tripping hazards in front of him. Mentally, he has to be hyper-focused, because any one of these little obstacles in front of him can cause him to trip, can cause him to fall, and could cause a real problem for him. The race is not over yet. And so you still have to be so locked in. Every step you take, plotting your path forward. Dan's doing a great job of it here, as he has all week. Super impressive, super inspiring. The West Virginia boy is making his way to Flagstaff. Hopefully, Corinne said earlier he's waiting on a Coors Light. Hopefully somebody's got that out there for him. Was it Coors Light or Miller Light?
Coors Light.
Okay.
Coors Light.
Nailed it. So also, talking of sponsors, Coors Light, if you're watching this guy's a beast. Dan Green making his way to Flagstaff. Super impressive.
I don't know what that's worth, but it's worth a lot. The winner of a 250-mile race, really drinking one of your beers at the finish line. That's got to be worth something.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. No, I work with the Feed, a sports nutrition company, and we were excited to sponsor Dan for Cocodona this year, and he has been a joy to work with, and getting to know him more in the last 6 months. Been so professional, a joy to work with. So I will just give a testament to also his professionalism and interaction with brands. He does a great job.
It's kind of funny too. It's symbolic, I guess, is a better word. This entire race, Dan has been battling through weather, as the whole course has. And he's now just, a handful of miles away from the finish line, and the sun is out. And you're starting to see this break in the clouds. Just looks absolutely delightful out there right now, and that's really neat. That's really neat for him. The joy of the sunshine. I mean, just getting through this week, super challenging week. We've talked about the mud, the challenges that's presented. Corinne was out with him earlier and shared that he was taking stops to clean his shoes and things like that. And so for him to be able to do this in the lights, in the sunshine, really, really neat. The photos of this year's race also are going to be so incredible.
Yeah.
Just majestic with the fog and the things that we've had. What a unique year.
Yeah, then we're going to have finish line photos with sun. Yeah, potentially good lighting. I don't know, the overcast might be better lighting for finish line photos, but I love that too, kind of the sun breaking. Probably also bringing a lot of relief to runners who are still out there and going to be out there for a day or two to have a bit of a break in the weather. That's going to be really nice for them. Dan is running. He is running. I did see his pacer look at his watch, so they might be very well starting and very appropriately starting to pay attention to the time. He's at 57 hours and 28 minutes. Current course record is 59:40. So again, he is 2 hours plus ahead of 2 hours and 10 minutes ahead of that right now, but he does have a number of miles to go. This course is a bit longer than last year's course. So it is 6 or 7 miles. I just saw something funny on Finn Melanson, who's out there doing an excellent job as well. His crew, or whoever's managing his Instagram, posted something that said at Fort Tuthill, Finn thought that he had 36 miles left, but this year's course is 7 miles longer. He would like to have a word with the race organizers about this painful addition. And then, all jokes aside, Finn continues to look and feel strong as he heads out toward Walnut Canyon. So shout out to Finn Melanson, second year in a row doing amazing things at the Cocodona 250.
We are going to step away here for about 60 seconds. We got to get a quick ad break in so that we can give you nonstop coverage of Dan Green heading into Flagstaff. We'll be right back.
If logistics were the backbone, volunteers would be the heart and soul of an event, and we need you to come out and be that heart and soul. Volunteering at Cocodona means that you get to become part of the magic. As runners make their way from Black Canyon City all the way up to Flagstaff, we need you, your community, and everyone's support to get those runners to the finish line. In 2026, we'll have volunteer roles ranging from aid station captains and assistant captains, aid station volunteers, course marking and sweepers, sports therapy, medical, live stream, and a lot of staff roles too. So if you're interested in getting involved with the race, please visit cocodona.com/volunteers. There's some information about volunteering in 2026, and most importantly, a little button that says, I'm interested in volunteering in 2026. You'll just give us your info, and then once volunteer shifts open next year, we'll give you a shout. Please come out and join us. It's an amazing experience, a great week. and it's really awesome to support the run.
All right.
Mountain Outpost. Welcome back, everyone. You're tuning into the 2025 edition of the Cocodona 250. We're 57 hours and 33 minutes into this race, and we are following race leader Dan Green as he makes his way to the very bottom of Mount Eldon and into the outskirts of Flagstaff. He is a mere couple miles away from finishing out this race as the winner, and well ahead of course record pace. He is chasing time to be as far ahead of 59:40 as he can, which is the current course record held by Harry Schubertes from last year's race. Looking like he is going to lower that by a significant amount. And we are going to follow him with some audio as well, all the way into the finish. If we get audio of our women's leader, we'll also show that, but we are going to stay on Dan Green here for a bit as we watch him navigate the final few little downhills before he enters into Buffalo Park.
Yeah,
I'm joined by Caleb Stevens. Caleb.
Yeah, Corinne, it's great to be back with you. So much fun all week long. Dan Green, like you said, he's just 6 miles away. All the easy stuff is what he has left, of course, on tired legs, but Dan is looking so good, so strong here. Despite, I think we said 20 minutes total of sleep, 30 total minutes of sleep over the last few days, and he's cruising. If you can see his face there, he just looks so dialed in. He knows what's in front of him right now, and he's chasing down that course record.
Dan's being paced by his brother Fred, who I heard was starting to get a little bit emotional at the last aid station. Some brotherly pride going on there. It's his older brother, who I understand to be running his first 50K later this year. So also going to get into the ultra running game, maybe inspired by younger brother Dan. But Dan works at a shoe store out in Huntington, West Virginia. He has a extensive background in just dominating 100-mile races, has run a sub 13-hour 100 at the Javelina 100, a very different course, but he's a big fan of Arizona. He wanted to come back and experience all Arizona has to offer, over 250 miles, so has made the trek from Black Canyon City up to Flagstaff and has exceeded his own expectations. Had fun out there, stayed positive, and is soon to be the winner of the Cocodona 250.
And what a treat for us that he loves Arizona.
Yeah, absolutely. He can come anytime. He's got a second family here. We have East Coasters tuning in. Let's give some love to the East Coast, Beast Coast, West Virginia. Proof in the pudding here that you can train for races out west. All right. We also have eyes on Harry Schubertes, last year's champion, who took this race out to a blistering pace. He ran the first 50 miles of this race in 8.5 hours, and it has 12,000 feet of climbing in it. He fell back a little bit. We're not sure exactly why, but he has then steadily moved up and looks like started to feel better and better as time progressed. Harry is at Walnut Canyon. Okay, so he is sitting in, is he in 4th place? Got to pull the tracker.
He's in 5th.
5th place overall, 4th place male.
Yeah, and we've gotten word that Rachel and Eder. Oh, did I do that right?
Eder.
That sounded all right. Okay, maybe I got it. Maybe I'll get it. That they both are out of the aid station. Rachel left. Sounds like Rachel left a few minutes before Eder did, and so we're gonna have some pretty dramatic racing here at the end for a shot at the podium. There's really nothing else we could ask for. I mean, that's going to be so fun to watch.
And for those just tuning in, Ryan Sands is sitting squarely in 2nd place. He is about 5 miles back of Dan Green, but looking strong as well, and has absolutely done an incredible job of navigating these last 240 plus miles as he also makes his way. We heard Ryan Sands say that this has been something really exciting, a kind of a new chapter. And I kind of hate when that term is used, new chapter. It implies maybe, there was a previous chapter of someone's career, but more importantly, and we heard this from his crew, that Ryan was really excited to take on a new challenge and to kind of test himself in a different way. Ryan Sands has won the Western States 100. He has FKTs traversing the Himalayas, has been doing this sport for a couple of decades at a very, very high, the highest level professionally. And to see him just excited by something new like this and going out and really executing on it is sure to be just so motivating and fulfilling for him.
Yeah, an interesting comment in the chat that I hadn't thought about. Dan coming from West Virginia, hailing from Huntington. He's not afraid of the mud. He's quite used to the mud. So what he's seen out on the course this week, wouldn't surprise him. He's used to it. So a potential, advantage there for him, if you want to call it that. The other advantage is the fact that he's just a beast of an athlete, and he's incredibly talented, incredibly gifted, and he's had this incredible just joy about him throughout the week. He's been so dialed in, so lighthearted with this, and like we talked about earlier with Rachel, Dan's just been this kind of a pro's pro in regards to just letting the difficult stuff kind of fall off his back like water on a duck, and he's just continued to move forward. So we're watching a very special performance here in Dan Green as he makes his way to Flagstaff. You were just talking about Ryan Sands, and his race too has been very impressive. And I think a lot of, Dan's continued push and urgency has been because Ryan was right there with him for such a long stretch of time. He knew how talented also Ryan is, 18-year pro, Solomon athlete, like you said, FKT across the Himalayas. I mean, everybody knows Ryan Sands. And so to have him at your heels, even though he's been, adding space between Ryan, like we said, it takes, one misstep or something like that, and then you could significantly be slowed. And with a guy like Ryan Sands right behind you, you just can't afford that. So, in these races, it's so interesting to watch how competitors push one another. And I'm sure Ryan's been pushing Dan throughout this race, even if they were miles apart.
Yeah, question in the chat. So Dan is about 5 miles out. So the course is long. It's 256.5 miles total. According to his tracker, he's around 5 miles out from the finish line.
And it looks like we have Eder's crew ready for an interview.
Okay, first thing I'm going to ask is how you pronounce his name.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. I will let his wife answer that. How do you pronounce his name?
Eder.
Eder. ¿Habla español?
Eder. Yes. Sí. Sí, hablamos español.
¿De dónde soy? Es? Eder.
We actually live in Las Vegas, but he's from Mexico. Yeah.
¿Qué parte de México?
Oaxaca.
Oaxaca, Mexico.
But we've been...
All right.
Yes.
You've been here for how long?
Oh, for a long time, more than 20 years.
More than 20 years. Okay, amazing. Yes. Tell us a little bit. There is absolutely crushing the Cocodona 250. He's doing so well. We don't know that much about him, so tell us a little bit. How long has he been running, and what made him want to do Cocodona 250?
So he's always been an athlete since he was a child. He's tough. I mean, he loves the outdoors. Like we do everything outside. He's been running, like he's running now, maybe for about the last 3 years. He's really been trying to compete more. But he's always been tough. Like he doesn't care about the weather. He doesn't care about the terrain. He's mentally tough. He's very athletic. He's just like, he knows what was Cocodona about, so he was ready for it. Like he was not afraid. Like he's just an amazing person. Like he's like all around, he's a good athlete. He's mentally tough. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I'm so tired.
No, you're doing great. Well, kudos to you and the crew. Tell us your names. And
so
how you know
I'm Lydia. Yeah, so I'm his wife. And then he's Fernando.
Fernando,
how do you know
how
Eder?
do I know him? I saw him finish at Mogollon, and then I raced with him at the Jackpot 24-hour, which he won with like 130 miles, right?
Right.
And at Jackpot, I asked him if he needed a pacer for Cocodona, and he said yes, and I'm out here.
Love it.
And
he paced him for 77 miles.
Yeah, 77 miles. Good job, Pacer.
Yes. Nice. Thank you.
Yes, good job, Pacer. Thank you.
And my name's Marissa, and I met Eder and his wife, I don't know, 5-6 years ago. And I was a road runner, and I wanted to transition into trail running. And they were so friendly and willing to share advice with me. So I immediately knew that I needed to be their friends. And I have had the opportunity to just see him grow into the athlete that he is right now. And I'm really, really impressed because he's a businessman. He has 2 children. He's very involved. And I just don't know how he finds the time to train so much. And so anyway, when they had, typically it's his wife and his brother-in-law and the 2 children that crew him every time he does any race.
Amazing.
And this is only the first time that they said, okay, we need a little bit more help. And so I was very excited to have the opportunity to be with them and be part of this experience, just to enjoy Cocodona without having to do the 250 miles. And really, it has been a treat.
That's awesome. Well, I'm sure that he has valued having you on the crew. How, did he have goals coming into the race? Was he trying to run a certain time or get a certain place, or was this just new territory he wanted to explore?
So he actually did a backyard. I'm so sorry, I cannot remember when it was. But he did a backyard in Mexico, and he did 57 loops, so 57 hours. So that's about 237 miles, if I'm right.
Wow.
I don't remember anymore. So he knew that he can put the miles on his feet, but that's it's just the backyards are so different, and he loves the mountains. He just loves the idea to be outside the whole day running. So he just decided that he wanted to try it. His goal was 60 hours. That was his goal, to complete 60 hours. But he's very determined. He's disciplined. So when he puts a goal on his mind, he really tries everything that he can to achieve it. And you can see that.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the results.
When did he do that backyard in Mexico?
So I think it was no, it was not October. I think it was last April.
Sometime
April
in 2024?
Yeah.
That's
it was
something we're not going to see on Ultra Sign Up. It's a secret training weapon.
No. Yeah, no, not that one. Yeah, not that one. And it's a different format, but I mean, it's you don't sleep as much and you still have to run. I mean, you have to be up running every hour. And he completed 57 loops, but he's just very tough. He wants to give the best that he can in everything he does. He doesn't want to say, oh, I should have done this. No, he's going to try everything he can. So, we signed up for the race a year ago. And since that day, he's been training every single day. And, the results speak for themselves.
For sure. So you guys just saw him. Did he take a little bit of a rest there at the aid station?
Yeah, so this was the first time that he slept for 15 minutes. But I think it helped him. So after he slept the 15 minutes, we changed a little bit his clothes and we cleaned him up, and he said he was ready to go and finish. Yeah, he was so excited. He was so excited to do this part. That was the part that he was the most excited about. So he said he was ready to go and just finish.
Yeah.
It's so exciting.
So he's only
We're so happy for
minutes.
him. Yeah, 15 minutes. He was planning to actually sleep on the trail. That was his plan, but because of the weather, he couldn't do that. It's been hard for him to do that. So that's why before he came here, Fernando called us and he said he wanted to sleep. So we got everything ready, and he just slept 15 minutes. But I think it helped him a lot. I think his body, he looks strong. So it was just he's just, he's sleepy. He's been,
of course.
And then the parts, the parts where you don't have a pacer, I think those parts were really tough on him, because, you have to focus more and you have to really pay attention where you're going. So that was a challenge for him. And that took a lot from the running part, because he had to really think and look for the flags.
Yeah.
But only 15 minutes.
Amazing. Caleb, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I just, this interview has just been it's so wholesome and heartwarming. You can tell just the passion, the love that you have for Eder, and it's so neat to see. Can you just tell us what this is like for you to watch Eder do what he's doing and just continue to fight through this race?
just think he deserves it. Like, I see him every day, like how he wakes up really early and he trains really hard and he gives everything for us and for our kids. And I don't know. I'm just so happy for him because I know, like, there's not a day that he doesn't try, and not only try, but he actually does it. Like, he puts a goal on his mind, and he doesn't think about anything. He doesn't put excuses. In his mind, there's no excuses. So, I mean, it's just, I'm just so happy for him because I think, like I don't know. I think he deserved it. Like, I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No. Thank you so much.
And as a fellow mom, I can feel the pride and I can't imagine the impact too that his example has on your children. So you are making everyone in our chat cry. Because they can tell how much love you have for him. And we are so excited to be able to showcase and celebrate what an amazing race he had. So you guys are also, I'm sure he's going to be so appreciative of your help and let us know that he probably couldn't have done this without you. So you guys deserve also some huge credit and kudos, and we will be following him all the way into the finish, and there'll be a huge crowd there to welcome him and celebrate what he's accomplished.
Yeah, thank you for helping tell his story.
Thank you, guys. You guys go get a little rest or some food before his finish.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks.
Wow. That was just beautiful. I'm so glad we were able to do that. You know, Eder is not someone I don't think that a lot of folks know, and we've got 10,000 people there that just heard the incredible man that he is, the mission that he's on, the love that he has for his family. His wife there, the words that she shared were just so beautiful. What an interview.
Yeah, that was awesome. And I think it also probably speaks to there's so many people out there grinding away day after day, chasing after these big dreams. And, you know, to see it kind of come to fruition on a stage like this for Eder is, you know, it's just going to be a celebration of the dedication he's put in. And it's awesome to be able to show that and to be able to share that with everyone else. And it's going to inspire everybody else. We just learned that this was the first time he was sleeping.
Yeah.
15 minutes was his first sleep at mile 236 or so.
Yeah, he's been out there for 57 hours, almost 58. He's covered, like you said, 239 miles. He's got almost 30,000 feet of climbing on his legs. Doing all of that through the conditions that we've talked about throughout the week, the rain, the cold, the wind, the mud, and he's slept 15 minutes. If that isn't grit, I don't know what is. What a cool little nugget there. I hope as we kind of flood through here our top finishers, it's going to be interesting if we can get the information about how much each of them slept. You know, every year it's such an interesting kind of case study on how to do a 200 plus mile race. You know, there's so much data out there now, but we still have so much more to learn, and we'll continue to learn as a community about what makes a successful 200 miler. It's not going to be the same for every single person, but the different strategies folks have used, especially in a year with poor weather, that'll be really fun to dig into over the next couple of weeks once this race finishes.
So far, we've heard from the top three individuals. Actually, Rachel, do you remember how much she has slept? But the consistent theme there has been not very much, like a total of less than 30 minutes for our top four runners throughout this entire race, which is, and that could be broken up into, you know, 5 to 10 minute rests or 2 or 3 of them. In Eder's case, it's one 15-minute nap. So consistent theme at this year's race so far in the very top of the field has been very little sleep total.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Rachel's definitely under an hour for sure. I know last night when I was on, she took like a 15-minute nap, and I think that was the longest that she had. May have been her first rest, actually. So I don't know what she got overnight, but it doesn't have much either.
And that's another story, and something that was unique about this year's race. A lot of the runners plan to take dirt naps when they get tired on the trail, sometimes to avoid the comfort of being in an aid station and laying on a cot and being in a warm, building that's going to suck them in. They want to just, I'm tired, I'm going to lay down for a minute here on the trail. But the conditions this year kind of were not conducive to doing that. It was too cold, So people had to adjust sleep strategy and maybe sleep like we saw in the van, but really not utilize the quick dirt naps as much.
Yeah, absolutely. So here on the screen, we've got our leader, Dan Green, looking good as he continues to march towards Flagstaff. Definitely on the runnable stuff now. We saw him put his poles away about 20 minutes ago, shed a couple of layers. He's in full run mode as he continues to chase down the course record here at the Cocodona 250.
And it is going to get smoother. He's still got some rocks and technicality here. That's not easy to navigate with, at all, let alone with this many miles on your legs. So he's still going to be careful, not to be kicking stuff. His pacer had stumbled or hit a couple rocks when I was with them. And I told him, I've had that experience myself where I'm pacing someone and I trip more than they do because I'm paying attention to them and, you're really focused on them. And it's so impressive when these runners can be running through this kind of terrain on this tired of legs without stumbling or making missteps. We are going to continue to follow Dan. Right now, we are also going to talk to Rachel Entrikin's crew for a quick interview to see how she's doing. Hello.
Hey, guys.
Hey. This is Rachel's crew.
This is.
Why don't you guys introduce yourselves, and then we'll ask you a couple quick questions.
So my name is Evan Sarek. I'm Gus Gibbs. I'm Kevin Kennedy.
All right, Evan, Gus, and Kevin, tell us, we've seen it. We've seen a little bit of it. And I know Rachel from last year's race. She's just spitfire. She's got so much personality. She is like 30 miles ahead of the next female in this race. Does she know that? How's she feeling? And one thing people want to know is how much has she slept total?
Yeah, she knows how far she is ahead of next female. She's known that for quite a while. Every time we update her on it, she's still in disbelief. She's doing well. She says her quads are tired. Yeah, which is expected. Sleep-wise, she slept 20 minutes at Mons Park, and she slept 5 minutes on the trail after Kelly Canyon, I think it was, and that's it.
Yeah. So 25 minutes total.
25 total.
Wow, amazing. How are you guys doing?
We're huddling for warmth.
You guys have been a riot every time we've had you on, a true joy for the entire live stream community that's following along. What has been the biggest lesson that you all have learned together in this Cocodona 250 experience?
I don't know. I think we're all in it together, and Rachel brought us all on because we have the vibe she wants in some capacity or some valuable experience. And I don't know, a lack of sleep, there's a little tension, and we're just rolling with the punches, and we're all getting along really well now. And Jake's taking her home. Jake Vale, shout out Jake Vale.
Okay, Jake Vale,
Yeah,
bringing her home. Have you guys paced as well?
All of us have paced so far.
Okay, how's it been to be out there with her?
It's been a blast. Absolute
adventure.
It's amazing how much she appreciates what's out there. We were climbing out of Sedona, and she just pulls her phone out and is taking photos and videos, and we're taking ussies and selfies, and it's like, hey, do you want to get off of this exposed part before it gets dark? But it's been really uplifting being out there. I think she's broken down in sort of tears of gratitude more than a few times at this point. And I think she's stoked to feel the love from, I think, the community, and to be out here doing it.
Yeah, I would just say, like specifically coming into Jerome after coming off of Mingus and dealing with all the mud. She was running through Jerome, and like all these like elderly couples with their dogs are like in their yards taking pictures and shouting her out, and she's just like stopping and petting their dogs and pointing out the cats in the window, and she's just like endlessly positive even when she's suffering, and that can't help but infect the rest of the crew. And like the question before, I think there's just so much power in support, and she really fosters that.
Yeah. Go ahead.
That's really incredible insight. Curious, with all that positivity, the excitement that she's shown throughout the week, the excitement that you guys have shown, it, like I said earlier, it's been a blast to follow and be a fly on the wall for. Does Rachel right now know that she's competing not just for first overall female, but for a podium spot for the whole
she
race?
Definitely does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How has that mindset
she's known her
shifted?
position for
As
quite
she
a while.
realized that.
So she knew she was third overall. I don't know, probably back at like Foxborough, maybe, if my memory is correct. Eder passed us going into Kelly Canyon, I believe. She had a low patch between like 3 and 6:30 in the morning. And like I mentioned, she had that dirt nap and a flask of Coke, and immediately like grew wings and flew all the way into Tuthill. She knew coming into this aid station that he was in the van taking a nap. So it was priority to have her in here, not get in the van, get her needs taken care of, and leave. So she knows exactly where she is, and she knows her relative position against Sarah's record too.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's going to be lowered by so much. We don't. Yeah, hard to say how much right now, but needless to say, she's going to set a new standard for the women's course record here, and she's also going to become the first person to be a 2-time winner of the Cocodona 250. So that's pretty amazing. We're so excited for her. Evan, Gus, Kevin, you guys are awesome. Thank you for jumping on here. We can't wait to bring her into Flagstaff and just celebrate this huge accomplishment. So you guys are great. Thank you so much, and we'll see you in Heritage Square.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for all the vibes.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. What an interesting couple of interviews.
Yeah. She is 40 miles ahead. Thanks, Corinne Malcolm. She's 40 miles ahead of the next female, so has extended that gap by even more. I love that. I love that analogy. She drank some Coke and grew wings and flew to the next aid station. That's awesome.
Yeah, the race there between Rachel and Eder is going to be really fun to watch, especially now knowing that they both know exactly where they stand and what they're competing for. Rachel isn't just competing for first overall female. She's competing for a podium spot in the entire race, which is just amazing, and shows just how special this whole week has been for her and how she's just absolutely thrown down. We've got her here on the left side of the screen with the sky cam. We can see Rachel. And then on the top right, you've got Dan Green making his way towards Flagstaff. Again, that's our overall leader. Dan's getting ready to come into Heritage Square, should be there shortly. All right, and getting word here, the video on the lower right, that's actually Harry. So 3 great shots here out on the Cocodona course with our leaders. And Harry had just left Walnut, so he continues to make his push towards Flagstaff. Dan has roughly 5 miles left, maybe a shade under that. He's at 252.2. This year's race shakes out to about 257 miles.
Yeah, I think 256.5.
Okay.
Technically, I don't know. Everyone's watches are going to be a little different too. He's getting close. And he's now also getting to some very runnable terrain. Smoother.
Okay, and we are getting word too. So the tracker is a little bit behind on Dan. We just heard that Dan blew through the Trinity Heights aid station.
Man, let's go.
So Dan has 3.8 miles.
Oh, he's 3.8 miles out. Trackers don't always update. Yes, 3.8 miles out. Again, previous course record is 59:40. Dan's at 58:07, 58:08 right now. Blowing through final aid stations. No need to stop. He is in go mode. Get this thing done. And on the screen right now, you're looking at Harry Schubertes. Sorry, Rachel Entrican. This is a drone shot of Rachel Entrican, first female. Currently in 3rd place overall. She and Eder Ramirez are very close to one another. Do we have audio on Dan? No, all right. No audio on Dan. We'll bring that to you if we can. I can just hear what he's saying. All right, let's run.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we were doing out there when I was out there with him earlier. He just decides to say, all right, let's run, and just picks it up. This is your race leader of the 2025 Cocodona 250, Dan Green from Huntington, West Virginia. He's a mere 3.5 or so miles away from the finish line.
We've got Ryan Sands getting ready to make his way up Mount Eldon. As soon as we get eyes on him, we'll share that with y'all. Ryan, not to be overlooked, has had an incredible race here at the Cocodona 250. Getting ready to start that big climb up to 9,300 feet at the top of Mount Eldon. He'll get great views of Flagstaff and really, you know, all of the race course that he's already conquered when he gets to the top there of Eldon. And then he'll have that big technical descent that we just watched Dan Green make. So again, Ryan Sands from South Africa is currently in 2nd overall. Rachel Entrican is in 3rd, followed by Eder Ramirez, who is right on her heels. And we've got Harry Schubertes in 5th overall.
Garrett Soman, thank you for the donation. And yes, shout out to Jameel Curry. head of Air Viper Running. He is the creator of this route. He is the mastermind of this festival, this event that has become a week-long celebration of the sport of ultra running and a showcase of the state of Arizona. Huge shout out to everyone who is making this possible this week, and thank you all so much for joining us as well. We've got 10,000 plus of you tuning in to watch a course record being broken this year. The first of multiple course records that are going to be going down.
Yeah, every year this race continues to get bigger and bigger and bigger. We continue to see the competitors get faster and stronger. And just a race that's been a true delight to watch. Dan Green has just he's setting the standard, kind of that new bar that future competitors will have to analyze and look at of how did Dan Green do this? What was his training like? What was his crew? How did they support him? Dan had a pretty monster training block leading into this, multiple 160-mile weeks, and is just a pro's pro. The way he's navigated this, the attitude that he's had along the way, you can see him. He's waving at people as he makes this last 3.5 miles or so, makes work of that. You've had a chance to run with Dan today. You've had a chance to get to know him through the feed over the last few months. What do you think this moment means for Dan? What do you think's kind of going through his head?
I think I don't want to speak for him. We'll interview him, but I think that he is just going to be really excited to have it all come together. To see all of his hard work kind of on display. And I think he's going to be kind of relishing in, this race turning into kind of everything he hoped for. Guaranteed he's going to be grateful and thankful to his entire crew for making this happen. It's going to create a bonding experience amongst all of them that is just going to, last for a lifetime. He's going to have created so many memories through it. It's probably going to take him some time to process it, but I think, kind of from what I know of Dan, I think he's really just going to soak it in, going to love being part of the community, going to love being able to, inspire and showcase what can be done on this course and share that with everyone else. And he's going to be really excited to drink a Coors Light.
For sure. Yeah, Corinne, I have a question for you too. Earlier this week last week when we got the schedule, I was looking at it, knew we had this time slot, and I was really curious. I thought, maybe you and I would have a chance to cover the champion as they come in right at the end. We're going to be on here until I think 6 o'clock or something like that together. And I thought, yeah, maybe there's a shot. How cool would that be, right? It is currently 3:14, and we're getting ready to welcome Dan Green into Heritage Square as a champion of Cocodona 250. Did you think that we would have a chance to see somebody cross the finish line this early this year, or what did you expect heading into the week?
I think that I actually thought that the winner of this race would come in around 58 or 58 and a half hours. And looking like that's going to actually be the case. I was super excited to have this time slot to be able to call in the finish, the first finisher. We might get to call in the first 3. We might get to call in the entire podium. It's likely. And the only thing that I'm bummed about is that we're not in Heritage Square doing it because I want to be there. I've seen people finish this race and we'll go see others finish it. But man, it is so exciting and emotional and inspiring and, all the things. So I can't wait. I can't wait to call it. We're going to at some point also just be quiet and watch Dan finish and just observe and give him his moment. But man, right now, I don't know. We're just witnessing kind of a next level of the 200 of the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I could be in Heritage Square and watch these folks finish. Because I'd likely be teary-eyed and unable to talk. The beautiful thing about the live stream is just that you get a chance to get to know these people. This is like the world's greatest reality TV show. Only it's actually real. You know, this stuff is not staged. And we've gotten a chance over the last 58 hours to get to know Dan Green in a way that we didn't before this week, or most of us didn't, right? Same thing with Ryan Sands and Eder Ramirez. And we just heard from Eder's wife, who was just spoke so eloquently of her husband. And that was so touching. So that's going to be an interesting one. Right. And then we've also got Rachel Entrekin, who from start to finish of this race has set the tone for how you handle yourself physically and then how you communicate with people out onto a course. What she's done in absolutely throwing down in a way that no other woman in the history of this course and this race has ever done, and doing it with a smile and just an immense sense of gratitude towards the race and everybody involved with it, has been just a delight to watch. And so for me, watching these individuals get ready to come into Heritage Square, it's emotional. And I'm a little glad that we're going to be sitting here watching it on a TV instead of seeing it in person, just for that reason, because I don't think that I would be able to keep it together.
Yeah, I hear you there. I also think we are going to encourage folks to come in and share their stories a little bit if they want to. So I feel like Dan is probably one of those individuals who is going to be more than happy to come sit on the couch and talk to us a little bit, which will be awesome. We're going to, of course, give everyone as much time as they need if they want to wait until tomorrow or 2 days from now to come in and have an interview. But we will hopefully bring many of the finishers in to talk a little bit about just what they went through. And for you to get to know them a little bit better, which is going to be awesome. Someone asked in the chat, how far is Dan from the finish? You know, he's only a couple miles out at this point. So we will just be following him. As you can see, you know, there's a little bit of climbing at the very end of this. He is going uphill again. And that's where that mindset of, well, you know, stay in it. It's not over till it's over, comes into play. We also have a drone on your right. They're maybe getting close to Rachel Entrekin. They are really close to one another. We think that is the two of them right there, neck and neck. You know, this is potentially Eder Ramirez getting close to Rachel Entrekin. This is third and fourth in the race, basically together, and we were here for this. This is a battle for the podium at the very end of a 2.5 day race. Thank you, Buck Baker, for your donation. Really appreciate that. And this is so cool to see. So right now, it looks like Eder is staying behind Rachel. We will stay on that. On your screen, that's the drone shot you see. Okay, sorry. Eder is with his pacer, and Rachel is just up the trail. Is the what we're looking at here. So we are not seeing the two of them. We are seeing Eder and pacer, and Rachel does not have a pacer. Okay, we might. Yeah, it looked like she was by herself before. So they are not neck and neck. They are
her
within
crew.
sight.
Her crew did tell us that they had somebody with her.
Take her to the finish.
Yep. So
okay.
she does have a pacer. We do know that.
Yep. Thank you. So again, Eder Ramirez with pacer is kind of who the drone is on right now, and just up ahead of them is Rachel Entrekin. Likely with pacer as well. So if you start to see 4 people on the screen, those are pairs of runner and pacer, and we're gonna kind of just keep an eye on this to see if that gap continues to close.
Yeah, and just to set the scene here, right? So 58 hours and 20 minutes ago, this race started. Eder and Rachel, since this race started, they've covered 241 miles. They've climbed almost 30,000 feet, and they are separated by about 1/4 of a mile for a shot to stand on the Cocodona 250 podium. And we have the pleasure of watching this race unfold. Just incredible coverage by the team here. How lucky are we to be able to have drone footage like this? You think about the sport of ultra running and how far it's come in just a short period of time. This stuff wasn't possible just a few years ago. And now we have over 10,000 people from all around the world watching two amazing humans prepare to finish this epic race. What a joy.
Okay, I've learned that Jake Vale, who's a free trailer, shout out Free Trail, is pacing Rachel. Sure, they're bringing good vibe. He's bringing good vibes to that. This is so cool. As a female in this sport, I love nothing more than seeing a female battle for the podium of the Cocodona 250. Just gonna say it. So I mean, let's go Rachel. Let's go Eder. Guaranteed that they are going to make this exciting for everyone at home. We're here for it. We're here to follow this. Of course, we are also here to follow the leader of the race, Dan Green, who is on your screen and is running. He is absolutely running on that smooth service. He can taste the finish line. He looks good. He looks like disgustingly good. It's kind of insane.
Yeah.
This is an individual 28-year-old out of Huntington, West Virginia, who has just run 55 miles and is getting ready to complete his first 200 plus mile race.
Are we sure that Dan Green doesn't have an identical twin and maybe they like swapped out at Sedona or something like that? Because his legs and the way that he's moving right now, unprecedented.
I think he cloned himself
a
couple times. All right, so now on your drone shot, you can see both Eder and Rachel. They are close to one another. I don't know if Rachel's looking back, but what I do see is that Rachel's pacer is in front of him, probably saying, just follow me, just follow my legs. And that gap is closing. Eder is getting very close. We've got Rachel Entrekin with poles out. We've got Eder with poles out.
This is amazing. Imagine what's going through their minds right now.
Oh man, I don't know. Like, it could give you energy. It could give you an adrenaline rush. It could also be like, are you kidding me right now? And I could almost hear Rachel being like, are you serious? This is happening? Okay, well, we're going to do this.
Yeah. And this goes back to the strategy
Okay,
too.
they're together.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Side by side.
And they both know as well, they've got this massive technical descent, right? So even if you make a move now, if you expel too much energy, you've got that big descent coming down Eldon. We saw how technical it was when Dan Green was going down it. Both of these runners are going to have to tackle that. And then, oh, by the way, they also have another 7-ish miles or so on flats, which we're watching Dan Green here going through what looks like Buffalo Park. You're going to have some really runnable stuff. So no matter what happens on the left side here on this screen, there's a lot of running left in this, and it's really, as a runner, it's going to test them and all of their skills. Giant climb, big technical descent, some very runnable space. They've got this epic trail right through the Buffalo Park area, and then they're going to be out on roads as well. So as a runner and a diverse runner, they're going to get a chance to showcase all of their skills here as they battle for that final podium spot.
And one difference also is that Rachel knows the end of this. Now, Eder may have come out and reconned it. We're not sure. But Rachel knows exactly, what is ahead. There is a little bit of a change, but she is very well aware of what she's going to have to go do. She could be thinking right now, this is not where I'm going to, make my move on Eder. And needless to say, we're going to continue watching that on your other screen. You've got Dan Green coming in. Yep. Jeff Browning there following him with a GoPro.
Yeah, and just a reminder for folks who are just tuning in, the course was changed due to the spotted owl. So some minor changes there, actually not minor, some pretty large changes in terms of how they're going to have to tackle Eldon. But that's why it was changed. So this year they're going to go up the backside of Eldon, which is a little bit more runnable than the typical route that you would take to get up to the top. And then they're going to have this very big technical descent, a lot of large step downs that they're going to have to navigate as they make their way down that. Not very runnable. The weather has changed. We're looking out the window right now. The sun is out here in Flagstaff. Looks like it might be warming up a little bit. When Dan Green was going up and over Eldon, we saw quite a bit of snow up there. At least it was white in large sections, so the rocks were pretty wet. Maybe, a little bit changing scene up there over the last hour and a half. But we'll see as we get more epic shots from our Mountain Outpost team. But yeah, look at this race unfolding on the left.
Yeah, the race on the left is for third place overall. It is between Rachel Entrekin and Eder Ramirez, who have swapped that position multiple times throughout this race. Rachel Entrekin is she's completely setting a new standard for the Cocodona 250 women's race. She is currently around 40 miles ahead of the next female. But that being said, she's in podium contention. She knows she is. We heard that from crew. She wanted to push her own limits. We heard that from her before this race. So she is doing exactly that. And that is the battle for third overall on the left. Rachel has, for all intensive purposes, 100% confirmed and secured the women's win. But you know, that's might not be enough for her.
Yeah,
really.
And Corinne, right? You're so well known with your women can, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what that means to you.
Yeah.
And as you watch Rachel here with a shot to stand on that Cocodona podium and say, you know what? I don't care about anything else. I'm here and I'm a runner and I'm an athlete and I am on this podium. And it's not just the women's podium. This is the podium for the Cocodona 250 and I want a spot on it. What does it mean for you as you're watching this unfold?
I think it's just a testament to, you know, these longer distances, even 100-milers now. It's, you know, there are women that are in contention for overall top spots, and we're starting to prove that we can do that, and it's incredible. I think that, you know, women like Rachel, women like Courtney, who took this race out at a blistering pace, and you know, you could argue maybe also helped Rachel achieve this in a way, not taking anything away from Rachel at all, because she 100% did this by herself. But it is through people like Rachel and Courtney that we get inspired that we can go beyond that. We don't need to pay attention to record books. We don't need to pay attention to, you know, to times that have been running previously. We can go look at a man's Strava and strive to run those kinds of splits. And you're seeing it happen. So it's just inspiring, and we just really appreciate people like Rachel who are just living examples of that sentiment, and absolutely, you know, in all facets of life, women can.
Absolutely.
And he's starting to get an entourage.
Here we go.
Dan is starting to get an entourage.
Dan Green rolling deep through Buffalo Park here as he makes his way towards Heritage Square in Flagstaff, Arizona. Dan is on course record pace, gonna shatter it. Incredibly excited for Dan, also for this community and just what this means to the sport. Dan is continuing to push the limits of what people believe is possible, and he showcased an incredible amount of grit, strength, enthusiasm all week long. Can't think of a better representative of what the Cocodona 250 race is all about than Dan Green.
Yeah, this is man, everyone's coming out for Dan. Everyone's coming out in the chat for Dan. Keep throwing your comments and your love in there for him. Someone mentioned how tall is Dan's pacer if he's 6'3". Yeah, that's his brother. So they've got the genes going there. They're tall folks, but yeah, this is so cool. And he's got to be getting close. He's got to be getting like within a mile at this point. Course record is 59:50. He's at 58:29 right now, just at 58:30. So he's going to beat this record by over an hour.
Yeah, and as soon as we can get coverage or audio on Dan, we will.
We got people filming, taking selfies. That might be his wife on or partner on, you know, a FaceTime situation there. He was asking earlier this morning. He said, "Is that Sydney? Is that Sydney?" So I wouldn't be surprised if, yeah, that was some family or friends dialing in to help get to the finish line with him.
Yeah, just got a question on Ryan Sands. We don't have anything on Ryan yet. We will. We just really want to take this moment to appreciate Dan as we watch him come into Heritage Square, and then we can shift our attention back to the rest of the field. This is a super special performance.
So special. And just as a reminder, we're not done with coverage. We're going to continue to bring you 24/7 coverage through Saturday morning, and we will be celebrating every single one of the athletes that crosses that Cocodona 250 finish line. They will get their moment, and we'll be able to celebrate all of them. But we're going to start with Dan Green.
We're doing everything we can to get audio. We know you guys would much rather be able to listen to Dan finish this thing than to hear us talk. We do not have audio right now, so bear with us. We'll get that as soon as we can.
I love this. Someone said you can't spell Cocodona without Dan. Yeah. That's true. Seen Dan the Man. The Green Machine. We've seen a lot of good. Yeah, get that man a case of Coors Light.
What's been the most impressive aspect of Dan's week so far for you watching this?
I think the collectedness, how collected he is, and how steady. Like, consistent, steady. I don't think he's really faltered at all throughout this entire thing. If anything, he's just kind of extended his lead. There was one lead change when he took a little bit of a rest and Ryan moved ahead of him. And then when I was running with them earlier today, I heard him say, we knew that Ryan was ahead, so we knew we needed to crush the descent out of Sedona. And he said, and we flew down the descent out of Sedona. So if you're not familiar with Cocodona 250, at the very end, you go through the town of Flagstaff and you have to every now and then stop at a stoplight. You get to go past Beaver Liquors. You get to go left on Birch. I think it's left on Birch or right on Birch. You get to go by the hospital. The whole town comes out, but every now and then you got to take a little break at a stoplight. But that means he's getting real close.
Yeah, my guess is that this posse that's with Dan is only going to continue to grow. Everybody here in Flagstaff knows the epic performance that Dan has put on all week long. You can see he's locked in, best moment of his life, I'm sure. One of them, he's with his family. We've talked about his brother being with him on the crew, and he's waving, he's smiling at people. He's got that smile on that he's had all week. And, it's not that Dan hasn't had challenging moments that he's had to overcome, but he hasn't let them shake him. And every, video that we've seen, every interview that we've had with his crew, they've just continued to touch on, Dan's here. He knows the challenges are in front of him, but he never loses sight of what's important to him. And that he continues to demonstrate this incredible attitude that we've seen all week long. And I can't wait to see his celebration. Dan seems like a really fun guy and a guy that just loves life. And so being able to watch him in Heritage Square become the champion of Cocodona 250, that's going to be a fun sight.
If you are just joining us, we're now up to 11,800 and 11,900 people in our live stream. They're all here to watch the first place finisher of the Cocodona 250 2025. This is Dan Green from Huntington, West Virginia, 28 years old. This is his first attempt at a 200+ mile race. He's got his brother there with him who paced him in this last section, his brother Fred. I know his whole crew's there, and he gave so much love to his crew and how they made this possible for him. So this is a team effort. They're all celebrating right here, but he is getting ready to cross the finish line just a few minutes from now as your new winner and new course record holder of the Cocodona 250.
And again, we are working to get audio on Dan. As soon as we have that, if we can get it, we will.
Dan is 28 years old. Question in the chat. How'd you feel, Caleb? You finished this race. How'd you feel as you came into this last mile or so of the race?
I felt like I was in a dream.
Yeah.
You know, I've watched the live stream for so many years and all the epic finishes, and you dream about that moment of entering Heritage Square when you make that right hand turn and go down that alleyway, and you see the banner and you see all the people. It just doesn't feel real. And when I crossed under that banner and I turned around and I just stared at it, and it was so humbling. You know of all the cool people that have done it before you and that will do it after you, and to be a part of that club is really special.
I saw a yawn right there. I think his body and mind might know that this is someone who's been running for 58 and a half hours on 15 minutes of total sleep. So I think maybe he's starting to realize that he might be a little tired. He also just went up to a 9,300 foot peak. So oxygen's a little different. Flagstaff itself is, 8,000 feet. So Dan, green light. We got a lot of the light, green light. You're green lighted. Thanks to everyone offering to pay for the jaywalking fines. Yeah. waving to fans, waving to folks out there cheering. This is so cool. What a race. What a run and effort from Dan Green.
I love all the comments about get him a police escort. He has earned it. Oh, so cool. We've got some signs here. Fans coming out to support Dan.
Yeah, Flagstaff is a place that has a lot of individuals who can appreciate someone who's good at endurance sports. The streets are getting lined. This is the workers from the hospital. They always come out. Love to see the support from the community. They're probably saying, "Hey Dan, stop by if you need some help after the race. We're here." Yeah, so now he's on a descent. That was the top of the hill. That hospital is right at the top of the hill. So he is now starting to descend. He's only got a few blocks before he is going to be crossing that finish line. Let's go, Dan. Maybe we just do green hearts in the chat because he's Dan Green. He'll watch back to this, so. Hearts and circles. I like the circles too. Woohoo! In a year that through mud and freezing temperatures at these runners, rain, humidity, things that you don't really expect in an Arizona race, Dan Green has navigated it all effortlessly, beautifully, with an amazing attitude and positivity and a crew to support him, and he is so close.
Yeah, Dan Green from Huntington, West Virginia, here with his crew, family. soaking it all in as he's had an epic performance here this year at the Cocodona 250.
Here's Beaver Liquor. Definitely means he is just a couple of blocks away.
We are still working here on getting audio on Dan. As soon as we have that, y'all, we will get it to you.
I'm Corinne Shalvoy, joined by Caleb Stevens. It is an honor for us to call in your winner of the 2025 Cocodona 250, Dan Green. He is currently about an hour and 10 minutes under previous course record time. Previous course record by Harry Schubertas last year, 59:50. Finishing in the full daylight in downtown Flagstaff, Arizona.
Dan's going to be able to stop by one of the local establishments and get his Coors Light at happy hour.
I mean, how cool would it be if, like, at the finish line, there's just a bunch of people with Coors Lights?
Yeah.
I feel like that might happen. And if it does, I'm going to be so happy. And he's going to be like, I love this community.
Yeah. We are still working to get you audio. We're so thankful. 13,000 people watching our Cocodona 250 champion, Dan Green, making his way to Heritage Square in downtown Flagstaff. 250 miles, 40,000 feet of climbing on those legs of Dan. He's done it with a smile. He's done it with a positive attitude. And here we watch him roll in as he's waving, giving people high fives, rolling into Heritage Square.
Someone said get Dan a golden ticket. Interesting fun fact. 2, 3, 4. He is 6 on the wait list for the Western States 100 right now. So there's a really good chance that if he decides he wants to run it, Dan will be in the Western States 100 this year through the lottery. So that's going to be pretty exciting if that happens as well. But we're here right now to talk about Cocodona. He is absolutely destroying the course record today, doing it on about 15 minutes of total sleep, maybe an hour of actually laying horizontal, but sometimes that doesn't equate to sleep. So we've heard 15 to 20 minutes of actual sleep time. He's got his brother and his entire crew bringing him home. Checking the watch.
It's nice to know that even somebody like Dan Green thinks, am I almost done with this run?
You might be looking at the mileage. You might be looking at the time. And I don't know, maybe now it's a goal to go more than an hour under, because he's about an hour and 5 minutes right now. Little things to keep you going.
Hopefully at the finish line, they'll be blasting country roads for Dan as he comes into Heritage Square.
Does he like that song?
Well, he's from West Virginia.
Okay.
Yeah. That's like the official song of West Virginia. I would assume he likes it.
Okay. Yeah, if you're in the chat and you have ultra running friends, tell them this is the time to jump in. While you're here, all 13,000 of you, we'd love it if you would just click that like, subscribe button for Mountain Outpost. It is not without a massive effort on the back end that this coverage is brought to you, and we would like you to show some love to Mountain Outpost so that we can keep doing this and just help share this amazing sport. We got audio, so we are going to go to the audio out there in the field. He's drinking a Coors Light right now.
The people's champ.
Oh man, that's gotta taste good. He's been looking forward to that for a while. Go Dan, you're crushing. Thank you to whoever brought him a Coors Light. You're my hero. Probably his crew. This is it. This is it, folks. This is the finish line.
Dan Green of Huntington, West Virginia is the 2025 Cocodona 250 champion.
Breaking the tape. So you can see Jameel Curry, Mike McMonagle, Tony Hill out there, our own Troy Meadows out there documenting this achievement. Sure to be some amazing content that comes from that. He is slamming that Coors Light. Getting all the love from the fans out there. High fives all around. We are working on the Howie Stern taking some photos. We're working on the audio. Sorry, we are muted out there in the field, so bear with us as we navigate that technical challenge, but you can tell, you can see that the love is out there and people are just ready to celebrate Dan. Dan Green, everybody.
What an incredible performance for Dan. Course record set this year. Enjoying a Miller Lite here with friends and family. All of Flagstaff, it looks like, is here in Heritage Square to cheer him on.
Probably talking to his wife, I would imagine. Big smile.
Yeah.
Smiles he's had throughout this entire race. So happy.
Yeah, so one of the challenges and one of the reasons why with some of the music and things that are playing, it does create some, issues for us with streaming on YouTube. So we do have to be cognizant of that. So that's why we are muted right now in Heritage Square, because as you can imagine, Dan Green just finished the Cocodona 250, first overall course record. Everybody's excited. We've got music playing. It's a real party down there. But we have to, be mindful of the streaming service and some of the conditions due to being on YouTube and some of the restraints with music.
Yeah, we don't want this to be taken off YouTube. We want this to stay on YouTube for everyone to go watch. And so we are going to just try to make sure that happens. Thank you for being here. If you are just jumping in, this is Dan Green, 28 years old, out of Huntington, West Virginia, winner of the Cocodona 250 in a course record time.
Yeah, start to finish, Dan put together just a fantastic race. Several, different channels had Dan as a contender for the race. He had the pressure of that. I don't think this is shocking to anybody. There were just questions of, the first time that he's done this distance, so what will that be like for him? He handled it just phenomenally well, start to finish, put together a complete race. No real giant challenges that we saw throughout the week for Dan. He just seemingly had a great attitude through all of it, and he's your champion, course record time. A deserved celebration here for Dan. Hopefully we can get an interview from him, whether today or sometime later this week, just to hear about what that experience was like for him. But an incredible performance. As we look here at the Cocodona finish line, we talked about it a bit earlier. It's so special for runners like Dan, obviously, who are going to come in first, or our final finisher that will come through this alley. It's so symbolic. There's so much history. The race has been around a handful of years, but the number of videos that you've seen of finishers that have come through here, the iconic photos that Howie Stern and team have taken here, it's a really special place. And if you're going to be in Flagstaff or even Arizona, this week, drive on up to Flagstaff and just watch runners finish. It really is the heartbeat of the ultra running community. If you just stand there, even if you've never done an ultra in your life, if you're not a runner, being around it will leave an impact on you. It's a beautiful place. So many incredible storylines that come out of this, and yeah, it's a neat shot. So we'll continue with coverage here for the next, almost 70 hours as we have additional finishers that will come through in the rest of the field for all the various races that are going on right now.
Yeah, a lot of you are saying you're crying in the chat. I feel that. I understand that. It's even more amplified when you're at that finish line, and it truly is like a testament to the human spirit to see people accomplish something so huge like this, and just to kind of celebrate the ability of what the body and mind can do. So even if you are not local, there's probably a race near you. Go hang out at that finish line. If you ever need a boost, if you need some reinforcement on the goodness of humanity, get out there. Here's Dan right there. He's got his pack off. That probably feels good. Looks like they're ushering him over to see if they could maybe talk to him, maybe take some photos. He's walking through the crowd, shaking hands.
Just looks so chill for everything he just accomplished.
And the runner that's going to be coming in next, we do believe will be Ryan Sands from South Africa. Solomon athlete, Red Bull athlete, and yeah, he is still sitting in second place, potentially on Mount Eldon. We will, of course, be getting visuals on him as soon as we can. But right now we're celebrating the finish line with your race winner, Dan Green.
Yeah, and for those asking, the reason that we are limited on audio at the finish line is just due to copyright issues and things with YouTube. So this has been an epic performance by Dan Green, and we would hate for this to be taken down due to that. So we need to be muted at the finish line, and that's why we don't have any of that background noise here. Yeah, we just got a question about if there is a chance that he'll come into the studio and do a chat. I think we both hope so. Whether that chat will be here in the studio or somewhere, out in Heritage Square or around it, not sure. We'll do our best to get you that as soon as we can. That may be today. It may be later this week. Dan's gotten 20-ish minutes of sleep in the last 58 or 59 hours, so I'm sure he'd like to get a shower and get a nap. And when we can get you that interview, we definitely will, because we want that as well.
Yeah, he absolutely has an open invite to join us anytime. That said, we are going to allow him to do whatever the heck he wants to do for as long as he wants to, because he 100% earned it. So, knowing Dan, we will hear from him and bring him in to talk to him a little bit about some of the things that happened out there.
So to catch everybody else up on what's going on here behind the finish line, we've got Ryan Sands just getting ready to summit or crest Eldon. He's still on that climb, but he is almost to the top. Behind Ryan, we've got Eder Ramirez and Rachel Entrekin. Those two are in an absolute battle right now for the last podium spot. Looks like just a third of a mile is separating the two of them. That's going to be a fun one to watch as it unfolds. They're getting ready to make their way towards Eldon. They still have a little bit left before they get to that big climb that we've seen Dan Green already make. As a reminder, this year's race, that climb is a little bit different than last year. Coming off of the climb, they're going to have a big technical descent, and with two people jockeying for that final podium spot, that's going to be a fun one to watch, and we'll be sure to bring you guys as much content of that as we can. And here we've got Dan Green, the Cocodona champion, getting ready to shotgun a beer.
This is so a 28-year-old thing to do, and I love it. I'm so here for it right now. Oh, man, that's the most earned shotgun of a beer. That this is amazing. Oh, let's go, Dan.
That's one way to replenish carbs.
Truth. Are there any beers infused with protein? Kind of some recovery going? All right, so I'm Corinne Shalvoy. This is Caleb Stevens. We are excited to be here with you. And hello. Yes, we are so excited to be here with you, calling the first finishers, the Cocodona 250. And we are just inspired right now by Dan Green, setting a new course record, crossing the finish line in style, making it look easy. He's just awesome. So that was really cool to witness. If you're just joining us, we did not share audio on that, finish line because we did not want this YouTube to be taken down due to copyrights. And there is music being played out there, that could make that happen. So that being said, we need to switch streams because YouTube only, works for 10 hours at a time. So we're going to switch to a new stream. If you're in the chat and you're following along, stay there, stay where you're at. You don't need to do anything, but we're going to take a quick ad break. We're going to switch to our next stream, and then we will be looking out for Ryan Sands, who is currently in second place and looking to be coming in shortly, followed by a heated battle. Exciting stuff for the podium spot. Will it be Rachel Entrekin? Will it be Eder Ramirez? They are neck and neck, and it's going to be exciting to see what happens in the last few miles of this race.
The race is on.
Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Registration for 2026. We'll open registration for the 2026 event 8 a.m. Pacific time on May 20th. That gives plenty of time for the people who ran this year, volunteered this year, to jump on the morning of May 20th and register. We'll have information on a payment plan that will be available until the race sells out. And then also come out and volunteer with us and earn race credits to be applied for future registration. So we do need volunteers still, so come out and volunteer, be part of the race, and then you can get a discount on your entry for 2026. So that May 20th date will be registration for all race distances: the Cocodona 250, Sedona Canyons 125, Mingus Traverse, Flagstaff Crest, and maybe one more depending on the Forest Service. We'll see you then. Happy running. Register.
To have a truly competitive 200 plus mile race that we were able to watch unfold and follow along is something that you could only dream about.
I think this is going to be the most exciting year yet.
And a lot of it's